Welcome, everyone. We are here for the Certified Information Security Manager Bootcamp. My name is Mike Gibbs, and I'll be your instructor. This type of training is particularly beneficial for cloud security architects, sales engineers, security managers, sales reps in security, or anyone that is in a position where they have to communicate with people, understand the business of security, understand the strategy of security and its impact on the overall business. This is not a technician certification. This is an executive certification. So the certification will not be having hands-on labs like how to configure a firewall. In fact, most of your higher end, higher paying jobs have no configuration in them at all. But we love people that configure, but this is more of an architecture certification, and security architects don't configure firewalls or IDS, IPS systems. They design security architectures. Great job for those sales engineers to learn the client's perspective and what they care. And obviously, this is for information security managers like CISOs. To better understand the business side of security. So I am so happy you're here. We're going to begin our discussion with some introductory level security concepts. We're going to begin with the CIA Triad, which means confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And it's at the utmost fundamental level of cybersecurity. And the first principle of this CIA Triad is something called confidentiality. And confidentiality is really about taking measures to ensure the secrecy of our data, our objects, or any of our resources. The goal here of confidentiality is to prevent or minimize unauthorized access to data. And confidentiality protections really are about preventing disclosure and facilitating authorized access to those who are authorized to use it and actually need that information to perform their jobs. Now, let's talk about some violations of confidentiality. It doesn't have to just happen by an intended attack. It often happens from human mistakes, oversights, or just people that are just not very skilled at what they do. And there's a lot of reasons we can lose confidentiality of information. It can occur because of actions of end users. It can occur because of mistakes of systems administrators. It can occur from an oversight in a security policy or a misconfigured device, or even a misconfigured object storage bucket in the cloud. But it can also occur from attacks. And we have to prevent any of these if and whenever possible. That's our goal. So let's talk about some concepts and confidentiality of information, maybe some conditions of information and other aspects of confidentiality. One is the sensitivity of the information. Not all information is created equal. Some information could be particularly damaging if it were to get out. And other information potentially could be damaging to the business's reputation. Let's say they could lose the secret formula for something they have, their intellectual property. So confidentiality really matters. The more sensitive the information is, the more it needs to be protected. Now, with regards to confidentiality, there is a discretion element here. And the key here is you have to at some point share some information with some people. Now, who you share that with, that's at your discretion. The more people know about something, the easier confidentiality is breached. So who do you share that information with? And that's the key of discretion. And when we're dealing with security, we're going to have to deal with certain sensitivity levels and who can access that. So think about that discretion because it'll go into the security policy. Now, the next piece of thing that we need to think about under confidentiality is the criticality of that information that we're trying to protect. Higher criticality, meaning more significance to that organization, needs, generally speaking, more efforts to protect confidentiality. Concealment is another way we can protect confidentiality. So let's talk about what is concealment. It's the act of hiding something to prevent its disclosure. You can think about covering it up, obfuscating it, or distracting others from the information. And it's related to the concept, which we'll talk about later, of security through obscurity. Let's talk about secrecy, another concept here in confidentiality, and that's the act of keeping something secret or preventing information disclosure, so keeping information secret. And of course, let's talk about privacy, and that's all about keeping personally identifiable information confidential, things that identify a person, for example. And we have to work very hard to prevent any kind of disclosures of this kind of information or any kind of information that could cause harm, embarrassment, or disgrace to anyone. an employee, a client, a stakeholder, anyone. Now, with regards to confidentiality, we may also want to discuss seclusion, which means basically taking something and storing it out of the way, like burying things in the ground, as a dog might do in many different locations to make sure they always have bones that they're looking for, or people hiding money in various houses or various locations, or any of the concepts. Seclusion is the same thing, storing things in an out-of-the-way location that's hard to get to with strong access controls to make it impossible to get in. And one of the last confidentiality things we'll talk about is isolation, or keeping something separated from others. Now let's talk about that. We talked about confidentiality, or protecting the secrecy, or protecting the information. So what is integrity? Now that's making sure data or information has not been changed. Think about it. If you had $1 million in your bank account and someone changed it to $1, you would not be happy. If a doctor wrote a prescription and someone changed the prescription before they gave it to the patient and the patient overdosed, that could be a problem. So making sure that the data is good and that the systems are good and they have not been changed is going to be very critical in security. And there's lots of ways we can deal with that. But we need to make sure that the data has not been changed. So it's about making sure that unauthorized people don't modify critical data. And that's the key element of integrity. It's about making sure that authorized people don't make mistakes as well and accidentally cause harm. So integrity is pretty important. And integrity is going to rely, typically speaking, on confidentiality and access control. So making sure that only those that need access to the information will receive it. And it's also, integrity is about accuracy. And that's meaning the preciseness and the correctness of the information. So if you think about these concepts here of keeping the system's integrity, making sure they're what they speak to, and that the data is truthful and it reflects accuracy and things are valid, now you get the concept of integrity. So confidentiality is all about protecting it and making sure others can't see it. Integrity is making sure the data hasn't been changed or altered in any way. And now with integrity, we have to think about accountability. So we need to know who touched the data, right? And when they did it. And typically we need to have someone that's responsible for overseeing or controlling things or governing things to make sure that they are what they are. And then think about the other elements of integrity, the things that would be complete, for example, and then comprehensive. So we really talked a lot about confidentiality and integrity and what it is and the elements about them. Now let's talk about availability. Availability is about the system being there when you need it. So if you go to a website and it's not there, it's not available. Quite frankly, if you go to your favorite coffee shop that's supposed to be open 9 to 5 and you go there and they are closed, it is not available either. Now, if we make systems, we need to determine how available they need to be, and that's going to be based upon a lot of calculations and knowledge of the business goals, and the business's needs. But we need to keep the systems up and actually running. Now, when it comes to availability, that's a big architectural discussion on how to design for high availability, which is predominantly making sure you have no single points of failure, making sure systems are redundant. And by redundant, we're talking redundant power, redundant storage, redundant compute, redundant networks, redundant clouds, redundant wide area network providers, and also making sure that when changes are made, the whole company can have a good change control process. But we can do all that right. And if the systems are hacked, the systems are not available. If a DDoS attack comes in and it takes down a website, that website is no longer available. So that's really why we need to plan for availability. Security has a major impact on availability. And guess what? If you're trying to get your data and you can't, that's a problem. Or if the system is hacked, and while the system's being hacked, the confidentiality is broken, again, that is also a problem. And if the system was hacked, and not only might it not be available, but the data integrity could also be changed. So we have to think about, without integrity and confidentiality, availability is going to be hard to maintain, if not impossible, because if nobody maintains the confidentiality of the router's passwords, for example, and the usernames and passwords of the people that can access the system and all the IAM systems, and people could just get on the systems, they could break in the systems and take the systems down. So it all works together: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, when we think about availability, there's a couple elements. One is making sure that the systems are there and making sure that they're usable as well. And generally speaking, making our systems easier to use is going to be more available to the end user. They'll have less problems. It's about making them more accessible, because it doesn't matter if you have the most high availability systems in the world. If your users can't get access to them, guess what? They're not helping you. So we have to be able to understand the timelines, the performance levels, being able to get our systems up and running when we need to, and making sure we meet the needs of the business. So we discussed confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If you're a cybersecurity architect or you're a chief information security officer, you're going to need to know a lot more than just tech. You're going to require expertise in security domains and business domains. And that's why when we look at things from the perspective of a security manager or a security architect, they're actually the exact opposite sides of the same coin. So the security architect is designing the systems, typically speaking, for the end customer. Will typically have to sell that system to the end customer if they're from a pre-sales architect, determine what's right for the customer, at least based upon what they have, and guide that customer to get to their goals. And that architect is going to have to show the customer in business terms what these solutions will do for their business. Likewise, the manager at the organization, the chief information security officer, they're also going to be focused on business outcomes and end outcomes. So they're going to be focused on how the security will impact the business. How do they improve the business? How do they provide better security and at the least level of adjustments to people's work, for example, because security can be cumbersome, especially when you get to higher security levels, how to balance it out, what that policy needs to be. So you can see the architect, in order to sell that solution to the CISO, needs to be able to explain things to that the CISO needs to hear, and vice versa. If the CISO didn't understand the business needs, they'd never be able to figure out what would be the right solution for them. So there's going to be a lot of business in this certification, which is one of the reasons I love the CISM for management, as well as for cloud security architects, and others. So the manager, the architect, they're going to have to guide that organization towards decisions that are going to be aligned with the business goals. And also the architects and the CISO are going to have to think about how to manage risks effectively. And depending upon that organization size that we're dealing with, there may be a lot of information security people. There may be many roles in information security management, and they may be distributed amongst many individuals. So I don't want you to think security is a one person's job. It is not. It's an entire organization's job. But many organizations will have many people, many security architects, many security engineers in there. So there's going to be a lot of leadership here. And organizations will not have any kind of one-size-fits-all approach that's going to structure how their information security environments function. And many are going to be very different, and there's going to be lots of ways you can architect it based upon that organization, its security needs, the complexity of that organization, the available team resources, where those resources are located. All of it's going to fit into how you actually think about these things. We're going to start with the Chief Information Security Officer and what they actually do. So generally speaking, the top security person in an organization is the Chief Information Security Officer. Now, the Chief Information Security Officer is a senior business executive. I want to make that clear. Business executive, and it will oversee all the security efforts for that entire organization. So they're at the head of the table. They're going to be looking at the policy at that level. And under that, CISO may have people related to network security, application security, DevOps security, IAM, for example, AI type security things. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to work for them, and they're going to have to coordinate all across that enterprise. So they're going to be a senior executive. Now, the CISO is all kinds of a standard title, but you could find anything like a vice president of information systems or a security director of information systems. And sometimes they may have a lower status. Sometimes they could also be the CISO / director / VP. So lots of funny names and terminologies and titles out there. But we're going to talk about what the real leaders do regardless of the titles, because you're never going to really be able to figure it out completely based on titles. Generally speaking, though, the term officer can also have what's called legal implications, meaning they are responsible for some level of the business, especially if it's a publicly traded organization. Let's talk about some lines of authority. So, where that chief information security officer reports into can give you a lot of information. Typically, the chief information security officer reports to the chief information officer, who may often report to the CEO. But I want you to think about that. If you're keeping your security people below the IT department, are they going to get that real strategy focus to be a real executive like they need to be? Possibly. Now, many organizations, especially super high security organizations, may have the chief information security officer report to the CEO, or maybe the chief risk officer, or maybe that organization has a chief security officer or a chief operating officer. And in many cases, that may make sense to go higher up. The COO, the chief operating officer, typically speaking, the number 2 in a company, because they're actually running things. So getting all those people into the chief operating officer makes sense. The CEO is typically more concerned with strategy and the vision of the organization. So getting the security person in front of the CEO also makes sense. Now, the reporting relationships of where people report in will typically give you an input on how the organization values security, and it can also determine how effective they are. If your manager's the CEO and you speak to the CEO more frequently, chances are you can influence that relationship much more than if you don't get to speak to the CEO as much. So you may see this on the CISM exam because there's a lot of content onto this, but it's also important to understand who are you going to need to influence if you're that security architect to make sure that you can convince people that they need your architectures and why, because it's going to have to be at the decision maker level. So let's look at some different types of management structures. In a large organization, the enterprise, and many of us at the architect level typically work at the enterprise and larger, the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, may actually have multiple directors reporting to them. And they could have multiple managers reporting to each director, and then they could have multiple levels of engineers and architects or anything you can imagine. So you may see that in a large organization, and that's typically the architectures that I design for companies that size. Now, in mid-size organizations, you might have a regular person, meaning the first line engineer, report to a director who then reports to the VP or the CISO. So you could see that less levels. And less levels means, typically speaking, you can easier get up to the leadership, easier to exercise influence, easier if you've got less levels. Now, the organization's size is going to determine how many levels are there. There's only so many people a manager can effectively manage. One person really can't manage 75 people and know what's going on with those 75 people. But they can manage maybe 5 or 6 or 7 people, 10 at most. And each one of those can manage a certain number of people, and each one of those can manage a certain number of people. So as the organization scales, think about all those additional layers of management that you need. And if you think about the span of control of the manager, if you ever hear that term, it's the number of people that directly report to them or they effectively oversee. So generally speaking, I think for the purposes of the exam, managers with less than 5 reports typically have a small span of control, whereas those with more than 10 direct reports typically will struggle to maintain. How do you deal with 10 direct reports, but you've got a lot of span of control? And then the question becomes is how many people and levels are actually beneath you that determines really your scope of influence or control. Now, when we think about cybersecurity, there's going to be a lot of roles and a lot of responsibilities we need to think about. So let's talk about the responsibility for various information security functions, because it could be distributed across the team and potentially throughout the organization. There's going to be architects, security architects, that are going to design these architectures that are going to be quantifying the security risks that are there. There are going to be helping with the security policies for the organization, helping with the end-to-end security strategy, helping with the IAM strategies. At the same time, the organizations are going to typically have some engineers that are going to build and implement and performance tune things that need to be done, that are going to work on the devices themselves. They may also have a team of analysts that are going to be collecting data all day long and doing some vulnerability management kind of testing, things that can be done at a more junior level, but still are very important to collect data. So there could be lots of people that are going to be there. And there could be penetration testers or ethical hackers that are going to try and break into the systems to see if your systems are secure. So they could be a very large number of team. The key here is it's going to take a team. And whenever you want to actually design something as an architect or influence an organization as an architect, or you're the CISO, it's going to take that team. And it's going to be essential to communicate with all the stakeholders involved in the organization, provide good oversight for what we do, how we do it, and why we do it. And that's what it's going to take to be effective and successful. Now, there are going to be times where it's going to be pretty hard to actually, figure out who's doing what. So there's this concept of a RACI matrix that's been made. And it's basically a matrix that is used for management to help you figure out who's doing what. And what happens, it's a matrix that enables you to categorize specific roles and specific functions and who's accountable, who's responsible, who needs to be informed. And I'll explain to you what it means, and I'll show you an example of this RACI matrix. So generally speaking, when you're in a project, there's going to be lots of people you need to think about. There's going to be some that are responsible for the work. Now, typically speaking, the person that's responsible doesn't actually necessarily is going to be the person that's going to be is doing the work. So responsible is either doing it or their team is going to be doing it for them. So typically think of responsible as the person doing the job. And typically each person is responsible for their role. It's a little different than accountable. So accountable is the person that's responsible for achieving the objective. So the Chief Information Security Officer is accountable for whatever the rest of their team did to get something done. They're accountable for it. So responsible is those doing the work. Accountable is the person that's accountable. Now consulted are people that you need to actually typically talk to, communicate. And there's certain people when you design an architecture that you got to get their approval. Now, they may not be the manager, but they may have a lot of influence over the organization. And the reason they may have a lot of influence is because they're very good at what they actually do. And that level of influence are people that you just need to consult, experts along the way you typically need to consult. And then there are other people that you just need to periodically keep informed. And they're not necessarily responsible for things that are going on, but you want to keep them informed. And you want to make sure that their duties are good and keeping them just knowing what's going on. And by doing so, it puts you in a position where you're in a much better environment to truly understand what's going on. So here's an example from the RACI matrix. You can actually look and see what it looks like. And what you can see here is, there's people that need to be accountable. There are people that need to be responsible. There are people that need to be consulted. And there are people that need to be informed. Let's discuss some information security risks. Now, a security incident occurs when an organization suffers the adverse effects of something that affects the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of its information or its information systems. Now, these incidents can be a malicious attack, like a targeted attack from a hacker where they were trying to steal data and successfully stole data. It could be an accident. Maybe an employee left an unencrypted laptop and a rideshare vehicle, for example. Or it could be a natural event like a hurricane knocking out power, or an earthquake that made the ground shake so much that it damaged the data center that we have, its underlying infrastructure, the powers, and some underground cables. So there's lots of risks, and they don't necessarily have to come from attacks, but there's lots of things that can cause risks to an organization. Security people, especially the professionals that we're talking about, the architects, the engineers, the leadership, and the management, are going to play a crucial role in mitigating risk and minimizing risk. And they'll be implementing various types of controls to try to reduce the risk to whatever is conceived an acceptable level. And all businesses have a different level of risk that's acceptable for them. But what we need to do is truly understand an organization's risks that actually exist, the potential effects of an incident on that organization, and the effects of what an incident would do to an organization's ongoing operations. So we're going to talk about the DAD triad, and I didn't make this up, the disclosure, alteration, and destruction components. And that's the DAD triad, which is disclosure, which alteration of things, and destruction. Really, it's what happens when the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems fails in some way, shape, or form. So let's first talk about disclosure. So disclosure is when there is unauthorized access to sensitive information or confidential material. So basically something that violates confidentiality. But let's think about what this could be. This could be that a patient's medical records got out. This could be a person's that was on a dating website's personal information that got out. This could be a secret formula that got out. So disclosure can be pretty big, especially if it's very sensitive or very important material to the organization. Now, alteration is really about somebody maliciously or accidentally changing the data, something that violates the integrity. So someone basically for example, altering the money in somebody's bank account, altering the dose of a medication a patient's going to get at the hospital, altering something in the way it's said. So again, pretty big damage can occur from alteration. Now, denial is basically what happens when the resources are not available to the end user. So violating availability. So think a denial of service attack. You've got a website, that website can handle 25,000 hits per minute and it's doing great. And all of a sudden a DDoS attacker floods it with 100,000 hits a minute. Now, that system is not running. It's called a denial. That's why it's called a denial of service attack, and its availability is gone. So that's what we're talking about with DAD, or the disclosure, alteration, and destruction. Let's talk about incident impact. So some incidents can have some big consequences depending upon the nature of the incident and the organization's characteristics. Now, the impact of a security incident can be categorized into the type of business risk areas that it causes. Could it be a financial risk to the vision? Sure. Could it be a reputational risk to the business? Yeah. A strategic risk to the business? Sure. An operational, a compliance risk? So think about this. Let's say an organization has $1 million of sales per minute, and somebody knocks their systems down for 60 minutes. That's $60 million of lost sales. That's financial risk. Now, at the same time, an organization gets hacked and information gets out, now people start to question the reputation of that organization. What if the hacker stole the secret formula for the next GPU? That would be the best AI compute GPU in the world. Imagine that. That could really hurt the organization's strategy that created that chip. Or compliance, if personally identifiable information gets out or medical information gets out. Think about the impact to the patient, but also to that organization. So it can be serious. So think of financial risk as monetary losses related to a breach. It could also be things like rebuilding a data center, hiring an expert for incident response. And it also is these indirect financial impacts like revenue loss or competitors gaining sensitive information. So lots of financial risk. Now, reputational risk really comes from the negative publicity after a breach, and it erodes trust of customers, potentially employees, and stakeholders. Think about some of the third-party providers, for example, in security, that have been pushing patches to people's systems, and when they got hacked or had a problem that broke many businesses' systems, the reputation of these businesses would be challenged for a long period of time. I'm not saying they can't get past it, but it is a challenge on their business. And these kind of things are very hard to quantify because they can impact future revenue, future business relationships, and future value with the brand, but it's hard to figure out what the impact of that is. Now, there's also strategic risks. So this really pertains for something that would hurt the organization's ability to achieve their organizational objectives or whatever they're doing related to this security incident or breach. It could be the loss of critical plans. Maybe it really means a delayed product launch. and the product is launched after the competitor product, and typically the first launch often wins. It's at least a strategic advantage, so there's things like that. But it could also be related to the operational risk too. So an organization systems could be taken down. That can basically halt a business's operations. So maybe a business can't function at all, again, causing some significant damage. Maybe it causes the organization to function suboptimally, and they need to create some workarounds. But any of these things can affect the operations of the organization. And this directly affects immediate business functions and potentially could shut down the entire business. Now, compliance risk really results from breaches that are caused by non-compliance with legal or regulatory requirements. A patient's medical information got out, big problems, for example. And organizations are going to have to navigate many types of compliance obligations. And if they do, and they may be faced with legal penalties and regulatory sanctions and all the other things we've even talked about before. So it can be pretty big. Now let's talk about creating a security strategy. And that's going to be something you're going to be doing constantly as either a CISO, someone in security leadership, of course, a security architect or a cloud security architect. And the creation, the implementation, and the maintenance of an information system security strategy is one of the most critical things we actually do. Because we are all about strategy in these planning roles. And the strategy of anything is going to really begin with an assessment. And when we start a security strategy, we really need to look at that organization's current state compared with where they really want to go. And I really want to get that clear. We have to look from where they're at right now. That's point A, to where they want to go in the future. That's point B. Now, from a business perspective, that could have new processes, for example. It could have new technologies. It could have new people doing various things. So we've got it that way, but it's going to be a plan of the technology, how it's going to impact the business and how the way we want it to go. So we'll start with the current state, and then we have to go to that future or to be state. And a lot of what we'll do is the planning of that gap analysis between current and future. A big part of the security strategy is going to be that. But there'll be a lot of other things to assess, and I'll talk about some more of those things that we'll assess and think about along the way. But we first need to know where we're coming from, and then we need to know where we're going. And that's inclusive of people, processes, and technology. Now, we can't just create a strategy. We need to prepare. We need to gather some information about the organization's current status, its desired state, and that's going to mean various analysis. One thing we need to do is a little bit of threat research. We need to understand the current threat environment, because if we don't know what the current risks and threats are, the things that can get us, how do we design a strategy? We need to think about the threat actors, and they could be either individuals or they could be groups of people that our goal is just to undermine your security. And you need to also think about the threat vectors, or how you could be attacked. And what kind of tactics could be used to attack you? What kind of tools could be used to attack you? For example, like a Kali Linux. What kind of technique could be used to attack you? Because now we need to think about who can attack you, what threats are there, and various types of attacks will take various levels of complexities. And, there's a lot of different levels of hackers out there. Different threat actors will have very different skills. Many will have very different resources and motivations for them. And that means we need to tailor the approach. If I was going to design the security strategy for a cloud provider, I'd have to look and say, okay, is the cloud provider a high value target? Yeah, a public cloud provider is one of the biggest value targets in the world, because if you hack that cloud provider, you may get access to 20 or 30% of the world's enterprises. So that cloud provider needs a lot of security. If you're dealing with a government or a state and you need to protect that information, assume there are enemy spies that are going to be trying to break into those systems, and enemy governments that are trying to break into those systems to gain a competitive strategic advantage. So that will need a whole lot. Likewise, if I had a video and a website of my cat Cindy, so I have a little cat Cindy, I love my little cat, but what is the sensitivity of that? What kind of actors are going to try and break into that? Break into a country like the U.S., you probably have billions of dollars of access to some states willing to throw at it like no big deal. try to break into my cat Cindy, what are you going to get? Photos of my cat Cindy. So where are you going to get the resources to do that? So the strategy, a lot of it has to do with what it is you're trying to secure. Now, anytime we get in business, we start thinking about the strategy involved. So one of the things we teach our architects to do in our architecture training programs, one of the things you would learn how to do in an MBA program, is what's called a SWOT analysis. And a SWOT analysis is an analysis where you basically look at an organization's current state, its strengths, its weaknesses, opportunities, and threats against that business. And then you can look and you can actually plan. And this gives you a good analysis conducted at different levels of the organization. It'll give you lots of insights into various functions and teams. Now, a SWOT analysis could be a fairly collaborative process. And you and the team in those organizations, if you're an architect, you could be leading this team. If you're a manager, you could be leading this team. Will be going around the organization and getting input from all levels. And you need a lot of different people's perspectives because there's many different parts of the organization, but you want the critical thinking that's associated of getting different information. So you typically want people with a big background to help you do these kinds of things. And after you really understand that organization's strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats, and then you start looking at the risks. What are the risks this organization has? And what do we need to do to go solve those risks? Which again means there's some form of a gap analysis between where we need to go versus where we're at now, and some documentation and some planning around that. Because these objectives we talked about, looking at what's going on will form the basis for the organization's security program or their security architectures. Now, we may often deal with something that's called the control objective. And organizations are going to gain some additional control by using some form of a framework that gives them a way to think about how to plan their security architectures, their security operations, their security teams. There's lots of various control objectives that are out there. I think things that can help you. We're going to bring up the Cobid one, which is the control objectives for information technology, because it was developed by the ISACA, and we're doing a certification, so it'll be a good one that we can talk about for the point of the certification. Let's talk about control objectives. The key of a control objective is just managing security. So if you've got your security team and they know what these control objectives are, then the managers can start thinking about the effectiveness of the various controls they have in place through a process known as gap analysis. So if you want only these things to happen, and these are your current state of controls, it's more about determining what your current state of controls are versus your future state of controls based upon what you're trying to do, and determining what those are. So then you can lay out the strategic plan, which is part of your architecture, on how to get to where your future goals are. Now, when you're looking at organizations, you can often rank organizations. You have to come up with some objective way. You can't just say not good, medium good, really, really, really good, and really, really, really great. I mean, what does that mean? So you typically need to come up with some level. And there's lots of maturity models that are out there for businesses for you to assess, for security you could assess. But we're going to deal with the ISACA, and they have a capability maturity model integration that system that they've developed. And that's really to gauge an organization, to look at their processes, to see where they're at, to get them to where they want to be in the future. And it begins with this level 1, level 5 ranking. And I'll begin with level 1 and tell you what is there. A level 1 organization basically is the organization whose processes are just unpredictable. Joey does his thing, Billy Bob does her thing, Mary does her thing, Blake does his thing, Sally does his thing. And it's a little bit on the willy-nilly side. You may find this in a small business. In a small business, it tends to be okay because, they're they're nimble, they don't have all the resources to do it the way they really need to. But as that business grows, all those little weaknesses will catch up to them very fast. Now, the problem with this is many organizations start out with this lack of processes, and many stay that way, and then they grow. And then it's incident, problem, and it encourages what you call firefighting, where you constantly have something you're working with and you're constantly searching for a fix. Now, it gets slightly better at level 2. of the control objectives, where the organization starts to implement some kind of processes on a per project basis. But still a reactive in nature organization. Sure, there's some control in a process, in one thing that you're doing, but it's a per project, not the entire global entity. So we're still a little weak here, but the organization's starting to try to come up with some controls. And then obviously we get to level 3. Now here we start to get a little bit better, where the organization establishes standard processes across the organization, and then each product is adapted. So we're starting to get somewhere. Now the organization is shifting towards a proactive management approach of their security. Now we get a little better with level 4, and this is where organizations are quantitatively managing their systems and they're enhancing their processes constantly. They're measuring things, they've got good controls in place, and they can quickly identify any kind of deficiency, and they can fix it very fast. And they can often look at a gap in a control at this level and say, oh, we better fix it before we get hacked. So now you're dealing with organizations that really know what they're doing. Now, level 5 is where organizations really have their act together, and they're constantly optimizing, and it's a process. We re-engineer, we fix it, we improve it, we adjust it, and we refine it, but there's controls in place. So that's typically a level 5 organization. Now, if we need to look at things we need to create goals, we need to create things that we need to be done. So we want to do it in the manner. We don't want to be telling the CEO, well, we're going to get to the security fix. When? I don't know. We want to be specific and be very clear. And we want to set goals that are typically what you would consider SMART. And SMART goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, or results-oriented, and time-based. So, if my goal was to pass the CISM exam, let's say that was a goal, a SMART goal might be, I will pass the CISM exam by March 15th, 2025, for example. Pick in any time you want. And the key here is it's specific. I will pass this exam. Is it measurable? Yeah, I'm either going to pass it or not pass it by this date. Is it achievable? Definitely. Is it results oriented? Yeah, I got to get a pass or a fail. And is it time bound? Yeah, I specified an exact date. So we want to do this not just for ourselves as we plan our lives, as we plan our careers. We want to deal with this for our security architectures. Now, the key here with any kind of control objectives, we want to align with the organization's business strategy. Because all this tech that we use for protection is no good if the business doesn't operate, right? Everything we do is to serve that business and protect that business. So security efforts must align with an organization's broader strategic objectives, the organization's functions, and any kind of practice necessary to be effective. And leaders must ensure that cybersecurity initiatives are going to contribute directly to an organization's success, instead of just being pushed, do this in isolation. Now let's discuss leadership support. You may have the best security architectures, the best designs, the best everything. But if you can't convince the CEO and the CFO to pay for it, it's all going to fall apart. So when we deal with security, we need to be very relevant to the executive suite. We need to be able to show the organization the risks that they actually have and why we need to mitigate these risks. So I don't care if you're a security architect trying to sell your solution to the CISO and the CEO, or the CISO trying to sell a solution to the CEO and the CFO. You're going to have leadership support. You want to design a new architecture? You're going to make sure that the stakeholders are going to have to agree that you can actually use this. They'll support the rollout. They'll support the use of whatever it is you're trying to do. So leadership support is going to be great. That's why when we train our architects at Go Cloud Careers, we spend so much time on leadership skills. But you're going to need leadership skills for either of these roles. Now, from what this really means is, when we are in security, we're not generating revenue. The cybersecurity team isn't selling products, so typically speaking, they're an expense. They are a risk. So everything you do, you constantly need to justify the why you're going to spend each dollar on cybersecurity, why it's better to invest in cybersecurity than it is to return the money back to investors or shareholders. So you need to be very crisp here on the finance side and the leadership side, because senior leaders and senior managers are ultimately responsible to increase shareholder value. So in a publicly traded company, the CEO's job is to make sure that the investors in that company, the stockholders, that either their stock price goes up or they get a dividend or something that increases their financial resources because they invested in that company. So the senior leadership has to focus on this. So that means when we need firewalls and IPS systems, and we need more architects and engineers, and we need to hire them, we need to convince leadership why and show the impact to their business. So this means we need to show how the leadership, how the security efforts are going to align with the organization's goals and objectives, along with crafting a business case for cybersecurity. Remember, if they need their systems to sell, for example, and their systems are hacked, they're not selling. So it's all about how we position everything we do. Now, when we build a business case, we have to show that the impact, that the risk to the organization that we're going to mitigate is going to cost less to mitigate than the risk actually is. So we're going to have to build a business case. We're going to have to establish very clear criteria and measure success. So if we've got a $100 million asset and the risk to that asset is $10 million per year, if we've got a $2 million security solution to protect a $10 million risk, it's probably good. But we have to build a business case around everything. Now, when it comes to security and it comes to creating a security strategy, we may have some internal influences, but we may also have some external influences. But the primary goal of us and the architects or the CISO or any of the security leadership is to maintain a strategy that's going to align with that organization's key business objectives. Now, that means it's not going to be developed in isolation. No strategy like this is going to be developed in isolation. It will need to speak to various stakeholders, include various internal and external factors. Did the cybersecurity risks change out there? Is there more hacking events that are going on out there? Did something change? Does the macroeconomic environment change? And does that show something change something for the business? All that needs to be thought of. We have to think of it in the broader business environment. What is that business's landscape? And how does that impact and the organization's commitments and investments in cybersecurity? What are the customer demands that we're dealing with? What are the customers' pressures? We need to think about all of that when we create a policy and we start thinking about how we secure anything with an architecture. We also need to look at what are the internal and external influences. So what's an organization's risk tolerance? Some organizations are more willing to accept risk than others. Some organizations really are about mitigating risk. What's the organization's risk tolerance? I promise you that's going to have a big impact on what you're able to do. An organization that's comfortable with risk is not going to spend as much to protect it. And that could be where they skimp it. Who knows? It's your job to make sure they don't skip on security. But external influences could also be a regulatory environment. So if you're in healthcare, you may have healthcare regulators to deal with in addition to potentially shareholders. So now you've got lots of competing influences on who you need to protect. Now, what else is going to determine what your security strategy is? Obviously, the threat landscape, because we can't use the same protection now as we can in the future because our adversaries will learn, and they'll learn how to counter new things, and new threats will constantly arrive. So what else will influence our strategy? Well, there'll be some emerging technologies. And that can be something big for us. There may be some new technologies that we need to integrate, some AI-enhanced security strategy firewalls. Great. But guess what? There could also be other things. What if, for example, everyone had quantum computing and they could easily break through your cryptography? What other means will we use to secure data? Would we have to use quantum computer-resistant cryptography things? And what would be the performance impact of that? But the key is we always have to think about what's going on in the world. We also need to understand now that we are in a hyperspeed news environment. Social media can spread data so fast. It's honestly scary from a business perspective. And we also have the risk and think about third-party considerations. What would the media do to us if we had a breach? What would industry groups or other vendors use against us or for us? So lots of ways we need to think about what we're doing. and be able to make sure that our strategy is going to align accordingly. Now, if we're going to keep confidentiality and integrity of our systems and our data, let's talk about some data roles, because not everyone is going to need the same level of access to data. And by being able to prioritize and select and who can determine who can do what, it goes a long way towards maintaining controls, especially from the confidentiality, integrity, and availability perspective. So let's begin with various types of data roles. We'll have things like data owners, asset owners, business and mission owners. We'll have things like data processors and data controllers, data custodians, administrators, as well as users and subjects. So let's talk first about what is the data owner. The data owner is going to be the person that's in charge of the data inside of the organization. So if the CEO is the captain of the ship, in most cases, the CEO is basically the data owner. And that means the CEO at some point is going to have to determine what's sensitive data and what is not sensitive data. So they're going to be at that strategy level. At the same time, we're going to have something called an asset owner. Now, the asset owner is going to be the person who owns handling the sensitive data. Now, because the asset owner is going to own handling of the sensitive data, but they don't actually own the data, they're going to have to work together with a lot of people. They're going to have to work with the data owners, the asset owners. They'll have to work with potentially systems administrators, and they'll have to work with users to create a security plan for the system. So this means that the asset owners and many others are going to have to collaborate somewhere along the line. But when we build our plan and we build our security plan, and we're talking about asset owners, for example, we need to make sure whatever kind of security plans we create are up to date when the systems are set up and that everything's set up upon the rules that were properly agreed upon. Now, asset owners are going to have to make sure that anyone using the system, as well as support staff, also gets the right security training. And this means teaching people rules they need to follow. And by doing so, if the asset owner gets people security training, they're going to be less likely to make mistakes. Now, we have to train people in addition to just technology and other control systems. And this training will help put in place systems to make sure that employees know what to do, what not to do, and we can put in measures to control things. Now, we will also have something called a business owner. Now, the role of a business or a mission owner is going to vary widely across organizations. So the business owner can be something as similar as, say, a program manager, or they can be an information system owner. And that means that it could be potentially the same person with the same duties as, say, the system owner, or the roles may interrupt very closely with the system's owner. Now, business owners are going to be in charge of a process that's going to depend on the systems that are controlled by other parts of the organization. So they're in charge of a process. Now, maybe that means because they're the person that's running a business unit, for example. An organization has many business units, but they're in charge of a process, but it's going to be dependent upon systems for the rest of the organization, which is why we stakeholders often have to, why we architects have to go to so many stakeholders along the way in our architecture and get the owners or the business owners' approval. So the business owner, for example, could be responsible for sales. And if that business owner or stakeholder is responsible for all sales, that could be means they are responsible for, say, the e-commerce website, any systems that are used by the sales reps, and anything else, any other parts of the systems responsible for sales. So pretty big person here. We're typically talking about lots of ownership. Now, we'll talk about a data processor and a data controller. And these are really terms from the General Data Protection Regulation from the GDPR from Europe. You may need to know these, especially if you're dealing with European organizations, because it's part of these privacy standards. Now, a data processor is going to be an entity. Now, this could be a person, an organization, and that's going to possess personal data on behalf of, say, a data controller. Now, the processing activities that we're talking about can include looking at personal data, collections of data, recording of data, organizing, structuring, storing, and even more with the data. So data processors themselves don't actually have to own the data that they handle, but they act under the instructions of the data controller. Now, who's the data controller then? Now, the data controller is going to be an entity, meaning a person, a company, an organization, and that will determine the purposes and the means to process any kind of personal data. So effectively, the data controller is deciding why and how personal data should be processed for the organization. And they're typically going to have three primary responsibilities for ensuring that processing activities are going to comply with any relevant data protection laws. The data controller is usually the entity that has the direct relationship with the data subjects, meaning the individual whose data is being processed. Now, let's talk about a data custodian. So we may have the data owner, and they may delegate certain management tasks to their technology team, people that are going to manage the information where the data is actually stored. And these are called data custodians. And a data custodian is going to be responsible for maintenance, storage, and even transmission of data. Essentially, the data custodians, if you think about it, they're going to be tasked with the technical management of data. So the responsibilities of a data custodian might include things like ensuring the data is securely stored, using encryption when storing the information, managing access controls so that only authorized individuals can access or modify data, implementing some form of a backup strategy to protect against, say, any kind of data loss. So typically thinking, that's what you're thinking about a data custodian, and the responsibilities might include erasing data when you're done with it, but ensuring data, that its integrity, that it's passing any integrity checks, and that you're putting processes in place to make sure the data hasn't been changed, and overseeing any kind of technical aspects of transporting data. Now, we're going to talk about the criticality of effectively communicating the cybersecurity strategy. So let's assume we have the perfect cybersecurity strategy. We have the perfect technology systems, and either nobody knows how to use it, or someone gets phished and they give all the information to the attacker and they're null in our systems. So clearly, it's not enough for the tech to just work. We're going to have to effectively communicate our strategies. Now, a in-depth discussion of communications is beyond the scope of this, and this is what we would typically do in our architecture courses. But let's talk about some guidelines to try to help you communicate it more effectively. So you want to be relevant to your audience, and what do I mean by that? It means that know your audience, know what they care about, and know how to communicate to your audience in what they care about. It's typically called CXO relevancy. For example, if I'm going to communicate to the CEO, I'm not going to talk about what kind of throughput I can get through my next generation firewall. I'm not going to tell him about the behavioral detection of anomalies on my really cool next generation firewall, or her. I'm not going to tell him or her that. I'm not going to talk about the ACL rules that are on that firewall. I can't be telling the CEO about that. He or she needs to know things they care about, meaning, what is our business? What is it going to take to keep our systems available? Our business strategy is this. These are risks. How do you help me mitigate these risks? They're going to care about things like that, not related. So make sure you're relevant to your audience. Engineers care about the tech. Business people care about the impact on your business. And the C-suite is all about strategy. So make sure you frame it properly. If you give the wrong message to the wrong audience, it's not going to go over well. Now, you're going to have to use multiple forms of messaging. So when you're creating a new architecture or a new security strategy, whether you're the architect or the CISO, there's a lot that goes into getting people to use it. Part of it is making sure you're communicating with all the vendors and all the stakeholders, getting all the stakeholders buy-in and their feedback, and even be able to tune your architecture to make sure that you're helping the business as opposed to hurting the business. Then using multiple channels, you'll be in there kissing some babies, for example, giving lots of presentations. You'll be creating a marketing collateral or change collateral about the new security things. You'll be crafting training strategies and training programs at that architect level or CISO level that are going to be coming in, and you're going to be bringing people in. So you're going to have to come up with videos. You're going to have to come up with everything you can in multiple modes because different people learn differently. Well, sometimes you get lucky, and some organizations just have a culture of constant improvement or a culture of a certain kind of training of a certain kind of thing. And if that's the case, try to use whatever cultural norms you can use to earn established channels to actually do your training. But you're going to have to communicate everything. You're not going to know what to protect without communicating. You're not going to know how the company works without communicating. You're not going to know their processes without communicating. And when you finally design it all after doing all the parts that the architect would need to do, now you need to convince people to use it. So lots of communications that need to occur here. Whenever possible, keep communication succinct and focus on the point. Provide actionable, easy to understand advice, and emphasize the importance of every single individual's role. That's part of the solution or part of the strategy. Try not to overwhelm people with technical details. So now, we've talked about communicating things. We've talked about the business impact overall. So let's think about developing a cybersecurity action plan. Now, we have to create a comprehensive security action plan, a strategy, a blueprint, an architecture, if you will. And what we need to do is to figure out how do we take that company or that organization from its current state to its future state, because they're different, okay? So what is that transition that needs to happen? Could it just be one change? Poof, easy. Do we need transitions to do this first and then this first and then this first? Maybe. So we have to plan that. We have to think about it. But we want to think about our cybersecurity plan. Maybe we use standard project planning methodologies and tools to be able to make sure we do what we need to on time and on budget. Now let's think about it. So how do we ultimately lock things down? We implement controls or security controls. Now here, both the technical leaders that know how to implement these controls, like a firewall, for example, and the business leader, which knows what needs to protect, they work hand in hand to analyze the risk environment of the organization and determine the necessary level of protection for the risks that they're actually trying to manage. And control objectives here are going to be written based upon the desired states in the future. But, here the key is it's a plan. We're not doing the work yet. We're still planning the work. We're going to specify any kind of security controls or measures that are going to be needed to do to fulfill any kind of security objectives. So let's talk about categories of security controls. We have what you call technical controls. These are things that enforce confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Things like firewalls, access control lists, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention systems, encryption, identity and access management systems, for example. But we also have operational controls. So who can access the system? Let's look at who did what when they accessed the system. What are the logs telling us when they access the system? What kind of vulnerability scans or vulnerabilities are we dealing with in the system? So there's lots of different kinds of controls we can put. So technical, typically the hardware itself. Operational is usually related to a process to some degree, process managing technology. And managerial is really focusing on the risk assessments, the security planning, and the integration and security through all kinds of an organization's practices. So organizations need to be very careful about how they select their security controls. They should select security controls that meet their business objectives based upon the right criteria for their business. That means business needs. That means regulations imposed by external bodies for that business and its unique needs. And we can often achieve control objectives through a combination of technical, operational, and managerial controls. It's going to take most. It's not going to be typically one method. We also have other types of security controls. We have preventative controls. They're there to prevent an attack, like a firewall, if you will. We also have things like detective controls, which help us find threats when they're occurring. So if you think about intrusion detection systems, if you think about the ability or any kind of thing that's looking for challenges, that's more of a detective control. And then we also have things called corrective controls, which basically addresses the problem and remediates it. So restoring a backup, for example, post a ransomware attack would be the kind of thing we'd call it a corrective control. We also have what's called deterrent controls. So when you log into work and you see that banner message, for example, and it says you've logged into official systems, any misuse of this, and you'll be prosecuted, whatever, whatever. That's what you call a deterrent control. It's designed to scare you away. So lots of deterrent controls we could use in real world. People have a house. Beware of dog. That's a sign. It's a deterrent. Who's going to break into a house with a dog? So that's typically why people are talking about these type of deterrent controls. Now, we also have physical controls. These affect physical security. So if you can't get in somewhere, you're less likely to do damage. So maybe you've got a fence, you've got a lock, you've got a burglar alarm, which you have. And you also typically will have some kind of compensating controls, which we can use to mitigate risks when exceptions occur and we need to do things. So if we need to protect the confidentiality of our data, we're going to need some help along the way. And security is multi-layered. It's going to take multiple approaches, but we also have some tools from various domains to help us with various security challenges. When it comes to data loss, we have these data loss prevention systems, and they can help us enforce the security policy and some of these controls that we actually want to enforce. And by doing so, a good data loss prevention system can help us protect against data loss, data theft, by monitoring and securing some sensitive information. So typically speaking, when we're dealing with data loss prevention systems, they're going to detect unsecured sensitive data if it's on our system or on our network, and they'll typically block any kind of unauthorized transmission, and they will also alert administrators. So they can do a lot to really help protect sensitive data from not leaving our organization and protect our systems. Now, of course, there's various kinds of data loss prevention systems. We have some that are host-based, and basically what we're dealing with host-based systems is we install some kind of a software agent on a server itself, for example, and it will look and scan that server for sensitive information like social security numbers or credit card information and protect certain things. But it's going to be on a host. Now, we can also use something that's going to be a little bigger, a little more holistic, and these are going to be network-based data loss prevention systems. Now, here we put them on various components of the network, and now they're monitoring the network where all the traffic's actually going. And they're going to monitor and control outbound traffic to say, oh, this can't leave. And they can therefore prevent the transmission of unencrypted sensitive information outside of your organizations. Now, if we talk about the host-based versus the network-based, let's talk a little bit about the host-based side. So that's really going to identify, secure, and remove sensitive information, but it's going to be monitoring the system configurations. Maybe it'll block something like you being able to put it in a USB device and copy the data, but it's more about the host. Now, the concept of the network itself is watching everything going on the network, so it's much more holistic. And these things can be set up to block or encrypt any kind of unauthorized data transmissions, and they're often used in secure mail communications. It doesn't mean you can't use both. One to protect systems and another to protect the wide network and everything on it. So the key here is, how do these systems work? How do these data loss prevention systems work? Well, one is via pattern matching. And pattern matching often uses some AI or machine learning. And what it's going to do is it's going to look for and detect what it perceives as sensitive information or specific patterns of things or characteristics of things that look very sensitive and dangerous. I'm going to tend to try to block that ahead of time. Now, this pattern matching is good because it can look for things that feel wrong and then give you the opportunity, is it a problem or not? Another approach is use something called watermarking we can use, where basically here what we're doing is we're applying some electronic tags to our sensitive documents. And that way, by tagging it, we're basically helping the data loss prevention system track and secure these tagged documents across of our systems. Doesn't mean we can't use both technologies. And this is often used with digital rights management to enforce copyright and data ownership policies. Now, how else can we protect our data? Well, we can minimize it. It's called data minimization. And that's also about reducing the risk of what happens if your data was compromised. So here is how data minimization works. It's on this principle. If you have less sensitive stuff, then if you get attacked, you're going to lose less information. So Data minimization reduces risk by limiting how much sensitive data you actually hold. So the most straightforward approach to data minimization is to just destroy data when you no longer need it. And by therefore, it'll be less data they can get out. Now, if you can't minimize or remove the data, maybe you can de-identify the data and make it less damaging if it leaves. So if you can't remove your data, maybe transform it into something that de-identifies it. So you have your data, it's not so sensitive. So you may de-identify the data so you can't figure who it belongs to. You may anonymize the data. But what it all goes down to is you're basically altering the data so it can't be linked back to an individual, by therefore reducing the risk or the sensitivity of that data, because nobody can figure out what it means. We can also do something called data minimization and an obfuscation method, but we can really protect our integrity here. It's something called a hash. And basically with hashing, we'll basically apply a mathematical function to a data element, and that will take one element and transition into a hash value. So I stick in the letter A. I always get, for example, if I'm using a 256-bit hash, a 256-bit character output. The letter A always produces that same 256 character output. But theoretically, it's mathematically impossible to go from the output back to the source. There are some types of cryptography attacks, but for the most part, a hash will verify that the data hasn't changed, because it's going to hash that data. And if the hash hasn't changed, the data hasn't changed, you know your data has its integrity. So let's also talk about other ways to obfuscate or hide the data. We can talk about tokenization, where we can take sensitive values, and we can take those sensitive values with a unique identifier and maybe create something else. So maybe we create a secure lookup table. So instead of having Mike and all his Mike's personal stuff, there's a table that you can securely access Mike's personal stuff. Another way we can reduce data or minimize data is via data masking, where it partially redacts a lot of the sensitive information, and we replace it with like an X or an asterisk, making it unreadable. So you may see lots of this. You may have a credit card, you may log into your account and only see the last four numbers. Well, that's the reason that they're doing this, data minimization. So when we have to think about any way we want to protect things, let's think about all the considerations. So hashing may prevent against direct retrieval of the data, but it's vulnerable to a rainbow attack. This approach prevents against this and is vulnerable to this type of attack. This secures this, but this type of attack. So we're going to need a lot of thought, and we're going to have to be fairly proactive and holistic in how we do things when we create the right strategy. Now we're going to move on to talk about information security policy and governance. We're going to begin with the cybersecurity policy and the foundation of that policy. So a policy is going to be the cornerstone of any cybersecurity program. And it's a lot of what we do as cybersecurity architects, a lot of what leadership is involved in cybersecurity management, is creating a policy or a principle or a guideline or a set of rules that are going to guide that organization through its security operations. Now, the security policies will often draw from other frameworks and best practices that are out there. There are many. We've got some from the U.S. government, NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. The ISO, or the International Organization for Standardization, may also have frameworks you may want to use. And of course, policies can be also shaped by external compliance requirements and regulations. So you may be in an industry and you have to adhere to a certain set of requirements. That again could be a policy that you're using that as a framework to begin. The key here is we need governance in cybersecurity. And it's the governance that will create the procedures and controls that are going to help an organization manage its operations and efficiently. So typically the leadership, and when we're involved in security, there's going to be various leaders at different business units, and there'll be therefore many stakeholders for we architects to work with and manage. Now, if we don't have any governance or any overarching strategy, theoretically chaos could ensue. Employees will make any kind of decision they want, and there won't be any consistency, priorities, processes. It'll all fall by if we don't have any governance. So we need the governance for that reason. And the governance structure should really guide the development and execution of the organization's strategic plans. The key here is we're trying to align all the organizational activities and all the organization's overreaching goals. So let's talk about some corporate governance structures which are going to be there. So all corporations, most businesses, most everything has some form of a governance structure. So at the top of a business, you've got the corporate governance, and they set the strategy, the strategic plans for the business. And you may have a CEO, you may have a board of directors, that kind of thing that you're dealing with. So the model functions very well when the shareholders are going to be numerous and they're not going to be involved with everyday management, where the stakeholders, the shareholders are not involved every day. Because if we had a million holders of a stock and they're all trying to be involved every day in management, imagine this isn't going to work either. So basically what happens is the shareholders of an organization will elect a board of directors that will represent their interests and oversee the activity of the organization. So you've got the CEO at the top, but there's a board of directors that are experts in the field that are elected by the shareholders. And should the board of directors not like what the CEO is doing, the board of directors can fire that CEO. So there's the key. Everybody's got a manager. There's governance for everybody. So let's talk about the role of the board of directors. So they're mainly composed of major shareholders. Maybe somebody owns 10% stock in the company. Maybe they're on the board of directors, or they could be an expert in the field. So this person X used to be the CEO of, say, Microsoft, or a C-suite on Microsoft. Now we want you on our board of directors because you're an expert with running a tech company or a tech software company or what have you. Just a fake example we just used. So a lot of it is that. Generally speaking, when forming a board of directors, the best practice is to suggest to get a majority of the members to be independent of each other whenever possible. So they're not like all tied to the same kind of company or anything like that. Boards should meet periodically, maybe monthly, maybe quarterly, to make any kind of broad organizational decisions. These are things that are big decisions, not just normal management's daily operations and decisions to make. So if we think about operational management by the CEO appointed by the board is going to manage day-to-day operations and is going to be accountable to the board for both their performance as well as any decisions they make. The CEO, by comparison, will hire a team of executives, managers, and staff to execute the strategic plan and the strategic vision, and all those things that are part of the CEO's plan, along with the board of directors. Now, this governance hierarchy, from shareholders to individual contributors, it's structured in a way that the main goal is to maintain effective control and operational oversight of the company to make sure that it acts in the shareholders' best interest. Now, we will also have other types of governance that we work with in cybersecurity. We will have governance, we will have risk, and we will have compliance programs. And organizations may manage governance through governance, risk, and compliance programs, which are going to really integrate all those tasks: governance, risk management, compliance. And information security governance will extend all the way across the cybersecurity domain. But truthfully, it needs to go all the way up to the board, all the way to the CEO. And the CEO can design whoever needs to have be working in these programs. Maybe it's the chief operating officer, for example. But we really need to integrate information security with corporate governance. If we think about it, security is becoming more risks and more risks and more risks. And the more we're dependent on technology, the more risks imposed that to us, because technology is a great attack vector in certain cases. So now we're saying security is becoming more and more important. And what that means is you really need some cybersecurity people in this corporate governance. So the CISO hopefully is able to collaborate with the CEO and other senior executives to align that information security program with the security strategies. The cloud security architect or the security architect, again, is going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to speak across all levels of governance to create their plans. So we're there. The Chief Information Security Officer typically leads in designing and implementing any kind of information security governance frameworks that would be used. that'll then guide the organization's security functions and align again with the overall policy. So what you should be looking at is each one of these policy things we create, each new control we use is all to support the business's goals. So it all begins and it all ends with the business. So when we start thinking of governance, risk, and compliance programs, they need to have some good structure and, typically speaking, some enforcement. So the governance framework will involve setting up a management structure for the cybersecurity team. And that's going to have to parallel other organizational management structures because cybersecurity is such a critical function in the business. It needs to include mechanisms for the security team to enforce actions if and when they need to. So again, lots of work in these programs to make sure that things are going to work and they're going to function as designed. We may need to make sure that any kind of policy across the organization is going to need to be created to extend compliance with all parts of the organization's cybersecurity needs. Now, with regarding communicating of it and of authority of this corporate governance, risk, and compliance environments, the cybersecurity's function and its authority are going to be defined by the corporate's governance mechanisms. Security leaders should use any kind of reporting structure that they have and any kind of communication channels that they need when possible, and even establish new ones, because if we don't have the governance and the leadership of the organization speaking with the cybersecurity people, we're going to have problems. The security won't be taken seriously. The people won't follow the plan, and that means we'll get hacked, we'll have problems, and we'll lose that confidentiality, integrity, and availability that we're working so hard for. One of the more critical things the architect will have to do and the CISO will have to bring into their management is an actual business case. Now, I wish I could say the companies woke up and said, Mike, how much can I spend today on cybersecurity? But they don't. In fact, while I have done billion-dollar architectures in my life, I literally never met anyone that woke up and said, Mike, how can I spend my money on tech? So what you're going to have to do at the architect level is to be able to show people that the investment they make in technology, in control systems, is worth it for their business. And that means you're going to need to be able to look at an organization's risks and quantify their assets and to quantify the risks on those assets to be able to determine what is their actual risk per year. And that's the kind of thing we would teach in an architect program. But this is a basic certification, the CISM. So we're focusing on certification training here. But you need to understand that organization's assets and their risk, because the solution we ultimately have to design has to cost less than the actual risk that we have. So if I've got a risk that's $10 and I spend $20 protecting that $10 asset, I'd be insane. It'd be ridiculous. I wouldn't do that. But if I've got $1 billion asset and it costs me $10 million to protect it, that might make sense. So we really, at the architect level, need to really look at that organization, its assets, whether its assets be plant, property, or equipment, or its assets be information, or its assets being intellectual property. Figure out what the risks to those assets are, and then show how the solution to mitigate these risks or deal with the risks will cost less than the risk itself. Ding, ding, ding. That's how you get your clients to always say yes to your cybersecurity architectures, or almost always say yes. Now, you can't just show that it's going to be worth it. You have to do better than that. Let's say you have $10,000 that you can invest. Investment A gives you a 15% return on investment, and investment B gives you a 20%. Well, you'll say, Mike, I'm going to invest in the 20%, right? Of course you would. You're not going to take the lower value investment, assuming risks and everything else, all things are created equal. Neither would a business. So you're going to have to show the business that the cost to solve the problem is less than the actual problem is itself. And you're going to have to show the organization it's more important to fix the problem you want them to fix for someone else, because the organizations, just like you and me and everyone else, has an opportunity cost. You can only spend your time in one place. You can only spend your money in one place. So we're going to be doing a lot of business case creation as architects. Now, I can't teach you in this course how to do it. I do teach it in our architect programs, but let me give you some basic guidelines from the components of creation of a business case. First, we need to describe the scope, right? And this needs to concisely describe the scope of the proposed cybersecurity initiative? Meaning, is it just for a demilitarized zone for a new web app? Is it organization-wide? What's the scope? Then we need to think about the strategic context. We need to show the need for this security initiative and align that with the organization's broader strategic goals. Okay, goals are here, risks are here. Here's the strategy that's going to get you there. And here's why you need it. So you're again showing that business what's in it for them for investing in your organization. Then we need to do a cost analysis. Now here we're going to look at the cost. The cost of whatever hardware we're buying, the cost of whatever software there is, whatever maintenance there is on it, whatever support cost there is, the number of people we need, the cost of those people. We need to think about all those costs and plan them ahead of time. Now, we also have to compare that to alternatives. This is option A. Option A, it does this for us. It offers us A, B, C, and D as these benefits, but it comes with this risk. Option B, we considered this too, and it gave us benefits Alpha, Charlie, Papa, Uniform, and Tango, but it came with risks Victor, Bravo, November. So, we're looking at whatever these are. They're just arbitrary risks, ABC, what have you. But, think about that. We always have to talk about the evaluation of the alternative. Why did we choose what we did? What was the reasons why? What trade-offs did we evaluate and make the selections? And we may need to show people why we chose what we did. Now, in addition to that, we need an ROI model or return on investment capital model, typically speaking, that shows the organization the business benefits they get from investing in something. Now we typically need a project plan that's going to show step 1, step 2, step 3 along the way. We may even need a management plan that's going to describe the ongoing oversight of the initiatives, and it's going to make sure that it integrates with the organization's information security and corporate governance frameworks. As you can see, we architects, we are having a whole lot of documents, business case creation, meeting with stakeholders, coming up with policies. That's most of what we do. It's all planning. Actually, it is planning. Now, along the way, we may also have to deal with third-party relationships. So let's say I make cars, right? I'm a car manufacturer. Maybe I need to get tires, right? Maybe I need brakes, right? Maybe I need batteries, right? Windshield wipers. I don't know what goes in a car. I'm not a mechanic. I just know how to drive one, and I take it to the mechanic when it breaks. But you get the point. Anytime we have third-party relationships, imagine a car manufacturer that didn't have relationships to tire vendors and brake people. Well, they'd have to make them all themselves, right? Might that slow their process down? So many times in business, businesses make business arrangements with other organizations, third-party relationships, and these can present really good business opportunities. Okay, car company connected to 5 different tire companies. Great. Now the company can probably get the tires it needs when it needs it at a better price. Great. Now the company connected to 5 external entities. And if any of these external entities got hacked, could they come into your system? So third-party relationships means new risks. So anytime we open up or connect to anyone other than ourselves, we have opportunities for business, but now we've got new risks. We have to precaution. We need to plan for it. So we can also come up with agreements that can help us manage risks, master service agreements, service-related agreements, memorandums of understanding, all kinds of agreements. And I'll talk about what they are. We may also use something. The first thing we may use is something called a master service agreement. And basically, when a master service agreement is created, it's going to serve as an umbrella contract for ongoing vendor services, including detailing security requirements. So you put your information in here. This is the agreement between you and the vendor. The vendor agrees to do whatever. Now, we may also have something called a service level agreement. Now, that's going to basically define the standards. I will have your systems up and running 99.99% of the time. Great. And if for some reason those systems aren't running 99.99% of the time, the vendor may owe some financial remedies to the party whose contract was breached. So if you pay $10,000 a month for this and it doesn't meet your requirements, maybe you get $500 back or $1,000 back. So it's a guarantee of service, and if the provider doesn't meet that service, then they give you some form of financial penalty. It may not be enough. What if they guaranteed you 99.99% availability and you're a hospital? And guess what? You didn't get it. You had a 2-day outage and people died. Yeah, sure, you're going to get some cloud money back, But what if people died? So service level agreement is not going to cover that. So think about that as we move through these things. Service level agreements, they're not enough by themselves to completely manage risks, especially when dealing with partnerships. Now, there are other documents called memorandums of understanding, and in architecture and consulting, you may be creating a lot of these. And basically, this is an informal like contract without being a contract. And it's a document to clarify who does what. It establishes the relationships. It just helps prevent understanding. It's kind of like a contract without all the binding terms. So binding. Memorandum of understanding, you do it often in a consulting engagement. And architecture is often a consulting engagement. And there's also business partnership agreements. And now if we've got 2 or more businesses, the business partnership agreement will outline the responsibilities of what's going to happen in what profit division when the 2 companies work together in a joint venture. Now, another type of document we're going to be dealing with constantly in third-party relationships is non-disclosure agreements, which means that you agree to protect the confidentiality of information and that of the other party. So you could have 2 companies doing together and they could each sign a non-disclosure agreement, and neither one of those parties can tell anybody about their work together. In some cases, they can't even say that they do business together. So protecting the confidentiality of the information. Again, it's a legal contract with a person or a company, and of course that's broken. Then there's the courts of law for that. Now, I don't want you to think that an organization is going to get involved in a business relationship and it's going to just naturally last forever. Sometimes the business relationship has to end. And that means that organizations must have a protocol and a policy. Me and architects, new policy to create here is to help an organization terminate basically a relationship with a vendor and how to move on from that. Now, this could be a company wants to leave a vendor, or you're in a vendor and they make a product or a service and all of a sudden they don't make it anymore, but you're still their customer under contract. So when we deal with end of relationships, we need everything. So we need to plan for end of life and end of service life scenarios with products. We need to have a way to get out of the vendor and into a new vendor if that's appropriate. But all these kind of elements that ensure that our cybersecurity efforts are going to be justified, well planned, and across organizations are going to need to occur. They are going to help us manage and mitigate risk, whether they're internal partnerships or external partnerships. Let's really dive into some policy documents. So an organization is going to have an information security policy framework. And that is going to include various documents that is going to detail the organization's cybersecurity program. Now, the complexity of the documents is going to be based upon the organization's size, the organization's nature, and the sensitivity of information and resources in the organization, because different organizations have different types of challenges. So they're going to be custom tuned to the organization. Now, there's plenty of documents that can go into a policy document. There'll be things like policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines. And of course, we're going to talk about what they are. Let's begin with the policy. Now, the policy, the whole point is to really show management's intentions for cybersecurity. And the key here is usually required. You have to follow the policy if you want to work here. So that's typically what you think about the policy. Now, there's going to be a lot of components of the security policy, but some of them will be things like a commitment to cybersecurity, a mandate to protect information confidentiality, information integrity, and systems availability, provisions potentially on information ownership. There's typically an appointment and responsibilities of a chief information security officer. There's typically some kind of authorization for the CIO to create standards, procedures, and guidelines. Let's talk about the policy creation. That typically is going to take multiple people and many approvals along the way to make sure other key business people agree with the policy and can support the policy. Often it has to go straight up to the CEO. Now, policies themselves are going to be deliberately broad to allow for flexibility in how you choose to adapt to changes in the business environment. They're guidelines. Well, I don't want to call them guidelines. They're ways that the organization and management wants cybersecurity to run in that organization. Now, we also come up with the concept of a standard. So a standard is going to be how a specific policy will be implemented. And again, this is going to be a mandatory thing. So a standard might be The minimum operating system to be used on our environment is Red Hat version 8. Whatever X. That is our standard operating system. Now, with that standard build, we remove these packages, we create these types of security measures. That could be a standard. And we can adapt to a standard internally, externally, or anywhere in between, or a hybrid approach. But that's a standard where we might set up. Every demilitarized zone is going to look like this. So something like that. Now, procedures are a little bit different. Procedures are step-by-step instructions. So how do you do this? Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5. And I'm hoping what you can see here is we're going to have some things that are going to be high level from the business perspective, some things about here's a security standard we've created, some things on here's how you to do things in a repeatable manner so it's done properly. And we may have a procedure for building a new system, deploying a new software to a production environment, a procedure to respond to security incidents. Now, this is a document that's going to follow a framework that's going to ensure every aspects of an organization's security are going to be clearly defined and spelled out and managed in the way people do their jobs, which is different than a guideline, which is really more about a best practice and a recommendation for specific concepts, technologies, or tasks. Now, here, compliance is typically not mandatory, and it's provided as helpful advice. Now, the visibility of guidelines can really differ based upon an organization's culture. So it's going to be dependent upon the organization. Now, let's say you've got a policy and you created a policy for the right reasons. And all of a sudden, something can't adhere with the policy. Maybe you've got a standard that says, here's what I need to do, minimum operating system. And now you've got an application that won't work on that operating system. So we have to be able to come up with exceptions and compensating controls. So we need to allow some degree of flexibility in our security policies, standards, and procedures to deal with things that are anomalies. So we have to provide that kind of mechanism for a compensating control, how we will handle things that are exceptions to whatever rules that have been established by the policy. Now, that means we need a process for that, right? So we need to define specific criteria for granting exceptions, when that would need to occur, and when it should be allowed versus disallowed. And we need to designate an individual or a committee that's going to be responsible for approving exceptions if and when they need to occur. Now, when we are developing policies, we want to make sure alignment. We need to make sure that they align with our organizational processes for better acceptance. If the security policy gets in the way with the way an organization processing occurs, it could break the organization. So we have to align them whenever possible, and we really want to be careful to do so. So let's talk about some principles for developing a policy. First, don't try to create it on your own. You're dealing with an organization. So yes, you may start at the C-suite, but you will have to communicate with many stakeholders along the way. You're going to have to engage with stakeholders. You're going to have to get input from all relevant parties that are going to be affected by the policy. And you need to make sure that everyone's position is considered. But it doesn't mean that you need to adhere to what everyone actually needs, because you may not get consensus, especially in a large organization. But you have to seek input from everyone that matters. Now, you should adhere to some form of a structure. You should understand and utilize both formal and informal organizational structures to get policy approval. Sometimes you got to go talk to somebody. Sometimes you got to take someone for dinner and drinks. Sometimes you got to give a presentation, but find a way to adhere to the structure, get the approvals you need to in a manner that's going to be smooth, whatever you need to do that. Now, when you've got a policy, check for fit. So make sure the policy is going to fit with an organization's culture. Tailor those policies towards the organization's culture and leadership tone. And at the same time, any policy we have is going to be null and void if it doesn't actually comply with regulations, right? So we need to make sure that the policies meet internal governance and external legal requirements and avoid any contradictions between internal requirements, governance, legal requirements. We need to stay legal. Now, when we create a policy, after we draft it, the policies need to go through an approval process, the standard organizational approval process. And once the policy is approved, then it needs to be communicated to key stakeholders across the organization. We need to get their buy-in and their support and to feed it into the rest of the organization. So we need to place policies in a maintenance cycle. Maybe every time we do annual reviews, we also look and check the security policy and make sure there's compliance, what have you. Okay, so there are a lot of regulations that can impact cybersecurity, and we're going to discuss some of them. So cybersecurity at this point has become a significant concern globally because of its potential impacts on individuals, governments, and society, and because it's now top of mind for everyone. Even the Global Economic Forum is looking about the shortages in cybersecurity people and its impact on the global economy. So regulations are becoming globally available on cybersecurity. And different regions have different regulatory approaches to managing cybersecurity risks. We're going to go over an overview of some of these. We'll start with the European Union. The European Union has a very comprehensive data protection framework through the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation Act or environment. And that's going to set out security policies and standards for handling personal information of European Union residents, and it's applicable worldwide. So anybody that deals with European residents and their information must comply with GDPR. Now, again, different regions are going to have different regulatory approaches. The United States has other things as well, and it's got a more fragmented approach, though. So in many cases in the U.S., we have some industry regulations, and then we also have government regulations, and and then in some cases they can overlap, and in most cases we have to take the most specific of the bunch. So one of the types of regulated industries in America is, say, healthcare. And for that, we have HIPAA, or the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. And really, this mandates security rules and privacy rules for medical professionals, medical insurance companies, financial clearinghouses, and anyone that focuses on health information. Now, basically, to summarize HIPAA in a few words, HIPAA comes up with the concept of business associate, and that means if you're involved in someone's care, you're probably allowed to know about the patient. But if you're not involved in their care, you're not allowed to learn. I'll give you two examples. In both examples, I'll use me and my wife because we can both practice internal medicine. So in example one, I see a patient. I'm not sure what to do with this patient. I want, say, my wife to consult on it, and she had a lot of time she spent in cardiology. So I send my patient that comes in with high blood pressure. I don't like their EKG. And I send that patient to my wife's office where she's practicing cardiology that day. I send a note. I call her and say, it's nice to speak to you. I'm speaking to you about patient XYZ. They're on the way to your office. I send them to you right now because of XYZ problem. Now, my wife, Lisa, who's functioning as that patient's cardiology nurse practitioner that day, can provide care for that patient. And then she can send me a letter that says, I've taken care of your patient today. They had this problem. Here's my treatment plan that I've initiated. I recommend you continue it. That is legally fine. What's not fine is if my wife is not involved in the patient's care and I had a day at work and I come home and say, dear, let me tell you about patient X, Y, Z. That would not be legal if she was not involved in their care. So HIPAA states that people, for the most part, that are involved in a patient's care, involved for paying for the patient's care, can know about the patient's information, and no one else can. Now, in the banking world, guess what? We have another one. Well, this isn't exactly banking. It's more payment cards. The payment cards have their own regulations, and it's called PCI DSS. And that's the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. Now, this, again, is going to provide guidelines for the secure handling of credit and debit card information. So if a business processes or uses or stores credit card information, they must comply with this PCI DSS. And while it's not exactly a law per se, there's usually contractual obligations for merchants to follow this industry standard. So in some cases we have laws, in some cases we have standards. Now, here's another, in this case, it would be more of a law, and it's the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act. You may hear it called the GLBA, and that is related to the United States. It regulates U.S. financial institutions, including non-traditional institutions like colleges that would, say, handle student loans, real estate appraisers, and debt collectors. And basically, it means that any organization is going to have a formal security program if they are dealing with financial records, for example. Now, another type of regulation that you may hear about is Sarbanes-Oxley. So around the year 2000, there were many big publicly traded companies that faked their earnings on their reports, and that caused very large bankruptcies. So the government enacted this law called Sarbanes-Oxley, this act, and that was how publicly traded companies in the U.S. would report their information in a secure manner to prevent against financial fraud in the future. In the U.S., you may also have to contend with the Financial Educational Rights and Privacy Act, FERPA, and that requires U.S. educational institutions to implement various security and privacy controls for their students and their students' educational records. And of course, states themselves can have their own laws. So, for example, each state may have their own data breach notification laws, and these are going to vary state by state. But if data is breached, these laws may tell who needs to be told what, whom, how, when in a timely manner. So lots of these types of environments that we can think about as it pertains to regulations. Now let's discuss the Cobid Framework. The Cobid Framework is from the ISACA. And since the CISM is an ISACA exam, it makes sense to cover the Cobid Framework. And the Cobid Framework is really a comprehensive approach to IT management and IT governance. And the most recent revision as of the time of this recording was the Cobid 2019 Framework. Basically, it provides some principles to make sure the systems are going to be secure. And there's going to be some governance principles. So one is that there's an enterprise necessity for security. And that means that it's going to be essential to make sure that stakeholder security needs are going to be met and that they're going to be deriving value from their information technology. And it's not going to be just wasting money buying tech that's going to do nothing for the business. Cobid Framework is fairly holistic in nature, and it typically integrates various components from a big holistic overall perspective. The Cobid Framework tends to be dynamic with regards to adapting to changes fairly dynamically and quickly. And it creates this distinction between governance and management. So there's governance are these high-level, more strategic organizations. Management is more about, the day-to-day, making sure things get done. There's much more of a tailored design. There's a tailored design in this Cobid Framework. And because it's a basic framework, which is more of a high-level perspective of all the things you need to think about, that makes it easy for you to tailor it to an organization's need. It typically becomes comprehensive as well because we're dealing with these frameworks environments. They're going to extend far beyond IT. They're going to include technical information processing things. They're going to look holistically at that organization and its actual needs. And Cobid's going to be a conceptual model like all these frameworks. They're going to be on a clearly defined conceptual model. And the key is to ensure consistency, and maybe we can even automate certain things along the way. So we want to make sure that that when we're dealing with Cobid, we understand that it's open and flexible. So we need to be adaptable. So we're going to have to constantly integrate new content as emerging threats come out with. So we need to keep what we have and be able to tune it and be open and fairly flexible. And no matter what we do, I want you to think about an organization that's governed by a lot of things. So let's say an organization is governed in the United States. They're a hospital. They take credit cards. Ooh, now we got to deal with PCI DSS. But they also have patients, and now we need to deal with HIPAA. So that organization could have its security policy. It's going to have to deal with the HIPAA framework, the PCI DSS framework. So, and maybe it's in a state where the state's got its own regulations, and it's also got some other U.S. government regulations. So we can be having multiple governance things we need to deal with and multiple standards. So make sure that whatever framework we're using, we're addressing the holistic nature of this. Now, with Cobid has some good domains and objectives to think about. So one of them is what they call EDM, and the goal here is to evaluate, direct, and monitor. And what they're really talking about is effective governance, strategic goal centering, and monitoring and seeing what's going on in the systems. They also have the concept of an APO, which refers to align, plan, and organize. But here's the key. It's a framework. They're trying to align the technology, the processes, the procedures with the organization's needs. Again, organizing and structuring IT functions according to business needs. They have the concept of what they call BAI, or build, acquire, and implement, and that really refers to the development, acquisition, and integration into IT systems. They have what they call deliver, service, and support, DSS, which is more related to the management of the IT operational tasks. And then they have the monitor, evaluate, and assess. They call it MIA. And that's really related to measurement of the effectiveness of the solution that you've designed and the systems you've designed against the performance targets that you've specified and any other external requirements as well. Now, inside of the components of the governance system of the Cobid framework, we're going to have processes. And that's going to define operations and workflows. There'll be the concept of services, infrastructure, and application, which are going to be the resources used to support the IT's functions. And of course, we're going to have people and skills and competencies. So we're going to need a certain level of people. They're going to need a certain set of skills. And what are that we need to think about when we talk about governing our system? Now, when we think about our systems, we have to think about culture, ethics, and behavior. So if we have got an organization culture that says yes to something or no to something, we don't want to fight that culture whenever possible. But we want to make sure whatever we're doing is we're following good ethical, legal, and moral standards along the way. And we want to make sure that if we have information, we protect that information and management along the way. Now, when we look at the components of the Cobid governance system, each component of the domain is going to play a role in effectively governing and managing the resources. Every component is doing something. That's the Cobid system. Now, let's discuss the NIST framework. Now, the NIST framework is a major framework that's widely implemented. And the NIST framework is from the U.S. federal government. The current version of NIST is 2.0. And the more recent changes are more executive involvement in security. As technology is becoming more and more critical to business, security is becoming more important to business as well. So we'll talk about the core elements of the NIST cybersecurity framework. At the core, we have something called functions. Now, the framework core is going to be structured around 5 concurrent and continuous functions, which are going to include identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Now, these are fairly high-level strategic views of the life cycle of an organization's management of its cybersecurity risks. So think about it. Identify, protect something, detect anything that's going on, respond to it, and recover from it. So really good high-level perspective. That's why this is so widely used. Now, the framework core is going to have categories and subcategories. So for every function, there's going to be a specific category. So for every asset that we're going to manage, there'll be something like access control that's going to be dedicated to it, and potentially even subcategories that are going to be related to actions inside of a category. So that could get even more granular. Now, we're really talking about some informational references, informative references here. So there are going to be specific set of standards, guidelines, and practices that are going to be common among any kind of critical infrastructure sectors. And that should give you methods to figure out how to achieve the outcomes that you're looking at in each subcategory. So if I wanted to protect a web server, for example, there may be other things we can do to protect that web server, what the demilitarized zone look like, what the firewall rules look like, what we're doing on that server. So lots of things that we could be dealing with. But each function is an asset that we're going to manage and then a function related to that asset. Now, it might not be for a web server, but I'm using it as an example. Now, when we deal with the NIST framework, we're going to have something called information tiers. And these tiers are going to be things called like partial, risk-informed, repeatable, and adaptive. The key here is it's going to help organizations really contextualize their cybersecurity practices and processes they're engaged with. We talked previously talking about level 1, level 2 with the Cobid framework, and when we went from ad hoc to highly structured, we're typically talking about implementation tiers. We have to find a way to contextualize what our organization has. And these tiers typically reflect a progression from informal to reactive responses to a more strategic and risk-informed approach. Now, within the NIST framework, we have something called the profile. And that's going to align with functions, categories, and subcategories within the business requirements, the business's risk tolerance, and the resources of the organization. And organizations can develop current and target profiles to help identify opportunities for improving their cybersecurity posture over time. Now, For the latest version or more specific updates, please go to the NIST website. Let's talk about ISO standards. So ISO, the International Standards Organization, also has some standards for information technology frameworks and security. One of them is ISO 27001, and that is an ISO standard for security. And it honestly details requirements across 14 categories of control objectives. Things like information security policies, organization of information security, human resource security, asset management, access control, cryptography, physical and environmental security, operation security, communication security, and system acquisition, development, and maintenance. So as you can see, ISO standards are robust. They address supplier relationships, information security incident management, and information security aspects of even business continuity management. So it addresses compliance with internal and external requirements such as organizational policies and even legal regulations. So ISO 27001 was once widely adopted, but its popularity has decreased recently because it's so complex and it's so robust. So it's typically used in organizations that need very strict compliance. And organizations that need strict compliance often choose to formally adopt the ISO 27001 standard, and then they undergo rigorous certification programs and make sure their compliance is assessed and even evaluated by external evaluators, deeply regulated industries. So keep this in the back of your mind. Now, the ISO 27001 was big, so there was also the ISO 27002, and that's another control objective that was specified in 27001, but by detailing the specific controls organizations can now implement to meet their cybersecurity objectives. So it was designed, the ISO 27002 was designed as a supplementary supplement to go along with 2001, at least initially. And it was about selecting information security controls, implementing information security controls, developing information security management guidelines. And due to its advisory nature, the ISO 27002 was often viewed more as a guideline than a strict standard. Now, of course, we have the ISO 27004, which provides guidance on establishing consistent processes for monitoring, measuring, analyzing, and evaluating an organization's information security management functions, as well as ISO 27701, which focuses on privacy controls. ISO 27701 offers guidance as an extension to the 27001 and 27002 framework, specifically addressing privacy management. And ISO 31000 now offers guidelines for risk management programs. And while it's not going to be specific to any kind of cybersecurity or policy, this kind of a standard will provide a framework that's going to be applicable for managing various types of organizational risks. Let's talk about some benchmarks and some secure configuration guides. So while NIST and ISO provide really good high-level guidelines on cybersecurity and risk management, they tend to lack any kind of specific implementation instructions. So we're going to have to fill this gap, and that's where we come up with benchmarks and guides. So there'll be various benchmarks and secure configuration guides that will be published by vendors, industry groups, and even governmental agencies. And the content of these guides is going to provide very detailed instructions on how to securely operate a common platform, such as an operating system, a web server, an application server, or even a network device in certain cases. And the role of these baseline standards is they're going to guide an organization, and it's going to make sure the organization knows how to implement and assess and measure these things related to their security posture. So there'll be some quality control processes here that we need to think about that are going to be crucial for verifying that security controls are going to be adequate and functioning inside of an organization. We're going to have to look at the controls and the quality environment and look at all the components of the security program. That means regular testing of security controls, Formal evaluations like audits and assessment, we can't just build it and hope. We need to test and be sure that the systems are going to fulfill their needs. One of the ways we do this is with audits, which are going to be formal evaluations of an organization's security or compliance. It'll typically be conducted on behalf of a third party. And it often includes conduct as well, and who can actually do the audits. Are they done by internal audit departments, external firms? And if it's going to be done by a governing body or a regulator, it's typically going to be an audit requested by an external firm. But it could be either internal or external. So let's talk about some SOC reporting. So some service organization controls and some SOC audits that we may need to deal with, which is where these security controls are going to be verified and their quality will be checked. We can have something called the SOC 1 audit, which is basically really just assessing the controls related to an organization's financial reporting accuracy. Now, when we get into a SOC 2 audit, what we're dealing with is we're focusing on controls that affect security, confidentiality, integrity and availability, and even privacy of information. Now, here the results that an organization gets are typically confidential. The person performing these scans or audits typically had to sign an NDA. Now, we may also find a SOC 3 report, and that's going to be similar to a SOC 2. And then it typically focuses on controls relating to security, confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy. But now the results are intended for public disclosure. So an organization is going to go through these and show the world they're secure. Let's dive a little deeper into these. So if we've got a type 1 SOC report, that's more about the auditor's perspective and opinion on the controls that an organization has. When we get into type 2, it's going much further to assess the operational effectiveness of the controls. And the practices of looking at various components definitely can aid to an organization's overall security posture. Now we're going to start talking about cybersecurity risks and risk management. And the whole point of us as cybersecurity architects or cloud security architects or even chief information security officers, our goal is to reduce risks for the organization. And organizations have a tremendous number of risks related to losses in terms of the confidentiality of the data, their integrity of their systems, and of course the availability of their systems. But I want you to think about these types of risks to the actual business related from cybersecurity risks. If there's a data breach for an organization, that can pose some pretty large financial risks for the organization. So the organization may have to pay for the data breach. They may have to pay for, say, credit monitoring, and they have to notify people. Well, for example, it might be $150 to $250 per person whose information is breached. So what if 1 million people's information is breached? Now, that's something you can put a hard number to. But if an organization's data is breached, what does that say about that organization and the organization's reputation, for example? Do they really try hard to protect you? And that can also cause a lot of damage to the organization's brand. Now, we could also, for example, have a disruption in the business. Now, you may not think of that as a cybersecurity risk, but it still is a risk to an organization and their systems and their businesses. So a natural disaster could also cause a problem. And that's why in cybersecurity, we'll be doing things like business continuity and disaster recovery planning. And at the heart of that is actually knowing what your risks are. So that's where we're going to talk about risk management first. And you can think about risk management as any type of a process that you can do to find the risks that an organization would have and then find a means to mitigate these risks. So for the purposes of this chapter, you can think of risk management as the process and protection of personal information, but it could be any component of the system. But at least for the exam, that's how I would have you think about it. So I want you to think about what would really go into an enterprise risk management program. And it needs to be a pretty structured approach. The first thing you would need to do to secure something is to identify any of the potential risks that exist. Okay, this is a risk, this is a risk, and this is a risk. Now, the next thing you would think about is what is the severity of the risk? Okay, you could be attacked this way, but if they can only get this, is that a big risk? They can get in this way, but if they get in, they can get this. And this is something that's very valuable to you. So part of what you have to do is not only do you have to identify the risk, you have to look at the impact and the severity of each risk. And then what we need to do as CISOs or cybersecurity architects is to help an organization implement the strategies necessary to manage the risks they have. And there's lots of ways organizations can manage risks. But when we talk about risk management, and we'll talk about risk management strategies, there's some terms that will pop up again and again. And we have to be fairly specific in what we're talking about here. So let's talk about the difference between threats, vulnerabilities, and risks. Now, a threat is going to be an event that could impact the security of an organization. So, an event that could occur. Now, a vulnerability is a weakness in the system that a threat could use to exploit to get into the system. And a risk is really whether an attacker can exploit a threat or a vulnerability. And you can think of a threat without a vulnerability, and you also have to think of terms of a threat with a vulnerability. So what do I mean by this? Because it's starting to get there. So you might have a system that has a weakness in its software that's a vulnerability. Now, there's still a threat of other attacks actually occurring, not just that one vulnerability. But you could have a known vulnerability and have threats, known and unknown. So we have to think about what that actually means. So you can think of that threat again as any kind of event that could impact the security. And a vulnerability is any weakness in the system that a threat might actually use to exploit to break into the system. And you can think of risks any kind of time where you've got a weakness or a vulnerability in the system, it's going to enhance your risk. So when we talk about risk management, there's some concepts I want to go over. But risk management is really identifying the problems, identifying the risks, and then finding a way to go mitigate it. And we have to look at all the organization's assets. We have to understand the business. We can't do risk management without it. So when we look at risk management, we'll also have to determine if the cost of solving the risk or the problem is justified. So if I've got to protect an asset and the asset's worth $100, it's not worth spending $1,000 to protect that $100 asset. Unless there's something special about that $100 asset, meaning it's got some sentimental value to us, or that asset that's only worth $100 is super sensitive. So the point is we have to determine the protection mechanisms make sense. We have to justify the investment we're spending. So what we have to do here in risk management is to find the most effective strategy we can to minimize as many of the risks we can at the cost the company can actually afford. So we have to think about how to prioritize what we can fix. We're almost never going to get to a zero risk environment. There's no such thing as zero risk, but it's all about risk mitigation and understanding the risk and building a strategy around them, a strategy that aligns with that organization's objectives for their business. So let's talk about how we would do this. The first round that we need to go through of risk management is going to lay the foundation for what we need to actually do. And the first time we're going to have to look at everything. And then each time we repeat it, we can check and make sure that we're doing what we need to, that our protections are robust and secure, because things change over time and we need to keep making sure that our risk management is updated with new risks as they occur. So starting with that. So the goal of risk management is really to reduce the risk to a level that's acceptable for that organization and everyone involved. Again, not possible to ever have no risk. Airplane travel is incredibly safe, but occasionally something happens with an airplane. That's why there's no such thing as a no-risk airline. Airplane travel is extremely safe compared to other forms. But there's never a no-risk environment. But when they build these airplanes, they do a lot to try to make sure they stay in the sky. They typically have multiple engines. They've got redundant systems. They can fly in challenged environments. So there's a lot that's put into that to kind of protect the risk of those planes as well. So think about all that goes into risk mitigation and risk management. And there's lots of things that are done along the way. Now, we also have to understand that what's acceptable risk for one organization might not be acceptable risk for another. Different organizations have different levels of risk tolerance, and different organizations have more critical damage if something were to occur. If you had a website that was hosting a blog And it wasn't the blog that was dealing with millions and millions of dollars a month of advertising. It was just somebody's personal blog, and that goes down. It's not serious. But what if an emergency services system goes down? Or what if a hospital goes down? Now people can start to die. So we can't have a lot of risk tolerance in healthcare, for example. Even in banking, in some cases, we have that they do manage risk for the investments, but they can't have a lot of risk on those systems. So we can't get to ever risk-free because it's unrealistic, but we can try to lower the risk we can as much as we can with thoughtful planning and action. And that's cybersecurity, thoughtful planning and action. So we can look at risk management and divide it into two things. The risk assessment, or what is this risk, and then the risk response, which is what are we going to go do about it. So I kind of hope to think that you get that from this point. So when we start looking at the risk assessment, it's going to take a big analysis because we're going to have to examine the environment for risks. Then we're going to have to evaluate the likelihood of each threat actually occurring. And then we're going to have to assess the severity of damage that each kind of threat could occur. And then we'll have to evaluate the cost of the countermeasures. So imagine if you're going to provide insurance for somebody, for a house, for example. The first thing you got to do is you got to go look at the house, right? Does the house look like it's strong? Is it falling apart? Has it got a roof? It's got holes in it. Because you need to know what you're actually dealing with. So if you were going to insure a house, which is part of risk management, first thing you would do is actually look at the house. So the same thing we need to do in cybersecurity, we need to gauge the risk. Now, the next phase that I'm talking about, evaluating each threat and its likelihood of occurring is, well, how likely is this thing to occur? Is this thing likely to occur once every 5 years? Once, statistically speaking, once every 20 years? Or never? But we need to know the likelihood of it. So if we can evaluate what is the likelihood of the event or the breach happening, the attack against us, happening successfully against us. Now, what's the severity of that attack if there was a breach, right? If they get in, what are they going to get? Are they going to get photos of my cat Cindy? I love my cat Cindy, but the photos of her really aren't worth anything. She's not a celebrity cat or anything. But at the same time, what if they got patient records? So we have to look at the impact that damage is, and then we have to look at the countermeasures for each risk. Can we mitigate it with some next generation firewalls? Do we use an insurance company and transfer the risk to others? So let's talk about some basic risk responses right now. So think about, it's all about the countermeasures, the controls, the safeguards, and the security approaches we can use. So we have to use some form of a cost-benefit analysis. What do you mean by this? We have to make sure that the risk protections we're putting in, these countermeasures, are worth it. So we're going to have to look at what we're protecting and look at what it's worth and look at the countermeasures. And then we're going to have to also look at all the numbers we get and then think about other conditions, concerns, and priorities for the organization. Because other things like brand and reputation and certain things might be more meaningful or more strategic to an organization. So let's begin with the basic concept in risk management, an asset. What is an asset? Basically anything that's of value. Your home is an asset, realistically speaking. So again, is the formula for $1 billion new drug. Or an organization's internal data and what AI and internal forecasts for that organization, or a proprietary business process that gives an organization a competitive advantage. Any of that can be an asset. It doesn't just have to be, plant, property, or equipment that you typically think of. It can be intellectual property as well. So that's an asset. So if we're going to protect an asset, what do you think the first thing we need to do is? Determine what the asset is worth. So if you buy insurance on a house, aren't they going to ask you how much your house is worth? How much it would cost to rebuild your house? Because they need to know what the asset is worth. So we need to know what is the asset value. And that we need to calculate what is the asset value. Because if we don't know what the asset value is, we have no idea what we even need to protect. What's that asset actually worth? So some things to think about when you consider what an asset might be valued is, what's the cost to go build or develop or purchase the thing that you're actually looking for? So what if it's the design for a new fancy rocket ship? That might cost billions to buy from someone else. But what if you lost the rocket ship that you would build? Or if it's the architecture for a rocket ship and the blueprints for a rocket ship, again, the loss could be absolutely billions, because it would take a lot of cost to develop it, with a lot of science and a lot of research along the way. So that's one thing we need to consider in terms of how we value the asset. But what's the asset's value to the business? So there's this commercial. It's for Bush's baked beans. If you've ever seen it, it's on a lot in the United States. And there's these special baked beans, and the CEO of the company has a dog, this golden retriever, that wants to sell the formula for the baked beans. And the dog is constantly trying to figure out how to sell the special secret formula, because the value of the beans isn't the beans, it's the secret formula. So to the business itself, we have to think about, what is that thing? What is that special sauce of the business? And what is the value if that were to be lost? Well, we also have to think about, what is the value of something to a competitor. So we've got two competitors, AMD and NVIDIA. And obviously, most companies have a competitive intelligence to try to learn ethically and legally what each other one's doing, and their strength in the market legally and ethically. But if AMD, for example, were to get access to NVIDIA's new blueprints, and they beat NVIDIA to the market with their GPU, that would be a problem. And AMD is a wonderful company. I'm sure they wouldn't do that. And NVIDIA is a wonderful company, and I'm sure they wouldn't do that either. But it's just an example that we're looking at. We need to look at what's that intellectual property value, and what kind of damage to the brand would occur if the asset is lost or stolen. So there's a lot of things we need to think about into what that asset actually is and what it's actually worth. So then we need to think about, what are our threats? What are these potential events that could result in any kind of undesirable consequence for an organization or its asset? What kind of actions, or inactions for that matter, are capable of causing harm or loss or disclosure of that asset? So what is the threat that could damage or destroy that asset? Because we need to know what the asset is, what the asset's worth is, and how would you get to that asset. So if you had a secret formula for a new drug in your system, how hard would you have to get into that to hack it? Is that connected to the internet? Hopefully not. How is it secured? How is it microsegmented? What kind of IAM things are on these kind of things? How hard would it have to be to get to it? It isn't a system that's locked down in a vault somewhere with Faraday cages around it that would make it really hard to get into. So there may be very little threats to get in there, or because most of those threats have actually been mitigated. So the question is, what is that threat, and how hard is it going to be for someone to cause harm or loss to that actual asset? Because we need to understand that. And then we need to think about these threats. Now, there are going to be deliberate threats where people tried maliciously to hurt something, and there's going to be unintentional threats. And they can be from your employees intentionally, or again, just making a mistake, or they can be from external people. But we have to understand, what are those threats, and mitigate against them too. So when we talk about threat, let's talk about a couple of threat concepts. Let's talk about threat actors. What's a threat actor? Something or someone that intentionally tries to hurt you or exploit a system. And that can be a person or a system. Now we have to think about the threat vector too, which is basically how the hacker could attack us. If you're in a bulletproof car that's sitting inside of your garage, it'd be pretty hard to attack you, right? And your garage door was closed and locked and all these other things. But we have to think about how the attacker could get in. Could they get in via Wi-Fi? Could they get in via worm? Could they plug into a USB port? Could they plug into a port on the network, and the network will allow it? So we have to think about all the ways the attacker could actually attack us. And then we have to think about the vulnerabilities. What are those weaknesses in the system? Do we have unpatched systems with known vulnerabilities? Do we have malware signatures that are outdated? Do we have operating systems that haven't been hardened? Do we know that our demilitarized zones have not been designed securely sufficiently enough? And then we need to think about exposure. And exposure is really the risk of loss or if a breach were to actually occur. So if you've got $1 billion asset and that $1 billion asset is taken, your exposure is $1 billion. But it doesn't necessarily have to occur, but we have to calculate what is the risk of that. So if you've got $1 billion asset and there's a 10% risk each year that it's going to get that it could be taken from you, that is 10% of $1 billion. That's $100 million a year risk. And we'll talk about later how to calculate various risks. But that's the exposure. Let's talk a lot more about risk management. So let's work on the assumption that risk is the chance that a threat will basically take advantage of a weakness in the system and damage something that's valuable. I'm going to say that again. Let's look at risk as the chance that the threat or the actor will take advantage of a weakness in the system and damage something that's been valuable. Now, the greater the likelihood of a negative event occurring, the greater the risk to the organization, because if people are trying to hack you all the time, the chances of it occurring are greater than if they weren't trying to hack you all the time. Now, generally speaking, the more severe the damage is from a threat, the higher the risk is going to be. So if there's a threat that in the lobby, you've got a gumball machine that's got little gumballs that you're supposed to put a quarter or a penny or whatever it is you're supposed to put in the machine, and somebody found a cheat way to basically get the gumballs out, well, the threat is the gumballs that you're going to lose. It's not that big of a deal. But if the threat really was someone stealing the secret formula for $1 billion plus new drug, that is a big risk. So again, we have to think of it as a bigger risk. So we're going to have to calculate risk, and the way we're going to do it, it's going to be fairly simple. We're going to use a type of risk probability format that is basically the probability of the harm or the likelihood of the harm and the severity of the harm if it were to occur. So if we have an asset that's likely to be attacked at a 10% annual rate, meaning statistically speaking, an organization's websites are typically hacked once every 10 years. So we can look at that as a 10% risk, or a 10% risk of whatever kind of security event we're actually planning on. It could be web, could be internal, could be anything, what have you. And then we've got to look at the severity of the harm. So let's say I've got $1 billion formula that I have over here, and a 10% risk of that formula. So I do 0.10, 10%, times the $1 billion, and I find out that my actual risk is really $100 million. And this is the way insurance companies are going to be looking at things as well. So now we're going to be looking at safeguards or security measures that are going to try to help us reduce the risk of an attack to an acceptable level. And, there's lots of ways we can do this. We can either take steps to decrease the risk, meaning make it harder to break in, for example, or we can do a combination of reducing the impact of if somebody broke in and got in, could we reduce the impact? So we can do a combination of both. By micro-segmenting our systems and taking them and putting them in an environment where, typically speaking, an environment where they may not be able to talk to each other. Now, if somebody breaks into a micro-segmented system, they've got access to whatever's in that segment or that micro-segment. So basically speaking, that basically reduced the overall the damage that could be done if somebody were to get in. But we could have also worked really hard on the outside to prevent, to create a stronger perimeter and do some great network security and some great IAM on the inside and some great event correlation to make sure we also reduce the risk. So we have to think about all the things we can do, both to mitigate or reduce the damage if somebody were to get in, but also what we can do to reduce the attack of people getting in or people damaging the systems intentionally or otherwise. So that's what we really need to do, because we have to understand all that, because all that plays in a key role in how we handle risk or we resolve issues that are going to be related to risks. And then we can think of any kind of safeguard that we have as a security measure designed to help reduce the risk. Safeguard, we all have seatbelts in our car, right? We click it, hopefully when we get in the car, and it protects us should there be a car accident or a negative event. It reduces the risk. It is a safety measure. It is a safeguard, a security measure. We're talking all about the same thing. So a lot of times we can implement safeguards and it doesn't cost us anything new. We could be in a data center, for example, and we can assuming they've got modern networking gear, we can microsegment the network with VLANs and then private VLANs, so individuals in the same VLAN can't talk about it. We can turn on features like network admission control, so somebody goes to plug in on the network and the port gets shut down unless their MAC address is known and be trusted ahead of time. So we can do so much, and in many cases, we have that capability without spending a dollar. So we need to think about what changes we can make, both the ones that cost and those that don't cost. So let's now get into the concept of an attack. And an attack is any time someone deliberately tries to really take advantage and break in, harm, steal, expose something valuable. Now, it can also be seen as, say, any action that goes against a company's security rules. Now, just because an attack for an attack to occur, it doesn't have to be successful. So if I'm walking down the street and some mugger tried to mug me and he tried to hit me with a club and I blocked the club along the way and kept walking, it's still considered an attack even if I wasn't hurt along the way. So same thing with cybersecurity. An attempt, even if it doesn't get in, is still considered an attack. Someone trying to break in, they just weren't successful. Which now brings us into the term of a breach. Now, a breach, an intrusion, a penetration, you'll hear all these terms. That happens when something is or someone evades the security systems and gets in and now poses a threat. So, an attack is someone that tries to attack you, but if you can defend the attack, it's still considered an attack, but you're all right. Now, a breach is when basically the attack was successful. So you may see these on these exams like the CISM exam. You may see it on the CCSP exam, the CISSP exam, similar concepts that we're talking about here. So now when we think about risk management, if we really think what it is, we're securing the organization's assets, right? Now, if those assets are damaged, the organization could be irreparably harmed. So, and you realize how strategic risk management is and how critical this is for security, you also have to understand that this is a senior management responsibility. How does that organization mitigate threats and really lock itself down? So think about that. This risk management is a senior level responsibility thing, and that's why you're going to have to communicate to the C-suite if you're a security architect or a cloud security architect. And if you're a CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, you're hopefully already in the C-suite and considered to be the C-suite by that organization. So understand that we need senior leadership. It's predominantly their responsibility, but that doesn't mean that the senior leadership does it themselves. They're going to delegate it. So we may have physical security people that are responsible for the physical security. They may delegate some of these systems to IT, others to security. So it's going to be lots of people that contribute to this risk management. Now, we have to know what we're protecting. What is that risk? What is that quantifiable risk that we're actually dealing with? And we're going to talk about how to actually quantify it. Because how do I, as a security architect, convince a company they need to spend $30, $40, $50 million on my firewalls, and that's just one component of my security architecture, if they don't know what they're trying to protect? Now, if they realize what a really bad breach could cause to an organization that size, and they realize that it could be, $30, $40, $50, $100 million to deal with a cybersecurity incident, each year is their risk, then all of a sudden, my $30, $40 million of firewalls is pretty cheap. But if I don't know what the risk is and I can't show the client what the risk is, they're not going to buy my architecture or want to adopt the architecture. So we have to be good on this. We have to be proficient on this risk management, especially as a security architect, especially since most of us are pre-sales. So we're going to have to do this quantitative analysis and get the numbers. But we also have to get a qualitative analysis. So we have to think, what is the damage to the brand if something were to occur? What happens when a cybersecurity vendor, for example, issues a patch and pushes it to thousands of computers, and those computers basically cease to function, for example? Now, what is the impact on that organization's reputation? Are they as trusted as much? Are people as excited to do business with that organization? So These are qualitative risks. They have to be guessed. They have to be looked at. What's the value of the brand? Now, here you're going to be looking at customer experience, and you're going to have to talk to the salespeople, the marketing people, and look at every aspect of that apple to holistically to try and be able to come up with a strategy here. But I wanted to make sure that made sense. Now, the quantitative analysis. This is the numbers. So now we've got to look at that organization. We've got to look at the financial value. We've got to look at the organization's assets. And then we need to calculate the risk of each asset as if it were compromised or lost. Because without this, we have no idea. So we're going to be doing a couple of things. We're going to have to assign the asset its value. So assign the asset value. Then we're going to have to calculate the exposure factor or the risk of it being exposed. Then we're going to have to calculate the loss. It's called the single loss expectancy. Don't worry, we'll work through it together. And then we're going to basically have to look at how often that would occur each year, the threat, and then what's the total loss each year that we expect. That is our total risk. So we'll do some of this together. I don't normally create a lot of slides, but in this particular case, I actually created some slides that I could share to try to walk you through this to make it a little easier. So we're first going to talk, the first thing we need to talk about is the exposure factor. So what is this exposure factor that we're really talking about? It's going to be coming from a percentage. We typically get it from statistics, like from statistical analysis of other consulting firms or in the past. But it's basically the likelihood of something occurring in a percentage. So if there is a likelihood of it occurring every 10 years, that's 10%, right? 10% per year. So that would be 10% would be the exposure factor there. Now, we're going to get to that in a minute why we're going to use this. So now we have to look at what's called the single loss expectancy. So what is the single loss expectancy? Well, the single loss expectancy is basically what is the potential loss or the amount of loss that would occur when a threat occurred across a single asset. So what is a single asset? So let's say we have a pharmaceutical company and they've got 10 formulas for 10 different drugs. The single loss expectancy is what happens if one of those secret formulas for one of those 10 drugs was lost. Not all 10, so just one thing. So if I've got an organization that's got 1,000 assets, I need to know the single loss expectancy for each individual asset they have. Single loss. So how do we calculate that single loss expectancy? Well, it's that asset value times the exposure factor. And that's why I've constantly been using this $1 billion asset, this $1 billion secret formula with that 10%, because that 10% was the exposure factor. I was trying to get that math in there in your minds to basically calculate risk. So 10% of $1 billion is 100 million. So we have to look at the exposure factor or the risk of something really occurring. That's all we're really talking about there. Now we have to look at the annualized rate of occurrence. So that means how many times do we think something will happen in this single year? So if it's going to happen more than once a year, we're actually talking about something that could be a number that's going to be a positive number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's talk about that where this might matter. Let's say we're dealing with calculating the risk for, I don't know, a pharmacy, like a retail pharmacy that has everything from medications to sodas to shampoos and vitamins and all kinds of stuff, a retail pharmacy. Let's say one of the assets they would sell in that pharmacy is teddy bears. And each teddy bear is worth $10. Chances are that big pharmacy has a lot of teddy bears that are stolen that year, not just a single teddy bear that would be stolen during that year. So the annualized rate of occurrence of stealing a teddy bear from a big global reseller would probably be a lot. Now take this back. Let's bring it back into the cybersecurity. A well-designed organization with good cybersecurity protections probably shouldn't be hacked 3, 4, 5, 6 times a year. Maybe they will be hacked once every 5 years, once every 7 years, once every 10 years. And the kind of architectures you design and the level of complexities you design, plus the threats and the number of people that want to go after that organization, will determine how much protection you need to do to protect yourself, to figure out, what your percentage is. And it'll be less than 1, because we want to work hard to make sure this is less than 1, and it should definitely be far less than 1. And then we need to get into this concept of the annual loss expectancy. So what is it really? It's basically the single loss expectancy times that annualized rate of occurrence. So what did we really do here, and why did we get to these numbers? Basically speaking, we had to assign a value to the asset. We had to calculate the asset's exposure, the factor. Then we have to calculate what happens and a single loss for each asset along the way for that entire organization. Then we have to figure out how many times it's going to happen per year. And then we can look at everything, and now we really understand what our costs are and what our risks are. Now, I'm going to give you a little more information on this exposure factor kind of thing. So the exposure factor is typically considered the percentage of loss that an organization would have if an asset was damaged or destroyed. Now, if we've got $1 billion formula, right, at a 10% risk, it's $100 million. That 10% was that exposure factor. Now, we might not lose that entire $1 billion formula. We might only lose half of the $1 billion formula. Who knows how they were stealing it when they got out, or what if a hacker, for example. But if we think about that, it might not be the whole thing. But when we're dealing with exposure factor, we're calculating it as the entire asset that would be lost. And that's why we call it loss potential. Because in most cases, the actual risk doesn't involve the actual loss of an asset. When a car insurance company insures a Mercedes for $80,000 US, in most cases, if there's an accident, it can repair it in a body shop, and it doesn't cost $80,000 to repair that. But they insure it against that $80,000 or $100,000 car, or whatever that asset was when the person bought the car. So that's where we got it. And normally speaking, if we look through statistics, we can look at the percentages of organizations being breached based on industry, based on this, based on cybersecurity levels of maturity, what have you. So now if we look at risk management, we're basically, again, putting these numbers back together. The calculations that we talked about will have to occur for every threat we talked about. We document these findings. Now, next, we've calculated our findings. We've documented our findings. Now, what do we do next? Well, the next thing we have to do as architects, security architects or cloud security architects, this next thing we have to do about chief information security officer is the same thing. Now we need to say, wow, these are all our risks. What do we get to first? What do we do first? So most organizations, I'm going to tell you right now, will never be able to afford to get rid of all risks. Never, because there is no such thing as risk-free. So the key is we have to prioritize which risks we should do. So generally speaking, because we've quantified a risk, if we've got $1 billion risk, let's fix the $1 billion risk before we fix the $5 risk. So we prioritize and we do the biggest risk in order of severity. In a perfect world, that's what we should be doing. We should be solving the best that we can in order of severity. Because, it's kind of like when I was a paramedic until I paid my way through college. And, you had a patient, you had to balance, how much time you did for them out in the field and in the ambulance, and how much time and how fast you could get them to the hospital. So if you had a patient that had a car accident that, had a big bleed and a fractured pelvis, you wouldn't be worried about getting their, dealing with the boo-boo on their finger or the little cut on their finger on the way to the hospital. You'd be worried about their pelvis or their fractures or whatever they had going on. Well, this is the same kind of thing. We have to do this triage, just like a physician would do or a paramedic would have to do. And we're going to have to triage or sort and pick out what we can solve and when we can solve it in the order of severity. All right, so now how do we respond to these risks? Let's talk about the types of things we can do. So only once an organization knows their risk can they even think about planning a response. And there's going to be a lot of options for risk mitigation. So we can mitigate the risk. We can assign the risk or transfer it to someone else. We can create some kind of deterrence, and we're going to talk about what that will be. We can talk about an avoidance strategy to avoid the risk. We can accept the risk, or we can do what I would never recommend, which is just basically ignore the risk. So risk mitigation is about implementing protection mechanisms, technical and non-technical. So from a technical perspective, think about your firewalls, your IDS, IPS systems, your encryption strategies, your access control lists and your packet filters, your SIEM systems, all that good stuff, all that fun tech stuff that we love so much. But from a non-tech perspective, we have to mitigate those risks as well. Let's say you put the perfect systems in there and you do everything right, and then your people just give out their passwords to someone over the phone. So to mitigate risk, you're going to have to do training and anti-phishing and anti-malware training, anti-social engineering training. You're going to have to come up with processes and procedures. So that's mitigating. We fix it. Now, let's talk about assigning the risk to someone else. So if an organization has an asset that they can't afford to protect, maybe it's cheaper to protect that asset by assigning the risk to someone else. Most of us do this, right? You buy a house, right? You paid off your house. Can you afford to build a new one if you were lucky enough to pay off your house? Probably not. So what do? You get insurance on your house. So if the house were to burn down or be destroyed in a hurricane, I live in Florida, basically speaking, there's a hurricane that it would pay it off. And guess what? When you buy your house and you get a mortgage, the mortgage company will mandate that you have insurance. So if the house were to burn down, the insurance would pay back whatever was based on the loan. That's called risk assignment, and we can do it all the time. Organizations purchase cybersecurity insurance, for example. They pay an insurance company to take the risk. Now, there's also the concept of deterring risk. And yes, we should use this, but it's not the same as mitigating the risk. Risk deterrence is like hanging a sign in your driveway that says, "Beware of dog." That could be a deterrence. Now, if you had an embassy that had 1,000 Marines that were armed in front of that embassy, to me, that's a pretty big risk deterrent. But then that's just looking at the Marines, it's a risk deterrent, right? But those Marines also have the way to mitigate that risk also if something were to occur. So lots of times we do risk deterrence, and sometimes the deterrent is just look big and scary and prevent things. So we can put security cameras up, and that means people see the cameras. Even if they're fake cameras, they may not be willing to do things. It also means that we put alarm systems on to deter burglars and real cameras to deter burglars. We put up a banner that says, "If you break in, you will be chased by bulldogs, pit bulls, German shepherds, this dog, and the other dog." I don't know. You put something to scare people away, you'll be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, whatever. That's called risk deterrence. We are trying to make people a little scared so they don't things. Now, risk avoidance sometimes is a good strategy. Sometimes it's pretty bad. So risk avoidance is another option for reducing risk. It basically means just don't expose yourself to the risk. So if you don't leave your house, you're probably not going to get mugged walking on the street, right? But can you just live in your house? And should you live in your house for the rest of your life? So risk avoidance is staying away from risky things. Guess what? There are risky customers businesses should not get involved in. There are risky loans businesses shouldn't give. That's risk avoidance. But if a business becomes too avoidant of risk, they can lose out on their business too. So I'm fine if you're walking down the street and somebody looks suspicious and they're following you at a suspicious pace, change directions and see if they follow you. Yeah, that's good risk. That's more risk mitigation. But do things, if you see something, find a way strategy to get out of it. But imagine a business that's afraid to deal with customers. That's no good either. So risk avoidance is part of the strategy, but it can only be part of the strategy. Now, risk acceptance. Yeah, at some point we have to accept the risk. Now, after we've done all we can for mitigating and we've done whatever we need to, maybe we just have to accept some risk. I don't have a $5 million insurance policy on my cat Cindy when she leaves the house. I accept that if my cat Cindy goes out in the yard, I hope she comes home to me every day. I love my cat Cindy, but I'm aware that there's a little risk every time she leaves the house. Because what if there's roads and things and other things, but my cat wants to go out so badly, I let her. I accepted that risk. And I get happy when she comes home and I know she's safe. But neither there, I've accepted that risk. And businesses will ultimately accept certain risks because you can't mitigate everything. Now, about the only thing we don't recommend from a risk mitigation strategy is what's called ignoring the risk. That's risk rejection. When I see risk rejection, I see the rebellious kid or the teenager that decides to jump off the roof into a pool because they just ignored the risk and everything that everybody told them. I don't generally view this as a good strategy. I spent many years as a paramedic. I saw many people that just ignored risk and got hurt in many ways, shape, or form. So I'm not a big fan of risk rejection. It's just ignoring it. So I don't think you should ever consider that as a responsible way in your strategy to manage risk or help an organization manage risk. But you will have to accept the risk that there are just some things that you cannot fully cover. Now let's talk about reporting risk or risk reporting. So risk managers are somehow going to be responsible for tracking and managing all the organization's risks, which means somewhere along the line, the risk management team needs to communicate their findings to other professionals inside of the organization, other business leaders inside of that organization. Now, the way it's typically done is an organization has something called a risk register, which is going to be a tool for tracking and organizing the risks that exist inside of an organization. So the risk register will be a document. It's going to be detailed. It's going to be very extensive, and it's going to contain often a whole lot of information, usually more than the business leaders actually need. So we may take this, there may be some high-level communications on top of it that the risk professionals will use, and they'll show a risk matrix, and they'll summarize the results of this entire risk register to make it succinct and easy for the executive. You want to have all the data, but you may need to present that data in a manner that's going to be relevant for an executive whose time is super constrained. And by doing it this way, those in risk management can document the full risk, and they can also create a summary risk, and then this risk register becomes that master document that the organization uses to manage risks. Now, when it comes to reporting risks or talking about risks, you can't just communicate the same message to everyone. Different people, different parts of the organization, they're going to require a different kind of update and need different kinds of information. And it's usually going to be focused on the job they have. So we may need to give some people urgent updates. We may have to give certain specific kinds of updates during emergencies, potentially speaking. And there'll be other kind of risk discussions that we have over the long term because, the risk landscape will evolve over time. Now, whatever's going on, the information security managers, the security architects, they need to consistently look at risk reporting. They need to consistently look at needs. They may need to regularly update the senior leadership with regards to what to actually do to help mitigate this risk. Now, when reports are created, risk reports, they need to be tailored. They should be crafted with a clear understanding of the audience. So the C-suite may need this. The people that are responsible for managing the security team need this, and the needs will be different based upon where the person is inside of the organization. Each stakeholder will have specific concerns for them and their part of the business that they own. Now let's get involved in business continuity planning. So what is business continuity planning? Business continuity planning is about creating strategies and procedures to make sure that the businesses can function during an emergency, a disaster, or some kind of disruption. So how do we plan this? Well, first thing we have to do is look at the potential risks and threats that exist to the business. Threats could be a natural disaster like a hurricane, for example. So we have to say, is it likely that we would get a hurricane? Well, maybe if we're in Florida, yeah, so we have to plan around that. But maybe if we're in Boston, we might need a snow removal budget. And what could snow do for our business? So we have to think about that. We have to think about cyber attacks. We need to think about power outages and how we would work around these power outages. So we're building these business continuity plans. We're developing plans on how to manage risks, how to respond to risk. This could be part of the emergency response protocol that we're dealing with, but the business continuity plan is about ensuring that essential resources, whether they be data, equipment, people, can be protected, be safe, and that the business can stay operational or get as close to possible as operational if and when an emergency were to occur. So we have to scope any time of things when we plan. Are we planning everything in the entire world? Are we boil in the ocean? Or are we focused on one thing? So let's talk about developing resilient business continuity plans. Typically speaking, when we're going to look at it, there's some key things that the organization should focus on. The first thing is that we really need to look and review the business and the organization And we have to look at that organization and plan for crises when they occur, because crises will occur. It's just a matter of when. We have to come up with a planning team that can actually help us create the strategy. Now, that team has to be approved by senior management, because the senior management is going to have to listen to this team. There's going to be facilities people involved, physical security people involved. There's going to be management involved. There's going to be legal involved. So there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be part of this team. Now, when we're building a plan, we need to evaluate what we have. So we need to assess for available resources. We need to look for who can be key members of these business continuity teams. We have to also look at the legal and regulatory frameworks that exist for our specific industry. We may have to be up and operational in a certain amount of time for certain businesses, but in others we can be a little delayed. So we really need to think about that. So now we think about those kinds of things, and then we kind of marry them based upon looking at the organization itself, the organization's size, the organization's business, and of course the organization's needs. I'm going to tell you right now, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for business continuity planning. I know businesses that will lose $1 million a minute or more if their websites are down. And I know businesses that could be down all day and lose $10. They're more of a hobby than a business. But the point is it's all dependent upon the organization and its needs. And each organization is different. That's why each patient gets treated differently by the doctor. That's why each surgery is a little bit different. And that's why each business continuity planning is a little bit different, because the organizations and their needs are going to be unique. So make sure when you build your plan, you're building a team of experts that know the culture of the organization. You have the key stakeholders from various parts, because it'll be critical to make sure that their part of the business is up and operational. If they're part of the business, these other stakeholders are considered critical business functions. So we have to plan these activities. We have to document these activities. So at another time when there's a crisis, everything's going to work smoothly. So let's talk about the phases of planning. Let's talk about the first phase. The first phase of any kind of plan is really to analyze the business. Identify any departments and any individuals that need to be part of the planning. First phase of planning, build the plan. Or at least start your plan and start your planning team. Now, in this first phase, we need to think about the operational departments that are responsible for the main client services. So which parts of the business are doing what? Then we need to think about what services or support services are critical to help that primary business do its thing. That could be IT facilities, it could be maintenance teams, it could be other support teams. And then we need to think about the security teams who will be responsible for security. Now, we may have a physical security team and a cybersecurity team, and hopefully those two are working together. In this first phase of planning, we have to identify key executives and stakeholders that will be part of our design that we need to work with. And we have to identify stakeholders for a lot of reasons. First, it's going to get us help on our planning, because they know they're part of the business typically better than we do. But it's also getting that executive buy-in, getting that key stakeholder buy-in is going to be necessary as part of the planning process, because if and when we need to use the plan, if the executives and the key stakeholders don't support it, it's not going to work anyway. So we need to get their buy-in. And when we get executive buy-in, it's going to be also easier to convince the senior executives that say yes or no, especially if the stakeholders say, yes, I'm interested. Now, we have to pick the business continuity planning team members. So we don't just want IT and IT security people, because if so, all we got is tech people to deal with the business. Not a good situation. So we're going to need people with expert knowledge of the organization and the organization's operations. So some operations people, definitely. Now we need other people that have different roles in the organization, so we know what people do. So our business continuity planning team is going to need people from across departments. Now, we also will need IT subject matter experts with the technical expertise and that acumen to be able to build this kind of plan. And that means we're going to need some very strong cybersecurity team members that will be knowledgeable about the plan's details. We want physical security people involved too. And we may want facilities people involved as well. Maybe we want some emergency lighting, emergency power, emergency fire suppression, what have you, those kinds of things. We're going to need to be thinking about these. And we're going to need a lot of other people outside of just the IT. We're going to need attorneys. We're going to need people that are experts in legal, regulatory, and responsibilities. Now, we will often need some HR people as part of our business continuity planning team, because HR can look after our employees and their best interest if and when there's a problem. So they can start thinking of where we might need to house people if and when appropriate, what kind of emergency funding or food might we need for people. So, senior management is going to set the vision, and the representatives are going to have to be there to help make sure we've got a good plan here. So once we've got, we start looking at the planning phases. So once we've got the team and it's organized, now we need to be able to make sure the team can get all the resources it needs to build this business continuity plan. And the team will need the resources for developing of the plan, testing the plan, and then ultimately implementing the plan. So let's talk about the business continuity planning development resources. So we're going to need people in our business continuity planning team that can help scope the project and plan the project, perform a business impact analysis, perform business continuity planning of business functions, as well as approve and then the team to implement this plan. So we're going to need a lot of effort from these business continuity plan members and support members, and it needs to be an ongoing plan. Now, great. We've created the most beautiful, perfect business continuity plan. But that doesn't mean it's going to work if the people don't know how to follow it. So we're going to need resources for testing the business continuity plan. We're going to have to train others and maintain the plan. And as the business changes, we're going to have to make some changes as well. So we will need testing, training, and maintenance of all the stages of the business continuity planning. And that means investments in, say, hardware and software. Now, the most significant investment we're really going to be talking about in this phase is really going to be related to the employees and the actual tasks that they actually do. But we're going to have to put a lot of time, effort, and money into this. Now, great. We built the plan. We've tuned the plan. We've optimized the plan. We've shared the plan, socialized the plan with the stakeholders, and they say yes. Now, if there's a disaster that strikes, now it's time to go implement that plan, right? So that means we're going to need to take the people and to now take action upon the plan that we built. So lots of organizational effort. Typically speaking, when we implement the plan, it may get expensive as well. So an effective business continuity plan is going to have a lot. It may have redundant computing facilities, or at least using the cloud to kind of back up what you've got in your data centers. Or if you're in AWS, for example, maybe you back up into Azure or Google, because you want redundant. You want to put your same eggs in the same basket that you have a problem. And a cloud provider's regions are not exactly good segmentation or a good backup, because, you know, a single control plane failure, a hacking event, or a major network failure will take down the entire cloud. So make sure if you're using redundant, it's in a separate environment, not the same one you're in. And when it comes to implementing the plan, you're going to need lots of people. Now, make sure when you build these plans and you implement these plans, you account for labor as a cost. Maybe it takes 100 people. Now, a lot of tech people, when they try to build the business continuity plan, they don't think about labor. And if you send a plan to senior management and it doesn't include labor, they'll laugh at the plan, reject the plan, and you're not going to be in a good position with your company. So make sure you include labor. Now, a good, strong business continuity plan will list resources for lots of things. It will talk about leaders that are going to be responsible for overseeing resource management. And they'll obviously have to look at the plan and carefully scrutinize the plan. And you're going to have to be able to defend your plan to the leadership. Why you built this plan, how you built this plan, the why. So like any architecture, we have to show the justification and thinking beyond what you're doing. Same thing for your business continuity plan, whether it's an architecture, which is a plan, a business continuity plan, which is a plan, it's still a plan, and you're going to have to show why you made the decisions you made. Now, we can get involved in a world where there's even more legal and regulatory requirements. So various industries will have to implement different levels of planning, especially due to federal, state, local laws, whatever laws are applicable in the country. For example, if we're dealing with a publicly traded company, the officers and directors of these publicly traded companies must fulfill their fiduciary responsibility, which is to the shareholders. But that means making sure that the business continuity plan works. If a business is down and a business can tolerate 8 hours of downtime, but it's down for a week, then that business may have been destroyed or severely damaged. And the CEO and the board are responsible for those shareholders. So the key is that the shareholder value, the CEO and the leadership has to be always looking out for the best interests of the shareholders, especially in a publicly traded company. But at the same time, we always have to think about the clients and customers too. Imagine a hospital where the systems went down and somebody could die, or an emergency call system where you call looking for paramedics and they don't show up because the systems are down. So lots of legal and regulatory requirements we have to deal with here. And that's why we typically need some kind of a lawyer or on our team that can actually deal with regulators if and when appropriate. So lots of cases, the consequences of an outage can be severe, and these businesses need much stronger business continuity planning. Because there are organizations that can function during a disaster. A retail store that sells clothes can close during a hurricane. It's no big deal. But a hospital can't shut down. Police, fire, medical can't shut down. So think about that as it pertains to building these plans. Anything related to public safety typically can't be shut down, even during an emergency. So we have to think about the business continuity plan. It could be loss of money, which isn't good, or it could be loss of life, which is horrible. So we always have to think about what it takes to build the plan, optimize the plan. Now that we've actually built or designed a business continuity plan, we need to think about the business impact analysis. And the business impact analysis needs to identify any kind of critical business process or any kind of task that's going to be essential for the organization's survival, along with dealing with any threats that organization's facing. So with the business impact analysis, we're really looking at the likelihood of each threat becoming an impact to the business. So the business impact analysis really needs to provide some quantitative measures for that organization so the business can look at where it allocates its resources in a disaster recovery environment, a business continuity environment. And that means they may need certain resources they have to prioritize towards various local, regional, or even global risks. So it becomes very critical to really understand that difference between the business risks that we can quantify as well as those risks that we can't. So the quantitative risk, we looked about how to calculate that earlier, where we look in terms of monetary value. So if a business does $1 million of sales and the business is down per minute, and the business is down for 10 minutes, that's $10 million impact. We can easily quantify that. We can also quantify those risks. Now, those qualitative things, now that's really tough. So non-numerical factors like reputation, investor, consumer confidence, workforce stability, and other things, now that gets kind of tricky. So are really high-performing workers going to want to stay at a company where the company is known not to be good? Because that kind of damages the high-performance workers brand because they're associated with the company. So there's lots of risks that affect all kinds of people that they need to think about. I talked earlier about prioritization, but I'm going to talk about it more. Businesses do not have unlimited budgets. I mean, imagine if you tried to think about everything you would purchase for your home. Most people couldn't buy everything they wanted. Most people can't buy 5 airplanes and 10 yachts and 50 houses and 1,000 cars. They have a constraint. Well, businesses have a constraint too. So the businesses have to determine where they allocate the resource, and they have to prioritize because they can't afford to do everything. So the first thing we need to prioritize is critical business functions. For example, let's say we've got a sales company like an Amazon, the retail, which is a big part of their business. If their website's down, they're not making any money, but their expenses are still continuing. So how long can an Amazon, for example, handle their website being down? I bet you it's not that long. But in a business, what if the marketing department was down for a week and they just had no commercials or ads, or they didn't build any new marketing plans? That might be okay. But if it's a hospital, what about the emergency department? They can't shut that down for people walking in and things like that. But I mean, they may close it to additional ambulances coming in, but you can't shut that down. The police department can't shut down. The fire department can't shut down. So certain things will always have to be prioritized. Now, we also want to think about sensitive information cataloging. So organizations are going to have a lot of different kinds of information. And some of it's going to be sensitive. Some of it's going to not be sensitive. For example, on my server, I may have some photos of my cat, Cindy. That's not sensitive. Student records might be. So we have to catalog what is actually sensitive. And obviously, I don't keep it on. If I keep any records, they're on a very high security server in an environment because that's sensitive information. So we have to look at how we protect sensitive information. Now, one thing we need to do is compile an inventory list of any kind of data that we have inside of our organization. We also need to think where that data is stored, where that data will be processed, and where that data is going to be transmitted to. So let's think about inventory categories of information. We have personally identifiable information. Now, personally identifiable information is really going to be data that identifies individuals, customers, employees, and third parties. So how to identify you, like a social security number, if you will. That's personally identifiable information. Your name, your age, your birth date, your street address, that is personally identifiable information. Now, protected health information is different. That is the medical records of a patient, and that is always protected. And it can only be shared with other people that have what's considered a business relationship to do so. So a doctor can send a patient to physical therapy, and the physical therapist can share information back with that doctor. But the doctor can't tell their best buddy, who's also a physician, about that patient, because that would be illegal because it's protected health information. Now, we may also have financial records of personal people. Imagine a bank. That is very sensitive information. Or there could be some government information which is related to data subjects, related to regulatory requirements. And again, that could be considered very sensitive information. And that must be cataloged as sensitive and secured as sensitive. The whole point of cataloging our information is to make sure that we can put protective measures for various types of protected information, that we can categorize that information and protect against data loss. So we have to do some type of an information classification program. We have to categorize our data based upon sensitivity and the potential impact of unintended disclosure of that information or loss of confidentiality of that information. So we will need to make sure we have some type of a classification program. And we must safeguard sensitive information by implementing whatever is the appropriate data protection strategies. I think of the old James Bond and For Your Eyes Only. Or if you've seen the Mission Impossible movies where there's a little information, they give it and then it self-destructs. Well, that's just a means of protecting sensitive information. And there's lots of ways that we need to talk about that or think about it. So we will have to have some form of an information lifecycle management program inside of our organizations where we need continuous protection from the entire information lifecycle, from the time we collect the data to the time we destroy the data when we're done with the data. So let's think about what we can do at the initial stages of the data management lifecycle. In the initial stages, we can minimize the data. So if I only collect a certain amount of information to fulfill a business requirement, I've got less data than if I collect everything. If I connect your name and your email address and your credit card number and whatever billing information is necessary for your credit card number, it's not that information. Now, imagine I took your name, I took your address, then I had you fill out a survey for 4 hours. Now, there's a lot of information. Now, if I don't need that information and I collected it, guess what? It can be used. So don't collect more data than you actually need. And maybe you don't need to present or share or show a certain type of data. So think about what you actually collect. Don't just collect too much stuff. And if you do collect too much stuff, discard what you don't need. And that way you're protecting less stuff. Now, when you own the data during your custody of the data, when you have it in you while you're using the data, now we need to use any kind of information specifically for the purpose that it was collected. So if I collected information about a patient, I can use that to treat that patient. But I can't use that information about a patient to just give it to a pharmaceutical company so they can create a new drug for free without getting some kind of consent, because that's not the purpose that I collected this information. Now, we also have to think of the life cycle. So certain times we are regulated to keep a certain amount of data for a certain period of time. And we should establish guidelines that determine how long the data will be retained. And that way we can ensure that it's kept only as long as necessary for either its original purpose or its regulatory purpose. Otherwise, get rid of the data sooner. If and when we no longer need the data, we have to securely destroy the data. We can't just throw away a hard drive and erase it and have somebody pull the data remnants off of the drive. We need to securely destroy that data at the end of its life cycle. And there's plenty of ways we can do this. Now, another thing we may think about is pseudonymization. And that's another way we can protect things. And pseudonymization is really going to be a data management strategy. It's a de-identification process that basically takes our data and it replaces certain parts of the data with a fake identifier, which you may call a pseudonym. And the key here is this is going to allow the data to be processed without revealing the identity of the person. And therefore, we've got the data, but you can't see the identity, so it protects that individual's privacy. The goal of this kind of pseudo-nominalization is really to minimize the risk to the data subjects that are going to be so they're not going to be identified, while still allowing the data to be useful for analysis or performing organizations. Now, we talked about pseudo-nominalization. We can also talk about tokenization too. And tokenization is really the process of taking sensitive data and swapping it out with a non-sensitive equivalent. And you typically view it as a token. And the key here is that that token has no extrinsic or exploitable meaning or value to the outside hacker. The token is actually, realistically speaking, it's a reference that's going to map back to the sensitive data, but the user can't see that sensitive data, so that data is protected. Now, this approach is commonly used to protect sensitive information like credit card numbers, personal identification numbers or PIN numbers, bank account details, and any kind of personally identifiable information. You can think about, if you're dealing with a credit card transaction, the tokenization will replace some of those numbers with the actual token as opposed to the card numbers, so no one can see the card number. And that way, if there's a data breach, the tokens are not going to be valuable to the attacker because they can't go from the token back to the original data. So again, that's going to protect us. And the only way they could go from the token back to the original data would be to go to that token systems vault and trying to figure out how to get into it. So lots of protections afforded by that. Now, we also have privacy and data breach notifications. And immediately upon a data breach, it's going to be really important to immediately implement some cybersecurity incident response plans. And this means notifying key personnel about escalating serious incidents as they occur and as they are outlined in the plan. Now, of course, there's going to be some legal obligations here too. If and when there's a breach, there may be the need to perform some public notifications and disclosures. So depending upon the nation you're at and the regional laws where you're at, some organizations will need to publicly disclose information related to data breaches. Now, let's talk about the scope of this notification. Again, this is going to vary based upon where you're at, but legal requirements can range from notifying affected individuals of that your information has been compromised, and it could get as complicated to notifying government regulators and potentially the news media. So lots of things that we may need to notify here. So let's talk about handling branch notification requirements. So we have to, or breach notification requirements, we have to, in certain cases, notify others, but they're different in every environment. And that's why you really want some good legal people on your team. And maybe you have a legal person speak to regulators if and when it's possible, specifically trained in that environment. So get some legal consultations. If you're not an attorney, find an attorney that's an expert specializing in your environment. And there are many organizations that have strategists and consultants that consult on these types of breach and notifications and how you inform the media. Now we're going to discuss cybersecurity threats. So to begin, what are cybersecurity threats and where do they come from? So cybersecurity threats or threats against the organization typically come from a wide variety of actors. And what I mean by that is they can be very skilled individuals that are trying to break into your system. They can be state governments trying to break into your system. They could be organized crime breaking into your system, or they could just be a kid that's just trying to break in for fun. But as cybersecurity managers, as security architects, we really have to understand the diverse threats that exist. And then we need to understand how to protect our organization's data, our organization's systems, because it all goes back to maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems. So we need to understand the types of challenges we have and then the security measures that we can use to mitigate these challenges. So the first thing we probably want to do is categorize our threats. And we want to understand the distinct characteristics of the various threat actors or the people that want to do us harm. And that way we understand how to create an effective cybersecurity defense. So we have to identify our adversaries and what their intentions actually are. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there's internal threats and there's external threats, and we have to look at the difference. Internal threats or external threats are a little bit different. So we may have a threat that comes from a competitor, for example, and the competitor is trying to gain information about our organization. Now, that could be an external threat if they're paying somebody to hack in. But we could also have an internal person that's actually a spy that's giving information, and that's actually an internal threat then, and an external threat at the same time. But the key is we have to identify these threats. And insider threats could be malicious or non-malicious. It's very easy to have a very well-meaning person that accidentally deletes a file. And that could be a serious threat if they deleted something important. And that's why we have to have the principle of least privilege, so people can't delete things that are not appropriate by accident. But that is still a threat. Someone can damage or destroy something. Someone can walk into the server room if they're not on a cloud and spill a bunch of coffee by accident on a server. So there's lots of internal threats that occur. And they're particularly complex, especially because inside your systems, you may often have less security measures than you would from the outside in. Now, hopefully we've got good security measures on the inside and the outside. And what does this mean? We now have some very big differences between the levels of the hackers or the people that want to break in. Our threat actors could be novices. They could be just a kid. They're called the script kiddie. It could be an unskilled person that found a couple of hacking scripts and they're using it for fun, borrowed code. Or they could be highly sophisticated, advanced, persistent threats where skilled hackers break in and they're constantly looking for information and they try to go undetected for years. So lots of different environments. And we also have to think about the resources of the hacker themselves. So if we're dealing with a script kiddie, as they like to call them, it could be a 14-year-old in their house that's doing this for fun. They're not usually well-funded and they're not usually that skilled. So it's easier to protect against them. But what about an organized entity? What about organized crime? Or what about a state-sponsored group where you've got one country that wants to hack into another country to take their military systems down or get secure secrets? So you can view hobbyists, generally speaking, but not always, as less capable and less organized. And you can deal with look at organized entities as pretty serious, scary, and sophisticated, especially if it's a state actor that may have access to billions of dollars or technology, or even $1 trillion of technology to launch an attack. So if we think about them, there are different types of actors. We also have to look at the intent and the motivation. So there's a lot of thrill seeking. I've got to hack in and break into the system. Now, typically speaking, that's one level of attacker. But it could be company A and company B, and one company's trying to spy on another company. Think corporate espionage. It could be a military tactic. Government A breaks into government B to find out their military assets and potentially shut down their military assets. It could be a organized crime syndicate, some form of a mob type thing that's doing something with other people's credit cards and breaking in and stealing credit cards or selling secrets. Again, it could be all kinds of things. So if we look at the hackers that exist, let's talk about the type. And so we need some of these hackers if we're going to be good security. In fact, in many cases, how do you know if your system's secure? You hire a hacker to try and break in and tell you what the problems are. So that brings us to our first type of a hacker called a white hat hacker. This is an ethical hacker, and this is someone you pay to break into your systems and tell you where the weaknesses are. Now, a white hat hacker isn't ethical in everything they do. They adhere to the law. You employ the white hat hacker or the ethical hacker or the penetration tester, if you will. And the goal here is for you to improve your security because they're going to break into the system, or they're going to try to break into the system. They're going to find any vulnerabilities or weaknesses and then tell you about it so you can fix it. Now, white hat hackers are typically legal, because you hired them and they are operating under the permission of the system owners. So you hired them and therefore they're legal. So security companies, professionals may be hired by the company to break in, paid for, but it's their job. Now, there are also ethical hackers that participate in bug bounty programs. They find bugs, they tell people about it because they're asked to do it and they get paid. So all good, all legal, all fine. Now that brings us into the world of what you call a black hat hacker. Now here you're not hiring someone that's doing the legal job. They're not paid for by you. There is no ethics with the black hat hacker. The black hat hacker is a criminal. And they are trying to break in. Maybe they want to steal things. Maybe it's espionage. Maybe it's vandalism. But a black hat hacker is someone that intends to do ill will towards an organization. Now, they're not being hired by the organization, which means their activities are illegal, which means they can be put in prison. And hackers in the black hat category typically spread malware. They engage in phishing scams. They're stealing sensitive data because they're out there to do no good. Which now brings us into the world of the gray hat hacker. Now, the gray hat hacker is kind of in that in-between stage. Ethics-wise, they're operating in this gray area, the moral gray area, so they may not have malicious intent, but they also don't have permission, generally speaking. So they may identify some security problems and exploit the security vulnerabilities, but they don't have the permission to go probing these systems. Now, their activities are illegal because you don't have anyone that's legally allowed to break into you. But there may be some of these hackers that are going to find your vulnerabilities, find your flaws, and then offer to fix them for a fee. But, if somebody breaks into your store to say, look, I broke into your store, I took this stuff illegally, but oh, by the way, I can help you secure it, you're probably not hiring that person. But the white hat hacker would be the equivalent of a security expert that you hired to evaluate things, and you asked them to find the weaknesses, which again is legal. The black hat would be the person that's just going to say, I'm going to break in and take what I can. And that gray hat is going to be someone that nobody asked me to break in, but I might try to break in, and then I may charge you a fix to fix things. So kind of put that in the back of your mind. I also want you to think about threat actors, and there are very different kinds of threat actors, but we're going to cover the most common threat actors and their key motivations. So first, we have what's a grudge attack. Now, this is a deliberate act from a threat actor. Their goal is to cause harm to the individual or the organization. Now, there's a lot of damage that can occur here: loss of information, reduced ability to process information, damage to an organization's reputation. Now, the motivation behind a grudge attack is typically resentment. So it could be a Karen employee that's doing a bad job that the manager's been disciplining and they're not happy. It could be a former or employee that you fired and they're angry because you fired them. But the key here is they have a negative disposition towards the company or the target. Now, here your attackers, generally they hold a grudge, and therefore they want to attack someone because they have a grudge. They're manifesting their dissatisfaction through an attack on a business. Which brings us into the thrill attack. The thrill attack is someone that just wants to have fun. Oh, look at me. I broke into the system. I'm super important. So typically speaking, a script kiddie, someone that's basic, they're not usually sophisticated, and their goal is just fun. So the sense of accomplishment. Look at me. Look how good I am. I hacked into this. Now, in this particular case, you've got a kid. Their intentions aren't that malicious, and then they can still take a system down. So still a criminal there. Now, we now find ourselves in a world of something called hacktivists. And a hacktivist is someone where they've got a political motive, and then they combine that with actual hacking. So the hacktivists are a mix of a hacker and an activist, so they're going to target an organization that opposes their political views. So we don't like what you're doing, so we're going to try and hurt you. That's a hacktivist. So their goal is to disrupt or a specific organization because they don't agree with it. Now, we also have plenty of organized crime in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity crimes can be fairly lucrative. You're breaking into bank accounts, you're stealing credit card numbers, you're stealing information, identity theft, so many things that are relatively easy to do over a distance. So lots of financial opportunity. Now, when we've got financial opportunity, it brings lots of criminals, right? So we also have this concept of organized crime families in the United States, outlaw gangs, various mafia groups spread throughout the world have been formed for cybercrime, which means they're organized, they have financial resources. Now, with organized crime and cybersecurity, the primary motive is going to be illegal financial gain. These groups typically are not worried about political activism. They're not anything. They want to steal something. They want to make money. So you're dealing with organized crime. And when you're dealing with organized crime, you're going to be dealing with a lot of people of very different skills. You're going to see a lot of junior level people that have very junior level skills like script kiddies, but you may also have people that are very, very good. Now, understand if you're dealing with organized crime, you have lots of funding. If that means if they need to fund an attack that takes 6 months or a year and $1 million or a couple $1 million to do the attack, they can do it. And they have the ability to invest money into the long game and really get some big scores, stealing big valuable information. So resource rich should be taken very seriously. I also want to talk about the concept of something called an advanced persistent threat. And the term advanced persistent threat really came from the security company Mandiant, and they were trying to describe a bunch of attacks that were initially traced to the Chinese military. But there were many other groups that were found to do the same thing. Here's the characteristic of an advanced persistent threat. We're talking about highly sophisticated, highly skilled hackers that are going to break into the system. They're going to try to do so in something that's unnoticed. They're often going to be in that system for years, monitoring their targets and waiting for an opportunity to strike. So these are very serious things. The profile of most of these advanced persistent threats are a nation state, a country breaking into another country, for example. And when I want you to think about that, if a country is breaking into another country, how much money can that country spend? It can be a lot if it's a country with a high GDP, gross domestic product, for example. And usually with an advanced persistent threat, the motive is either political or economic, but the key is it's aiming to stop. It's like a traditional espionage approach, spying of the future with the ability to take down systems. Because if you think about it, let's say you've got two countries, and country one has a missile defense system, and country two wants to launch a missile, but it's blocked by that missile defense system. In an advanced persistent threat, someone could be in the system. They can block the missile defense system and launch missiles at the same time. That's just an example of the type of thing that can occur. But that's the type of threats that we worry about with these advanced persistent threats. Now, often, we also have an insider attack. Now, when we're dealing with insider attacks, this is typically users that have been authorized to use the system, like employees, contractors, third-party vendors. And in this case, they've got actual access to the system, and then they use this access to cause harm. Now, an insider threat could be someone stealing data and giving it to a competitor. They could be altering the data or damaging it or doing anything they can to disrupt the business operations. Now, what kind of skill level are we talking about with an insider attack? Anywhere in between. It can be someone fairly unskilled like a script kiddie, or it could be someone that's a superstar technologist that really understands how to break into anything. Now, again, we've got to look at the motivation behind an insider. It could be activism, financial gain. They hate the company. They didn't get promoted. Their mommy never loved them. I don't know, but there's lots of reasons people commit insider attacks. Now, when we look at the capabilities and resources of an insider attack, it's typically not big money here. And here's the reason. It's typically one or two people. They're insiders, so they don't have a lot of financial resources, but they have existing access to the organization's network and knowledge that gives them somewhat of an advantage. So the extent of the advantage of the insider attack could be based upon who it is. If it's the chief information security officer, they know every single weakness of the attack. If it's one of the organization's cloud security architects, they know the strengths and weaknesses of it. If it's one of the organization's security engineers, they can do a lot of damage. It could be a sales rep that knows nothing about cybersecurity, and therefore they can do less damage. So with insiders, attacks, we still obviously have to detect them, and we have to prevent them. So one of the things we can do is we can do behavioral assessments on people before we hire them and learn a little bit about who they are. That's why we ask all these wacky behavioral questions like, tell me about a time you did this. We're trying to find a person and how they act and their patterns of behaviors. But cybersecurity teams need to collaborate with human resources to monitor for unusual behavior amongst insiders, and they need to act preemptively to mitigate attacks. Now let's discuss shadow IT. Now, shadow IT really refers to IT systems like software or hardware or services inside of an organization that someone puts there without the organization's knowledge or approval. I can tell you early in my career, I felt like they should have just called me Sniffer Boy because the sniffer or a protocol analyzer was something we could use to look at what was going on in the network. And for about a month, I literally, in my first job, was running around plugging into various ports on various switches to try to figure out what kind of traffic was actually going on our network to identify things that didn't belong there. And I found remote access servers that someone put in so they could work from home, like a remote control desktop, which of course didn't go through the corporate security program. I found people that were hosting music servers on the organization's network, which promoted plenty of backdoors. I found lots of people that connected modem banks to their desk and to the back of their computer so they could modem into things, and again created other backdoors into the system. Applications that weren't supposed to be there, all these kind of things. So shadow IT occurs when when inside of an organization, people decide that they're just going to put their own tech. Now, a lot of time, people are well-meaning when they put these shadow IT systems in. And they're putting in these shadow IT systems because the main systems don't actually make it easy for the person to work. And when we design our security architectures, we have to think, are we making it so complicated that people are going to put workarounds in? And in many cases, this is what shadow IT comes from. In many other cases, shadow IT comes from someone needing to access a certain type of thing, it being so hard to get all the approvals to get something done, so the person just says, I'll take care of it myself, and they install it. Understand that shadow IT often introduces many back doors and causes a whole host of problems. Other times we have shadow IT where someone just puts in a tech system so they can break in too. But many cases, shadow IT is just because someone's trying to make their lives easier to do their job, and they don't understand why the security policies are what they are. So in shadow IT, you can have people writing their own software, deploying stuff on the cloud, creating mobile apps, devices that are there that are not supposed to be there. You'll see it all. And the motivations here usually come from because employees believe that their IT department's too slow, they don't respond, they're restrictive, so there's that. And people deploying shadow IT are really looking for alternative solutions to meet their specific needs quickly, even if it means bypassing any kind of official channel. Now, imagine you've worked hard, you built this plan, and how the hacker, who doesn't mean to be a hacker, he thinks he's being a good employee, just opens up a remote access terminal without a firewall, and all of a sudden you got access to that remote access terminal, you break in, and poof, you own the system. A hacker owns the system. All because someone tried to make it easier to work remotely. So lots of times unapproved services lack proper security measures, and they expose the organization to attacks. Now, this can also be a compliance issue. There may be an organization that's highly regulated, like a bank or a hospital, and now somebody puts in an unauthorized system, their things aren't checked or logged, and now all of a sudden you've got all kinds of regulatory problems, leading to financial consequences, legal consequences. So this shadow IT thing needs to be monitored for and shut down immediately. We can see data loss with shadow IT systems. We may have egress monitoring on our data loss prevention systems to make sure that stuff doesn't leave our systems. But all of a sudden, some shadow IT person puts a back door and there's no egress monitoring on that, and our private data leaves our systems when we don't want it to. Now let's look at competitors and corporate espionage. Competitors may also involve in espionage or spying activities to get information from other environments, other customers. They may want to steal customer data. They're trying to sell to their customers, steal their proprietary software in order to learn their business secrets, get details of confidential project development plans like the formula for a brand new blockbuster drug, or any kind of critical information that can give the competitor an advantage. Now, how do competitions perform espionage? Well, much like the way the spies would in the spy world with very similar kind of tradecraft. So you may use insiders. You may find a disgruntled employee, the hacker might, and offer to pay them to give them some information. They could use an insider. It could be a dark web activity. So competitors may turn to the dark web, which is basically an anonymous network for illicit activities, and find insider information for sale. Sometimes you can find a company's information on the dark web. Let's talk about the dynamics of the dark web. So first, there's an information trade here. We've got bad people selling information to other bad people. And whether that information was acquired through the network by a hacker and then sold, the goal here is profit for somebody, and it can cause serious damage for a business. So sometimes we've got these corporate data offers where there's dark web markets that literally openly will solicit and advertise confidential corporate data, providing a competitor a chance. Here's a chance to buy your personal data, your stolen data. So think about that. Now, threat vectors are going to be the path that the attack actually occurred. So how would an attacker actually infiltrate the system or access an organization's data? So threat vectors often are email. A primary threat vector is an email, where someone's given a phishing email or spam or any kind of attacks that can get through the attacker's network. Typically, mail will go through a mail server unless it's stopped for certain reasons. Social media is another way attackers engage with users and collect information. There's also direct access, so a hacker may actually physically access a network. What if they can just enter a public lobby and plug into an Ethernet port and the port doesn't shut down with some kind of network admission control, for example? Or they go to a wireless network and they put some wireless scanners out there and scan information as another way they can do it. But realistically speaking, any network device that can access the network can be used to attack the systems. Wireless networks can be on the problematic side, because if they're not secured properly and there's not a lot of admission control, the wrong person can get in over the wireless network. Another threat vector is removable media that we can find, like a USB drive. Again, these systems could be used to spread malware and certain things. There are companies whose needs are so severe for security that not only will they disable USB ports on a server, that they will physically destroy them so no one can actually plug them in instead of just disabling via software. Again, we can have attacks on the cloud, which are no different than attacks on the data center, but we have to understand that the security control is different in the cloud versus the on-premise environment. So we're going to need a tailored approach. The cloud has many different attack vectors than we just have in the data center. In the data center, we have much more control. We can determine who or what can or can't go where. We can filter. We can rate limit. We can prioritize traffic over another. We don't have any of this on the cloud. So in the cloud, we've got a lot less security options we can work with, which is typically why it necessitates a different approach like zero trust as opposed to defense in depth. Although I would argue, and many would argue, that you need zero trust plus defense in depth. Now, how do you keep track of all the threats that exist out there? Because they're constant and they're new. Well, good news is there are threat feeds. And they're very similar to weather feeds or news feeds. So you can subscribe to a public feed, which is going to be, say, an open source feed, or a closed source or a proprietary feed. So many of these feeds you can subscribe to via the RSS, really simple syndication feature, which is going to collect and present various content streams in a single place. And that's going to be a specific type of feed that's going to deliver a continuous stream of raw data about current and potential security threats. There will also be threat intelligence feeds, which is going to refine raw data into something that will give an organization some actionable intelligence. Okay, here's the data and here's what you can do about it, or giving you the implications about it. So that becomes much more effective from the organization's perspective. So let's look at the kind of information you would get from a threat intelligence feed. Well, you would realize there are certain domains that you don't want to go to, say suspicious domain names. You would see and find some hashes of some known malware, so make sure you don't use it. You could find some shared code snippets from various internet sites, and you might even be able to find IP addresses associated with malicious activities. This is great. You just block them on your firewalls or your ACLs, and then they don't get in. Now, we also have this concept of proprietary and closed source intelligence. Now, here we've got organizations like commercial security vendors and government entities that provide proprietary closed source of information. And these organizations employ various tools, analysis models, and a lot of methods to collect, curate, and maintain their threat data. Now, when we're dealing with these closed intelligence, there's lots of reasons you may use them. One is confidentiality. So many organizations are going to want to keep their threat data confidential. Now, another reason you might see closed source intelligence is the commercial value. So there's always going to be the potential to sell or license information, and which methods and sources are considered trade secrets. So sometimes if we're using commercial threat feeds or closed source, might be a business that's providing very specific information that they don't want the public to know about. And it could also be related to security concerns. Organizations are not really going to want to publicly disclose certain threat actors and certain things. So that's why we've got some closed source feeds. So you can look at open source and closed source feeds. Now, many of these closed feeds are from commercial intelligence services, and they will offer service packages that are going to be very valuable for a security professional. They'll manage the data from the open source threat feeds, they'll identify relevant threats for you, and ensure that you have some kind of actionable and applicable guidelines to fix it. So when you're dealing with these intelligence sources, that's why we've got these commercial services. And validating the data is not necessarily the easiest thing. But when we're dealing with commercial sources, we typically hope that they've already validated for us. Anytime we're looking at the intelligence of all the threats that are going to face us, we have to assess the quality of the information. So first thing we need to look for is the timeliness of it. So if we find out there's a threat that's a current threat and we can mitigate it, that's great. But if we find out today that there was a threat that we didn't know about from 20 years ago that's already been fixed, is that going to help us at all? No. Now, we also have to think about the accuracy and the validity of the threat intelligence. So again, consider the source. Is it a reputable source? And we really want to think about the suitability of the information for the organization-specific context, the organization-specific technologies, what have you. And then, as it comes to anything else, we need to think about confidence scores. So if you've ever done a statistical analysis and you're looking for, say, a 95% confidence interval, which means that you're 95% sure the information is good, that's what we're kind of talking about with a confidence score. But we need some degree of confidence that the information is real. And that's what we're talking about with confidence scores. And we're going to use the score to determine the trustworthiness of the intelligence data. A low confidence score means the data is most likely is unverified. And that doesn't mean it's not going to become more reliable over time. But low confidence intervals or low confidence information means we don't know if it's real. High confidence means we know it's real. So we don't want to just discard low confidence information. We want to evaluate it and think about it and really figure out what we need to do. Now, when it comes to managing threats at scale, it's going to take a lot of coordination and a lot of management. And we might want a structured framework or protocol to help us through this. In fact, in many cases, it's going to be pivotal to enhance the efficiency and the reliability of any kind of threat intelligence across many different security platforms. Now, one thing we can do to make this easier is we can use some kind of standardization and some tooling. And this is going to be really essential for managing and automating any kind of threat intelligence data. We may want to use some form of a structured markup language like STIX, the Structured Threat Intelligence, or the Structured Threat Information Expression Protocol, or the Open IOC to make sure we've got consistent information and efficient handling of it. Now, we've got this concept of STIX, which I mentioned, which was developed under the auspices of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and it's now maintained by an organization called OASIS, and that's going to facilitate structured communication. Now, there's another protocol called TAXII, T-A-X-I-I, and that's designed to support STIX data, but it enables the exchange of this information over HTTPS. So now it's encrypted information that you're going to receive. I mentioned we can also use Open IOC, and this was developed by Mandiant, and again, it's an XML-based framework that provides structured information for cyber threat indicators, giving you the information, some metadata about the discovery and implications of these threats. Now, it's really important to know where we're getting these things and to share the information. So we have this concept of a public and a private information sharing center. And this is going to be essential to effectively distribute threat intelligence. And we may have threat intelligence communities that will facilitate the sharing of the threat data, along with the appropriate vendors and their resources. And of course, we will have some form of an information sharing and analysis center. And they're primarily in the United States, but they're going to help information and infrastructure owners operate their systems and exchange threat information. When we're dealing with the information security and analysis centers, there's going to be tools and support for members. And this is going to be governed by the National Council of Information Sharing and Analysis Centers, which is going to list sectors that you can actually find. So lots of places where you can get information sharing for these various pieces of information. Now, where did these information centers come from? Well, they started in 1998 following Presidential Decision Directive 63. It was PDD-63. And in this, that there was a mandate for critical infrastructure sectors to create organizations that would share information about current threats and vulnerabilities. And these operate on what you call a trust model, much like a federated identity and access management. And they're going to cover both physical threats and cybersecurity threats. But the key here is to provide round-the-clock operations, including threat analysis and things that you could do to help respond to these threats. Now, we will also have specific U.S. government agency partnerships here. There will be specific agencies for each critical infrastructure section, whether it's Department of Homeland Security. There are many others that we need to think about. We can't just think about these public and private information sharing centers being in the United States. There are international equivalents that are created by government bodies and agencies in other countries. For example, the UK has the UK Center for Protection of National Infrastructure, and that provides threat intelligence resources to the industries, academia, and government entities inside of the United Kingdom. So now let's discuss developing information security programs and information security management programs. So we'll begin by describing information security programs. And they are how we're going to secure our organization. And the role of the Chief Information Officer is that they are the lead here. And whether it's the Chief Information Security Officer, or we're dealing with the Cloud Security Architect or the Security Architect, the goal here is to develop a security program to create an implementation, or finding the people that will actually build it out, which are not going to be the architects, obviously, or the CISO. They're going to be the engineering team. And then it's going to be about maintaining that organization's information security program. And this program is going to consist of a lot of things, lots of policies, lots of standards, lots of processes, lots of activities and projects. And the key here is all of this needs to align with the organization information security strategy. So let's talk about establishing a new program. Now, it's going to be critical that organizations have a cybersecurity program. So if they don't, we are going to have to establish a new one. And many times you could be a new cybersecurity architect or cloud security architect or CISO. And now you're walking into an organization and you're like, whoa, they have nothing on information security. We got to start this from scratch. And or we've got something and it's so bad, guess what? We've got to tune it. So the first thing we need to do is we actually have to develop a strategy that's going to include setting standards, determining what we actually need. So what do we really want? And then we need to look at what we actually have. What have we done right? What have we done wrong? What is the state? So future goal, past goal, and then we need a gap analysis to determine the difference, or the delta, whichever we want to pronounce the Greek word from an American or Greek perspective, between point A, which is your starting point, and your goal, just like any other architecture. And then we're going to use that strategy to define whatever initiatives we need to take that organization from its current state to its future desired security state. And we have to ensure an overall alignment and an overall strategy on how to do that. So the first thing we need to do with any architecture or any strategy is to define the program scope. What's included and what's excluded. We have to know what we're trying to secure versus what we're not. Try to secure the entire globe. You're not going to do it. Try to secure one company with your team. You should be able to do it. So that's really what we're talking about. So there's going to be lots of key elements of the program scope. We need to cover what is being covered. What are the exceptions that were not covered? And what do we need to explicitly state? And then we need to think about what part of the organization this InfoSec or information security program is going to cover. Is it the whole organization? Is it a single department? So we have to detail that as part of when we scope it. Now, we also have to develop the charter for our information security program. So as soon as we define the scope or the STOTE statement, now the information security managers and the cloud security architects can develop the charter for the information security program. Now, that charter is going to serve as a foundational document that's going to elaborate on the scope that's been set, the parameters that have been set for the program's operations. So let's talk about some components of that security program charter. Obviously, we need a scope statement which reiterates the previously defined scope. It makes it easy for stakeholders to see it. We need to describe the business purpose or the business reason that we're actually creating this program. So the business purpose will connect the objectives of the information security program, and it will strategically tie them to direct business goals. There needs to be some form of an authority statement in our charter, and that typically assigns specific individuals or institutions or authority to somebody, so we know who is the leader and who needs to be followed. Now let's talk about the roles and responsibilities in developing this information security charter. Who needs to be involved? Obviously, senior management. They have to. Information security team members, like the architects that actually design these systems, like the security architects and cloud security architects, as well as the engineers that are going to build them, because those security engineers are going to have a big set of knowledge as well as things too. We need internal and external auditors coming in, typically speaking. What have they found? What are they looking for? We need the people that are the data owners, the data stewards, and the data custodians involved, because we're going to have to protect that data. And we often need to get many other employees and key stakeholders involved in our information security charter. Now, with any charter, we need a governance structure, right? So our charter needs to outline the governance structure and the processes of our program. These persons in charge, these people will do whatever. So that's realistically what we're talking about here. Now, we're going to have some kind of a documentation procedure for our information security program charter. We need to formalize the methods for establishing, communicating, and even maintaining our security standards and our security guidelines, procedures, or any other documents. So people can get the documents. We're working off of the same sheet of paper, the same sheet of music, if you will. Now, we also have to define some form of an enforcement mechanism. So how is that organization going to enforce compliance with the information security policies? And what will it do for non-compliance? How will it punish them? What punish people? What will it do? What actions will it take? So when we look at that charter, we also need a review process, and we periodically have to review the charter to see if the security program and the security is aligning with what that organization needs, because business goals may change. And if business goals change, guess what? That security charter may need to change as well. And we typically need some form of an approval statement. And this is going to be the details of the approval process. Typically, from the time you start it, it goes all the way to the chief executive officer or some other senior leader. And that legitimizes the governance of this security program charter. I'm going to tell you right now, the charter needs to be somewhat flexible. The exact content of an information security program charter will vary based upon the organization's needs, their business needs, their security objectives, their culture, and other factors as well. So information security managers should focus on crafting a charter that's going to provide a robust framework for effectively implementing and managing the program. So it has to, at all times, maintain business alignment. Let's look at the role of some of these cybersecurity programs. Now that we're developing an information security program charter, security programs are designed to help organizations achieve their business objectives while safeguarding their confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information in their systems. So that means to be effective, cybersecurity managers are going to need a deep understanding of the business, and that means that the security strategy must align with the business. Note, we keep talking business here, business here, business here. That's because the CISM exam is not for an engineer. It's not for a security engineer. It's for a security architect. It's for a security manager that's going to be mapping a strategy for technology in order to business needs. Now, what if the organization has an existing program? Well, then maybe they maintain the program. So that means existing programs, the organization is going to need to maintain the program. And now if we've got a program, our information security managers are going to be tasked with operating the program, maintaining information, the existing information security programs. But while we may be monitoring the current existing cybersecurity program, information security program, we still have to make sure that as the business needs change, that the current existing program actually will meet the overarching needs of the organization's business goals, needs, and information security. And that means we're going to have to constantly evolve, constantly attune, and we will have to regularly report to key stakeholders to show them that and keep them informed about the program and the systems and everything we have in place. Now, if we look at, we probably want to look at some metrics for monitoring as well. Organizations are going to need to measure the effectiveness of their security program. And metrics will give that organization insights into current and ongoing health of their security program. So we have to make sure that the metrics have their integrity, right? If they're bad metrics, they don't mean anything. It's not going to do us any good. So it'll be vital to establish metrics for the performance measurements before what we're going to measure. And then we have to maintain the integrity of the reporting process again and again and again. Because what we don't want is we don't want the team to do what they call selective reporting. And here we're going to show you the good stuff and hide the bad stuff. We don't want that. So let's talk about some of the types of metrics we would use in an information security program. First, we're going to have key performance indicators. And these are going to reflect the success of the security program in meeting its objectives. They're going to be historical measures. Okay, we're trying to do this and we got it here. So historical measures which will evaluate past performance. Now we may have key goal indicators, but this is different. While they're similar to a key performance indicator, now they focus on measuring progress towards a set goal. So are we 80% to our actual goal? And we also have to look at key risk indicators. And they aim to quantify the security risk that could impact an organization in the future. So these key risk indicators really provide some forward-looking insights rather than historical data, what you might see in the future. So let's talk about some examples of key performance indicators. A decrease in the number of reported security breaches. Yes. A reduction in the impact of a security breach. Improved SLAs that we have that give us better guarantees. Or we can talk about the number of preventative measures that were indicated. So very simple things you can look at. Well, we had 30 breaches last year and we had 2 this year. Well, that's a big improvement, right? Last year, a breach impacted this. This year, we contained it to this, so it had less of an impact. This year, we added all of this. So these are measurable things. And we can also measure things like the time between the time we found an incident and the time we responded to that threat, the number of major incidents that occurred, the frequency of our security testing awareness and campaigns, and any kind of shortcomings we found when we actually did test. Again, these are more examples of key performance indicators. Let's talk about key risk indicators. Now, they need to be tailored to the organization's specific needs. Now, the ISACA, and they're the people that make this exam, suggest looking at key risk indicators based upon 4 factors. The first factor is the potential impact or the likelihood of that key risk actually occurring. The effort required to implement, measure, and maintain the key risk indicators. The reliability of a key risk indicator as a predictor of risk. Because with a risk indicator, but it doesn't accurately predict risk, what good is it? And the sensitivity of the key risk indicator in detecting variances in risk. So we need both these KPIs, these key performance indicators, and key risk indicators because that will help the organization determine the effectiveness of their programs and even provide data when necessary to enhance it. Let's discuss reporting responsibilities of our information security managers. So our information security managers are going to play a key role in communication, as are our cybersecurity architects. Now, the security managers and the architects are going to need to develop key metrics so they know what to monitor for the security programs. The architects and managers will have to ensure that stakeholders are informed about a project status and a program status and make sure people know what they need to. So let's talk about some common reporting mistakes. So oftentimes you'll find people that are just going to create a security dashboard or a beautiful web page that's going to give you information, and then they're just going to expect the stakeholders to just use this website and use it. Not going to happen. You can't just assume people are going to use things. The stakeholders may not visit these resources. They may not see the reminders, and metrics alone are not going to give you enough context for the average stakeholder that's a business executive. You'll have to put the metrics in context. So how do we communicate these things effectively? Let's talk about some effective reporting strategies. Now, good reporting strategies compile detailed reports about the metrics, their trends, and they give you the ability to contextually analyze things. So these good reports are often formal written reports. They can be some in-person meetings or recorded briefings. They can be informal email updates, and they can be a combination. The key here is to use more than one. So You've got an in-person meeting here or there, then you provide a formal written report, you send emails periodically. Now people are starting to understand what's going on. Now, you must be effective in getting this information out there because we need to have diverse and targeted communication strategies to make sure stakeholders are well informed. Well-informed stakeholders buy into security and will help support the security needs. Stakeholders that are not bought in will fight you in every component of your program because they don't understand why they need to work and jump through hoops for your security if they don't understand the security and its impact on the business. So you're going to need your sales skills, your executive communication skills, what have you. And that's why we spend so much time training our architects in these skills, because you will need them as an architect or a manager. Now, let's talk about security training and awareness. So we can create the best security program. And if nobody knows how to use it, it's a problem. So that's why we need to do regular security training for our users. We need to make sure that our users understand the risks of the computing environment and their role in mitigating these risks. We need to make sure that we use good and diverse training techniques because various people learn differently. Maybe some computer-based training approaches, maybe some documented, but maybe some drills. The point is different people learn differently, and we have to teach and communicate and do our training differently based upon it. We may do some kind of role-based training, and this is going to be customized training that's going to match the specific job responsibilities of a user. So role-based training. So the systems administrators are going to get this kind of training. Physicians in this hospital are going to get this training. Security team is going to get this. IT people are going to get this. Network people are going to get this. So different users will require various levels of security training and security knowledge in their work. And that's what role-based training is for. Now, we can often try to do role-based training in a game. They call it gamification. So maybe we can enhance the training experience and the information retention by creating it in a game environment to make it fun. So that's something to think about. Now, how often do you your training? Well, you can't do your training every single day because people won't have the ability to do their job. But if you do it every 50 years, nobody's going to know what they're supposed to do either. So it's going to be this balance of the benefits of training versus, being too obtrusive to the employees and the staff's work. So we probably want some initial training for all new hires. As soon as we onboard them, it should be part of their training program. We probably should also do an annual training refresher to our organization where we're going to revisit core materials and introduce new updates to whatever needed to change over time. Now, we must regularly review and update our training materials because the world changes, our architectures change, and therefore the training needs to change. So we have to adapt our materials as the organization's needs change, security architecture changes, or the threat landscape changes. We'll still need to do this. Keep training. Now, we will need constant ongoing awareness efforts. So we're going to want to supplement formal training with continuous security awareness initiatives. We may be putting up posters and videos, and here's Mike's message from the InfoSec department voicemail that goes to everybody's phones or emails. The key here is we're constantly talking about security awareness. We're constantly posting it everywhere. The goal of these efforts is to reinforce previously learned security lessons, keeping security awareness prominent and top of mind for everybody that matters. Let's talk about managing this information security team. So we will need to build and manage a capable team. It's not going to be one person. It is critical to build a good, strong team. And people often underestimate the amount of leadership skills here, which is why we train so much of them in our paid architect programs. But it's going to take a lot to lead a big, strong security team. Because while technologies like firewalls and IAM systems are vital, the effectiveness of any of the tools and controls we implement really depends upon the team that is managing and implementing these tools. So that means as management teams, we need to hire the right people. We can't just hire someone because they passed 10 certifications. We need to hire someone with the real skills that are necessary for what we do. We need to recruit intelligently, retain good people, motivate good people, and find ways to train the people's team for their security needs. So let's talk about hiring team members. Hiring is a critical decision-making process with long-term financial impact. So considering the high cost of a senior role, so we could be dealing with a $500,000 employee at a very senior level, at this executive level. And we may have to pay $50,000 to $100,000 for a recruiter just to get them to hire them. Let alone it might take 6 months with that new person to get them to fully up to speed. So if we've got a $500,000 employee and they're ineffective for 6 months, that cost us $250,000 and another $100,000 to pay the recruiters 20% commission to find that person a job. That's $350,000. So when we're hiring good, strong people, and when we're hiring architects, we're talking several $100,000 a year. When we're talking about CISOs, we're talking several $100,000 a year. When we're talking VPs of architecture, we're talking several $100,000 a year or more. So when we're dealing with good, strong security people, it's going to be effective and expensive. So we want to hire the right people, but we'd like to maintain them whenever possible. Now, it's not just the financial implications. The competence of people that are good will protect our organization. So managers need to invest their time in making the right hiring decisions, not just hiring to fill a role. Don't rush to fill a role. Hire people that can really, really do the job, which means careful interviewing and mentoring, interviewing with various stakeholders to make sure each stakeholder finds the strengths and weaknesses of that individual, because there's a lot that can go on. So now we've got a team, we've built our team, we need to develop the team. Whether that be motivating the team, training that team, but we have to develop that team. We have to improve their skills. We have to manage their skills development. We need to make sure that people are cross-trained so that if one person's out sick, somebody else can cover for them. And we need to make sure we've got proper coverage. So we should build training programs. We need to allocate budgets for ongoing employee training. We need to keep employee skills sharp and updated and relevant. And we have to help other team members advance in their careers because we want to build a winning team here. And that's not just hiring great people. It's hiring great people and further developing them and making sure that they stay great. So how do we keep them? Well, one thing we can do is send people to certifications. There are certain certifications that are relatively good at maintaining competency. The CCSP, the CISSP, the CISM are relatively good security certifications. Alone, they're not going to be enough, but there's a lot that we can do here, and we continue to develop people here. We want to invest time in people's learning. Maybe send them for leadership training or persuasiveness training or understanding details about the network or various components of security. We want to get them. So we want to send them for functional training, practical training, and potentially we can also use some certifications along the way. But we need to, as good, strong cybersecurity managers, or even as architects, security architects, determine training programs for the people in our architectures that we're going to be designing. Now, if we are the chief information security officer or even an architect, we have to think about the budget, right? So people don't have an unlimited budget. So we have to manage the budget. The security managers themselves are going to be responsible and accountable for the financial aspects of their organization's security program. That means the software, that means the hardware that's purchased. It involves developing the team, the people that are there on the team, monitoring of the budget. So when we're dealing with information security managers, it's not going to be okay to just hire an engineer and say, you got the tech. We need to make sure that person has the business acumen and the leadership and the executive presence and the CXO relevancy and the ability to exercise influence and communicate. So these skills are going to be vital. So ideally, your architects already have these skills and your CISOs have these skills. But if they don't, you're going to have to train them. And the people on the team, you can't have an architect that's all techie and doesn't understand business because they're never going to design systems right. So your architects may also need some business executive training. Hopefully they're already there before they were hired. Now, the architects are also going to make sure that any security architectures we design are going to fit into that organization's budget. So it's going to be, and we may also, as architects, security architects, have to create the budget by showing the organization their weaknesses and showing the organizations the risk that they have. So that's why we quantify the budget. Manager, architect, same kind of thing we're doing it here. So now we need to think about budgeting. So the budget's going to be the financial roadmap, if you will. The available funds that we have to spend throughout the year to manage our security needs. So we're going to have to be careful with that. Now, how do you plan how much money you're going to need? So typically speaking, organizations plan their budgets once a year, but the manager often has to prepare the budget 18 months in advance. So if you're building a plan for 18 months from now, you got to think a lot. You got to think about the future needs, the future initiatives that are going, any type of inflation that may be occurring. What is the micro and macroeconomic environment? Are there shortages right now which are going to drive salaries up? All this stuff needs to be planned, and it needs to be planned in advance, hence the need for long business acumen here. And it's important to early plan this, be very proactive, and make sure it's done ahead of time. Now, there's a couple approaches to budgeting. One approach is what's called incremental budgeting, and this is silly. This is like, okay, this year our budget was $10 million, so we're basically going to give you the same $10 million, but an extra $1 million up or down based upon what your needs, where the manager's advocating on changing. Well, if we had a big project this year that we don't have next year, maybe that's a little ridiculous and we don't need that much. Maybe we've got a bigger project this year than last year, so we can't look. I mean, incremental budgeting is okay, but it's got a lot of weaknesses there. Now, we also have what's called zero-based budgeting, and this is that every year or every fiscal year, the management creates a budget and says, I need this for this. Now, here the manager is saying these are our initiatives and these are our budgets. So we're getting much more specific than just saying, hey, we had last year's, let's just tune it a little bit. Now, when we think about planning and we think about finance, we need to think in terms of fiscal years. So the majority of us live on the calendar year. It starts in January, ends December 31st, and that's what we would pay our taxes for an example. But many businesses actually have a different start of the year when they were formed. And if that's the case, for example, if a company was formed in September, every September would be 12 months of business, and that might be considered a fiscal year, meaning the year doesn't necessarily have to correlate with the calendar year. So we just need to make sure, whether we're using calendar years or fiscal years, that the budget lines up for everything needed. Normally in businesses, it's a fiscal year. Now, when it comes to expenses, we realistically speaking have two types of expenses. We have capital expenses, which are things that we purchase. Now, this would be a major asset like a building, equipment you purchase, typically speaking, one-time expenditures. Now, we might need a $300,000 firewall, for example, but we may not be paying $300,000 for the firewall right now. We can also be financing that firewall. And if we finance that firewall by paying that firewall over, say, 4 years, and we own it after the 4 years, not that we want it after 4 years, but we own it after 4 years, that's still a capital expense. By comparison, an operational expense is things that occur ongoing. So it could be a subscription that's an operational expense. You could be leasing gear and that becomes an operational expense. We could be dealing with cloud computing and that's basically paying rent for our virtualized data center services. So that's an operational expense. Any kind of software licenses, utilities, electric, that's an operational expense. So what are the impacts on this? So capital expenses are things that we purchase. Operational expenses are ongoing. So if we look at how these are impacted by taxes, so taxes are typically, let's say, when an organization, they take their revenue, they deduct all their expenses, and then they're left with income. Now, when you purchase something like a capital expense, it typically, from an accounting perspective, depreciates over time. So here's what I mean by this. If you buy $1 billion asset that's good for 30 years, each year the business can write off 3% of that $1 billion asset. That's called depreciation, and it's an accounting term based upon things that typically depreciate or go down in value over time. It's a fake accounting thing. You could buy a house which appreciates over time, but you can still depreciate that house or building or hotel, for example, if you bought it, because there are things that break. Now, when we look at it from a tax perspective, operational expenses are typically written off directly as an expense. So if instead of buying a $300,000 server from Dell, we rented that server on a cloud provider for $1 million a year, instead of writing off a percentage of that server in terms of depreciation with that capital expense, with that operational expense, we just write off the whole expense because it's just waste. We get nothing from it. We don't own it. So from a tax perspective, operational expenses are often easier, but all of this can be mitigated and managed properly by a good accountant that knows what they're doing. So this means that no matter what, when you're dealing with expenses, consult with a financial team, consult with the accounting team, understand that organization's financial structure, its weighted average cost of capital, and then only then can you start planning whether it's better for the business to do a capital expense or an operational expense. I'll tell you one thing, you're going to have to monitor the budget. And if you don't, it will go, and it will go really fast. So while you plan your budget annually, you need to constantly see, are you sticking to the budget? No different than in your personal life. If you spend all your salary in the first 2 days of the week, you got a problem for the next 5 days, right? Well, it would be the same thing in a business. So we have to monitor the budget, know what's going on. We have to continuously monitor and track expenses throughout the years. And then we also want to set limits so we know we don't overspend, which brings us into avoiding overspending. The same way a person can overspend, a company can overspend. And if we exceed the budget, now we may have some management challenges, and we may not have enough budget to do what we need to. So security managers must maintain vigilance over their budgets because they don't want to end the year in a deficit. Now, when you create a budget, I suggest creating an emergency contingency fund, because I promise you there will be some kind of unforeseen expenses that are going to just become inevitable over time. So if you created a contingency budget and all of a sudden you've got some employee that did something so amazing for you and you want to give them a little money, you can. All of a sudden there's an emergency and you need to hire some staff, you can. There's a one-off vulnerability and the only fix is buying this thing, you can. So generally speaking, make sure there's a contingency fund. Now, at the same time, manage surplus. Now, here's what I mean. Staying under budget is usually good. But if you have a lot of unspent money, maybe you didn't plan it accordingly. So if you, for example, had $1 billion budget and at the end of the year you have $800 million left over, you didn't need that $1 billion. You probably didn't know your business well enough. So we need to be very careful. We don't want to over budget. We don't want to under budget. We want to budget just right. So we should be monitoring our budgets. We should be looking for any way that we can routinely monitoring and see what's going on. Maybe a weekly check and then adjusting to monthly checks. And again, this whether we're managing people or managing others, initially until we know we've got a level of trust, we want to check fairly frequently. And as we get more comfortable, we might slow it down. Let's discuss integrating security with other key business functions. So we're going to have this collaborative dynamic in that security teams are going to operate inside of the broader organization. And that means they need to integrate with various business and even support functions for that business. So it's going to be very critical for security managers to work collaboratively across the organization. Same thing with an architect. We can't have a security architect designing security without understanding the entire business and the impact of the security on that business. Now, whether we're an architect, like a security architect or the chief information security officer, we need to make sure that all security objectives are operational, functioning, but aligned with the organization's needs. So part of this is going to be procurement that we're going to be dealing with in security. There's going to be the role of the teams that are going to be necessary to help us get the necessary products and services, maybe our firewalls or our IDS, IPS systems, or our SIEM systems. We're going to have to purchase, so there's going to be procurement teams involved in what we do. We're also going to be integrating security. So we're going to have to work with the procurement people. We're going to put some security considerations in how they actually purchase things that might need to occur during vendor evaluation, vendor contracting, and even ongoing management. All this falls under risk management because no matter what we do, if we can effectively collaborate with procurement, we'll be able to get what we need, when we need it, how we need it in the best environment. So lots of things to deal with. Now, with security, we're going to have a lot of vendors. People are going to be making our security appliances, various security softwares they have. And we're going to have to communicate and work with these vendors. So when they're supplying us gear and we need to purchase them, we need to make sure that what they're supplying us is what we actually need. So we'll meet with our architects will meet with our architects and they'll collaborative design things. Now, we also are going to have to test stuff. Look, we can't just buy a firewall that says 10 gigs of stateful throughput, because I promise you, I could show you firewalls that are able to handle this much work, right? And then out of nowhere, you try it, and yeah, it can do 10 gigs until you turn something on, and then it can do a half a gig. So there's going to be a lot of diligence in everything from managing the vendor relationship, testing the hardware, acquiring the hardware, acquiring the software. So we've got a lot of due diligence and a lot of things to look about and think about the entire time. We also have to have expectations, strong security expectations. So if we're going to work with a vendor and they don't adhere to our security policies, we've got a problem. If we have a third-party vendor and their security is not up to snuff, they become a potential attack vector to attack us through the vendor. So lots of examples of vendors getting hacked and other people getting hacked through them. So we have to come up with some form of relationship management. We will have to develop policies and procedures for vendors, and security professionals should constantly thinking about new policies and new securities and new contracts anytime we're dealing with vendors. So there'll be a lot of work. We'll be dealing with a lot of vendors, especially as architects or CIFOs. Now, vendor evaluations are going to be done. So they can be formal, like the vendor itself issues a request for a proposal, where the client team responds to that RFP, or it could be a very casual review, asking some questions to the security environment, but there has to be a way to evaluate what technology is right for your organization. Typically, we've got to get involved in some vendor security assessments where we want to evaluate the effectiveness of the vendor's own information security and risk management programs. We want to assess their controls, their methodologies, and policies to manage risks. We can think, for example, of a few years ago, SolarWinds was hacked, and many organizations, including the U.S. government, were hacked through SolarWinds. So organizations need to be very careful on the vendors they use and making sure the vendors have the right security policy. Now, we may also get involved in contracts. Now we have to talk about contracting. So we have to have very careful scrutiny of the vendor's information management practices, how the vendor handles sensitive information. And we should put this into the contract. The contract should clearly define who owns the data and restrict the vendor's use of any kind of data to the basically only agreed upon purposes. So in that contract, we have to talk about data ownership and use. So the contracts must specify that the customer owns the data, they retain ownership. And they limit the vendor's rights of what they can do with that information. And they can only do certain things with that information based upon the consent that was provided during that contract. Security measures matter. So in the contractual terms, we need to have some terms that say vendors securely delete any customer information at the time of the relationship's terminated and provide whatever rights are necessary for the customer to audit the vendor's compliance. Now, that's going to be hard in some cases to audit the vendor's compliance, especially with cloud computing, because you can't walk in or bring in auditors. So there is that, but things to think about. Now, when we're dealing with contracts, we should also talk about data protection and third-party sharing of the data. So any contracts we have with vendors should prohibit them from sharing our customer information to a third party without explicit consent. And we need to be ensure that any vendor people that are handling sensitive data, they're going to also adhere to strict security protocols, because we don't want to share our data with a vendor and have somebody at that vendor then get that information out. We want to come up with some critical data safeguards. For example, for vendors managing critical customer information, the contract should dictate specific controls on data protection. How will that vendor manage that data, including fault tolerance, backup procedures, and anything really important to prevent data loss. So you should have some comprehensive security in any kind of vendor contract. And there obviously needs to be some form of contractual provisions for data protection. And so make sure you include data provisions in your contracts for outsourced services, any kind of joint vendor, any kind of formal relationship, and make sure that it ensures stringent data protection by whatever vendors we're using. And it needs to reflect the critical nature of the information that's being handled and why that needs to be kept secure. So now let's talk about vendor and supplier management and the role of procurement teams. The procurement teams are going to manage the ongoing relationships with the vendors, ranging from IT hardware suppliers to internet service providers, wide area network providers, everybody. And when you initially take the vendor on, you have to do a vendor onboarding process. And the onboarding process will start by verifying the correct details and making sure that both parties start the relationship, the customer and the vendor, on a positive note with everything spelled out. There often needs to be a technical setup, and this could include setting up any kind of data transfer arrangements between the parties, ensuring that when the data is transferred and after it's stored, there'll be robust encryption and other controls to make sure that the data is stored and secure, both in transit and at rest. It should be protected. Security protocols should be established for any kind of incidents, and therefore there should be incident notifications that will specify how and when the vendor would inform the customer in the event there was any kind of security breach. Part of this is ongoing security practices. So after setup, the customer must continually monitor the vendor security measures. And in many cases, that means site visits to the vendor or reviews of vendors' audit reports and or both. With the cloud, you can't exactly go to the cloud provider's data center, but you can look at third-party audit reports. Now let's talk about how incidents would handle. Any kind of contract from a vendor maintenance and monitoring perspective, monitoring should also cover how the vendors will handle and report security incidents. If a vendor has no security incident reports, are they lying? Because anybody has some security incident report. Are they hiding it? Or are they underreporting it? Or are they just really good? If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. Let's talk about vendor offboarding. At some point, the relationship's going to end with the vendor, right? So here's where we need to have a vendor offboarding process to ensure the termination of the relationship and ensuring that we've got the secure destruction of any kind of confidential information being held by the vendor. And from a lifecycle perspective, we want to begin searching and onboarding for new vendors, even before we end a vendor relationship with a current vendor. So let's say we're dealing with security vendor A and we don't want to continue with them. We should have a contract set up with security vendor B by the time before we leave security vendor A. Now, let's talk about some accounting and security management. So we need to talk about financial oversight. Information security managers often handle a budget, and management needs to understand an organization's accounting procedures and procurement procedures and security procedures. So while integrating security into the procurement process is ideal, accounting teams are also going to be able to detect unapproved purchases, and they'll be able also to think about whether these unapproved purchases could potentially have some security implications, ensuring that technology equipment that's being purchased or acquired is going to be secure and authorized. So this is a whole organization, making sure the people that are notifying and paid for it are also detecting stuff that's not supposed to be there. Of course, we've got to get HR involved as well. The HR team will coordinate key employee activities, including hiring, transferring between departments, terminating of individuals, and every one of these things has security implications. If I take someone from a systems administrator and make them a manager, they may not need the same access to those same systems they did as a system administrator, but they might need access to management systems now, so HR is involved in this. We also need to think about security in hiring. The hiring process needs to be secure. What if we're dealing with people that are going to have access to sensitive information? Can those people be trusted, for example? So when it comes to human resources and hiring, we should have some pre-employment screening. This involves things like criminal background checks where it's legal, verifying the person's employment and history, making sure they didn't lie to you about the jobs they had, confirming that the candidates are not listed on any kind of watch list, for example, or hacker registries or anything like that. Now, the depth of the level of screening on an employee is going to determine on the role and legal requirements. If you're in a highly regulated industry and you're dealing with highly sensitive information, it could take a lot of clearance. There are times people need top secret clearance for jobs, but any of these things prior to employment, screening should be occurring. Now, in any kind of an employment agreement, an agreement between the employee and the customer, there should be security clauses in these agreements. Now, an employment agreement typically includes some form of a non-disclosure agreement, which basically says you can't talk about specific things related to the company. And an employee agreement, when you're onboarded, they typically give you a computer and a phone and some other toys. You have to agree to return them when you leave. That's part of an employment agreement. That's making sure that an organization's assets don't go somewhere else. Now, there are also, with regards to employee orientation, we should have some security training. Orientation of a new employee should introduce the new employees to the organization's security policies and maybe even some specific compliance training. For example, if you're in healthcare, you may need to get specific compliance training on HIPAA, for example. Now, if we have employees going from one department to another department, they're internal transfers, we need to make sure they receive the security onboarding for each role as if they're a new hire. But also, we need to check their permissions and their access rights in our identity and access management systems to make sure that they don't keep gaining privileges along the way and not having other privileges removed. That's called privilege creep. Now, all right, we mean well, we hire employees, we have the best of intentions, they work for us, and at some point they're terminated or they leave. So we should have some kind of good exit procedure when we're dealing with terminating employees. The termination process should be handled securely with involvement from the security teams, especially in managing access, as well as the retrieval of company property. We should be thinking in terms of exit interviews. When someone leaves, we want to talk to the employee about their time with the company. We want to use this as an opportunity to see if there's any animosity. And we want to remind that, and if so, why, let's figure out if there's a problem, because we don't want disgruntled employees. But we also want to use the exit interview as an opportunity to remind the client or the terminated employee, look, you signed this NDA, you can't disclose this information without being sued. Now, when an employee is terminated, we have to revoke their access. We can't be giving them privileges if they can come in. And the timing should be really carefully planned to prevent any kind of unauthorized access post-termination. Immediate revocation. So what it should be when the person is told they left, right then and there, their rights should be removed from the system. It's not ideal when a person determines they've been fired because they try to get into the parking lot and their badge has been disabled, and then they call for the badge department and they say you've been fired and the person didn't even hear it. That's not what we're looking for, but we want, as soon as that person is ready to be out, they can be walked out of the building by security so they don't cause any damage on the way out, even though it sounds horrible. And we want to deactivate their privileges like that before they leave. Now, we also want to retrieve company property. As soon as the employee is done, we don't want to lose assets. We want to make sure that everything is returned. Keys, devices, files. Now, let's discuss integrating technology and security into the organizational structure. Now, information security needs to be part of every part of the entire organization. Obviously, we're dealing with people typically from the security side that could be in the IT team. The security could be a separate business unit. But the key here is the IT security people and the security people need to be able to communicate constantly with IT. In fact, it's this collaboration that's going to make it effective. Because if we have IT deploying all these systems and they're not integrated into security, the IT systems themselves will actually have security holes and vulnerabilities that we'll have to find about later. So we need to maintain very strong relationships with the people in IT. And that way, the security managers, the architects, whoever we're talking about is going to be integrated into the IT people, has relationships with IP as well as across the organization. Going to be absolutely essential. Now, there's going to be a lot of places where we need to collaborate with IT, but let's talk about a few special places. One is access management. So much of the IAM work in most organizations, determining who you are, what you're allowed to do, and keeping track of it, is done by systems administrators that are outside of the security team. So this means that security is going to have to collaborate with the systems administrators. They're going to be the ones adding the users, etc. So we need to make sure that we communicate with them, make sure privileged accounts are locked down and only used if and when necessary, that the organization is implementing the principle of least privilege. So we make sure from the security perspective, we're talking to the tech and other teams. In order to make sense, we're dealing with lots of ways to keep the system secure. There's things we need to talk about, things like job rotation, overseeing accounts life cycles we need to think about in terms of how do we enhance the overall security of the IT and security people. Another place where security and IT needs to collaborate a lot is change management. Anytime someone wants to make a change in the system, especially in a high availability system, the organization needs to perform an impact analysis and understand what that change could actually do for that organization. Will that change break something? There's one of the things, for example. Now, if an organization is going to deploy a new application, for example, that might need to be secured. And the application itself could create new security holes inside of the organization. So there needs to be a big collaboration, especially around change management, between the security teams and the rest of the technology teams. Security teams need to provide some oversight throughout the process. So we want to really talk about the principle of least privilege, and that's going to be one of the most specific things we can do to actually enhance our security. Obviously, things like microsegmentation and encryption and blocking traffic,
That's the best thing we can do to keep anybody off of our systems. But once they're on our systems, we want the person to be able to access only what's needed for their job. And with here, we're working for giving people the absolute least privileges necessary to do their job. Only what they need and nothing else. So that's the concept of principle of least privilege. The subjects will receive only the necessary privileges to perform their assigned jobs and nothing else. Now, when we think about that, let's think about the scope of privileges. And privileges are basically the permissions to access or modify data, the right to execute system tasks. So we have to think about who needs what in order to perform their job. Now, we don't just need permissions on who can access what systems. We also need data permissions related to who can write, create, alter, or even delete data. And there's a lot of benefits here related to restricting and controlling privileges from a security perspective. If you don't have privileges to do something, it's a lot less likely that you can cause harm to the system. So by allowing users to, say, modify only necessary data files, it's going to safeguard the nice user that accidentally deletes something critically or damages system's integrity. So we want to use it not just to prevent bad attacks, but to prevent accidental attacks. It's kind of like logging into your system as root. You can kind of make a lot of mistakes there, which you may not want to do. But if you log in as a user, it's less likely for you to accidentally harm the system. Now, regarding networks, again, this is a critical place for principle of least privilege. If you can access the network, you can shut the entire thing down instantly, fairly easily. So we have to make sure that only people that are authorized can get on the network. And there's lots of ways, at least in the data center, to do some form of network admission control. For example, plug in a port, the switch will look at its MAC address, and if the MAC address is approved, the port is open. If the MAC address is not approved, for example, it's closed. But there's other things we can do IAM-wise, but we have much more control on the private data center, private cloud here. But the point is if anybody can plug in and they're on the network, they can typically do a lot of damage if they're on the network. So we need to make sure that only authorized people get in access to the network. We want to limit user privileges, prevent access to servers, prevent access to other workstations, prevent access to the network devices themselves, like the routers and switches, except for the people that need access to them. So we also want to think about the application of the principle of least privileges to other things as well. Applications themselves. Ideally, the application is not running at a privileged executive level unless we need it to. So we don't want the applications themselves to be able to harm the systems. Now, we also work with a lot of things called service accounts. We have got one server that wants to connect to another server, so we use a service account to connect them. That way we're not putting usernames and passwords in the code, which we don't necessarily ever want to do. And specifically, the service accounts enable one application to connect to another one. So here is another case. We have to limit that the service account should only be able to access what it's supposed to and nothing more, because if the service account has big privileges, it could cause problems. So you have to think about this, because we don't want to give full privileges if we only need limited privileges. So when we think about this, we want to make sure that we really think about what our principle of least privilege is, because if we've got an application that's compromised or a user compromises someone's account, if they've got significant privileges and rights to be able to perform a lot of things, they can cause a lot of damage into the system. Now, another thing we can do to enhance security is called separation of duties. And separation of duties is a good security concept, and it ensures that no one person has complete control over a critical function or a system, thereby mitigating risks. Somebody wanted to launch a big weapon system in the military. It often takes 2 keys, for example, and code words and things like that, because you don't want one person, should they go cuckoo, to be able to cause too many problems. Well, it's the same thing in a system. If you give one person ultimate control and nobody knows what they're doing, that person could be paid by a competitor and be hacking into the systems. But by separating duties, one person doesn't have the ultimate control. One person potentially can't cause the damage. So it prevents one person from causing serious damage. Now, separation of duties also requires collaboration, because you need at least 2 people. Now, that means in order to create an attack, the 2 people would have to be conspiring together. And that's a lot harder, for example, than it would be to get just one person. So again, that concept of separation of duties is going to be very meaningful here. Now, let's also talk about some benefits of separation of duties. It provides an area of checks and balances. If there's 2 people and one person does something a little goofy, the other person can kind of catch it. So what's going on with separation of duties is person one verifies person's two actions, person two verifies person one action. So that gives us a lot of fraud prevention. It makes it very hard for a single user to engage in any kind of malicious or fraudulent or unauthorized activities because there's now a lot of extra oversight. Now, by having two people, we now have more options, two or more people to detect problems before they occur. So by having that additional eyes, we're more likely to catch issues. So again, powerful deterrent against misconduct and enhanced security. Now, another concept you may hear of is something called two-person control, or the two-man rule. I didn't make up this term. And it requires approval or an action of two people. Very similar to what we're talking about here with separation of videos, but a little bit different. So you may go to the bank and you may have a safety deposit box, a box in the bank where you keep jewelry and important documents, in a fireproof environment. Now you may notice that you may have a key, but you also need somebody else to open the vault for you. So typically two sets of keys. So that's what you're talking about two-person control. You need two people, you verify who they are, and that works. So now, two-person control, you've got some degree of peer review. Person one, person two can make sure that people aren't doing anything too wacky. Makes it a lot harder because now if we were going to do something, let's say a safety deposit box in a bank, we'd have to have typically the bank manager who has the key and another person collaborating to harm someone. So that's going to take some collusion, and that's going to be harder to do with the two-person control environment. Now, if we think about how we apply that to security, let's talk about really privileged activities. So if we've got a certain very critical function, maybe we require two people to collaborate on that. And that enhances our security measures. And let's think about emergency access as well. So in some types of privileged account management, we've got emergency situations which require a password that could be divided amongst two people. So that way, two halves of the same thing to make sure one person doesn't do something. And emergency access could be a tactical or a military access related to launching a weapon. It could be in a corporate environment, but I hope you can see the benefit of two-person control. We're dealing with basically split knowledge. So the idea that we need two people and either each one knows half of a password or each one knows a different part of the system, the key is we're taking that single responsibility and we're dividing it amongst multiple users and making sure no person has enough authority to really cause any damage or destroy the system on their own. Now, another way we can really enhance security is through something called job rotation. So sometimes you have one person that's doing the same job forever. And that person, if there's no checks and balances, can do something funny. In fact, in one of the first systems I audited, the CEO's brother, who was working as a chief operating officer in a business, was embezzling. And one day that person went on vacation. It was the first vacation for many years. And the CEO asked me to audit the systems. And when I audited the systems, I found out that the CEO not only was embezzling, but he had a lot of people on the payroll that didn't even work for the company. Now, that was because nobody watched what this person was doing. But if this person was working at it and all of a sudden a year later, this person got on a new job and then a new job and then a new job, well, ultimately speaking, it wouldn't have been caught. Now, obviously, the C-suite typically doesn't go through job rotations, but normally speaking, in organizations, people could. And if you notice, many good organizations, maybe someone's a sales engineer today, and then they're a technical marketing engineer a year later from now, and then they're a solutions architect, and then they're an architect in marketing. Many companies tend to do that because that way people can see what you did and making sure that no one person was able to do anything for too long without going unnoticed. So lots of benefit in terms of job rotation. When someone goes away on vacation, for example, you get to see it. When someone was in a job for a year and all of a sudden they take on a new job, the new person comes in and says, whoa, what the heck happened there? So peer review we're getting out of this. It minimizes fraud risk because you're not going to do anything bad. If you know a year or two, somebody's going to find you. It may deter many people. So job rotation is more of a deterrent control because people know they'll get caught, but it's also a detection approach because the new person may catch an issue that was done wrongly. So oversight here of detect any kind of misconduct. Now, along with that, mandatory vacations. You have to go on vacation for these 2 weeks each year at this particular time or whatever. By sending someone on a vacation, have somebody coming in to watch what's going on, that second person can now look, they can audit, they can detect. And you're going to be less likely, or a person's going to be less likely to do harm if they know they can get caught, especially when they go on vacation. So this concept of mandatory vacations is, again, a detection thing. The new person comes in and finds things. It's a deterrent control, because who's going to go commit a crime when they know they're going to get caught for it? Now, there's some other things we need to do to keep our security good. We want to make sure we've got some kind of account monitoring going on, where security administrators will closely monitor end user activity and user account permissions so they can detect and prevent any kind of security incidents. And it really focuses on a couple of main issues. The first thing when we do account monitoring, what we're looking for is inaccurate permissions. Often when you review people's accounts, you find that people's accounts are either too restricted and they can't actually do their job, which is a problem, but more likely they have what you call privilege creep. And privilege creep is you had a job and you needed certain permissions, and then you got a different job and you need permissions, and they don't remove your old permissions. And the next thing you realize, you can do so much damage by accident because you've had 10 different jobs affecting 10 different systems over a 15 or 20-year career. So you're always going to monitor accounts and look for inaccurate permissions. So conduct regular audits of users, review the list of people's permissions, adjust them based upon the roles, especially after a job change. Implement a formal attestation process, meaning for manageable approval of permission. So make it clean, really work at it. Because we have to worry about unauthorized use of permissions as well. And that is basically the problem here is permissions are going to be used by non-intended users for unauthorized actions, which become very difficult to detect. So we have to deploy continuous account monitoring systems to track and alert on suspicious activities from users. We want to ensure that any systems we have are configured to detect deviations from any established policies. Now, we have to monitor these systems constantly, and we may have to adapt these systems and tailor the monitoring to fit the needs of our organization and the typical behavior of our users, because no two organizations have people that do the same job or behave the same way on their job. And this is a key component in behavior-based monitoring. We want continuous behavior-based monitoring to make sure we see what's going on with people. Are they using their permissions properly? Are they trying to exceed it? Are they trying to escalate their privileges? So definitely a very critical thing we need to do. Now, anytime we talk high availability, we're really talking obviously redundancy, obviously resiliency, obviously no single points of failure on a single cloud, for example, is a single point of failure because it's got a common network, common control plane. So there's a lot that goes into it. But it's also change management because, I can have the best design system. And if I go in there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and make the wrong configuration on a router, the entire network goes down and nothing will work. So anytime a change needs to occur, an organization needs to evaluate the change, look at the impact of that change on various parts of the business, and potentially even test that change before that change goes into production. So change management is going to be critical for high availability, high security systems. And we have to be able to be here. So when that change goes, not only does it needs to go to all stakeholders. So various business units have various applications. The application people, by the way, versus the security people, versus the networking people, versus the IAM people, versus the data people. All the people, both business units as well as tech teams, need to evaluate the impact of your change on the overall system and the integrity of the system. So it typically works where an organization will have a change management process, which we as enterprise architects often create. And basically what happens, the person will request a change. The change will be, the impact of the change will be evaluated. The change will be accepted or rejected. Then the change will be tested. And then at some point the change should be scheduled. The change will be implemented. And then it's tested again after it's implemented. And then the change will be documented. Now let's begin our discussion on security assessment and testing. So we need to be constantly checking, constantly assessing our systems to see if they're secure, where the weaknesses are, and how we can fix them. Now, we have to check for vulnerabilities, which are going to be weaknesses in the system, and we have to think about our environment as fairly complex. We're going to have servers, we're going to have storage, we're going to have various network devices like routers and switches. We've got systems that are going to run in complex code, various operating systems, various configurations. So there's going to be a lot of things that can go wrong. We could be working in an enterprise environment where we have 5,000 and 10,000 remote locations, 1,000 different applications across hundreds of vendors. 100,000 IP addresses, 10,000 routes, 15,000 routes in the routing table. So these things can get pretty complex in the enterprise environment. And we need to find the weaknesses, because despite any kind of effort we have, weaknesses will emerge. And the more complex our systems are, the bigger the weaknesses are that we'll find. So what we have to do as architects and managers is to build a strategy. How do we keep our systems secure? How are we constantly monitoring our systems? What are we doing to look through our systems to understand what's going on to find new vulnerabilities? So we will have to identify, prioritize at how we address vulnerabilities, because there'll be so many of them that are coming in. And again, we have to fix what makes sense for us. We may not be able to fix all vulnerabilities because certain fixes might actually damage some other part of our system. So we might have to work around things. So a lot of planning is going to go into this. One of the best ways to figure out where the system weaknesses are is with vulnerability or system weakness scanning, where basically we've got software and it can be automated, people can run it, and they can start scanning our systems to find weaknesses in the system. Now, if we know what our weaknesses in the system are, then we can think about how do we harden those soft spots in the system to make our systems more secure. Now, if we think about cybersecurity, if we don't know where our weaknesses are, how are we going to fix them? So this becomes very important vulnerability management. So a part of what we need to do as architects is determine a strategy. Same thing for the manager, the CISO. What systems are going to have to be scanned? Why are we scanning them? And, can we scan these systems even related to maybe a regulatory requirement or a cloud provider's requirement? So we're always thinking about what we can scan, what we can do, identifying the targets and making sure we do so. So we can also do something called selective scanning, where we start scanning certain specific things. For example, with data classification, we might be looking at scanning the kind of data that's handled by the system itself. We might be looking for network exposures. For example, is the system exposed to a public network, like the internet, or a semi-public network, like a supply chain partner who we can't guarantee their systems? So we really need to think about what we're screening. We need to think about the service offerings from the providers that they actually have. We need to think about the environment type and how we test them. Do we test these weaknesses straight in production first, or do we test them in a test environment, look for the weaknesses, and then see if they exist in production? So we have to get pretty comprehensive and plan on this. Now, there are scanning tools that are automated, and you could potentially use them, or at least the engineers that are going to be doing these things and the analysts that will do these things. They're going to be automated tools that can search the system and give you good information. Many of these tools will give you an asset inventory of what you have and help you identify known systems that you know about and unknown systems, and you'll be surprised how many unknown systems organizations actually find when they go through these things. Now, how often do you scan? Well, that again is related to the plan. So if you scan constantly, you're going to be more likely to find it. If you scan infrequently, you'll be less likely. So how often do you scan them? But what is the effect of the scans on the system's performance? So automated, keep it going periodically, fairly frequently, you get to see what's going on. And, this is one of those things under administrative control. You can set a schedule based on security, compliance, and business needs. You can configure scans to send automated alerts on new vulnerabilities. So how often do we scan? Well, some of it is based upon the risk tolerance of the organization. Organizations that have low risk tolerance are going to be scanning. But in many cases, an organization has to comply with a regulatory requirement, like PCI DSS or HIPAA or FISMA, for example. That may actually determine how often they scan, but there could also be some technical constraints here, limitations to the scanning tools capabilities that the organization has. So we have to think about it all. Some other factors that would influence how often we scan would be any kind of business constraints. For example, we typically don't want to scan during high business times because that can typically place a load on the system or weaken the system. We may have some licensing limitations on our scanning tools that determine how many systems we can run or scan at the same time. So we might have to scan this, and this at various parts of the day, week, month, or what have you. So we have to balance, too much, too little. So we typically want to start with a limited scope of what we're scanning, gradually increase the scan frequency and scope, But the key here is we don't want to overload the scanning infrastructure, and we definitely don't want to overload our enterprise system so they can no longer function. So when we think about it, there's going to be some engineers that are going to be doing these engineering scans. So how could they configure them? Well, they can schedule automated scans typically. They can produce some reports. They can customize the types of checks that are typically done in these vulnerability scans. So there's lots of configurations that our analysts and engineers can do. They may have to provide the credentials necessary to target a server. They might put a scanning agent on various servers themselves. They may conduct scans from various points on the network. Like, can I get access from here? Can I get access from this point in the network versus somewhere else? So lots of things to be configured. Now, if somebody scans and nobody reviews the findings of these scans, what good is it? None. Dipota. So, sorry, I go back to Greek sometimes. But the point here is that we want to make sure we review the scans, understand what the scans are producing, so we're actually getting something and we can make decisions when necessary. Now, we have to look for the sensitivity of the scan, and I want to configure that, and we want to make sure that we minimize the disruption on our target environment. So think about that when the engineers are doing that. These are things for us to think about from a planning perspective. Now, there are templates we can use. So we can start a new scan based upon a template, and we can save very good common configurations that we found to work for us. And that way, if it's a template, we're going to reduce manual errors and things like that. Now, there's always ways we can look to enhance our efficiency. There may be some specific plugins that can be used for this scan. But at the same time, when we're scanning, if we've got too many plugins, that can take us too long. So we want to disable unnecessary plugins because we're looking for certain things and we're not looking to find what you do call as false positives as much, where you get told you have a problem where you don't. And a lot of that will occur actually in these scanners. So vulnerability scanning is great. Now, the key here is we might want to scan the network too. Because an attacker could attack the network. So instead of just scanning things like permissions and weaknesses in servers, we want to look at that network. We want to look at security controls like our firewalls and see, are we going to be able to actually scan past the firewall? Because if we've got a firewall and an IDS IPS system, then we may not be able to from a specific position. So we may have to change where the scanning is actually occurring. We may also want to scan and see if the firewalls are doing their jobs. Now, think about how hard this can be with a remote scan versus a local scan. So in a remote scan, we may detect potential vulnerabilities that are not real. We're going to get more false positives because we can't see everything the same way we could as if we were there. So remote scanning can be done, but it does have those challenges to think about. When we also scan, we also want to scan for credentials. So scanners may use provide certain credentials when they actually try to attack or hit or look for a weakness in the server. So we want to enhance the accuracy of our vulnerability scans. Are we scanning credentials? Are we scanning the network? Are we scanning this? We want to make sure it's set up right and configuring the things that we want to look for. Now, there's another kind of scan we can do, and it's called agent-based scanning. And what we're doing here is we're putting an agent or a little piece of software directly on the endpoint itself or the end server, for example. And that way, if these agents detect any weaknesses, they'll send it back to the vulnerability management platform. So this is great because sometimes, you might have a firewall and some ACLs that you won't be able to scan from a certain point in the location. So that's great. The firewalls are doing their job, but maybe we want to put a scanner on the device itself and then feed back to a central management perspective, which is great. Now, depending upon the way you look at something, everything changes. So let's take my cat, Cindy, for a second. Beautiful little girl, cuddly, sweet, very loving cat. To me. Now, to me, I think she's my beautiful child. By comparison, she likes to attack rats and lizards and snakes that exist in the yard. To the snake, to the rat, my cat Cindy is a menace to society. She's an attacker. She's a serial killer. But to me, she's my sweet, cuddly cat. So no matter where you're at, you're going to have a different perspective. And when it comes to scanning, we want to scan from a variety of perspectives because different points in the network will have different strengths, different weaknesses, and different vulnerabilities. So we want to make sure we're scanning from multiple places. We want to run scans from the internal corporate network. We want to run it from the outside. Running scans from the internal corporate network gives you the insider's perspective. So what a malicious insider could do to you. So that's also extremely important. In a data center, we may put an agent on various devices, and this is going to give us very accurate information related to vulnerabilities, putting devices on the site, putting these agents on the systems. And when we scan this way, we can also get the device itself, but we can also look at the impact of our protections and seeing if they're working. Maybe a firewall has a rule that's too tight and needs to be tightened up a little bit. Maybe it's missing an ACL maybe it's missing like an ACL type firewall rule, and we want to lock that down. Maybe we want to micro-segment our network and we find some vulnerabilities and say, let's block this from talking to this, either in VLANs in the data center and with ACLs at layer 3 if we wanted to do, if we're in a public cloud provider, and check that. Our IDS, intrusion detection, intrusion prevention systems can also have a big impact on what we're doing. So our scans can tell us what to protect, and it also gives us the ability to scan at different locations to see how our systems will hold up. We also may want to get a consolidated view, and we get this often from our vulnerability management platforms, where it gives us a big, dashboard, if you will, to give us an overall perspective of the weaknesses in the systems and the things that we actually found. So all that's great. Now, scanners themselves are often software-based, right? Now, that means we need to keep these scanners maintained and make sure that we've got good, accurate information on our scanning software and our vulnerability feeds. We want to make sure that we conduct good maintenance on our scanners themselves. So we may have to patch our scanner software fairly frequently against new vulnerabilities, for example, because there could be bugs or vulnerabilities in our scanners, which could be a weakness to the system. Or there can be new things that were discovered that we want to scan for. So we're going to have to maintain our scanners. Now, if we have vulnerability plugins or vulnerability plugin feeds, now this is also going to be a frequent update, because security researchers will find new vulnerabilities all the time, but every week you're going to see more. So scanners should update their plugins regularly. In a perfect world, almost every day or every day. And we want to automate these plugin updates, because if we're going to scan for things, we want to make sure that our scanners are actually effective. Now, there's a lot of tools we can use. There's network vulnerability scanners. There are application scanners. There's web application scanners. And we want to use these for preventative scanning, testing, and potentially even penetration testing. Could we break into our systems? Are they weak? And these scanning tools, these same scanning tools that we would use to lock down our systems, unfortunately, are often the same scanning tools that are used by hackers to exploit weaknesses in the system. So this is one of those cases where we have to understand these. So the key here with infrastructure scanning is to scan a wide range of network devices. We want to identify the device types, the device's configuration, and detect any type of known vulnerabilities. I'll give you some examples. For example, there's Tenable's Nessus, and that's an early and widely respected network vulnerability scanner. There's a Qualysys scanner, which is typically SaaS-based, and it does a good job of scanning on-premise and cloud environments. Rapid7's Nexpos is fairly similar with capabilities to Nessus and Qualysys. OpenVAS is a free open-source alternative to commercial scanners. So there's lots of things that we can actually do here, lots of things we should scan. We also want to scan our applications. During the software development process, we want to scan it. We want to identify common software vulnerabilities in any of our custom developed software, or any software for that matter. So how do we test this? We can do some static testing. And basically speaking, with static testing, we can analyze the application's code without executing the code. And this is great because it can help developers uncover vulnerabilities and learn how to remediate them during the development practice, for example, or potentially afterwards, and then fix it as well. Now, there's also dynamic testing that can be done from an application perspective, where the code is executed and basically we're testing the interface with multiple different inputs. And we're going to be searching for vulnerabilities during the runtime of the application itself. We can also do some interactive testing, which is a combination of static and dynamic testing, which is great. We can look at the source codes and we can interact with the application. So when we think about testing, that kind of needs to be integrated into various processes. If we're going to develop secure applications, during the code development, during the software development, we should be scanning these things. We should require tests that show no significant vulnerabilities long before we put any kind of code in production. Now, there are, of course, specialized tools to examine the security of various applications and web applications. There's tools to test for SQL injection or cross-site scripting or other web-specific vulnerabilities. Now, when we think about web application scanning, we want to do our network scans because obviously that's critical, but maybe we also do some web application probing. We want to put malicious sequences in and try some fuzzing to test our application robustness. But point is, we're not just checking the application, we're also checking the network and the things that support that application. Now, when we get a result from the scans, they need to be validated, right? So that's why we have our analysts there. They're going to confirm the presence and the severity of the vulnerabilities reported in the scans. They're going to be looking for external data sources and additional context, provide additional context for the information. Now, when it comes to scanning, we can have this concept of a false positive and a false negative. And I want to talk to you about. A false positive is when you identify a problem that's not real. It's not really a problem. And if a scanner is designed to be very sensitive, it's going to find some false positives. Now, here's the key. If your scanners are set up to be very sensitive, they're going to detect a lot of stuff, including false positives. But they're going to be more likely to catch a lot of stuff. So false positive will occur when a scanner thinks it sees something. It could result from insufficient access, plugin errors, or generally speaking, just it's too sensitive. Now, here you're going to get a positive report that says I found a vulnerability, whether it's real or not. And you may get a negative report that says there's no vulnerabilities detected. But whenever you get anything, you have to verify it. It's the same way where you see something, but you have to check, in fact, is that actually a real problem? So you want to make sure that if you see something, then you're going to go check. If it says you're missing an updated patch, check and see if you have the patch. You get the point. The point is don't trust anything. Use it as a tool and then verify it's actually accurate. And work with the database administrators, systems engineers, network people, software developers, and other experts to go through these things and see if they're right or they're wrong. Now, we also want to take our scan results and reconcile it with other sources. So we want to be holistic here. We want to integrate our vulnerability scan results with other security approaches. So we want to look for other things to give us information. Is it real? So maybe we have logs from our servers, our applications, our network devices, and that's going to give us a lot of information. Maybe our SIEM systems are looking at our logs and giving us some actionable insights. So the point here is we need to have some good configuration management. We need to be able to look and see what's going on. And we want to analyze these things and look at our sources and validate and reconcile the scan results to the actual environment, because not every scan result is going to be accurate. Let's discuss patch management. So we have systems, they have vulnerabilities. We have to fix these vulnerabilities, and that often occurs through a patch. So it's going to be a core practice to have our teams, our engineers, our systems administrators constantly patching our systems to fix vulnerabilities. And you may get alerts from your operating system. You may get alerts from various feeds. But the point here is that when weaknesses occur, we want to be able to fix those weaknesses. And obviously, we'll have to test those fixes before we put them in production, but we want to fix them. We may also run into an environment where we reach a product that's, say, end of support or end of life. And basically what happens here, the end of support is even worse, is the company decides we're no longer going to support this product a year from now or 2 years from now. And when you reach that state, can you really afford to have software and systems running in your organization that no one can fix or patch or support? So if we're dealing with a legacy platform where we have unsupported software, we've got some new risk, because we've got no support to fix new security flaws. And in many cases, that won't actually be something we can deal with in the environment. The other thing we want to look for is weak configuration. So when a system comes up by default, it's seriously hackable. It's designed for convenience. So hopefully our systems are going to be hardened and locked down. But the point is if we don't lock them down, our systems are going to have a lot of weaknesses in them. And that's even worse if we've got unsecured accounts and we don't have strong authentication, or we use default passwords in the systems, which can easily be guessed or put in the system. We also want to look for how these systems are hardened. So we may have a system that's open and listening to various TCP or UDP port numbers. We don't want that. We want to close them down and only allow the system to listen to what it's supposed to. We want to make sure that any permissions are only going to be based upon the principle of least privilege. And if our permissions are too big, we better shut them down. So let's talk about some error messages, and especially as it relates to debugging and debugging risks. While developers may create debugging messages, these debugging messages give you a lot of information onto what's going on, what could be going on wrong. Now, this information in the debugging messages could be hugely beneficial to an attacker trying to violate the integrity of the system. So we must think of these error messages, on these debugging error messages, as something that can be risky. So we want to make sure we use them at the right time and then shut them off so they're not being useful or visible to other people. Now, we also could be getting error messages related to vulnerabilities. So we want to set up our scans and base it to see what's going on. And often our scanners themselves will send some kind of an alert if a debug mode is going on, because we don't want that kind of giving that kind of great information to potential hackers. Now, the next thing we can do to kind of harden our systems is to get rid of insecure protocols. So there may be protocols that have been out there for a long period of time, and I'll give you some examples that were just never designed for security. For example, I used to use Telnet all the time. Many of us did. We used Telnet to remote access routers, switches, lots of devices were accessed via Telnet. It was a command line, but here's the problem. Telnet was plain text. So now we no longer use Telnet for the most part. Now we use Secure Shell, because now we're dealing with an unsecure protocol that now we secure through encryption and endpoint verification, all the good things that come with encryption. File transfer protocol, another one. We used to send files over FTP. Now we use secure copy or secure FTP, which is basically typically tunneling it over some form of SSL, TLS-like encryption. So that's the solution. Just switch to more secure protocols. Now, we could be using encryption that's very weak. So encryption is going to be essential for protecting our data, making sure the data didn't change, verifying our endpoints, protecting against non-repudiation type things. So encryption is important. But what if the encryption is weak and it can be easily broken or easily guessed? That's not going to give us. So we want to choose a robust system algorithm. Some of the encryptions that I worked with 20 years ago can be broken in a matter of minutes. We can't use that anymore. So we want a robust encryption algorithm, strong encryption, strong decryption. And when it comes to an encryption key, don't use your cat's name, don't use your birthday, don't use your wife or daughter's name. Use a strong, non-guessable key. Now, if we use a weak algorithm, for example, when I was younger, we used MD5 hashing, and MD5 message digest 5 can be broken fairly easily. So if it's broken by attackers, it's not going to give you any benefit. So we want to make sure that we're using good, strong cryptography that's not going to be very vulnerable to cryptographic attacks, especially attacks that are based on short key lengths or predictable compositions. Now, we've talked a lot about scanning for vulnerabilities. We talked about patching systems. Now, let's talk about another form of testing called penetration testing. And penetration testing, you may call it ethical hacking, is going to be a very critical security practice. And basically what's going on is an organization is hiring someone and paying them to mimic what an attacker would do, to try and break into the system the way an attacker would, to try and exploit the security weaknesses in the system. Now, why would a company pay someone to break into their systems? Well, if I pay an expert to break into my system, someone that's really good, now I know where the weaknesses are on my systems because I know how they broke in. And after I know how they broke in, now I know what my weaknesses are that I can fix. So penetration testing is going to be really important. It's going to help us identify vulnerabilities. We will discover and assess security weaknesses in networks, applications, and systems that an attacker could exploit. It will give us the ability to also make sure that after we put our defenses in place, that we're secure. And we're secure if the hackers either can't break in or have an extremely difficult time and have to need to spend an enormous amount of money to break in. That might be the level of security that's good enough for us based upon the business and what we need. Super, super, super challenging and cost a couple of $1 million to break in. That might work for some organizations. It might not for bigger or more higher security organizations. So the point of this is we want to basically support our compliance. We want to know what we're doing. And you're a lot better from a compliance perspective saying we paid hackers to break in, the world's greatest, and they couldn't get in, so we felt our systems were secure. Especially when you're dealing with security regulations and getting fined if you've been hacked, the business has been hacked, the business has damage, and in many cases, governmental regulators can actually go and fine the business for being a victim of a hacking attempt. So now you got to really protect yourself and protect yourself more. So there's lots of types of penetration testing. There's people that penetrate the network and focus on the network, like a network services, and they try to break into the routers, switches, firewalls, what have you. There are other types of penetration testing that is related to testing web applications and really trying to attack them with SQL injection, cross-site scripting, authentication issues. There's some client-side testing where they test, the penetration testers look for vulnerabilities in client-side software like browsers or document editors. We may be looking to test the wireless with a penetration test. We might be looking to try to get onto the router, switches, access points by hijacking sessions or using weak encryption or searching for it. We may be doing a social engineering test to try to see if we can talk to people. Will they give us access? For example, while we're at it, we want to test phishing because that gives us some social engineering things, some pretext where we make up a lie to get information, maybe tailgating to get through some security doors. So what goes into planning your penetration testing? Well, the first part is planning, right? We've got to do some planning and we have to do some recon or some reconnaissance. We have to define the scope of the test. We have to determine which systems are going to be addressed in the test and how we're going to do the test. Then we need to gather intel. This is the recon phase, where we're starting to look for networking and domain names and mail servers, because we need to understand the systems that we have and then plan our attack for how the penetration testers are going to break into the system. So after we decide to plan it and we do our recon to gain information, now what's going on, what the hacker is going to be doing, the ethical hacker, and this is not an architect job, this is an engineering job, by the way, but they're going to now be scanning. So now they planned it, they scoped it, and now they're going to start scanning. Okay, what kind of weaknesses can we find? How can I break into the system? Where are these vulnerabilities? So let's talk about gaining access to the systems. We or the hackers or whoever's that penetration tester will be using web application attacks. They'll try cross-site scripting attacks. They're going to look for backdoors, try to hack in via backdoors. They're going to try to escalate privileges to hacker or intercept traffic. The key here with penetration testing is to figure out what kind of damage an attacker could occur. Now, we might also be looking for advanced persistent threats. So the hackers are going to be breaking in through penetration testing. One may try to see if they can stay on the network undetected, to see if they can be there and collect information, because they're really looking for all the weaknesses in the system. But now, after collecting information and finding weaknesses in the system and then seeing if you can dwell in the system, now the penetration testers need to perform a real analysis. And that's why we're doing it. We're looking for the results of this. And the penetration testing team will give us a good report, hopefully detailing the specific vulnerabilities that are exploited, the sensitive data that's been accessed, the amount of time the penetration tester was able to dwell or remain in the system undetected, checking for advanced persistent threats. And at this point, there needs to obviously be some, when the organization gets those reports, there needs to be some form of follow-up. So what data was accessed, what vulnerabilities were found, what can we do to fix them? And then that gives us as architects or as CISOs the ability to think about and plan corrective measures, offer strategic and tactical guidance to prevent future risks for the organization, and have the engineers retest after they're fixed to make sure the vulnerabilities are fixed and mitigated. So there's a lot for us to do. We can't just do the look at a report. We've got to follow up. We've got to test and keep at it until we're great. So the next thing we want to talk about are the types of penetration testing. So we have what's called white box penetration testing. And in this particular case, with this, we're giving the attacker a lot of information of our system. They know how it's designed. They know how it's laid out. And because of this, in a white box penetration environment, we're giving the hacker what's called a known environment. They know the systems and they're trying to break in. So this is an advantaged hacker. Now, at the same time, we might be doing something called gray box penetration testing. We may be hiring that. And with gray box penetration testing, we're dealing with what's called partial knowledge testing. So we're going to give the hacker some information, but not all of it. And that way we can see what the hacker can do with limited information and trying to hack in as if they didn't know. Now we've got some pretty good testing here because we've got a little bit about known, a little bit of unknown. And now this is this partially known environment. So gives us some really good information known as in our partially known test. Now, of course, we can treat our penetration testing like a pure hacker. And that's going to be some black box penetration testing. And that's where we give the hacker, the ethical hacking team, no information about our systems whatsoever. And they simulate an external attacker trying to attack into our systems, knowing nothing. So there's going to be a lot of recon, it's going to be much harder, but this gives us the true hacker perspective. And that's what you would think of as an unknown test. Okay, now we're going to talk about cybersecurity technology, and this is a lot of fun stuff here. So we're going to talk about the technologies and things we can use to actually optimize or improve our security. We're going to begin with endpoint security. So endpoints are the end devices or the host devices, like a server, for example. And we need to make sure the servers we have are secure because, for example, if a worm were to be on that server could spew bad data and take down the entire network and infect other servers. And I've seen it happen so many times. So the endpoints device will need to be locked down and secure. So what does this mean? It means we can't just use a default operating system setting. It means we're going to have to remove any kind of unnecessary packages that don't serve us well. It means that the devices themselves, we're going to have to lock down or close any ports. We're going to put some antivirus, anti-malware software on the device. We're going to encrypt the storage. We're going to add strong access to controls. And then we might actually put some other protections like host-based firewalls on the systems, host-based IDS, IPS systems. And of course, we'll be backing up our data. And that doesn't mean we still won't be using other network devices for security to protect these systems, but we're just talking about the endpoints themselves. Now let's discuss anti-malware software. So we need some form of anti-malware software. And whether it's a virus, whether it is a worm, whether it's any kind of device that or negative software like that, we want to protect it. So anti-malware software is going to be part of our strategy. It's going to be able to look for things, and it's going to be able to find things that are bad code, what have you, and that can help protect against some digital threats. Now, when it comes to malware, there's a couple ways we can do this. Now, we have the concept of signature-based detection. Signature-based detection is a system that is given a list of known attacks, and these systems have a database of known attacks and known bad malware. And these antiviral software, anti-malware packages can detect a known attack based on something that's been seen before. That's the weakness, something that's been seen before. So if you've never seen the attack before, you might not be able to protect it with signature-based software. So anti-malware software will basically look and say, I found malware, and maybe it can disinfect it, meaning remove the virus from the system entirely. Maybe it can't remove the virus and it's attached to a file, so it might quarantine it. So you can't actually let that device, that it won't let that file or do anything unless it'll be in a quarantine environment where you can manually inspect it. Because maybe it looks like a virus, but it's not. We can, a strong antivirus package or anti-malware package can actually delete things that really pose a significant threat. Now, if we're going to be dealing with signature-based detections, which means it's only going to be as good as the known signatures, we better update those signatures as fast as possible. And that way we'll be as up-to-date as possible. But understand, if it only works against known attacks, known signatures, unknown attacks might be a problem. So now let's look at different types of things. Let's talk about heuristic detection. Now, this is a different kind of anti-malware software where it's going to analyze the behavior of the software. It's going to look for stuff that just doesn't feel right. Oh, that's bad. Okay, maybe we need to stop this. An unauthorized privilege escalation, for example, something that just shouldn't happen. And while initially this was very rare, modern anti-malware software, modern firewalls, now can start to look and notice patterns of behavior that aren't right. Now that's where we start getting them. So a good and more modern anti-malware software might look at various files. It might analyze them in a secure, monitored environment. Some of them spin up virtual machines and test code, for example, in one of these environments to see if the code's actually safe. And then it can blacklist something, saying none of this is allowed. It can do a lot of things to address new and unknown threats, heuristic type detection. And that's why, typically speaking, we want good next-generation behavioral-based firewalls for the same reason. Another kind of technology we want to talk about is data loss prevention technology. And data loss prevention systems aim to stop efforts to remove data from the network. And these systems will scan unencrypted data. They'll search for specific words. They'll search for specific patterns. And data loss prevention technologies and strategies typically work via some kind of pattern matching. And they're typically endpoint-based or network-based. So pattern matching systems are going to look for a pattern of data. For example, it could look for something that looks like a social security number or a driver's license number and notify you that, hey, are you sure you want this out there? It's been going. Or it's leaving the system. And, you kind of think about this, and I can give you a personal example. I was using a data loss prevention system, and it told me that, hey, it is not, they're not perfect, though. So one that used pattern matching that I had, it thought that an IP address, because it had some dots, looked like an ICD-9 code, which is a medical diagnosis code. Now, that's the challenges that are here. If you're looking for patterns, and a diagnosis code might look like an IP address, a data loss prevention system can misread it. So just think about these systems are not perfect. But they're extraordinarily helpful, especially if they're looking for things. So we can do network-based data loss prevention system, and this approach really works very well. So what's going on here is we have the network itself monitoring for the traffic. And if the network senses some kind of sensitive data is being transmitted inappropriately, it can take any kind of action at once, like send an alert to systems administrators, something to that effect. We can also do endpoint-based data loss prevention. And that basically is going to be installed on the device itself, and it's going to look for files stored on the system that might be sent to external devices like printers and things that are being scanned. And these systems will scan files for specific keywords, and if any of these specific keywords are detected, they're going to block copying or printing certain things. Endpoint-based data loss prevention systems can be set up to periodically scan files, such as those on a file server. They'll look for keywords, patterns, or unauthorized files. So another thing that we can do to make sense of our system. Now, also, we want to make sure that our operating systems are a certain version, our software packages are a certain version, our firmware is a certain version that does not have a lot of, vulnerabilities in there. So we want to make sure that we know what we have. We're keeping track of our systems and making sure that we know what exists. I talked a little bit about patch management before, but just understand there's going to be an incredible number of devices in an enterprise. Servers, workstations, cameras, sensors, phones. I mean, it's just going to be so big. And any of these devices themselves can have security flaws or software flaws. And vendors will produce fixes called patches. So, we're going to be doing a lot of patch management, which is going to be about keeping our systems up to date, keeping our systems secure. And when we have patches, they should be evaluated for relevance and relevance to the environment. We want to make sure that our patches are going to be tested to make sure they don't break anything. Our patches should be approved after they've been tested. Patches will need to be deployed. And then after a patch is deployed, we want to verify that it's actually installed. But we need a lot of good testing. We can't just pop a patch to a production environment, because what if the patch breaks something? So typically need to have these patches tested by our engineering people. One of the best ways we can enhance security is by micro-segmenting our systems. If you're in one system and another person's in another system and they don't talk to each other, you're not going to be able to hack each other. So one way to really help our security is to micro-segment. Now, in the data center, this is simple. I can create 1,000 different VLANs if I feel like it. I can make it the 2 users in a common VLAN can't even talk to each other. So I can get very secure, and in micro segment, and then you can determine who can speak to whom via routing. Now, when we are in the cloud, if we're dealing with cloud computing, we have a lot less security. So we could micro-segment our environment by creating 1,000 different virtual private clouds or VPCs and then pair them together with the routing that we want and block the routing that we don't want. So we can still micro-segment in the cloud. Unfortunately, in the cloud, it's going to get very expensive and very complex to do. It will be very simple in the data center. So when it comes down to micro-segmentation, this is where we could be using things like virtual extensible LAN or VXLAN, and that enables you to further segment your environment by carrying VLAN information over BGP. And that's giving you, say, some layer 3 scalability with layer 2 security. So there's, like I said, a lot that we can do in that data center. Now, the next device is the firewall, and the firewall is going to be a security appliance that's going to look for incoming and outgoing traffic. The firewall will establish a barrier between the trusted internal network and the external network. Firewalls will block all traffic by default except for the traffic that's allowed in. And the key of the firewall is it's designed to protect unauthorized access. So let's look at how these firewalls work. But initially, they block everything except for what you put in as policy. So let's draw out a little firewall. Let's explain how these devices work, and I'll explain the various forms of firewalls. So let's say this device itself is going to be a next generation is going to be a firewall. I'll talk about the difference between the 3 firewall types that we'll be dealing with. And let's say here is your internal users. Here's our internal users. And of course, while we're at it, apologies for that. I dropped my mouse and slid to the floor. But let's go. We say we're going back into this environment, and here's our internal users. And let's spell that correctly. And then let's say over here we have the internet. What'll happen is if we have any users on the internet, by default, let's say this is a user, and they try to get inside of our systems through the firewall is just going to block it. They're never going to get past our systems. And that's what firewalls do by default. All firewalls. Now we're going to talk about the different kinds of firewalls next, because I think it's important that you actually understand the difference. So let's say this is a website. And the website is, of course, on the internet. So I'm going to draw a little connection to that website to the internet. Now, this is all firewalls that are stateful. Obviously, access control lists are not stateful, but we're talking about firewalls. So here I have an internal user. My internal user is Cindy, and Cindy wants to go to this cat website to get cat treats. So Cindy goes out to the internet. She goes through the firewall, and she hits the internet. She's routed through the internet to the website. The website responds to Cindy's request. It sends its data to the firewall because Cindy's behind the firewall. The firewall sends the request back to Cindy. And Cindy's all happy because she got the website for the whatever tuna website she was actually looking for. This is great. This is what all firewalls do. But if the website tried to come in, it would be blocked by the firewall. So what's going on is the firewall is actually keeping track of the connection. So it's keeping track that Cindy requested a web request to that website. So the firewall is going to be looking at that TCP connection setup where Cindy is going to send a SYN to the website, please open a connection with me. And that website will respond to that TCP SYN with an acknowledgement and then a SYN, but the firewall is going to say Cindy actually initiated the connection, so let that website's traffic come back to Cindy. That's caused the state. The firewall is keeping track of it. Now, all firewalls do this. Now, when we start getting into better firewalls, layer 7 firewalls, next generation firewalls, there's really a couple things that are going on. We can have firewalls that are very next generation where they'll look for patterns of behavior that are anomalies, which is what you're going to typically do in security. And we can deal with what you call signature-based firewalls, which are typically what you get from a cloud provider, like an AWS WAF, which is probably why you won't use it in real production for high security environments. And let me explain the difference of the two types of next-generation firewalls we're dealing with. So we can have firewalls that use signature detection. And what is a signature detection firewall? It's going to be a lot like what you'd get from a cloud provider. And let's say here's a signature. Now, the signature detection is much like, what do you call it? Is much like your antivirus signature detection, where we've got a user on the inside, just like before, their outgoing traffic goes to the internet and their traffic returns. Now, with a signature-based firewall that's doing signature-based detection, a next-generation firewall like you get for a cloud provider, if all of a sudden some kind of weird hacking event that's been seen and known before it tries to hit the firewall, in signature-based detection like you get from a cloud provider, it could basically tell you to, okay, I've seen this attack before, stop the attack. So there's an attack. The attack first happened a year ago. We updated the signatures on our firewall. The firewall will block that attack. Good, right? Here's the weakness in these cloud-based firewalls, or these firewalls that are signature-based. A new attack starts today that nobody's ever seen before. The attack hits the firewall. The signature doesn't recognize it. The attack goes through the firewall and knocks down the internal environment. Big problem. So now you can see why signature-based firewalls are not going to give you modern security, which is why you typically don't want to use a cloud provider's native firewalls. You typically want to get an enterprise-grade next-generation firewall like those from Palo Alto, Check Point, Cisco, or Fortinet for high-security environments. Because here's what a next-generation firewall will do. It's going to be very behavioral-based type detection. It's going to be so all of a sudden a hacker comes in and hits the firewall. Firewall says, something looks dangerous. I've never seen this before, but it looks dangerous, so I'm going to block it, and the attack is stopped. So as you can see, when we get into these behavioral-based anomaly-type detections, the systems can look for bad patterns of behavior and self-heal from those. So we've got lots of different kinds of firewalls. We can configure them to allow in whatever we want, block whatever we want. The point of the firewall is to block unauthorized access. But basically speaking, there's a lot of things we can look at. Obviously, layer 7 firewalls look at the application layer, where a traditional firewall looks at the protocol, source, destination, like TCP, port 443. So source and destination address. So we're getting a lot more, but I hope the concept of the next generation firewalls and this signature detection versus anomaly detection makes sense. So typically speaking, you want to use a behavioral-based anomaly detection in a higher security environment. Now, we can also do something called an internal segment firewall. And realistically speaking, what you're doing here with an internal segment firewall is you're trying to limit what's called the blast radius of an attack. So there's lots of ways you can do this, but what are we really talking about? Let's say we had two subnets over here. If we didn't want them talking to each other, there's a lot of things we could do. One thing we could do is just put a firewall between them. I mean, if we didn't allow routing, the two subnets couldn't talk to each other, but we could put a firewall. Because what if we only wanted one thing to be accessed across this? Maybe TCP port 443 to one specific address. We could allow that through the firewall and allow these systems to talk to each other through the firewall. Or we could have a VPC on AWS and another VPC on AWS, or two VNets on Azure, it doesn't matter. And we could be put a firewall or an internal segment firewall between them. And that way, for example, if we've got something in VPC A that goes wrong, or VPC A gets attacked, we can probably prevent the attack from spreading to VPC B, and that's called blast radius. So lots of times we create internal segment firewalls to protect our internal networks, whereas just using a firewall to connect you to the rest of the world. Now we're going to get into switches and VLANs. So a switch is going to be a layer 2 device. And the way a switch works is it basically, when an unknown Ethernet frame comes in, it gets flooded out all ports except for the port it came in on. So if I've got a 48 port switch and they're all on the same logical switch, same VLAN, what have you, if I have unknown traffic, I send it on port 1, the other 47 ports will flood the traffic out of that response. Now what'll happen is, let's say I'm trying to talk to Cindy's computer and Cindy's computer is on that same VLAN. I flood all the requests going out all ports, the switch does, going to Cindy's computer. Cindy responds to it, and as soon as Cindy responds, the switch says, okay, Cindy's computer is on port 3. And then for future subsequent requests, my information goes in on port 1 and it goes out to Cindy on port 3. Her information comes to me and then goes out port 1. So what's happening is the switches themselves are building a MAC address table. You may hear it called a CAM table because it's built in something often called content addressable memory. But the switches will build a table that says these are the MAC address at this port, and that's how they will forward things. So what happens is typically we have an initial broadcast out all ports. For example, ARP, who has the MAC address of Cindy's PC? That's going to go out every single port. And of course, Cindy's PC is going to respond. And then I'm going to know directly where her port is on that switch. And what will happen is this CAM table will be built and ultimately be timed out. And as it times out, MAC addresses will be removed. And then the switch will learn new MAC addresses. So that's kind of the way switches and VLANs typically work. The key to remember is that switches in a VLAN will send a broadcast on every single port. Unknown traffic. So each broadcast is going to have to be processed by every single CPU. So that broadcast, those broadcast floodings being processed by the host will be the limit of why you can't put so many people in a subnet. You can't put 10,000 PCs in a subnet because they're going to have all this broadcast going back and forth. The broadcast will have to be hit by the CPU and processed by the CPU. And the next thing that you realize is your CPUs will be overloaded. In fact, how bad is this broadcast? Well, I actually worked with the bank about 25 years ago. And the broadcast, because they were using directed broadcast traffic prior to multicast, the workstations we had to give the traders were over $10,000 each. Because what happened is all the broadcast data was hitting the CPUs of the trader workstations. And we had to have traders that had multiple CPUs in their system and more RAM than you can think of because of the broadcast, and it was so overwhelming. And that's the key to remember is broadcasts can take down your system too. So with switching, we may constrain these broadcasts to various VLANs. They're called the broadcast domain. And when we route between VLANs, we constrain these broadcasts at the edges. So if we talked about a switch, so what the heck is a VLAN? So let me draw out a VLAN for you. A VLAN is basically a virtual switch. So let's say I have an Ethernet switch here, and let's say this Ethernet switch that I have has 48 ports on it. Now, by default, let me just change the fill on this, and we're going to create some switch ports. But by default, every one of those ports can talk to each other. Now, that may or may not be the greatest thing that we really want. We may not want all the ports to talk to each other on the switch. We may only want some ports to talk to each other on the switch for security purposes. And we can do that through something called a VLAN. And I'm going to just draw some ports on the switch. They're not going to be the prettiest ports, but I just want to show you the point of why we're actually drawing them. So let's say a switch has all these ports. But let's say we only want these two users from here and here to be able to talk to each other. And we don't want any users except for those two to talk to each other. What we can do is on a switch is we can create a VLAN or a virtual LAN. And basically we'll have a single subnet for this virtual LAN, and only these two switch ports could talk to each other. Now, by default, these next four ports could also can talk to each other, but they can't talk to this two. But now let's say we now wanted to create an additional VLAN, and we wanted these three ports to be in that particular VLAN. Now, by creating these three ports in that particular VLAN, here's what we know. These two can only speak to each other. These three can only speak to each other. And this user out here can't speak to any one of these people without going through a router. And in order to route between VLANs, we need to basically determine which routes we're going to allow. Because guess what? If you don't have a route to it, you can't reach it. And then we can use ACLs or we can use firewalls to actually protect in between VLANs. So the key here is we can limit a lot of information. We can constrain who can speak to whom with switches and VLANs. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a trunk port. You'll be dealing with trunk ports quite a lot in cybersecurity, quite a lot in networking. And for example, let's say you were going to get a direct connection to AWS or Azure or any of these people. You're ultimately going to be dealing with something called a trunk. And let me show you what a point of a trunk port is. So let's say this switch over here has 4 VLANs in it. I'm going to create 4 different VLANs. We're going to make them have a different color. First VLAN is blue. This next VLAN, let's make it a different color. I like blue. I wear too much blue. Everything is blue for me. Let's make this the yellow VLAN. Sorry, it's hard to see it. Let me click. Okay, that's the yellow VLAN. Bear with me while I create the yellow VLAN. Now we'll create another VLAN, and let's call this the red VLAN. We only need 3. Let's make life simple. And in this case, this is going to be the red VLAN. Now, let's say we had 2 of these switches. I want you to understand the communication. So each one of these VLANs is isolated from each other, meaning they can't talk to each other. So if we had 2 switches, for example, and we wanted to communicate the VLANs, we would have 2 options. Option 1, and this would work perfectly, by the way, is we could run a cable from blue to blue, and then blue to blue would be able to talk to each other through the switches. We could run a cable from yellow to yellow, and they could talk to each other through the switches. And we could run a separate cable, for example, from red to red. And if we did this, everybody's going to talk to everybody. We have no problems. But I want you to think about this. What if this switch and this switch is separated by a kilometer or 0.6 miles? And I have to buy underground fiber optic connections. Or what happens if this is your data center and this is your cloud provider? Now we're getting into the point where every time we run one of these connections, it's going to get very, very expensive. So what we do is we typically use something called the trunk port. And I'll show you how the trunk port actually works in a second. In a trunk, but we're basically doing, and this is going to be called the trunk right over here. And we typically use 802.11q as a trunking protocol. And here's the way this is going to work. Let's say we've got a blue packet, a blue frame on this Ethernet switch. The blue frame, as it leaves the switch, will receive something called a blue tag. That's the .1q tag. So what happens is as this frame leaves the switch, it'll be given this tag that's associated with it. Now the tag, which is going to be pushed across the wire, and when it gets across the trunk port into the receiving switch, this tag is removed, and then blue is sent back to blue. Same thing would happen for yellow, same thing would happen for red. And by doing that, we're able to actually separate blue's traffic, yellow's traffic, and red traffic because they're encapsulated in another packet and another frame with that 802.1q tag. And by doing so, we can use a single cable or a single link. Now, this is typically what you do when you say, if you're dealing with a cloud provider and a direct connection or something like that, where basically this is the cloud provider, but they've got many people that are going to ride this L2 link going back to the cloud provider. And that's why if you're dealing with an AWS and a direct connection, for example, you send them a VLAN or a Q trunk. So VLANs are basically virtual switches, and trunks are basically single cables that can send multiple switches worth of information at the same time when they're going through a VLAN. So we've talked about the concept of a switch and a VLAN and a trunk port. So there's other things we want to talk about. Now, some switches automatically, naturally just send all their VLANs on a trunk if you don't tell them otherwise. No, we don't want that. I don't want to send every piece of information over that common wire, that VLAN trunk, unless I need to. So we don't want to trunk all VLANs automatically because we don't want to push everything we can across that wire. We only want to push what we need to push. Remember, a lot of security is what you need to know. That principle of least privilege. So think about that on .1q trunks. So at least make sure your networking people do. Now, the next thing we should talk about from a security perspective is something called port security. I love port security. I think it's the coolest thing ever. So if you plug into the network, and you've got an IP address on that network, you can do for the most part whatever you feel like, or you can try to test anything you want. But if you plug into the network and the network says, no, you're not welcome, well, now you're not even going to be on the system in the first place. So the first type of port security was called 802.1x. There's more modern versions of network admission control that we can use today. But the key here was basically to tell the switch, I expect this MAC address, and it's okay. The MAC address of Cindy. So we will allow Cindy's MAC address on a wire. Good. Now, all of a sudden, how the hacker tries to plug into the switch, his MAC address is not recognized, and poof, how the hacker is cut off. So port security can be great because it limits which MAC addresses are allowed on which ports. Now, when we're dealing with port security, there's a couple modes. We've got a static mode where basically the administrators configure allowable MAC addresses on each switch port. Now, this is highly secure, right? But it's a bit time consuming. So we can kind of do this dynamic or sticky type port security as well. And here the administrator is going to enable port security and instructs basically which MAC addresses can be learned on each port. It will restrict addresses to learn addresses. So basically you plug in a port, the switch says, oh, this is Mike's MAC address, and it's allowed. And then nobody else's MAC address will be put in there. So that's very fast. But, it's a little bit risky, especially if there's unused switch ports, and an attacker can just plug into that. Now let's talk about routers. Routers are layer 3 devices that connect one subnet to another. Now, here's the key. If you don't have a route to something, you can't reach it or hack it. So on our routers, we can enhance our security by limiting who has access to what route. If you can't reach it, you cannot hack it. The other thing that we typically could be talking about with regards to what we're actually dealing with here on the router is we can put an access list between subnets. This subnet can't talk to this subnet. This host can talk to this host, what have you. Now, we can also do something on the routers called rate limiting and policing traffic. So let's say out of nowhere, we've got a big worm that's overwhelming our network, right? And it's generating 10 gigs of traffic from one host. The routers themselves can basically look and say, nope, this host shouldn't be sending more than 200 megabit per second of data. So don't let them send any more of that. And that then protects the network. Routers can often do something called quality of service too, which is related to queuing and prioritizing traffic. And by doing so, we can protect our systems by saying critical business traffic gets through before other traffic. And why is that so important? Because if I can prioritize my voice, video, and my mission critical traffic, if the systems themselves were to actually be taken down, what it's really meaning is that the systems will be taken down, it's going to be isolated. So again, we're protecting what we're protecting. We're always looking to isolate anything we can when we can actually do so. Now we're going to discuss virtual private networks. And a virtual private network is the creation of a private network inside of another type of a public network. So, for example, the internet is a public network and it's not private and it's not secure. We could create a tunnel, for example, through the internet, and that would be considered a virtual private network. And there's things that we could do with that tunnel to secure it. We can also create layer 2 VPNs that are separated by VLAN tags, like I showed you the cloud providers use on the way from the direct connection type data centers all the way to the cloud provider themselves, where they backhaul it with layer 2 VPNs with .1Q tags. We can use BGP to create a VPN and pass virtual routing and forwarding instances, virtual private LAN service, which is creating and tunneling Ethernet signaling over an MPLS network. But the point is, there's a lot of ways that we can create a private network over a public network. Now, often virtual private networks are used for what you call remote access. So you are working from home, you have a VPN client on your PC, and then you create a connection on demand with a VPN, and then poof, you have access to the corporate information with a private IP address behind the firewall. So the way this typically works, the way most VPNs are, and I'm going to draw this out for you to get the context of it. So let's say we have this could be the client. The client can be the VPN client could be a router. It could be it could be a firewall. It could be software that sits on the client's computer, depending upon what we're trying to use. Oh, I knew I spelled something wrong. I before E. Okay, so we have a VPN client. And then typically what will happen is we'll have, say, the internet, which is obviously scary and untrusted, the internet. And then the organization itself will ultimately have some type of device called the VPN concentrator. And the VPN concentrator will be connected into the internet. And what will happen is if the VPN wanted to connect to, say, the ultimate customer, the customer's got their VPN concentrator. And this is part of the customer site.
what happens, the client will connect to the internet and they will be routed through the internet to the VPN concentrator. Then what will happen is a tunnel will typically be set up between the VPN client and the VPN concentrator. You can think of the concentrator as, say, a VPN server, and we'll create a tunnel between these two. Now, we'll talk about the types of tunnels we use. We could be using IPsec to create this tunnel. We can be using TLS. But the point is, what's happening is we're going to be creating a private encrypted channel across the public internet between our VPN client and our VPN server. And that's going to be called VPN tunneling. And what we're doing with VPN tunneling is we're taking our IP packets and we're smacking an IPsec header on them. And the process is called encapsulation, putting something into something else. But this is not new. So, for example, if you wanted to send a letter to a friend, right, you'd put the letter inside of an envelope, you'd seal the envelope, and you'd put it in the mail. And by putting the letter in the envelope, especially if the envelope itself was not transparent, people could not see what was inside of the envelope. And that's how you were able to send a letter, put it in the mail. It was a shared mail service, and theoretically, no one else should have been able to see your letter because the mail took it from you directly to the other person along the way. And your letter was encapsulated, or your message was encapsulated in that envelope. Now here, we're just smacking a header on top of it, typically like an IPsec header. So same thing, if we had a direct connection to, say, AWS or an express route to, say, Azure, we're going to be using a VPN in some way, shape, or form. We're going to pop a 802.1q tag on the Ethernet frames we send to the cloud provider, and they use VPN tags to separate you, bringing your systems back to the cloud provider. Now, you could also create an IPsec tunnel over that if you wanted as well. Or we could just create a VPN and tunnel through the internet. So there's lots of ways to connect to an organization, and you can see various examples of different types of VPNs. We could be using a direct connection, and I'll actually show you, in case you want to actually see what this works, how some of these environments work. We could have our data center, for example, right here, and this could be our data center campus, who cares? And we could be connecting to a cloud provider, and I'll show you how this looks like over a direct connection or direct interconnect. And let me just bear with this. What will happen is you'll have your data center, and when you get to the this environment, what you'll have is you'll have your customer edge device. This will be your device, and then when you go back to the cloud provider, they're going to have a provider edge device, which is called PE, and then ultimately you're going to have here's the cloud provider right over here. So what happens is you buy, typically speaking, when you would connect to a cloud, for example, you buy a connection from your data center to the customer edge router. The provider edge router has a big link going back to the cloud provider. Maybe this is 100 gig links, for example, going back, and this is obviously going to be a trunk port. And what ultimately happens is you'll have to get a letter that's going to give you permission to connect from the customer edge device to the provider edge device. So what happens is here we start sending these devices an 802.1q tag, and that's how the cloud provider separates your traffic from all the other 1,000 customers that are going to be sitting on the same environment. So again, this is a layer 2 VPN. What I initially showed you was a layer 3 VPN, and even here where we've got a direct connection from us to the customer edge device, and then a cable from the customer edge device called the cross connect to the provider edge device, it's still ultimately going to be a layer 2 connect VPN going to the cloud provider, but hopefully the cloud provider can guarantee your bandwidth here. So, just thinking about it, you can see even in a non-VPN environment, this is a private line, we're still using some flavor of a VPN for backhaul of traffic. So VPNs are. Now, when we deal with VPNs, and especially, we have typically two ways we can do them. We can do what's called tunnel mode VPNs, and we can do what's called transport mode VPNs. So let me tell you the difference. In a tunnel, we encrypt everything. So we encrypt the payload, which is the message we're trying to send, and we encrypt the headers of the packet. So when we're dealing with a packet header, it's going to say packet is leaving Mike, going to Alonzo, packet is leaving on TCP port XYZ, whatever, going to a destination port of whatever. So if we just encrypt the payload, which is called transport mode,
you'll be able to see that Mike is talking to Alonzo, because we may encrypt the message that I sent to my friend Alonzo. But what we won't be encrypting is the headers, which shows the source and destination address of our data. So what you'll find is Mike's talking to Alonzo a lot. Now, I want you to think about this. If I am talking to Alonzo, you know that I'm talking to Alonzo. Now, what if there was a merger or acquisition and I have two CEOs that are talking to each other a lot? Could we speculate that there's a merger or an acquisition or something going on? Maybe, I don't know. But the point is we know who's talking to whom, and that may not be the best security. By comparison, with tunnel mode in VPNs, we don't just encrypt the payload, which would be the message that I would send to my friend Alonzo. We would encrypt the payload as well as the header of the messages that said, Mike is sending the message to Alonzo. So you hear with tunnel mode, data goes into the IPsec tunnel or whatever kind of encryption tunnel we're using. It leaves the tunnel and no one can see who's talking to whom. Transport mode, you can see that Mike and Alonzo are talking, but you can't see what we're talking about. In tunnel mode, because basically we took the packet and stuck it inside of another packet, an IPsec packet, and we encrypted the headers, you can't see that Mike and Alonzo are even talking to each other. You have no idea what's going on. So tunnel mode, you can see who's talking to whom, but not what they say. Transport mode, you don't have any idea who's talking to whom. So much more secure as a general rule. More obscurity. Now let's talk about VPN tunnels. So we have the concept of on-demand. Here's what an on-demand tunnel is. You probably have one. You go work. Now you leave your house or you leave the office, you want to access your system, you go to your PC, your Mac, you click the VPN client, and you bring up a VPN, and as long as you're connected, you're there. So typical remote access VPN is an on-demand tunnel. By comparison, an always-on VPN is where you set up a permanent connection. So you've got your source device, you got your destination device, they create an encrypted tunnel across the internet, and they keep that tunnel up and up. So if I had a New York office and a San Francisco office and I wanted to connect them via a VPN, I'm going to leave that tunnel up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, hopefully 365 days a year. And if you are in an environment where you work from home and your company gives you a router, for example, or a firewall to connect, and behind the firewall, you've got an IP phone, and then you just plug in your computer and you don't have to do anything and you're on the internet because your router's connected to the internet. That is an always-on VPN. That's how your phone will ring if and when you get a phone call through your IP phone through the VPN. So now the question when we talk about VPNs, we always get into the concept of a split tunnel versus a full tunnel. And I want to draw them out so you can see the difference. So here is an example of a split tunnel. In a split tunnel, we've got the user that's sitting over here. The user has their own internet access. Let's call this the internet. And then we ultimately have the client. So the way this works in a split tunnel is as follows. A VPN would be created between the user and the client through the internet. So here's the VPN. Now, in this environment with a split tunnel, anytime the user wants to reach the corporate network, they go through the VPN to the corporate network. And I want to change where it says client to corporate. So here you can see the users going through the VPN to the corporate network for all the information, all the organization's business things. This is really great. Users going through the VPN for corporate stuff. Now, all of a sudden, the user's over here and the user wants to buy cat treats. That don't need to be capitalized, but say we want to buy the cat treats. Now, in a split tunnel, I go and my message is sent through the internet directly to the cat treats vendor and then back to me. Corporate traffic goes through the VPN, but internet traffic goes out my local internet service provider. So I want you to think about this. By sending my traffic out the local internet service provider for internet stuff, I now have really good performance because I'm taking my traffic and going straight out my internet connection for the internet. And I'm only going to the corporate environment for the VPN stuff that's internal. So this means that I'm using a minimal amount
of the corporate environment's internet bandwidth, because all my traffic to the internet is going to go out my internet, and the only traffic that's going through this VPN is mine. That means I've got less latency to these websites, but it also means I'm not using the internet bandwidth from the company other than the VPN for the corporate. This is a split tunnel. Now, here's the problem with a split tunnel. The problem is as follows. Because I have my user that's able to go straight out to the internet for whatever they want, I have no protection for my user. Which means if my user gets hacked in a split tunnel, there's the potential that the hack can go through the VPN immediately to the corporate site, because this user is still unprotected from the internet. They're assuming they don't have a firewall here. So in a split tunnel, we run the risk of the user's endpoint PC, Mac, Linux machine, whatever, getting hacked, and then an attack going through the corporate network. Now, by comparison, now we're going to switch from the split tunnel, and now we're going to go to a full tunnel. So this is now going to become a full tunnel. Now, here's the difference with the full tunnel. Now, the user is connected to the VPN. Now, the user now is sitting there. They're 100% connected to the VPN. Now, the user is sitting 100% behind the firewall. User connected to the VPN, got a private IP address, and they can now access all the corporate resources through the VPN. Now, and here's the big difference here. Now the user wants to go out to the internet, and they now go through the VPN, through the company's VPN, out the company's internet connection. The gens then gets sent back to the company, through the company's VPN, all the way back to the user. So what we have in this environment is now we're sending everything through the VPN. Any kind of internet traffic and any kind of corporate or internet traffic. So now everything is protected behind the firewall. Now, obviously, there's a trade-off here. And what's the trade-off? The internet performance for the user going out the VPN through the company connection probably won't perform as well as if it went out their own local internet connection. And now the corporate internet connection needs to be bigger, because if you've got 50,000 remote access users accessing this, now the 50,000 users have to go out to the internet for all their internet through the corporate internet's connection, and they still have the VPN. So that means the company is going to be spending a lot of money on internet. But they're going to gain a lot more security by going with a full tunnel versus a split tunnel. So there's obviously trade-offs with any architectural approach. And that's what we're talking about. Now, there are other VPN protocols. There's this concept, at least we used to have something called the point-to-point tunneling protocol, PPTP, and that was an outdated protocol that we used to send data over the internet. It was built on old school dial-up technology. Realistically speaking, it operated at a specific internet architecture layer for direct connections. Predominantly was used for VPNs, but kind of outdated at this point. So this protocol, realistically speaking, used TCP port 1723 for communication, and it supported some various identity authentication methods like passwords and advanced authentication protocols. So that was that concept of the first type. But the key here is the initial setup of that PTPT protocol was not encrypted. And it would expose things like IP addresses and potentially even usernames and passwords, which is definitely suboptimal. So that's why we typically don't use a lot of that anymore. Now, it has been updated. Microsoft has updated the PPTP protocol with encryption-enhanced security measures. So it's still supported by a lot of operating systems and a lot of VPN devices because Microsoft enhanced it quite a bit. Another VPN protocol we typically use is something called SSH, or Secure Shell. Now, we initially used it as an alternative to Telnet on Unix and Linux-based things. We used it for things like remote logins, remote copying. And unlike Telnet, which was plain text, SSH encrypted all of the communication, including the logs and the transfers. Now, SSH used TCP port .22. Was commonly used to manage remote access. Windows users would use things like Minicom or PuTTY because it wasn't native in Windows, at least before the Windows subsystem for Linux. And it's commonly used to manage routers, firewalls, web servers, switches to allow for safe configuration changes. Now, the reality was SSH
was became a little weak over time, and we now use TLS security instead of SSH, even with SSH. So you may hear of SSH and TLS called the same thing. TLS is a more modern, more secure version, which is typically what we're using. And if you would think of secure FTP, secure copy protocol, secure login, secure exec, these were these common SSH protocols we were using. But SSH, we could also tunnel various things inside of SSH. So it gave us early VPNs. We still use these SSL TLS VPNs in a lot of cases, but the only thing to remember is they only support transport mode, not tunnel mode. Because IPsec encrypts, you can encrypt the header and the payload. But with SSH and TLS, you're only encrypting the payload. Now, there are some open VPN protocols. You can typically hear of OpenSSH. It's a fairly popular tool for setting up SSH VPNs because it facilitates secure encrypted connections between hosts. Generally speaking, for VPNs, we're going to be using IPsec or the Internet Protocol, Secure Virtual Private Network Protocol. And it's really going to be a framework of open standards. And that's more of the IPsec for VPNs that we're really talking about here. But it's used to ensure private communications over IP networks, and it's using cryptographic services. So IPsec operates at the network layer. It allows it to secure applications over an IP network. It's designed to provide good, strong, secure communication channels over public networks. Effectively, what's going on is we're creating that kind of tunnel like I showed you earlier. Now, there's some components of the IPsec protocol you need to understand. The first part is the IKE, or the Internet Key Exchange, and that's going to be a protocol that's going to use to be set up what's called a security association between the devices itself. And that security association handles the negotiation of the protocols that will be used, the algorithms that will be used to generate encryption and authentication keys that IPsec will use. Now, then we have the concept of this security association, which is going to be a set of policies and keys that are going to define how the data is encrypted and authenticated between the two parties. Now, with IPsec, we typically have an authentication header, and that header is going to show that the messages have been non-tampered with. Now, this is going to be coming from a hash-based message authentication code, which will generate a one-way hash for our message integrity. We talked about how we can have a hash, which gives us a numerical version of what the data actually is, so we can make sure the data hasn't been changed. So this gives us a lot of message integrity checking, non-repudiation via sequence numbers. You can't say after the fact that you didn't say it, and the message can't be changed because of that hash that we're talking about. Now with IPsec, we can put them in tunnel mode and transport mode. I talked about how tunnel mode basically encapsulates everything. Transport mode only encapsulates the payload so you can see who's talking to whom. And IPsec uses strong encryption methods to make sure that the data is unreadable, except to people that are authorized. So lots of great authentication methods used by IPsec to determine who the endpoints are to prevent against man-in-the-middle attack. Now, VPNs are commonly used for remote access. They're commonly used to secure data transmissions over a public environment. And sometimes you even run IPsec over a private line. And that way, in case somebody were to tap into your private line, which would be really hard to do, they still couldn't get access to any of the information because it would be encrypted. Let's discuss intrusion detection systems. And intrusion detection systems are going to be very valuable tools that we use in security to monitor networks for malicious activity and policy violations and potential attacks. And what's going on is an intrusion detection system will collect, it will analyze information, and identify possible security breaches. So there's lots of ways this can occur. We can have what's called a network-based intrusion detection system. And basically we put it on a network segment and we're monitoring the network segment, or a VLAN. We're capturing data on that VLAN and we're looking to see if that data is doing what it's supposed to do. Now, by comparison, a host-based intrusion detection system is going to be software that's going to be installed on the servers, the endpoints, or the host themselves. And it's going to monitor inbound and outbound connections to that device, and it will alert the user or the systems administrator of any kind of suspicious activity.
Now, how do these intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems work? And an intrusion prevention system is going to be something that can catch the attack, stop the attack. So intrusion detection, you got a problem. Intrusion prevention, fix the problem. And typically in today's world, they're integrated into the same systems. So how could you detect it? Well, of course, we can have signature-based detection, which is basically we update the system. It's seeing a pattern of behavior that's an attack, and it recognizes that attack because it already learned the attack before. Now, this is great for known attacks, but the problem is, what about these day zero attacks or an attack where you don't know about it ahead of time? You're still vulnerable. So signature detection has a lot of weaknesses. Now, when we get into anomaly-based detection, now we're dealing with intrusion detection systems and prevention systems that are going to analyze normal behavior. They're going to see what's normal. They're going to allow what's normal. And all of a sudden, it detects a deviation from normal. And it determines, is this deviation dangerous? And if so, now it actually stops it. And this type of behavioral-based detection typically uses machine learning or artificial intelligence. And it learns how to adapt. Now, I want you to really think about the ability to adapt. So I've always viewed intrusion detection, intrusion prevention, next generation firewalls, behavioral detection as I've used credit cards. So, for example, if you've got a credit card and you use it normally, you swipe your card and everything works good. Now, tomorrow, if you decided that you were going to leave your house, assuming your credit limit allowed you to do, and you bought a first-class ticket to Dubai, and then while you were in Dubai, you stayed in $1,000 a day hotel, and then you left Dubai 2 days later, and then you went to Melbourne, Australia, and while you were in Melbourne, Australia, you bought $1,000 shoes and a $5,000 suit. Somewhere along the time where you midway through this, the credit card company would probably shut your card down. And they'd probably send you a message, did you expect to spend this over here? And if the answer is you type in Y or yes when they send you the text message, they allow your card to function in the future. But if the answer is no, you didn't intend to do this, they shut down your card because they think your card's been compromised. Well, that's what these intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems do. The same way your credit card company uses machine learning to learn what's normal for you and determine when you're at risk. That's how these systems work. Intrusion detection systems can reset a TCP connection. They can create an access list on demand. They can notify a systems administrator that a breach is in progress or potentially could be in progress. Now, again, we could be getting false positives. A false positive is when the system tells us about a breach or an attack that's not occurring. Now, if we make our systems very sensitive, they're going to pick up on everything, but they're going to give us false positive. By comparison, a false negative is when an attack is occurring and you're not notified about it and you don't know because the system doesn't catch it. If your systems are not very sensitive, they will likely have less false positives, but they might actually miss a real attack and give you a false negative. So the organization is going to need to determine the sensitivity and specificity of the testing they use. Now let's talk about a DDoS attack or a distributed denial of service attack. That's going to be an attack that is launched to basically exceed the capacity of an end system. So let's say, for example, I have a web server that can handle 5,000 requests per minute, and I send 100,000 requests per minute that are bad requests. The server will not be able to process the real 5,000 requests because it can be overwhelmed by the 100,000 bad requests. So typically what a distributed denial of service attack is, you take one attacker, the attacker compromises several other hosts, and I'll draw it out for you, and then use it to launch an attack. So over here's your hacker. Now the hacker infects a couple of servers over here. So let's just say infected server. That's what that's going to mean, that IS. The hacker infects several of these infected servers that we're talking about. And then the hacker then uses these infected servers to overwhelm this, let's say a web server, for example. So what happens is the hacker will install some kind of a bot, remote control these systems, and then these systems will be there trying to overwhelm the web server. And that's why it's called the distributed denial of service attack. If this person the hacker was just hacking the web server directly, it would be a denial of service attack, but it's distributed because it's using more than one system here. But It could be flooding the server with more packets that it can handle. It could be trying to send TCP half open connections to basically limit the number, because the server can only handle so many TCP connections. It could be a lot of things. So a DDoS attack could be trying to exploit known vulnerabilities in operating systems, cause a system crash, high CPU, what have you. So what's going on is the attacker's overwhelming that system and preventing normal function from going on. So there's also variants of this distributed denial of service attack that we can talk about, and we can have something called the distributed reflective denial of service attack, which basically is a subtype of the same attack where the attack isn't direct, but instead it's manipulating network traffic or services to reflect the attack back to the victim. So we're basically creating something in this environment where it's going to reach out and overwhelm the victim by having other things reach out to the victim. But there are all kinds of DOS attacks, denial of service attacks, distributed denial of service attacks, and they all use different methods. One common method for these is what's called the SYN flood attack. So if you'll recall the TCP connection, one user sends a SYN or open a connection with the end user. The end user says, I acknowledge your SYN, and I'll send you a SYN to open a connection with you. And then the originating party acknowledges the secondary party's SYN, and now a connection's established. So a SYN flood attack basically is overloading this server with a bunch of incomplete connect with me, because if a server can handle 10,000 connections and I, with this SYN flood attack, send 100,000 requests, I overwhelm the ability of the system to handle open TCP connections. And because these TCP connections that are launched, they're SYNs, they're open, they're not closing because they're not opening a real session. Now it typically puts a lot of resource exhaustion on that server. So that's a SYN flood attack. Now, when we think about DDoS, or distributed denial of service, it's not going to be a single device. It's going to take a lot. For example, content delivery networks can help us because content delivery networks cache content closer to the user. And the key is if we're trying to request a web page with a content delivery network and the content delivery network says bad web request, the content delivery network won't even send it to the web server in the first place. That can help prevent it. Plus, if it's 1,000,001 web requests that are being asked for at the same time, potentially the content delivery network can handle all those web requests if they're cached and take the load off of the servers. So content delivery networks are going to help us in distributed denial of service attacks, specifically for web applications. Firewalls, blocking the bad requests from hitting the server in the first place is going to help a lot. So firewalls, access control lists, security groups, host-based firewall, all this stuff we're going to use. But I want you to think about auto-scaling and cloud computing because that's one of the coolest DDoS prevention things I've seen in the last few decades. So if you've got a web server that can handle 10,000 requests per minute, and it's in a cloud and it's in an auto-scaling group, and 50,000 requests are being launched against this web server that can only handle 10,000, potentially that company can add 10 other web servers, increase their capacity to 100,000, and they have the ability for additional compute to withstand the attack. So we can find ourselves in one of these environments doing a great job using auto-scaling to help, along with many other things, an organization survive a DDoS attack. Now we're going to introduce the concept of cloud computing here. I've got lots of great cloud computing videos you can watch on this channel, lots of great cloud computing certifications, AWS certifications, Azure certifications, so please feel free to learn more. All free on this data center. My team will drop some of those links in the chat box for you. But cloud computing is basically renting space in somebody else's data center. Cloud providers have the same kind of data centers that any other business would do. Basically, all they do is they install some cloud software, some cloud control plane software, and then they virtualize that data center and resell it to hundreds, if not thousands, of clients. But really, all it is another data center. Now, the key with cloud computing is it's very agile. So if I'm needed to buy a server, it might take me 4 weeks to get it. On the cloud, I can just launch that server in seconds. So the cloud is very agile. Now, for the purposes of the CIS exam, cloud computing is theoretically cheaper. In reality and practicality, after years and years of cloud migrations, customers are finding the cloud is 2 to 3 times more expensive in many cases than it actually was. They're David Lithicum's numbers, but they're kind of in line with what I've seen. Cloud computing is 2 to 3 times more expensive. But
Cloud computing is very agile, and businesses really need agility, and agility of cloud computing and scalability might make it work good for some customers. I can tell you most customers will need some form of a hybrid multi-cloud solution because there's some things they can do better, faster, and cheaper and more secure in the data center, and there's other things they need the agility of the cloud. So lots of great things to do with cloud computing. Now, cloud providers, for terminology for the exam, are people that sell cloud computing services like Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud or the AWS Cloud. Cloud consumers are people that purchase the services of the cloud, like a business using the cloud, and a cloud partner or organizations that offer cloud services to other companies, like an Accenture, Deloitte, KPMG, where basically they're reselling and implementing and doing all kinds of things. Now, in cloud, we've got lots of roles. For example, we've got auditors, for example, that are going to audit cloud services. We've got cloud carriers, people that give us the connectivity to the cloud so we can reach it. Typically, companies like AT&T, Verizon, internet service providers, but also provide wide area network connections. And then we've got some cloud operating models. We have infrastructure as a service, and we have software as a service, we have platform as a service, and we have function as a service. So let's talk about the difference. Infrastructure as a service is basically a virtual data center. You have your virtual machines, you have your virtual storage area networks, you've got your containers, and it's the same kind of data center you would always do, except instead of it being in your physical data center, you're running these data center services. Now, software as a service is a little different. It's basically where you're getting a pre-made model application. It's hosted by someone else. All the compute is done by someone else. So think Google Drive, the Google Suite, Microsoft Office 365. That's software as a service, which is a model. It's a renting model. Now, we typically have something called platform as a service in the cloud. We have it in the data center. It's not new. VMware supports it. Microsoft Server supports it. And that's called platform as a service. And what that is application virtualization. Effectively, you upload your applications in the cloud providers, and they manage the underlying servers and the underlying storage for you. Now, by doing that, you lose the control over it, and you get the convenience of them doing for it. But you lose control, which means you lose a lot of control over performance, security, and other things. You're just uploading your code, and you have to trust the provider does their job. And the last form of computing in the cloud is something called function as a service. This is where you upload little mini code snippets and they do their job. Think of like an Azure function or an AWS Lambda function. In public and private clouds, we always have some flavor of a function as a service. Now, the key to remember is cloud computing is a managed service. You're outsourcing your data center to someone else. The design of the data center, the install of the data center, the maintenance of the data center. So you have to hope they're doing a good job. But I do want to talk about the following cloud deployment models you'll see a lot of. So the public cloud themselves are big companies like AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, Alibaba, lots of cloud providers. Now, we could, although we don't typically have it, we could have a company that decided to put all their stuff in a single cloud like AWS. Now, that would be a single public cloud deployment. Very rare. 98% of enterprises use more than one cloud. 89% of all businesses use more than one cloud. So this is going to be the anomaly. And doing that is putting companies all their eggs in a single basket, which is an architectural no-no when it pertains to high availability systems, disaster recovery. But there are companies that do it, and there might be good business reasons in certain rare cases to do so. Convenience over availability, what have you. Now, here's what a hybrid cloud is. Well, actually, before I get to the hybrid cloud, let's talk about a private cloud. A private cloud is where you build your own cloud. And for the most part, every data center for the last 20 years has been a private cloud. But now we build our data centers, we put extra servers, extra storage capacity in them, and now we put cloud software. And by doing so, if we maintain a data center with a little extra server capacity, we have our functions as a service, we have our application virtualization. I can take an application, let's say it's on 2 servers, and it can add servers on capacity from my compute pool that I've got set here. So I get all the flexibility and all the agility for the most part, or at least most of the agility in my data center with a private cloud. Now, how much cheaper this can be? Well, you could actually find a server from Dell for $300,000, which will cost several $1 million in the public cloud over the life of a few years. So
what you might find is that the organizations may find that their high performance workloads are going to be better. They're going to run better because they'll be faster, less latency, and there's much more networking things they can do in the private cloud. There's many more security things you can also do in the private cloud. So organizations may put their super secure, super high performance stuff in their private cloud, and then they may still work with the public cloud or scale out to the public cloud, which brings us to the hybrid cloud, which is where an organization has some degree of a data center, and then they attach to a public cloud. That is a hybrid cloud. Best of both worlds, lowest cost, highest performance, and use the cloud for what it's good for, scalability and agility. Which now brings us into the hybrid multi-cloud, which is you've got a data center and multiple clouds. So that's typically what we're seeing with, you could have your data center, you could be in AWS, you could be using Google for disaster recovery, have some additional workloads in Microsoft. Hybrid multi-cloud is what you're typically seeing in most enterprises. So we've been discussing cloud computing as an outsourced data center. So security will be a bit different in the cloud computing environment. And the reason it is the cloud provider actually owns the infrastructure, but you own your systems in your space. So if we look at the cloud computing environment as a giant hotel, inside of your hotel, you'll have your virtual private cloud, which would be like a hotel room for you, which is your separate and unique space, which separates you from the rest of the customers, say, in the hotel, or you from the rest of the customers in the cloud provider. Now, because the cloud provider has to maintain this data center, you're in a bit of an interesting situation security-wise in that you're going to be responsible for your stuff, the things inside of your VPC, your data, etc., your applications. But the cloud provider is going to be responsible for the physical security of their cloud, the operational security of their cloud, the security of their hypervisors, the security of their network. So it's that shared responsibility model. So if you think about the cloud provider being the provider of the infrastructure, that's what they're responsible for. So that means their hardware, that means their data center, that means their data center power, cooling, networking, server, storage. So the operating systems on the routers, for example, and the switches, the hypervisors on the servers, the routing protocols running on the routers, all that stuff is done by the cloud provider because that's their tech. Now, securing your operating systems on your own virtual machines, that's you. And that's the concept of this shared responsibility access. Shared responsibility. So if you think about it, the customer is responsible for their virtual private cloud. That means things like access control lists, maybe be security groups if you're in AWS. It would be things like your firewalls. It would be things like how you lock down your operating system and your environment. That's you, the customer. Whereas you can also manage your identity and access management, who your users are, what they're allowed to do. You'll be patching your operating systems, for example, and maintaining the security of any customer applications or customer provided apps. You'll also have to provide physical security for the devices that connect to the cloud. For example, you don't want to leave a router in an open room and then have that connected to a cloud provider because all you have to do is plug into the router and you'd get on. So, there's lots of ways we can actually look at it. I kind of like the, when I think about it this way, and I drew a diagram for you. This is based upon the AWS shared responsibility model, but it kind of works for any cloud provider. You can see that the cloud provider here is responsible for their servers, their storage, their managed databases. In the case of AWS, it would be things like DynamoDB or Amazon Aurora, their networking, their routers, or what have you, their hardware in their regions, the data centers, the power, the cooling, all that stuff. That's their responsibility. But you can see that customer responsibility piece really is referring to the customer data, the customer's applications, the operating systems we use, the firewall configurations, any kind of encryption of our storage. That's the type of things that we're responsible for. So I hope that makes sense to you in the cloud environment. So let's think about this. So let's talk about availability and security. In cloud computing, it's going to be equally as important that the architecture is secure, because if the architecture is not secure, it can definitely take down the environment. Now, I don't want you to think that just going to the cloud is secure. Absolutely not. You need as much security as before. The reality is the cloud has just as many security risks as the data center and then some. So here's the reason why. In the data center, you have to worry about the data center being hacked.
In the cloud provider, you have to worry about your virtual data center being hacked, so your VPC, but you also have to worry about the cloud providers themselves getting hacked. Because if you can hack into the cloud provider, you can get into their customers' data. There's been lots of examples of cloud providers that have been hacked into and customer data has been breached. So kind of think about that when you plan your security. That doesn't mean we don't use cloud computing. It just means we have to plan and understand all the risks and rewards for everything we do. Now, I'd like to address the issue of data sovereignty in cloud computing. So data sovereignty is where the information is stored and the ability to potentially need to restrict it to a certain geography. For example, your data must be stored in the USA. And that gets a little icky in cloud computing because cloud computing uses these geographically distant facilities. They replicate data from one facility to another facility. And in some cases, if you're required to keep your data in one country and you're not careful with cloud computing, it'll just automatically replicate it for you somewhere else. And now you're outside of compliance with some laws. So we have to plan this out ahead of time, especially if we're in a highly regulated environment. Customers could always be subject to the laws of jurisdiction because the cloud provider operates. So if a cloud provider is in another country and you're using that cloud provider, you could be dealing with those laws as well. Customers really need to understand their data storage practices and avoid any kind of legal challenges or legal concerns. Generally speaking, you can constrain your data where you need it to be if you plan accordingly. And that's what all this is about. That's what architecture is about. It's all about planning and planning accordingly. So if we think about recommendations for security professionals as it pertains to security and cloud computing, they need to understand the data storage, the data processing, and transmissions across these global jurisdictions which can occur in cloud computing. Data needs to be encrypted strongly, and typically encrypt data with keys outside of the provider's control if you're really looking for maximum security, your own key management system potentially. Now, another thing we have to think about is what in cloud computing or the data center is virtualization security. So we obviously have talked about what is a virtual machine and how does a virtual machine work. But theoretically, in a cloud environment, you could have 50 or 100 different customers' systems all on a single physical server. And while it's not the easiest thing to do, there's always the concern that a user could be on one virtual machine on that server and hack into another virtual machine. So basically what would happen is the hacker would escape the virtual machine and enter another one. Now the hypervisor on the server should be preventing such access, but escape attacks do happen where users somehow bypass the restrictions. So think about that in the organization. If you can't handle that, there's obviously ways you can buy a dedicated server and put all your systems, or a dedicated instance and make sure only your systems are on that server. But, it is a potential for an attack and it should be planned accordingly. The other kind of thing that we need to think about with regards to virtualization security is what you call virtual machine sprawl. And this is where I create a virtual machine and I forget to shut it down. Somebody else creates a virtual machine for a test, forgets to shut it down. Next thing you realize you've got 10,000 virtual machines and only 5,000 of them are active and the other 5,000 should have been shut down. Now, this is a whole host of problems because now the organization is paying for many more virtual machines that they're not even using. But more importantly, now these other virtual machines could potentially serve as an attack vector to break into the system. So we definitely want to be careful with our virtual machines. Another thing with regards to cloud application security, we need to think about APIs. So if we're using APIs to connect one system to another system, that API gives us a lot of connectivity opportunity and a lot of business opportunities. Unfortunately, now the API could also be used as an attack vector. So we need to make sure that secure coding practices are used and API inspection technology are going to be used. We want to make sure that we use some kind of firewall, at minimum a web application firewall, but hopefully a next generation firewall with IDS, IPS systems and anomaly detection. Now, we also want to think about secure gateways, web gateways. So they provide application security by monitoring web requests against a security policy. And if the request violates a security policy, it'll be blocked. So secure web gateways are going to be commonly used to block malicious content and enforce content through filtering. Now, when we think about all these systems, we have to maintain some type of governance. We have to be able to see what's going on with our systems. So we're going to have to talk about governance and auditing. From a technology governance perspective, we need to make sure that the leadership is involved to align the IT work with the organization's strategies and policies. So that's your architecture work. It's that technology design. Of course, we build these governance teams. And if you're on the CISO side, you are the governance team. But this kind of technology governance, constant audits will guide cloud vendor relationships and other third-party vendor relationships. Now, when we deal with cloud governance efforts, it's a little different. We have to vet the potential cloud providers. We want to make sure that they can do what we think they can. We want to review any kind of analytics or reports on the security of their systems, the integrity of their systems, and their control procedures. We want to oversee what they do and kind of keep track of that. Now, we have to be able to audit systems, and that gets icky in cloud governance. Because if we deal with a contract to the cloud provider, we need to guarantee that we can audit the cloud providers. But most cloud providers won't let you audit them. So we can audit certain things. We can have a third party audit certain things. Or most importantly, what will happen is the cloud providers will post an audit that they paid someone to do publicly, because they're not going to let you go into the data center. But I'd like you to think about this. If a cloud provider pays millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they do it every year to a couple of companies to audit their systems, the company that audits that systems, do they really want to say, your stuff is terrible? Are they going to get that other multi-million-dollar audit contract in the future? So you'll always have to worry about when someone else publishes results of their audit that they paid for, is that audit information actually good? I'm not saying there are or not, but always want to consider any type of conflicts of interest. And generally speaking, if a cloud provider is going to pay someone to do an audit, can you really question the results of that audit? Is it really going to be valid, or do the people want to make it look good because they're getting paid millions of dollars to do the audit? That's up to you to think about. I just want to produce the idea in your head so you can evaluate this and think about it. Now, when we're dealing with cloud providers, they have various security controls. They have their cloud native security controls by the cloud providers. Remember, the cloud provider is doing everything. They're like a Swiss Army knife of 1,000,001 things. Many of them own retail stores, healthcare functions, supermarkets, everything. So, that cloud may not be their main business. So if we look at a cloud provider security tools, great, they made them like a Swiss Army knife, where you got your little scissors, your little mini knife, you got your little bottle opener. But, you might want a better scissors or a better knife or a better bottle opener. And that's why you don't use a Swiss Army knife for most things in life. And now here we've got very good industrial solutions, third-party cloud security solutions, which we can consider as well. Or we could use a combination of the cloud provider security solutions as well as the security vendor solutions, which are strong, which is probably what most of us do. Now, there are going to be cloud native controls, which are going to be typically very easy to use. They're integrated into the system, very user-friendly, and they have some features to help us. And then we have third-party solutions, and these solutions are going to be really strong. Of course, they're going to typically cost more, but we will use them in multi-cloud. They're walker-cost clouds, and it's great. So if you think about what we're actually dealing with, it's simplicity of the cloud native tools. Very simple, very elegant, but they're nowhere near in general as robust as these third-party solutions, which give us much more functionality. And third-party non-proprietary solutions work really great in a multi-cloud environment. So let's talk briefly about cloud service management and cloud access security brokers. So if we think about our cloud access utilization, most organizations use more than one cloud provider. Most isn't like 98% of enterprises and 89% of all businesses. Now, a large organization may interact with dozens or hundreds of providers, especially when dealing with specialized software as a service products. So we need a consistent security policy and a management across these services, and that's going to be critical. So let's talk about a cloud access security broker. What they do is they serve as an intermediary between the users of the cloud and the providers themselves. And they monitor user activity, they enforce security policies. So cloud access security brokers make it simpler to scale to these multi-cloud environments. And we have what you call inline cloud access security brokers. And what they do is they reside in the connection path between the user and the service. So they typically use hardware appliances or endpoints to route requests directly through the cloud access security broker. So typically speaking, you're going to have to configure some network device. These things are going to be inline in the network on the path to the ultimate user and the service. Now, there's lots of advantages here. This type of environment, this inline cloud access security broker can block any kind of policy-driven violating requests before they even reach the cloud service. So lots of good there. Now, we can also deal with an API-based cloud access security broker. Now, this is different. This is going to interact with the cloud providers through their APIs. not directly with the user. So this is not going to require end user device configuration. Now, the limitations here are that it can't block requests. It can monitor and report a request or correct the policy violations after they're seen. So, there's that approach as well. So I'll talk a little bit about resource policies. So cloud providers are going to offer some resource policies that basically can limit users' actions in an account. And we can create a policy that says only this type of thing can be deployed. Here's our bare minimum virtual machine, or here's our minimum configuration, and only it can be deployed. So this is a great security practice to mitigate risks from accidental commands, compromised accounts, malicious insiders, but also to limit how and what and make sure the systems are known to be good. I'm going to briefly address hardware security modules. So if we're dealing with encryption, we have to maintain encryption keys. Now, where do we maintain these encryption keys? There's lots of ways we can do it. One way to do it is with a hardware security module. And that's going to be a special purpose device that we use to manage encryption keys, and it performs cryptographic operations very efficiently. Now, they're not cheap. These can be fairly expensive, but they provide very high security when properly configured. The core benefit here is that the organization can create, manage these encryption keys without any kind of human exposure. And by doing it without the human exposure, it's going to really reduce the risk of compromise. Which brings us into cryptography. What is cryptography? And cryptography is going to be the practice and the study of techniques to secure communications in the presence of an adversary. So securing things, assuming other people are there that could understand it or read it. So you've got to find a way to make sure they can't. So generic cryptography, I go to dinner with my wife. Let's say we went to a Chinese restaurant. I love Chinese food. And while we were there, I spoke to my wife in Greek. Most likely in a Chinese restaurant, there's not many Greek-speaking people. So I've got some form of cryptography to talk to my wife in Greek. Everybody there will speak English or Chinese, for example, or one of the Chinese languages, maybe others, who knows, but probably not Greek. Now, you can see Greek as weak cryptography because there's 10 million people in Greece that speak Greek. There's about 10 million people in Australia that speak Greek. There's some people in America that speak Greek, so there's a chance that someone else is in the room that could speak Greek. But speaking a language that people don't know is a weak form of cryptography. Now, cryptography is going to be the practice of taking something, transforming it into something unreadable without the key, and then decrypting it with the key to make sure that only the intended sender and recipient can speak to each other. Cryptography, generally speaking, is about constructing and analyzing protocols that prevent third parties or the public from reading private messages. And there are lots of aspects of data security that will benefit from cryptography, such as confidentiality, data integrity, authentication, non-repudiation. And what are we talking about? Our confidentiality is making sure the data is not changed. It can't be seen. Data integrity is making sure the data is not changed into what it's supposed to be. Authentication is determining who you are. And non-repudiation is basically the ability to say that you haven't said it after the fact. So I'll talk a little bit more about this now in each topic. So confidentiality is going to ensure that the data is private. So if we're using good encryption, the data is stored at rest. Guess what? It should be encrypted. When the data is being sent from one location to another location in transit, it should be encrypted. When the data is being actively accessed or used, potentially that can be encrypted along the way too. So we're really talking about maintaining confidentiality of our systems. And encryption is used to maintain secrecy for several reasons. It protects the information that's stored and not currently being used, and it can safeguard communications between two individuals or groups. So there's going to be two primary encryption methods that we could use to secure data. One of them is what you call symmetric cryptography. Basically speaking, you've got the users share a single cryptographic key to both encrypt the data and decrypt the data. Kind of like a shared password in between the groups. So that's symmetric cryptography. Now, the challenge with symmetric cryptography is, let's say I want to talk to my friend Bobby in an encrypted channel. So how do I get the key to Bobby so he knows what the key is? Maybe I have to call Bobby and have to tell him the encryption key is Whiskey, Echo, Tango, Golf, 129er, 78, Mike, November, Bravo, what have you, for the length of that key. So transmitting that key in symmetric cryptography is a bit of a challenge. Which brings us to asymmetric cryptography. And here the users are going to have two pairs of keys. They're going to have a public key, which is used to encrypt the message, which is going to be sent to the other side. And the user will have a private key, which is sent to decrypt the message. Public key encrypt, private key decrypt. And I always viewed asymmetric cryptography as kind of like putting everything into a box, but only like a mailbox, but only the owner has the key to open it up and read the messages. So that's the way I see confidentiality. Now, integrity is another part of cryptography. So integrity means the data has not changed. If you've got a bank account with $1 million in it, for example, and I hope you do, you don't want it to be $1 because somebody took off some zeros. So integrity makes sure that the data hasn't changed. System text here or work for these things. And integrity checks will confirm that the data is what it is. Typically, we use some form of a hashing to show that the data hasn't changed. But integrity means that the data is what it is absolutely supposed to be and it hasn't been accidentally changed or hurt. Now, cryptography does a lot with regards to authentication. So if I want to have a conversation with Alonzo, I need to know that Alonzo is Alonzo and not Hal the hacker. Because if I'm talking to Hal the hacker thinking it's Alonzo, that's called a man-in-the-middle attack. So I need to make sure that that person or that device is who they claim to be. And authentication, cryptography provides great authentication. Typically, there's some form of a challenge and then a response that's sent. And that's how the two devices know that they are who they are supposed to be. So if one system tries to connect, it'll be sent a challenge. And if it has the right response, it'll be allowed on. And if it doesn't have the right response to the challenge, it will be blocked. The last key goal here, one of the last key goals of encryption is what's called non-repudiation. Non-repudiation means if I say to do this, and I can't say later, I didn't say to do that. I don't know what you're talking about. So non-repudiation is proof that something's been said, the origin of the data. So if a doctor writes a prescription for something, they don't want to be able to say afterwards, I didn't write that prescription, that's in our case, the medication. And encryption can help with that as well. Okay, as we're discussing cryptography, we have to talk about hashes or one-way functions, and some of this can get a little geeky. So one of the ways that we can make sure the data is what it's supposed to be is put it through a hashing algorithm. And a hashing algorithm is typically what you call a one-way mathematical function. So what does this mean? If I take the letter A and put it into a 256-bit hash, I'm going to get a 256-bit response to the letter A. Now, because it's using a mathematical function, every time I put the letter A in, I'm going to get the same 256-bit hashing response, assuming we're using some kind of 256-bit encryption. Now, what's interesting here is I can't go from that hash all the way back to the A, but the A will always produce the hash, and that's why it's one way, which to me is the coolest thing ever, but I'm not a mathematician. I can produce an input, always get the same output. So we use this. We can take a hash of a file, for example, and it'll produce the same bit output every single time. And then we can download that and verify that the hash actually matches, and that's how we know that our data is good. So data gets input into a hash is generated. Every time you get the same input, it will always give you the same output, but you can't go from the output back to the input. And that's the key to remember with hashes. Now, we will also deal with things like nonces. And a nonce is going to be a number or a bit of text that's going to be used once in a communication. Now, nonces are typically random or pseudo-random numbers, and they help protect against what you call a replay attack. And we're doing this, these nonces, these random or pseudo-random numbers, to make sure that you can't replay data after the fact that would have passed all the encryption checks and make it look. So we're doing this because we can use these nonces in cryptographic functions like digital signatures or encryption, making our encryption even more secure. We can also talk about something called the zero knowledge proof. There's lots of math in these encryption situations. And a zero knowledge proof is going to be a cryptographic method that allows one party, the prover, to prove to another party, the verifier, that they know a certain piece of information without revealing what the information actually is. So the essence of a zero knowledge proof is to show that you have something without disclosing the information that you have. So think about that, being able to prove that you know something without actually talking about the secrets that you know. So, for example, if you knew your manager, she was pregnant, but you didn't want to say anything, but you didn't say something, but you said, "I know what's going on with my manager." Might be partially the way that is zero knowledge proof, but I know what's going on with my manager. I know why my manager is nauseous in the mornings. I know why my manager looks tired and gained weight in these places. So there's things that you could say without actually revealing what it is. And that's the concept of a zero knowledge proof. We're just looking to prove that we know something without actually sharing the information. So zero knowledge proofs are privacy preserving, because someone knows that they can reveal that they know a secret without revealing the secret. And often this involves asking, a series of questions and answers to prove that the verifier is who they claim to be. So that's typically what we're dealing with, this kind of interaction. One person is proving who they claim to be without actually giving the information. It almost reaches this kind of concept of verification without disclosure, because the verifier is convinced, yes, that person knows the secret, but they never gave the secret. So kind of always thought that was interesting. Another thing we can do from a cryptographic perspective is something called split knowledge, and from a security perspective. And this is where we take a secret and divide it amongst multiple parties. So if Cindy is a cat would be the secret, Cindy would, maybe one person knows it, is another person would know it, and then cat would be the third person. And together they could put it together that Cindy is a cat. Making sure that no single party has enough information to decipher the secret on their own. So we can't have one person that's going to really do serious damage to us. Now, this method is widely used to enhance security because no individual can act alone and really compromise the system. We also may talk about something called a work function. And a work function is related to how much it costs, both in time and money, to break an encryption algorithm. So, I mean, if you apply enough time, compute power, and money, you can break any form of encryption. So that's what we're talking about, is how hard is it for you? Do you have to build a quantum computer and spend billions of dollars to break it? In which case, probably not going to be the average attack that's going to occur in the next few months. So it's that. So what are we talking about? We're talking about brute force attacks, where an attacker will literally try every possible combination of keys until they find the right one. Now, that taking compute could take a long time to do, or a short time based upon the size of the compute. If you had 100,000 NVIDIA H200 GPUs or 300 GPUs, you're going to be able to crack that pretty fast. If you've got a quantum computer, you're going to be able to crack it pretty fast. If you're on a normal notebook, it might take you 200 years. So that's the key, is what is the work function? How hard is it to break? And if you can think about it, the higher the work function, the more secure and robust the crypto system really is going to be. But at the same time, we need to match the size of the work function with the actual value of the data. Because as we get in more and more and more encryption, it puts a lot of overhead on our system. So we need to use the right level. So the level of effort to break the encryption should exceed the value slightly of the protected information. So if you've got something that's worth $1 million, maybe it should cost $2 million to hack into the system. Let's briefly talk about symmetric key algorithms. I talked about them previously before. But they are when you've got the same key and it's used to send and receive, encrypt and decrypt. Now the key here to remember is it's a single key. And the single key scrambles the message that's used to decrypt the message. All that's great. But how do you get the key across the other side? This is the biggest challenge in symmetric key algorithm. You've got a shared secret that both parties need to know. And how do you tell that other party? Do you email that shared secret, in which case it's plain text and somebody can see it? Do you text message that secret? And what if somebody can break into the text? Do you call the person on the phone? So there's always a bit of an ickiness getting that secret across the wire. Now, symmetric key encryptions is generally faster than asymmetric encryption. So it's very suitable for when you're dealing with very large amounts of data. The only real challenge is, how do you actually share that encryption key in a secure way? So, because if somebody unauthorized gets the key, then they can decrypt every single message. So let's talk about some symmetric cryptography types. We have something called electronic codebook, and that is basically one of the simplest encryption forms in the market, but it's also the least secure. Basically what it does is it encrypts 64-bit blocks of data using the same secret key for each block. Identical data blocks are encrypted into identical outputs. But the predictability that we have here allows a potential eavesdropper to kind of link the repeated encryption blocks back to the original data if they could write a code book, which gets them back to the encrypted original pairs. So we get a little better when we start dealing with cipher blockchaining, and that's a method of encrypting data that makes it more secure than encrypting each piece of data separately. In cipher block chaining, each data block is blended with the previously encrypted block before being encrypted itself. And by doing so, there's like what you call almost an initialization vector that's going to use to start the process, ensuring that the first block will always have a unique element to mix it with. And this method ensures that identical data blocks are encrypted differently, relying on a unique outcome from the previous block's encryption. So that is going to be very, very protective. Now, I can remember a long time ago, we used this digital or data encryption standard. It was called DES. It was widely recognized, and it was once a standard for encrypting pretty much everything. Now, DES, data encryption standard, was developed in the early 1970s, adopted by the U.S. government in 1977 for use in securing sensitive information, unclassified information. Now, here are the things to remember about DES. It was a block cipher, meaning it encrypted those data into fixed size blocks, 64 bits in the case of DES, and it used the same key for encryption and decryption because it was symmetric key encryption. The key length was 56 bits, effectively a bit shorter than the block size because there were some parity bits that were actually used for parity checks and encryption. And DES was widely used for a long time, but the 56-bit key became fairly vulnerable to brute force attacks, especially as computing power got better. So in the late 1990s and the early 200s, DES could be fairly easily cracked in a matter of days or even hours. So DES was officially retired in around 2001. But it didn't stop there. So DES became triple DES, where basically triple DES was the DES encryption standard, but it was developed to counteract the vulnerabilities in the data encryption standard. And basically, it was running the dev encryption 3 different times. So here's how this worked. To enhance the security of DES, triple DES was applied. And basically, the encryption process was applied 3 times to every data block. So while this provided many improvements, triple DES has also begun to show its age with potential vulnerabilities due to its block size and structure. So triple DES is gradually being favored out in favor of better encryption methods or more secure methods like the AES standard, which realistically speaking offer superior security and efficiency. Blowfish with another type of encryption algorithm that was designed to provide fast and secure cryptography. And it was developed by Bruce Schreiner in 1993 as an alternative to existing encryption algorithms like DES. Blowfish has some distinctive features that have contributed to its popularity, especially in applications where speed and security were critical. Blowfish is a symmetric key block cipher, meaning the same key is going to be used for both encryption and decryption. Now, it encrypts data in 56-bit fixed size blocks, which was a common block size for encryption at the time that this was typically used. Now, one of the strengths of Blowfish was its support for a wide range of lengths, from 32 bits to 448 bits. And that flexibility allowed Blowfish to strike a balance between speed and security. And it made it very adaptable to various security requirements. So it was widely used for a while. Now, the next type of symmetric cryptography type that came out that we used was the RSA encryption. And that was another type of public key cryptography that was widely used for secure data transmission. And it was named after the inventors Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. And it was one of the first and well-known methods for really encrypting and decrypting data. Now, there's been 1,000,001 iterations of this. Back in 1987, we had the RC4 standard. Think Wi-Fi, WEP, WPA, SSL, TLS. And then we had RC5, which is another block cipher of various sizes, say 32 bits, 64 bits, 128 bits. And that used key sizes that could be anywhere between 0 in length and 2040 bits. So it was much stronger, longer keys here. And then that moved into RC6, which became a block cipher that used 128, 192, or 256-bit symmetric keys, and was one of the candidates for selection for the advanced encryption standard because it was so good. Which now brings us to the advanced encryption standard, which is very widely used for symmetric key encryption. It encrypts data or information in 128-bit blocks, and it ensures that each block is going to be processed separately. Now we've got all kinds of variable key lengths, 128-bit, 192-bit, 256-bit key sizes, and that allowed for a lot of flexibility and security in our encryption processes. So let's talk about encryption rounds. So we're talking about a number of times that we're going to be running the encryption, 10 rounds, for example, for 128-bit, or 12 rounds for 192-bit. So we keep encrypting. And by doing so, each round is going to involve some substitution, permutation, mixing, and adding. So it becomes very hard to start to break these things if it's been encrypted many, many times. Now, the biggest challenge with symmetric encryption is how do you get the encryption keys there? Do you put it on a USB drive and mail it? In which case, if it gets lost in the mail, now you got a problem. So you call the person on the phone. How do you get the key there? So with symmetric key encryption, that was the biggest challenge, but there were realistically 3 ways to send the keys. One was offline. Basically, you send your USB drive, you call the person, you write it down on a piece of paper. Now, we could also use public key encryption as another means to deal with it, and we also have something called the Diffie-Hellman exchange. So let's talk about what is public key encryption. Public key encryption was a means to simplify exchanging keys, and it enabled a very secure key exchange after the identities were confirmed and a connection was established. So I determined that I was connected to Alonzo, and once Alonzo and I knew we were Alonzo and I, then we've made a switch from a public key to a private key. So secret key encryption is generally much faster than public key encryption. So, this is what we were talking about with regards to public key encryption. Now, Diffie-Hellman was another method of securely exchanging cryptographic keys over a public channel. In fact, it was one of the first protocols, and it was originally conceptualized by Ralph Merkle, and it was named after Winfield Diffie and Martin Hellman, and widely used. And with Diffie-Hellman, there's a key exchange that allowed the two parties to jointly establish a shared secret over an unsecured communication channel without having to share the secret itself. And that's the key. It was sharing the shared secret without sharing the secret itself. This shared secret can then be used to encrypt subsequent communications using a symmetric key cipher. So if we've got encryption keys, where do we store them? I mean, we don't want to write them down on a sticky note on our computer. Here's the encryption key for this. So where do we store them? And that's a big challenge. So you don't want to store your keys where your data resides, because that's going to mitigate it. Here, it's in the same folder as the data. Get into the folder, get the decryption key, and you've just beaten all the encryption. So we don't want to do that. So we have to think about where we're going to store it. So there are software packages to store your keys. There are hardware storage methods like hardware security modules, but we have to make sure we store these keys and store them in a very strong and secure manner. Now, we have to also understand that there's going to be a life cycle to cryptography. And except for, say, some one-time pads, all cryptographic systems will have a limited life cycle. As computing power increases, the technology to break the keys also increases. So the keys and the algorithms will also have to get more and more complicated to support better computing power. Now that brings us into asymmetric key cryptography, otherwise known as public key cryptography. And that's going to be a method of encrypting and decrypting messages with a single pair of keys, one public key and one private key. Now each participant will have two keys, a public key which is shared with anyone, and a private key which is going to be kept secret. And messages will be encrypted with the public key, but they will be decrypted by the corresponding private key. This means that anyone can encrypt a message using the recipient's public key, but only the recipient will be able to decrypt it with their own private key. Asymmetric cryptography is going to be considered highly secure, and it's widely used for digital communication because it eliminates the need to deal with that secret key. However, it gets computationally expensive, computationally intensive. So it's going to take a lot of processing power for the symmetric key cryptography. So because of that, it tends to make it slower if there's large amounts of data that need to be encrypted. Asymmetric cryptography is going to be foundational for so many types of secure communications we use, such as HTTPS, email encryption, secure FTP type protocols. Let's talk about the difference between public and private keys. Let's really talk about this. So the distinction between the public key and the private key really lies in the heart of asymmetric cryptography. The public key is freely distributed. Here, I can share it with anyone. It's not a secret. And it's often available through a public accessible directory or a certificate that's been given by the certificate authority. And that public key is used to encrypt messages, but the key is only the corresponding private key can decrypt it. So having the public key alone without the private key is meaningless. Now, the private key, by comparison, is always going to be kept secret, and it can't be shared with anyone except the owner, because the security of the private key is going to be crucial for the security of the cryptographic system. That private key is used to decrypt messages that were encrypted with the public key. So keeping the private key private ensures that only the private key's owner can actually read the messages intended for them. Let's talk briefly about certificates. Now, certificates are going to provide a means to ensure the parties are who they claim to be. Digital certificates will help verify that a public key belongs to the individual, the organization, or device it claims to be from. And this is going to be crucial in online transactions where trustworthiness is paramount. So certificates are going to be used for securing communications over the internet, like website encryptions, think HTTPS, email security. So we widely use them. Now, certificates are typically governed by the International X.509 standard. And there's this X. Let's talk about some attributes of this X.509 standard. Typically, there's a version number, which is going to specify the X.509 version of the certificate. There's typically a serial number, which was issued by the certificate creator. And there's typically a signature algorithm identifier, which will indicate the technique used by the certificate authority to actually sign the certificate. Now, the certificate will have an issuer name, who issued the certificate. It'll have a validity period, which is like the start and end dates and times where the certificate's going to be valid. And the certificate may also have the subject's common name, which is like maybe it's Cert Mike or something like that, but it's going to have a name of it. Now, the certificate may also have subject alternative names. This is an optional parameter. And the certificate will typically have the subject's public key, the core data of the certificate used by the certificate owner to establish secure connections. So how does this whole certificate thing work? Well, basically, we're going to have this trusted certificate authority, and they're going to verify the identity of a certificate, whether that be a person, a company, or device. And they will also issue certificates that are going to bind a public key to the requester. And when communication needs to be established, the server will present its digital certificate to the client. And the client will verify the digital signature on the certificate using the public key of the certificate authority. And if the certificate's valid, this confirms that the certificate is trustworthy and that the public key contains the information it needs to establish a secure connection. So if you can think of a certificate authority as a trusted entity, maybe you can think of it as a digital notarization service, if you will, for digital certificates. But basically, they create the certificates. They verify the ownership of a certificate, and they can revoke a certificate and what have you. So let's talk about what certificate authorities do. They issue certificates. So they can conduct a verification process to confirm the identity of the entity requesting the certificate. And once the certificate is verified, the certificate authority issues a certificate. But that certificate will bind the public key to its identity. Now, the certificate authority will also validate identities. So the certificate authority has a role in rigorously evaluating the credentials of individuals or organizations in order to prevent any kind of fraud. The certificate authority will also be involved in revoking certificates. So if a digital certificate is found to be compromised, misused, or no longer needed, the certificate authority can take it away or revoke it, effectively informing all users that the certificate is no longer to be trusted. And certificate authorities typically publish certificate status, so they maintain a list of things that have been revoked, for example. So you can check, should I trust this third party? Now, certificate authorities are quite important in what we do. They are central to this concept of a trust model that secures communications under the internet and makes internet trustworthy with certificates on key websites. And by ensuring public keys belong to legitimate entities who they claim to be, certificate authorities can prevent man-in-the-middle attacks where an attacker can impersonate a user. Now, so many things goes on with digital certificates. They can be issued to enable encrypted connections between, say, web browsers and servers. And there's many major certificate authorities. Symantec is one, Amazon Web Service is another, Komodo is another, GoDaddy, Digital Cert, lots and lots of them. So how does one get a certificate? First, they have to prove their identity to the certificate authority when they enroll. Now, this could be a physical appearance with identification documents or any kind of other verification means like credit report data, verification by trusted community leaders. Now, there will be a certificate signing request. So as soon as the identity has been verified, you provide the certificate authority with your public key. Now, the certificate authority will then create an X.509 digital certificate identifying the information with your public key. Now the certificate will be signed by the certificate authority's private key, and the certificate authority will provide a copy of the digital certificate so you can distribute securely. Now, let's talk about the types of certificates that you could get. There are domain validation certificates, and they are the simplest and most common certificates, where basically the certificate authority verifies control of the domain name, and there's typically a high level of assurance with this. And the certificate authority will verify that the certificate owner is actually a legitimate business. So how do you verify a certificate? You check the certificate authority's digital signature using the certificate authority's public key. And you can ensure that the certificate is not revoked by checking the certificate revocation list or the online certificate status protocol. That way you can verify that the certificate has an authentic digital signature, is issued by a real and trusted certificate authority, is not on a certificate revocation list, and that it contains the trusted data, including the right name and right email. Now, why might an organization revoke a certificate? Well, maybe it's been compromised. Maybe the public key has been exposed or the private key has been exposed. Maybe it was erroneously issued. Maybe some things needed to change, like the person's name, or maybe there was a security association that changed who the sponsoring organization is. Now, these certificate revocation lists are going to be maintained by certificate authorities. They're going to list revoked certificate serial numbers with revocation dates and times, and they're going to require some periodic downloads to get these things. And there's going to be some latency and revocation awareness, so kind of keep track of this. You're going to want to check these things. Now, of course, we have this concept of the OCSP, the Online Certificate Status Protocol, and that provides real-time certificate verification. Effectively, the client's going to send a request to the certificate authority, and the online certificate protocol server will receive that request and let you know if the certificate is valid, invalid, or unknown. Now, we're going to discuss digital signatures. And a digital signature provides an ability to sign a message just like you would sign a letter, and verify that a sender and a receiver are both who they claim to be. Digital signatures also allow for integrity checks to make sure that the message hasn't been tampered with along the way. And digital signatures are going to be using public key cryptography to verify the sender and the receiver, and of course hashing to verify message integrity. So now you know if you get a message and it's been digitally signed that it's the actual message, it hasn't been tampered with, and it's coming from the actual person who's supposed to be sending it. So that's another type of a use of cryptography. Now that we've discussed cryptography, let's talk about secure development life cycles. So we need to make sure that every part of our organizations are secure. And whether we're dealing with networking security or identity and access management, there's many components of the overall enterprise and their technologies. And one of that components is actually software. And in a perfect world, which is really where we want to go, we want to get security integrated into the software development life cycle. So we're going to discuss some versions of software development lifecycle so you understand how this can occur in the enterprise environment as well. So let's talk about what is a software development lifecycle, and it's going to be all the stages of software development from the idea stage all the way to the decommissioning stage, because not every application will be there forever. Now, if we think about a software development lifecycle, we think about generating the ideas, gathering the requirements for the application, having the application then designed based upon the requirements. Then the developers code the application, then somebody has to test the application, then the application is rolled out to the users, then users are trained on new applications, and of course the applications will need to be maintained over time. Patched, changed, tuned, features added, etc. And at some point, the application itself will be retired and no longer used or decommissioned. So they're typically the software development lifecycle. And not all kinds of software development adheres to a formal model, but many enterprise projects will follow these types of phases that we'll talk about of software development. Now, when organizations have a good, strong software development lifecycle, they have a structured framework for workflow and planning, and structured frameworks tend to increase accuracy, and they tend to reduce risks and errors. So this typically helps with ensuring consistent development practices, and by doing so in a repeated manner, less likely to make errors. So this is a good thing. Now, there are different types of software development lifecycle models, and the reality is different organizations have different needs and therefore should choose different models. So keep that in the back of your mind. Now, there are phases to software development and models for software development, but they all have some of these phases. And we'll talk about like the phases, because each software development model will have its own specific terminology, but there are certain steps that these typically have in common. And that's what I want you to understand, because if you're using a different kind of a model, at least you'll understand the things that goes into good application design. So the first part of software development is typically what you call a feasibility phase. And this is where the initial investigations are being done. Does the product make sense? Does the application make sense? Is this going to be a good project for the organization? And in this phase, when you're creating your architecture and that feasibility, exploring it, is this even the right solution, or would other solutions be better? And then typically speaking, in the feasibility phase, we'll get to a results phase and recommend some kind of a forward-moving plan. Use another vendor. We can create the software. The software can be created for us. Now, once we know that it's feasible and the things that we're interested in, now we've got to start diving a little deeper, and we need to start analyzing and getting the real requirements. So that means, we architects have to find the business goals that they're trying to do, find the actual business needs, say, of the applications themselves, get input from key stakeholders on what they need for their various business units and, say, desired functionality, what have you. And in this analysis and requirements definition phase, we're typically going to be assessing the current systems that they have, and we're going to see what they do and what they do well. Can they get us to the future goals? And if not, what do we need? What does the new software really need to do in the future? And typically speaking, during requirements gathering, we can't necessarily get everything done. So we typically think of which of the most significant requirements need to be done and rank them in terms of criticality and make sure they're the ones that are done first. Now, at that point, then there's more of your technical design phase, where you're dealing with the design functionality, the architecture, the technical architecture, the integration of your data flows, and the key business processes. And at that point, that's typically where the architects typically live, and now the work typically goes over to a software developer, and they typically code the application, and there's usually some element of unit testing of individual components as well that they typically do along the way, make sure the parts of the application typically are working as they're developing it. But then after that, after the application is typically created, then it's going to go to a testing and an integration phase. And here's where the application will typically be formally tested with QA testing, customers, external users, beta testers, what have you. And they will integrate the test results and feedback and try to fix these things. And we'll be connecting to external services with the applications, external data sources. And hopefully at this point, we're testing, we're making sure that it's good. And at some point, there's going to be what you call user acceptance testing, where the user says, yes, this is it. I'm good with it. Now, at that point, now the users need to be trained on it, and people need to be transitioned into the new roles, which means that people may need training, for example, and they may need a marketing campaign around it. And then that software transitions into general use. And then this is typically known as the acceptance, installation, and deployment phase. Now, at that point, the application is out there, and now it's going to continue to be used. So now it's kind of that operations and maintenance phase where there's ongoing support. There's going to be patching of the application, updating of the application, minor modifications to the application. And this is typically the longest phase of the software development lifecycle. This could be years. And then at some point, people typically don't use the same applications forever. They often move on to new applications. Now here's the disposition phase, the end of life or the end of process for our software. And this is done at some point, and these systems will be shut down. There'll be some kind of knowledge transfer between the old systems and the new systems, and the old systems will be disposed of. So that's typically what goes into the phases of a software development lifecycle. But, there's a couple models we're going to talk about. And the key here is these models are really about providing a structured approach to planning, creating, testing, and deploying an information system. Like, we also have architectural models like TOGAF, for example, that are steps to create an enterprise architecture, or the Zachman framework for enterprise architecture. But this is more of software development lifecycle phases. Now, a very common phase that you see, and it's honestly one of the oldest and most straightforward software development lifecycle approaches, is what's called the waterfall model, where the development process typically flows downwards like a waterfall. So the first phase being requirements analysis, and then system design, and then implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. Now, each phase, requirements analysis here, would be done before system design, which would then have to be completed before implementation. Now, the key here is it's not the most flexible thing. Potentially because you're locked to a certain process. Now, there's another model that's out there called the spiral model, and that's going to combine elements of both design and prototyping in various stages. And it's an effort to combine the advantages of what you call top-down and bottom-up concepts. The key here is this is going to allow for more incremental releases of the product, incremental refinement through each stage or each iteration of the spiral. So this tends to be very flexible, very adaptable, and tend to generate very fast software changes. So this is great if a lot of design changes might be needed along the way to create the product. Because this is a little different. It combines what you call linear development from the waterfall model, but also with an iterative process. And with Spiral, we've got 4 key phases that get revisited multiple times to refine improvements in the way applications are designed and built. But Spiral emphasizes risk assessment throughout the development lifecycle. Now, the phases of Spiral are the identification, which is the requirements gathering, where initially people gather business and system requirements. They get gather details and requirements for the subsystems or the modules and the components of what will be needed to be done. Then there's the design phase, which is typically your conceptual design, your architectural design, your logical design, and potentially even physical design. With the Spiral model, the next thing is going to be a build phase, where basically it's going to produce the initial proof of concept, and the development of further releases until the final production build is completed. And then there'll be an evaluation phase next, which conducts risk analysis to assess the technical and managerial feasibility of what's going on. And then there's typically some kind of a customer testing or feedback to ensure acceptance of the software. Now, another incredibly common model for software development is the Agile model. And this focuses on process adaptability and customer satisfaction by rapidly trying to deliver working software projects. Now, Agile methodologies tend to encourage flexible responses to change. and typically involve a good amount of collaboration across cross-functional teams. So this can improve quality dramatically and improve speed because you've got a lot more knowledge and various perspectives of the business. This is really an iterative and an incremental approach to software development, and it's based on the manifesto for agile software development that focuses on individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and really responding to change and the ability to follow a plan. Now, when we look at Agile, let's look at the work structure. So the work gets divided into short sessions that they call sprints, and this can last from a few days to weeks. But the development is considered complete when the task is agreed upon and is done or the sprint ends. Now, there are 12 Agile principles that are worth talking about. One is customer satisfaction. And that's achieved typically, according to the Agile people, by continuously delivering software rapidly. Welcoming change. The key with Agile is that it accepts changing requirements even late in development. And that is great because you may plan an application today to do a certain thing. And what if something drastically changes in the environment out there or the economy, or there's new kinds of competition and you need to change it? The ability to welcome change and to adapt to change really is Agile, and businesses need that level of agility. Now, other things that they're really part of Agile is this frequent delivery. So deploy software constantly rather than in weeks rather than months. So consistent improvements, rapid software, to give the business the ability to deploy something fast and use that technology earlier, which can be a competitive business advantage. Now, collaboration is another great part of Agile. The key here is to collaborate between the business people, the developers, the stakeholders, so the applications are more aligned with the organization's business needs. And this is great because when we have merged the business and technology people, there's a greater chance that the architecture and the applications will provide some business value. And unfortunately, 70 to 80% of technology projects provide no business value. McKinsey's numbers are at 70%. So anytime we get the business people cooperating with the tech people, we've got much better outcomes. Now, Agile looks for motivated individuals. So they build projects around people that want to work, that are motivated, and they typically can provide a good level of support to the project. Because Agile likes efficient communication and prevention of errors, they really like face-to-face communication when possible because it's the most efficient ways to really build a relationship and communicate information. Working software is another one of those 12 key things. It's a measure of progress. That's how it's measured. How much software are you producing? Very easy to gauge productivity this way. Agile recommends a sustainable pace, so it's consistently moving things forward. And it really looks for technical excellence and good design, and it focuses on both technical excellence, but also designing things and designing them well. Agile is all about simplicity. They want to maximize the amount of work done by focusing on simplicity. They're really about emergent designs, best architectures, best requirements. The goal here is to get things done and almost from self-organizing teams. And Agile wants you to reflect and adjust, and teams regularly reflect on improving the effectiveness of what they're doing. So that's the key. If you reflect on what you've done and you learn the lessons learned and things that work well versus things that haven't, you know how to improve for the future. Now, another software development lifecycle is called Scrum, and that's a type of an Agile methodology that's used for managing software development projects. Scrum typically aims to produce a shippable product at the end of every iteration or sprint, which is usually about 2 to 4 weeks. Now, another type of software development lifecycle becoming incredibly popular, especially with cloud computing, is DevOps. And with DevOps, what they're trying to do is break down the barriers between the software development team and the operations team, or the people that maintain these things long term, which is great. The DevOps also is about coding things and getting applications out faster. And DevOps is big on using tools. So they'll use tools for coding, building, and testing applications, packaging applications, releasing applications, configurations management, monitoring. DevOps in today's world is also becoming a lot about efficiency, a lot about automation, but it's really an iterative process to software development. And the goal there is to break down those barriers of development and operations so software can be released much more frequently. Now, as we deal with DevOps, which is a great idea, breaking down those barriers, now DevSecOps. And what is that? That is integrating security into DevOps. And it treats security as a shared responsibility through the development and operations lifecycle. So this is great because when we think about it, now in the security deployment and operations world, when the applications are being tested, the application code is being tested and it's being tested for safety. So that is part of the cohesive strategy. Obviously, DevSecOps is not security. It's one component of it. We still need our network security, our data security, our IAM security. But now if we've got security into the development processes, that's meaning security is part of everything, which is exactly what we're looking for. And if we look at security practitioners in DevSecOps, they might be conducting threat analysis. They might be facilitating communication and planning. And they might be performing testing and providing feedback on code and applications, and they're going to focus on ongoing improvement and awareness. So the ability to just get that in there, that security in there with the code, is one more element to creating more holistic security policy. Now, DevOps is also in this concept of continuous integration, meaning regularly checking codes into a shared repository, daily or frequent automated builds of software, using automation for scripting and efficiency. And that leads to continuous deployment. So they're almost automatically deploying tested software to production. And they pair this well with this concept of continuously integrate, and then we continuously deploy for seamless integration deployment. Now, if we think about security and continuous integration, continuous delivery, we want to build continuous validation of the software through automated security testing in the pipeline. And by doing so, if we don't do so, there's the risk of potentially introducing a new vulnerability by putting in maybe malicious code, having a malicious code in there that you don't even realize that you got from a code repository. So this security integration and testing the code is going to basically enhance security a lot. And typically speaking, for this kind of process, we really want robust logging, reporting, and continuous monitoring, the ability to align the security into our CI/CD pipelines. I want to briefly talk about some code deployment environments, and we're really talking about like a development environment often that might be used by developers for building initially testing. And that can be, say, an individual developer there. So it's giving a person an environment to work, the developer to write their code. Then we typically have what's called test environments as well. And that's typically where the software will be tested. Because you're not going to test it in the production environment. You might test it in a sandbox. You could test it in a different cloud VPC, for example. If you wanted to, you could test it in different VLANs or a private subnet or a private network inside of an organization where they build you your own lab. So typically speaking, you want to test things in a different environment so it can't actually produce a problem to your main production environment. Here's typically where your QA activities are done. Now, there's usually some form of a staging environment. So first it's coded, and then it's tested, and then you stage it in an environment prior to deployment. And here's where it's staged. The code is prepped to be put into production. And then ultimately the production environment, which is going to be the live environment, where once the software is tested and approved, it's going to be placed on that live environment, and it's going to work on that live environment. And it can be patched on that live environment, and that'll be the usable environment. Okay, we're going to continue our discussion of secure software development, and we're going to begin by talking about code reviews. And a code review is basically when a developer's code is reviewed by other developers or others. And the reason this is done is for several reasons. One is if different developers review each other's code, it'll share the code knowledge for the applications that are being designed. It will enhance the others that are on the team that are actually designing and writing the code, the understanding of what's been done, potentially more than just documentation. By doing a code review and showing others the code, others may catch errors and detect problems before they occur. And it also means that another perspective, another set of eyes can kind of optimize the code along the way. And it creates understanding of the team. So, you'll see a lot of code review. We're going to talk about some various types of code reviews organizations could use. Now, there's one type of coding and code review called pair programming. And this is an agile technique where basically you have two developers that are sitting in a single workstation. One writes the code in real time, and the other reviews the code in real time, checking for errors. And typically speaking, you have the two people switching periodically to balance coding and reviewing tasks so nobody gets too exhausted from the role that they're actually in. Now, the advantage to this kind of pair programming, is you've got constant review and analysis. So you're going to have really good code quality because you're applying lots more experience to the code and problem solving. Here's the disadvantage. It can get fairly expensive because now you've got two people doing the development, not just one. So another methodology that's used is called the over-the-shoulder code review. And here you typically have two developers where one explains their code to the other. And this does enable peer review and it aids in understanding of the code's functionality, but it doesn't require that constant interaction and role switching like you would get with pair programming. Now, another type of code review is often known as what you call the pass-around code review. And this involves basically taking the code and sending it to one or more reviewers. And reviewers check the code for issues using their expertise. And this is a lot like writing a document and sharing it with two people with more expertise and getting their feedback on it. Now, the advantage of the pass-around code review is it's flexible because you can send it when you send it and somebody can review it when they desire. You can easily get diverse expertise and experience because you're sending it to people that typically may be busy but might be able to look at it at another time. Now, here's the challenge here. There's no real direct learning opportunity from the code author. And this means using this approach, the organization is going to need much better documentation to make sure others understand it. Now, we can also do tool-assisted code reviews, and I'll talk a little bit about that. This is software that's going to check the code. And there's tools like Atlassian's Crucible, which is for collaborative review, Codacity, which does static code analysis. So there's a couple of other tools that actually do these things. So it's just a tool-assisted code review. Now, another type of code review, a very structured approach, is what you call a Fagan inspection. And this is a structured, formal code review process, and it aims to identify a wide range of issues that can be seen during deployment. And here's the key features here. It supports entry and exit criteria for each process stage. So it's very defined when you get in and out of each phase. It ensures that you've got your due diligence to go on before you go to the next phase that you got in. You've got all your ducks in a row and things are good. So I tend to like that. So here's the code review according to the Fagan inspection phases. First, there's a planning phase where the materials are prepared. You select the attendees. You choose the location where the inspection is going to be. Then the overview phase where materials will be reviewed. People will be assigned roles, whether they're the coder, the reader, the reviewer, or a moderator. Then there's some preparation time where the users inspect the code or the item. They document issues and questions. And then ultimately there's a meeting. And in the meeting, the goal is to identify defects based on the preparation phase notes and ask the questions, get it fixed up. And then there's a rework phase to fix or tune any of the identified issues. And then there'll be another follow-up where the moderator is going to ensure that everything that was talked about was addressed. And while they addressed all those gaps, they didn't introduce any new extra features or defects along the rework. So let's briefly talk a little bit about software security testing. So every skilled development team will produce code flows. Mistakes just happen. And there are a variety of manual and automated tools and methods that are available to identify and address flaws. Now, automated tools have gotten better. And that can help make it easier to verify code security as well. So let's talk about why we need to do security testing and software security testing. Because source code may contain lots of bugs and flaws, including programming and syntax errors, business logic issues, error handling problems, integration challenges with other systems, and we want to make sure that we've got all these things working the way they're supposed to. So if we can have the code analyzed and people can understand the code's function and they can figure out how to optimize their performance and then find potential flaws and fix them. And common methods are going to include what you call static testing and dynamic code analysis and fuzz testing. Post-deployment, then the code again must be regression tested to make sure that the fixes didn't introduce on new issues. Because often when somebody fixes a new issue, they go back and didn't merge the code for a fix for an old issue. So all this kind of testing needs to go on with security. Now, we can have the static code analysis, which basically involves reviewing the application's source code. It's typically considered a form of white box testing, and it offers full visibility into the system. And it's going to help identify issues that were missed by other testing methods, but maybe an internal logic problem, for example. That's through static code analysis, but you're reviewing the source code. Now, the method here, they're not executing the program. They're looking at the code. They're focusing on understanding the program structure and its intended functionality. Now, some of these things can be done via automated tools. Automated tools are great at finding known issues. Manual reviews or code understanding does a great job at identifying human-induced errors. So, as you can see, automated tools are great for known issues, but if you only use automated and you don't manually review, you might miss human errors, which could be also critically important. So it's going to take a combination, typically speaking, of manual tools and people throughout any kind of technology. So let's look at this concept of dynamic code analysis. Now, this is going to take the software and execute the code and provide input into the code. So this often is preferred to be automated because now you're dealing with some extensive testing. And this is going to complement the static testing that you've done, and it may identify new things during the execution of the code. So static is looking at the code. Dynamic is actually running the code or running that application, and you need to do both. And the method here is to basically run the program, maybe torture test the program, put all kinds of inputs into the program, and monitor for the program's behavior. Maybe to find runtime issues that would affect it, that maybe the static analysis could have missed. So now that we're talking about software security testing, let's talk about fuzz testing. And this involves sending random data into the application to test its resilience. And what you're doing here is you're monitoring the application for crashes or failures or incorrect responses. So that's what we're talking with regards to fuzz testing. So it's typically automated because there's going to be a large data volume that's going to be involved. But fuzz testing is often used for input validation, where you put the wrong information in and it can crash a website. So they're going to make sure that there's input validation. You can't crash a website by putting the wrong things in. Fuzz testing can look for logic errors, memory leaks, and even error handling flaws. Now, obviously, there's limitations to fuzz testing, like there's limitations to everything else. Fuzz testing typically lends itself to identifying only simple problems. It may not cover complex logic or business processes, and the coverage here may be incomplete if it's not really monitored or properly monitored. Okay, now we're going to move on to identity and access management. And we're going to dive pretty deep here, but before we do, I want to make it clear what is identity and access management, and I want to talk about it at a high level, and then we'll dive deep, because for some reason, some people get confused on this. So identity and access management is really about determining who you are, what you're allowed to do, and then keeping track of what you've done. And it typically falls into these three categories: authentication, which is determining you are who you claim to be; authorization, which is what are you allowed to do; and accounting, which is keeping track of what you've done. So how do we authenticate people or identify people? Well, there's lots of ways. Like a username and password, for example. Or when you check in and you give a photo ID, that's some flavor of authentication or of determining if you are who you claim to be. And obviously, we'll talk about many of these types throughout this discussion, and every type of authentication that we have has its own set of strengths and its own set of weaknesses, but we'll discuss what those are. Now, the next phase of it is really authorization. So authorization is what are you allowed to do? Authentication determines, for example, if you're allowed in or are you who you claim to be. But the authorization determines, are you allowed in, for example? Are you allowed to use these certain facilities? Are you allowed to execute this program? Are you allowed to access this data? So here's where we're talking about that principle of least privilege, which is not giving people more things or rights than they need to do to their job. Authentication, who are you? Authorization, what are you allowed to do? Think principle of least privileges. Now, accounting. Now, this is going to be through logging, through auditing, through monitoring here. Now, this is how we determine what you did. Keeping track of every configuration change you made, all the systems you accessed, for example, or if you were in a building, which rooms you walked through in the building and what you received from which room, what have you. That all falls into accounting. And auditing is obviously tracking these activities, say in log files, and being able to really dive deep into what happened. Creating audit trails and evidence. So if we start thinking about that accounting and that auditing, we'll be able to think about maybe all these logs going to SIEM systems give us the ability to correlate things that have been done, for example. Now, from this perspective, if we had a security outage, now we've got audit trails potentially to see who did what. And that's why this accounting or auditing is there, because it aids to accountability of being able to hold people accountable to the things they've done or what they've done or whether they accessed. So now we really talked about what those are. So let's go back to authentication, determining who you are. Are you who you claim to be? Is that system that's logging into the other system who it claims to be? So lots of ways to do this. Now, the simplest systems, which you may have heard called type 1 authentication if you've ever looked at some older books, is something you know. So that's your PIN code, that's your password, that's your passphrase. Very simple, doesn't cost a lot. You just create a password, and hopefully it's not your cat's first name, or it's not related to your wife's name or your child's name or what have you. It's a strong password. Now, that's something you know. Now, something you have is a little bit different. Something you have is something that you actually hold on to. Could be a memory card, a USB card, a smart card. Typically referred to as type 2 authentication in older documents. So something you know is something is a secret that you know. Something you have is a card that you might have. So something you have, card. Something you know, password. So we can combine those two, and we'll talk about that. But imagine you wanted to use your ATM card. Your ATM card to get money from a cash machine is something you have. But the PIN number that you put onto that card, that's something you know. So that's a way we can combine them. Now, another type of authentication mechanism is something you are. Now, this is known typically as type 3 authentication in older literature, but what are we talking about here? Your retina scan, your iris scan, your fingerprint, your facial pattern, a palm scan. So this is something you are. Now, we may want to use more than one of these mechanisms. So single-factor authentication will employ only one. Multi-factor authentication will require 2 or more factors. Your fingerprint plus a password, for example, could be multi-factor authentication. Now, when we look at authentication mechanisms, not all are created equal. We probably should look at the strengths of the authentication types we have. Implementation-wise, something you know is going to be the weakest. By something you are, by comparison, like your iris scan, is going to be one of the strongest. Passwords typically are very weak, with biometrics like fingerprints being stronger. However, some biometric factors can still be bypassed by attackers. Copying fake fingerprints, for example, or potentially having an attacker remove the person's finger and use that as biometric authentication. So you always have to think about how the hacker would do it. And I'm not encouraging that by any stretch of the imagination, but that could be a way a hacker could break a fingerprint authentication method. So the strength of these methods, the more strength, the more factors we use, the better off we are. Now, something you are is something typically different. That is typically who you are. So that could be done a lot of things. That's going to be much harder to prove than something else. So I kind of hope that makes sense. And too. Now, something you are not is another thing we're typically talking about. So many identity and access management systems can enable us to use geolocation to flag suspicious activities. For example, if I've got a user that I expect to be logging in Virginia Beach, but they're logging in Melbourne, Australia, well, either that person's legitimately in Melbourne, Australia, or there's a hacker in Melbourne, Australia trying to check in. So many identity and access management systems will say, if you're not where you're supposed to be, maybe I block you completely or I give you reduced access, because that's something you are not. Not the most foolproof system, because a skilled attacker could just use a VPN and to go pretty much anywhere they want to be and change their IP address, but it's at least something to add. And this gets us into what you call context-aware authentication. And that's often part of mobile device management, where many mobile device management platforms can look and determine where a user is. Are they where they're supposed to be? Are they trying to access during the appropriate times where they would normally access from the appropriate location? Is this device different than the one device that normally comes and logs in? So when a user attempts to log in, the mobile device management software will check and see if the requirements are right before allowing other methods to even authenticate the person, like a username and password. Because if you've got really strict security and you know your person has to be in Washington, D.C., and they're in another country, and you're not expecting that, lock it down before you allow access. Now, obviously, something you know is like something like a password, so fairly weak. But it's also the most common authentication method that's used. But the problem is passwords are usually static. They often remain unchanged for a period like 60 days. So imagine you change your password, the hacker gets it on the second day, and you change it every 60 days. Now the hacker has access to your systems for the next 58 days. So when it comes to passwords, users typically choose something that's easily guessable for their convenience. Now, a randomly generated password might be fine. But the problem is most users tend to write them down because they can't remember them, and that becomes the security flaw. What's worse with passwords is you get password sharing, where people can't remember them and you've got some forgetfulness, and lots of us have forgotten passwords over time. Now, something you know, attackers can obtain passwords through various means. So maybe they've observed you typing it in. Maybe there was a protocol analyzer or a sniffer where they caught it. Maybe somebody stole a database and the database had some of these informations. But the key is, it's even worse if we've got clear text transmission or weak authentication protocols that were actually used for the authentication. And some password databases are actually stored in public on online accessible locations, facilitating people to easily get them. And they shouldn't be. You'll find some of them on the dark web, but you'll see people that expose the wrong information to the internet too. So if any of this stuff gets out, you've got a problem. And if it's a weak password, a brute force attack where you just randomly keep trying the systems can break into the system too. So if passwords are weak, can we get a little better? Well, we kind of can. So let's say I wanted to use the password cat. I would never use the password cat, but let's say I love cats, so I wanted to use the password cat. Now, that in itself, probably not great. But I can make a passphrase that says, I love Maine Coon cats. Now, at that point, that's going to be pretty hard to guess, because now you're dealing with a sentence. Or I love ragdoll cats. Or I love all cats. Or anything like that is going to be much harder, because that's going to be much more challenging for a brute force attack. So passwords tend to get better with regards to passphrases because a person can remember a passphrase without having to write it down, and they can make it much longer and more complex than a password, and that makes it much harder to crack with a brute force attack. And promoting passphrases reduces, common or easily guessable things like password or 1234566, or at one point the most common password on the internet and username and password was Cisco, because when you took Cisco exams, you had to put the username Cisco and the password Cisco. So for there, all the systems on the internet, so many of them accidentally were username Cisco, password Cisco, and obviously that got fixed. Let's talk about something else, like a PIN number. That could be 4 digits, 6 digits, 8 digits, and that also falls into something of the something category of authentication. Now, with regards to passwords, and we're going to have to help our organizations create a password policy. As a security architect, we're doing so much policy work. As a chief information security officer, it's all about policy work. And that's where we're creating those kinds of policies like our password policy and a written password policy. And IT security professionals will implement these policies through various technical measures. So if the policy says a password needs to be at least 12 characters and include these funny characters, the IT teams will put the controls in to make sure that has to happen when the username tries to do that. But it's coming from the policy set forth by the architects and the CISO, etc. So let's talk about some common password policy settings that matter. One is the maximum age. That's how often the user needs to change their password. So if the maximum age is 45 days, then every 45 days, the user has to change their password. You can think of maximum age as password expiration. Password complexity. So that's going to refer to the role or the inclusion of different characters like lowercase or uppercase, numbers, special characters. And the key here is to make sure that the password is harder to generate and use potentially letters, numbers, special characters, uppercase, lowercase. Now, part of the password policy might be password length. Minimum of at least, say, 8 characters, for example, because longer passwords are harder to crack than shorter ones. And then there might be a minimum age. And this could also prevent a user from changing their password again until a certain time has elapsed. Password policies with maybe some history enforcement typically set a minimum age of 1 day, so you can't change your password more than once per day. Now, also, what about the person's password history? Because what we don't want the person to do is to use password and then change it to another password and then change it to another password and then keep going back to the same passwords and keep recycling them, which is, again, a common thing that you'll find out there. So many organizations have a password history that won't let you use the same passwords again. And that could be combined with a minimum requirement of a length, and therefore it's going to help keep people from constantly changing back to the old passwords. So password history will be part of the policy, and then the technical measures to force that will be put into the identity systems. Now, we can also talk about something you have. Now, usually something you have is combined with something you know. So, ATM card, you go to the cash machine, you put in your card, you put in your PIN number. Something you have, something you know. But it could also be a card that you would have that you would plug in and then enter a password to log into a system. But that's something you have. It's something that's physical that you actually have. Now, what could you have? You could have a smart card. And typically these are about the size of a credit card, and they contain an integrated circuit chip that actually has information, which could be used to prove that's something that you have. Now, smart cards typically store identification, authentication information of the holder. These cards typically include a very small microprocessor, and they may contain certificates for asymmetric cryptography, things like data encryption, digital signatures. And there's it's very interesting to discuss the cryptographic applications that are involved in public key cryptography and some of these smart cards. But smart cards, again, a card that you have that can produce some information about you. Now, smart cards tend to be very secure. They have some security features. They're tamper resistant and the way they're constructed. And they typically facilitate secure management of very complex encryption keys. Typically, to use them, it requires insertion into, say, a card reader. And then it's typically paired with some form of secondary authentication, like a PIN or a password. Now, a token is another type of a device. In this case, it's a hardware device. And a token is a portable password generating devices. And what will happen is this token will display a 6-digit or 8-digit number. And that's going to work in combination with an authentication server that's going to track that number. So often you'll be using the tokens. You'll enter a username and password, and it'll issue you a challenge. And that's when you enter the token. But that would be in more of a multi-factor authentication environment. And tokens are typically used alongside something else. But the token and that number that the token will give you will be about something you have factor. Now, tokens are pretty great because they're generating a one-time password every single time. So it really enhances security over a static password. And those passwords, like I mentioned, are 6 to 8 characters in length, typically speaking. Now, when it comes to tokens, we've got synchronous and asynchronous tokens. So as synchronous, we have synchronous dynamic password tokens, and they are time synchronized with an authentication server. Now, we have asynchronous dynamic password tokens that are not going to be time synchronized with the server, but they often use a challenge response mechanism. When it comes to synchronous dynamic password tokens, they're typically time-based. And what they do is they sync with an authentication server, and they're going to generate a new PIN at periodic intervals, say every 60 seconds. And it will require both the token and the server to maintain very accurate time because they're going to have to be synchronized. Now, with regards to synchronous dynamic password tokens, the common use is going to involve entering a username, a static password, and a PIN, typically on a web page. Or alternatively, may there be a PIN entry followed by a username and password. So that's typically the way they're used. Now, with asynchronous dynamic password tokens, they operate without a clock, using an algorithm and an incrementing counter. Now, they typically generate one-time PIN numbers that are going to remain until they're used for authentication. Some of these models will produce a one-time PIN upon entering a server-provided PIN, but they're not synchronized with that time server. Now, the authentication process includes submitting a username, a password, typically speaking, and then receiving a challenge or a nonce, and then using it to generate a one-time password for the token. And then that one-time password would be entered on the website, and the authentication would be completed. Now, of course, we have something you are, and that's typically biometrics. So typically type 3 authentication if you're with the older versions. And that's useful for identifying and authenticating people. Very useful. So we've got this concept of a biometric, then it's going to involve a search against typically a database of authorized patterns. So maybe your organization has the fingerprint for everybody that accesses the system. You pop in your fingerprint, and therefore it gives you it verifies you against the database and allows you to be in. So it could be, working in a fingerprint, a face scan, a retina scan, an iris scan, a palm scan, even a voice pattern could be something you are. Although voice patterns with AI kind of be a little bit risky to use voice because voice could easily be faked. Now, if we're dealing with face scans, it's going to look for the geometric properties of the face. Your smartphone typically does that if it'll log in potentially to check your face. Law enforcement uses this to identify patterns in people across the world. So that's facial recognition technology. It could use retina scans where it's looking at the retina. But when you look at the retina, and I can tell you from my old medical world, the retina has little blood vessels that you can see. And what's going on with the retina scan is the scanner is actually looking at the retina and the blood vessels on the retina to see if they're there. But when you look at someone's retina, you can see, for example, if they've got something called AV nicking, they typically have high blood pressure. If they've got little yellow pattern things, they often have some degree of heart disease in their retina. And there's concerns that by looking at people's retina, you can actually determine their medical conditions, and could that be used against them? So keep that in the back of your mind with retina-based authentication. Now, there's obviously very specific biometric techniques like iris scans that are going to look at the colored area around the pupil. That's going to be considered the second most accurate, and it's less intrusive because it can be done at a distance versus a retina scan that's got to be pretty close. There's a palm scan where you basically put your palm there, and it's going to look for patterns in the palm using near infrared light, and it's going to be unique. The signal you get like a fingerprint. And I mentioned voice recognition, but that could be pretty easily faked with AI. Now, we have to remember that biometric systems are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Sometimes they're going to deny someone that's allowed. Sometimes they allow someone who should have been denied. Sometimes they block people that have access. Sometimes they allow people in that don't. So nothing is perfect. Now, multi-factor authentication is obviously going to be very important using more than one type of authentication method. So when you use two or more types of authentication method, it is multi-factor authentication. When you use two distinct forms of authentication, it's going to be two-factor authentication. So we can use three or more with multi-factor. Two-factor is just two. So two-factor authentication is your ATM card, something you have, something you know. And it uses that security principle of two-factor. Now, we're moving towards trends towards passwordless authentication, and because passwords tend to be relatively weak and they have the problems we've discussed. So weaknesses of traditional passwords is just they can be guessed, they can be compromised via brute force, they typically don't have the right key length. So while there's been a lot of efforts to strengthen passwords, making them longer and more complex, we find people are writing them down or choosing easier to remember weaker passwords for convenience. So that's the problem with passwords, and that's why we're migrating towards passwordless. It eliminates the needs for people to remember a password or enter it. So biometric methods, facial, fingerprints. So you can see it on many smartphones and tablets. Okay, now let's talk about implementing identity and access management. And there are going to be several categories of identity and access management, which we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about centralized access control. And this is typically, let's say you've got a corporation and they've got a central set of directory servers that controls access for that entire organization. That tends to be centralized. Where we can also have what you call decentralized access control, which is more distributed. And here the authorization processes are going to be performed by multiple entities across the system. So we can do it centrally, we can do it distributed-wise, and obviously each has its own features and benefits. With regards to centralized access control, what's great about it is that it can be managed by one person or a small team of people. It has very little administrative overhead because it's all centralized and it makes it very easy to change. It can scale up to add more users. For example, let's say you're using Microsoft Active Directory or whatever flavor of the day that it is, and all you need to add capacity to add more users is just add more Active Directory servers, more domain controllers, and you're done. So the key here is it scales very well. Of course, the problem is now we've got a single point of failure. And that is that centralized identity and access management, or that centralized access control. By comparison, we can use decentralized access control features. But this gets much more complexity because it's distributed now. So now we need management of several teams and individuals to be there working with us. We've got a lot of administrative burden because we've got changes in our implementation, and now we're going to be in multiple locations. Now, consistency maintenance. Trying to make sure all these things and everybody's synchronized, talking to each other, working properly, gets more complicated. And each change at an individual point now is going to need to be replicated across all other points in contention that communicated with. And so we've got our system synchronized, but you can see it's a bit of work to be able to do it. Now, by using good identity and access management tools, we have the ability to make it easier for people to sign into our systems. So there's a couple of things we can do. You can create an environment where you've got 10 applications and you need 10 different username, passwords, and tokens to get in. And this is totally an appropriate thing to do. Another alternative approach is to make it easier for the user where they're going to sign in a single time, be effectively authenticated and authorized to access whatever, and then just allowed access to every other system. And that's called your single sign-on. And the key here is it's going to enhance the user experience. It's going to reduce the likelihood of users trying to write down 10 different passwords because they can't remember them. Now they only have to have one good, strong authentication form to get in. Now, the key advantage here is we've got a time perspective, a productivity perspective. We don't have the person logging into 10 different systems 10 times per day, which means they can spend more time working than logging in. It strengthens security by minimizing password fatigue, where the people do workarounds to the crazy password policies that have to be that way for security. And it simplifies administrative tasks dramatically for lots of user accounts. Now, the big concern with single sign-on is now if you were able to breach that single account, now you've got the access to many more linked resources. So typically speaking, if we're going to use a single sign-on solution, we're going to use more security measures to safeguard username, safeguard or credentials other than just a basic username and password. We often use single sign-on in what you call a federated identity and access management strategy. So if we think of single sign-on, it's widely implemented on internal networks. It works over third-party services. The key here is single sign-on is going to make it easy to access. Now, let's say we're working within a cloud provider, or we're working with multiple cloud providers. Now, they have their own identity and access management systems. But is an organization going to maintain their own AWS identity systems, Azure identity systems, Google identity systems, their own internal identity systems? How are they going to manage all that? So typically what happens is we deal with what's called federated identity and management. And what we're doing is we're tying multiple of these systems together. So maybe we have a primary identity provider or a primary set of identity servers, and the other devices trust that identity server, and they request information from the trusted server. And that server or system becomes the authentication mechanism for all the clouds in a federated identity management. So makes it much easier instead of maintaining all these systems. Now, by using federated identity access management, it allows identity sharing behind one organization into multiple entities. So I might be able to log into my environment. My environment is my company. My company is partnered with an extranet partner, and I might be able to authenticate into their systems with federated identity and access management. So let's say I'm a car manufacturer, and let's say I wanted to deal with a tire manufacturer. I might be able to log into my own systems and have privileges to see certain tires and specific prices from the tire manufacturer's systems through a federated identity and access management, because the tire provider agreed to trust the car provider for business purposes. So that's one of the things with federated identity and access management. We can create these username accounts across companies, across resources, across clouds. Now, when we deal with federations, what do they typically look like? Well, they can be networks into single campuses to multiple campuses and organizations. But the key is users are going to authenticate within their organization, and then they'll be given access to whatever other resources the other providers trust them to do. So it makes things much easier. A federated identity access management makes resource sharing and access so much easier because you can give access without logging into these systems. And it doesn't mean access to all resources. It can still be very granular. I log into my systems and I can access only these other systems from a different provider. So lots of things that are good here. Federated identity management tends to really enhance user experience because they're not constantly re-entering their credentials. And it's, but it does have some interoperability challenges because different operating systems and different protocols and different authentication systems exist. But there are some very common languages that are used in federated identity and access management. Things like SAML and OAuth and OpenID Connect, which are going to be protocols that can be used in federated identity environments that are pretty standards-based that many people support. Now, let's talk about some cloud-based federations. That's basically the use of third-party services and cloud federations. And the key here is to facilitate management and sharing of federated identities. So basically, you've got your AWS identity and access management stuff, and you integrate that into Active Directory, and Active Directory is your primary identity provider, and the AWS system listens to whatever's in the Active Directory systems.
Now, many corporations use federated single sign-on, where they've got an identity-based federation and single sign-on, where employees can access their own online platforms, etc. And there's often a coordination between organizations and other service providers, where an employee logs in with their internal ID and maybe gets access to training from a specific company. That's good as an example. So when we're dealing with these cloud-based federations, the key here, the goal, what we're trying to architect for is a seamless process. The employees use their standard credentials to access a system, and then they can go across sites. Now, with regards to federated identity management system operations, that what's going to happen is it's going to identify a user by a login ID, and then it'll grant access after it matches that user with a federated identity. Now, the key here, the benefit, the goal here is a smooth transition between external and internal resources. So good user experience while maintaining security. So let's talk about the IAM lifecycle. So that means from the time we create an account, managing the accounts to the time we delete the accounts at the end. So all of this is absolutely critical. And it's going to be critical for access control, because we need to make sure that the user can only have privileges to do what they need to on the authorization side. So we're going to have to be very careful how we do this. So the first part of identity and access management lifecycle is to make sure that we've got the user and we know how to enable user authentication. Because if we don't have good authentication, how can we even give rights to a person, because we don't even know who they are? So first thing we need to think about is enable good user authentication, because that'll facilitate the proper use of authorization. And it'll also support the accountability of the tracking or keeping track of people what have done. So the accounts needed to be created in a secure manner. So creating an account for a new hire, for example, must follow the organizational security procedures. And there should be a specific procedure to how to create an account when onboarding a new employee, for example, or a partner or what have you. It shouldn't be a random process where everybody does it their own way, or a whimsical action. Here, I'll just click this and we're good. Because you don't want that human error. You want to make sure it's very precision, because it matters so much. So at some point, we have to create the right username or unique identifier. And that typically might include a user's full name, email, password, and many more details. And if we're going to use some kind of biometric authorization and then authentication, we can use that, but we're going to have to collect and store their information. So that might be where you log into your system, initially speaking, with a password. And then let's say you want to go to root privileges, and then you put your thumb in again for your password, and it says, yes, you're now authorized to be root. So we obviously have to verify the identity of the person we're bringing on the system. So let's say we hired a new person. We still have to check their photo ID, their background, get a security clearance if appropriate. And normally speaking, most of these accounts are going to be provisioned by HR, believe it or not. So there's a new employee hired. The HR team, puts in their benefits, their salary, their role information. And there's typically some automated systems which are going to create the IT account for that new employee. And it'll use a predefined set of rules and it's going to be typically a consistent account creation. So, for example, if there's a role of systems administrator, all systems administrators via role-based access control will get a certain set of privileges, and HR will hire the person as systems administrator, and the systems will know to launch a systems administrator account with systems administrator privileges. So we also need to add the person to a group or a role. So normally speaking, in today's world, we're using role-based access control. So I have two options to do access control. One is, let's say I have 100,000 users. I can manually go into every single user and add, oh, this is Mike. Mike is a network architect. I'll give him these permissions. Oh, this is Alonzo. I'll give him these permissions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, this is Cindy the cat. Cindy the cat needs permissions to order tuna. I'll give her these permissions. And manually do that for, say, 100,000 employees. Now, if you think about the administrative overhead of that, the ridiculousness of what that would actually be, and all the chances for errors along the way and inconsistencies along the way, it would be an operational nightmare.
So what we typically do is we use something called role-based access control. And what we do is we basically create various job roles or functions. So systems administrator, manager, marketing executive, what have you. And when we hire people and HR is doing the provisioning, they're added to the group of people that have the right job function. And that job function then gets given specific privileges or permissions to access something. So systems administrators can get access to these things. Executives get access to executive systems, but don't need access to the network or the tech or what have you. And that way people get the right privileges and it scales. So when someone is hired and they are put in a specific category, they should be assigned to their automatic group and be receiving the correct privileges based upon their job title, department, or what have you. Now, typically, HR will also kick off the initiation of ordering laptops, mobile devices, tokens, smart cards, and of course, the company is going to need to maintain accurate records of the issued hardware so they know where their hardware is, they don't lose it, what have you. So if we think about it, we've got an onboarding phase, which is going to cover the security policies, the best practices, and the equipment setup for the person. And here we've got the users. They're going to sign, say, acceptable user agreements, security training, mobile policy reviews, being taught how to access help desk if they need it. So that's typically what goes on with provisioning. So with a new employee, we've got to ensure their readiness and the familiarity with security measures. This includes helping them set up and configure password managers, two-factor authentication, getting any kind of training. Now, there are times we need to think about special considerations. We may have some unique organizational practices, like a non-persistent virtual desktop to prevent data loss, where you don't even let the person have a desktop. Everything is all virtual, and they're remote controlling a virtual desktop where the data never leaves the building. And then there's at some point, whether it's with a new employee or a person leaves the company, where we've got to deprovision their systems, offboard them. Say if an employee leaves, their systems need to be shut down. If they're terminated, their systems need to be shut down. And what if they're transferred within the organization? Well, let's say you have a systems administrator that needs access to a lot of systems, and now they become a manager. They don't need access to those systems administrator systems in many cases, but they sure do need access to HR systems, finance systems, the ability to approve expenses, provide raises, what have you. So that's when the person's privileges need to change. And you need to remove the old privileges so you don't have privilege creep, and then give the new privileges for them to do their job. So when someone leaves, the accounts typically have to be disabled immediately. And ultimately, if someone leaves on challenging terms, maybe the supervisors review and try to salvage whatever data is necessary from the user's account. And so there's that kind of thing that's typically going on. Now, there should be an account deletion policy. Disabled accounts should be deleted within 30 days through timelines, though the timelines may vary from an organization. Now, if you don't delay an account's deactivation, there's going to be a very high sabotage risk. Lots of times people leave, they're disgruntled, and if you don't disable their account, they could come in and break into the system. So there's obviously that potential misuse for others, what have you. Now, when someone leaves, the organization should collect their hardware, their mobile devices, their authorization tokens, and it'll be much more efficient if the organization has good records of what they issued. So now, how do we define roles in the world of role-based access control for privilege management and authorization? Well, for one thing, we need to define roles when they're new. Roles over time will need to be adapted. Maybe a systems administrator moves into marketing, and now they don't need systems administrator systems, but they need access to marketing. The user's not going to need the same kind of access. So the key is to remember, as roles change, is to change the roles and make sure that you change the permissions and you get to the concept of that principle of least privilege. And, whether you're using a zero trust architecture where you're trusting but verifying and verifying and authorizing every request, or you're dealing with it, we still need to be in an environment where the role needs to be accurate and we only give people the minimum access that they need to do their job and no more. Now, because of that, authorization and privileges are so critical, we need to regularly review the accounts of the people that hold accounts.
And the goal here is to prevent excessive privileges to a user by accident, like privilege sprawl. We don't want a user or a system to have too many privileges, especially a service account logging into another system. And we really want to making sure that we've got good compliance with the organization's security policies. We may want to use certain scripts to help with account management, to identify and disable accounts that were inactive for, say, 30 days, to review and adjust privileged group memberships to avoid unauthorized access. And in many cases, we can automate these things. But no matter what, the organization should have some very routine auditing. They should be checking account privileges. They should be checking group memberships. And obviously, we should have some privilege monitoring audits, which are going to focus on accounts with elevated access, such as administrator access or root accounts. And this is going to be essential for identifying any account that'll have more privileges than it needs. And obviously, we want to manage excessive privileges, because when we identify unnecessary privileges, we want to revoke them to align it to the person's job. Now, when we see privilege creep, which can happen where people keep getting privileges and none of them are taken away as they adjust jobs, we need to fix them. But no matter what, we always have to maintain the principle of least privilege, which is only giving people the access to the information they need to do their job, and then nothing else, to maximize our security. And we should be constantly doing account reviews to verify that we're doing just that. So we're now going to discuss incident response. And we have to at least define an incident. So what is an incident? An incident will be anything that's going to impact that organization's confidentiality, integrity, or availability. Now, that's a pretty broad definition. So an earthquake could potentially be an incident, but so would a physical attack on the building. Now, a security incident or a computer security incident is going to be a result of someone attacking those systems. So it gives you an idea what is an incident. So we've got different things, whether we're talking about just a security incident or a computer security incident versus an incident in general. So let's talk about some examples of security incidents. Anytime somebody tries to breach the network, any effort to disrupt the organization's services, say maybe with a denial of service attack, any try to maybe put some malware on the systems, or even any identification of harmful software on the systems, any kind of unauthorized entry into the data, any breach of the organization's security protocol. So there's a lot of things that could be defined as an incident. So let's talk about the incident response team. So if and when an incident were to occur, we're going to need to have people to respond to that incident. And we want to know who they are prior to the actual incident actually occurring. So we need to build an incident response team. And we need people from a wide variety of disciplines. So we're looking for that multidisciplinary team. And here's the reason why. We're going to need some cybersecurity people. We probably need some physical security people too. We're going to need tech people along the way, but we're going to need the management support. If there's an incident, somebody's going to be talking to the media, so that means we typically need some PR support. We may also need some lawyers involved, and they're going to talk to regulators, etc., or other people. So, we need that, and we typically need a lot of the executives there too, because they're going to have to drive this and be part of it and show that they support this actual response if and when it's going to occur. So we'll talk about the phases of the incident response. And the NIST, the U.S. government, National Institutes of Standing and Technology, lists 4 to 5 phases of incident response. And the first is preparation, and we'll talk about that, what that means. The second is detection and analysis. The third phase is containment / eradication and recovery. You could also then break that down into 2 different phases. And then post-incident activity. So what goes into each and every one of these phases? Well, the preparation phase, it's all about preparing. So that's what we do as architects. It's careful preparation. It's the development of the incident response procedures. In an incident, who's going to do what? Who speaks to whom? What kind of people do we need? What kind of gear do we have? So the development of the procedures and what people will actually do. Now, again, the security architect, the CISO. Again, now we're doing development of incident response procedures. We're going to be doing some training of the people in our department and making sure that people that will participate in disaster recovery or in a disaster response are well trained. We're going to have to build that team that we're going to use, and we're going to have to develop and assemble tools. There may be various tools we need and procedures during an emergency, and then we need to find a way to notify of others and even escalate it to make sure we've got all the right people involved. So there's a lot that goes into preparation. Now, NIST has some recommendations for an incident response toolkit as well, and that is things to have that include, say, digital forensic workstations, backup devices, laptops that you could use in an emergency for data collection, analysis, and reporting, an extra server or networking gear, maybe some blank removable media, maybe a portable printer, maybe some forensic and packet capture software like a protocol analyzer or a sniffer, a bootable USD that you could use with forensic tools, maybe to make an image of something and push it somewhere, for example, and office supplies, and any kind of evidence collection materials you're going to need to do, because if somebody broke in, you're going to want to collect evidence. Now, that next phase is really about detection and analysis. So it's about knowing that the incident is actually happening and understanding the nature of the incident. So if we go through NIST again, they've got some categories of security event indicators, and they are things like alerts. So an alert from the intrusion detection system, the security event monitoring systems, the antivirus software. Maybe we've got file integrity checkers and they're noticing the hash is changing, or any kind of third-party monitoring. So these kind of alerts are going to tell you potentially there's an incident going on. Same thing with logs. The logs for the systems put out show so many things, and if somebody's there monitoring these logs from the operating systems, the applications, the network device, network flows, that'll give somebody a lot of information. And hopefully the SIEM systems, these security event monitoring systems people have, are going to be monitoring things, and they're going to correlate these things, and potentially their AI notifies people of an incident. Now, there's also going to be things we can think about from public information. Anytime there's new vulnerabilities that are out there that may be detected or exploited, these are the kind of things that they tell the public about, so you know how to protect your systems. And any kind of reports, internal reports or external reports that say, hey, we think something's going on, something suspicious is occurring. So let's think about some best practices to be able to detect and analyze things fairly easily. We want to profile our networks. We want to understand what they are at baseline. How do they normally work? What's normal traffic? What's normal activity? And then we want to understand normal behavior. Because if we know what our systems look like at normal, and we know what normal behavior is at normal, then when something's abnormal, we'll be able to detect the difference. But if we don't know what is normal, we won't be able to do that. So we have to be able to figure things out. And then we need to start creation of logging policies, for example, storage locations, retention periods, so we can get stuff and we can figure it out as fast as possible. Now, for event correlation going on from all these logs that are going to tell you something's funny going on, that's what we have our SIEM systems for. Now, for all this to work, everything needs to have the same time, because if we have logs coming in at different times, we're not going to know that one thing preceded a second thing, because it'll be off if the times are off. And that's why we have to use something like an NTP or network prime protocol or a synchronization server to make sure that all the devices in the network are all using the same clock time. And that way, if something happens at 60 minutes and 1 second, and the next thing happens at 2 seconds and 3 seconds after the incident, you can see that correlation. But if the times are wrong, we're not going to get that information. Also, organizations need to maintain a knowledge base of their critical systems and how they work. And that way, if there's a problem and somebody needs to respond, they can respond better with understanding of the system. And if an incident is going on, start capturing network traffic, put a protocol analyzer, try to figure out what's going on and see things. Now, here's the thing to think about. We are going to get a lot of data, like a lot of data. So we may have to do certain things in order to filter through some of the data. So make sure your team that's doing these things knows how to do these things, and seek external assistance to get from other resources when needed, because you might need help of others. So never be afraid as an architect or a manager to hire someone or bring someone else in. Now, the next phase, we planned for it. We had to detect it and figure out what's going on. Now we want to fix it, right? So this phase is about containment, eradication, and recovery. And there are three big goals. So, the first thing is to contain it. So if there's an incident, don't let it go too far.
Then the key is to get rid of it. And then the recovery phase is where we build better and rebuild and those types of things. So think about that. The phase has three goals: to contain the incident, to remove it or eradicate it, and then restore normal operations in a recovery phase. So the first thing we need to think about is a containment strategy. So if we're getting hacked, what can we do to contain it? Can we put up an access control list on our routers and stop someone dead in their tracks at a certain location? Can we drop them off in a VLAN where there's no routes to something else? Can we implement QoS and rate limiting to drop something? So what can we do to contain the incident? And each type of challenge has a different type of solution. So you're going to need to create containment strategies. Okay, if the network was attacked with this, we could do this. For this type of attack, we can do this. So you're typically going to need to create various strategies. And then obviously, once you know what to do, you're going to implement the strategy. Now, typically speaking, you want to gather evidence, which is going to help with faster response because that'll give you more information that's going on. But it'll also help with the legal challenges that are going to come later, potentially. And then at some point, you want to identify the hackers and the systems that are involved inside of the incident. And then you got to fix it. We got to eradicate the effects of these attacks on our systems and get back to normal operations. So the goal here with containment is to do it fast. As soon as you notice something, contain it as fast as you can because you don't want the attack to spread. Now, can we contain it with network segmentation? And often we can. Drop a user in a VLAN, lock them down with an ACL where they can't get access to another subnet. So network segmentation is often a good way to help contain things. Now, we might want to isolate various systems. Maybe we disconnect a system from a network. Maybe we take that system and put it in a different VLAN with no routing outside that network. But, make that system unavailable to the hacker. And then we have to isolate the attacker. So potentially we can find some sandbox systems that we can put them in to safely monitor the attacker's activity without giving them valuable access. Like a honeypot system could be used here. And they're often used to observe attackers in a completely controlled environment. Now, at some point, we want those systems that are bad off of our network. So fully disconnect them from the LAN. Put them on a quarantine VLAN and make sure they can't do anything. So contain it. And the best thing is generally just unplug it if you can, especially if you're in a data center. So, they're your main goals, but at this point, we need to think about evidence gathering and evidence handling. So the goal here is to limit the organizations and research damage by getting the information and handling the situation correctly. The secondary objective for evidence gathering is for the legal issues that you may want to press charges, say, against an attacker. But the better evidence you get, the better you understand the situation, the easier it's going to be for you and your organization to fix it. So we'll talk about handling evidence for legal use. So that gets a little more tricky. So if we're going to have evidence and it's going to matter in a legal environment, the evidence has to be pure and clearly has not been tampered with. So there should be a detailed evidence log according to NIST recommendations. And that basically says if Mike gave the evidence to Sally at this time, I logged that Mike gave it to Sally so you can see who's touched it along the way. There may be some information identifying the information like a location or a serial number or a model number or a host name or a MAC address or an IP address from one of the systems. There might be the handler details or who handled the evidence. That might be a name, a title, and a phone number for each person that collected or handled evidence. The evidence should have a time and a date, and where was the evidence stored? And it's going to have to be very clear like this. We need good, strong evidence logs, because without it, the evidence will just be thrown out in court. So we have to identify the attackers as well, and that's not always the easiest thing. I mean, if an attacker came straight from their IP address, it'd be a little easier. But a lot of times an attacker or a hacker will go through 5 and 6 and 7 different VPNs and relays along the way, so you don't even know which country they're in. So we can look at the IP address records, but most of the time they're not going to be effective because they're going to be spoofed or they're going to be coming from multiple VPN sources somewhere far away from the actual hacker. So we have to think of the amount of investigational effort it's actually going to take. And when we think about these things, we have to do like a business value assessment. And we have to determine if it's more important for us to identify the hacker, or are we better spent using our resources on containment, eradication, and recovery. Because it may take a lot of time, effort, and money to catch a criminal like this if you're really trying to find that criminal. But and you might have private investigators in addition to law enforcement. But if you're spending millions of dollars on trying to find the criminal, might that money be spent better in actually solving a business problem or improving that organization's security? So every organization is going to have to think Does it make more sense to just fix the problem long term, or does it make sense to try to prosecute? Now, when we think about law enforcement or getting law enforcement involved, we have to understand that law enforcement has a different objective potentially than we do as an actual business. So law enforcement's goals are to identify and prosecute criminals. And that might be conflicting with our containment and recovery goals. Could potentially be. So there's examples of people coming at different perspectives. Now, I don't want to say that law enforcement is wrong with their perspectives. I'm going to give you how two different people, as an example, have two different perspectives. A paramedic might be dealing with an auto accident where the person driving the car is drunk. And the paramedic's goal is to get that person to the hospital safely. The police officer's goal potentially is to criminally charge and arrest that drunk driver. So you can see even there, where do you go? Does that person go to jail or does that person go to the hospital? Well, if it's a medical thing, they go to the hospital and then the police go to the hospital to try and arrest that person. But you see, the police goal is arrest of the criminal. The paramedic's perspective, the medical perspective, is how do I take care of them? And they're both first responders working in emergency services. But that's how the organization's objectives and law enforcement objectives can be very different. So do you even want to get law enforcement involved? And that means the leadership, the security architects, the CISO, if they're planning strategy, really need to think about the benefits and the conflicts that are going to be before calling law enforcement and determining the level of cooperation that business needs to have with law enforcement, because there's secret information going to get out. But, somewhere along the line, we have to transition to eradication of the systems. Because after the incident's contained, we need to focus on removing all these artifacts from the network, bad code. We need to sanitize compromised media. We need to secure compromised accounts. Because that's really the phase of making sure things are better and back to normal. And then we get into the recovery phase where it's all about restoring normal capabilities and services, where we're going to be rebuilding systems and patching systems and reconfiguring firewalls and updating malware signatures on our systems and correcting any kind of security control deficiencies that we found before, which is what enabled the hacker to get in. But the goal of recovery is to really rebuild the systems to reduce the likelihood of future attacks. In that recovery phase, there should be a root cause analysis. The organization needs to know exactly how the hacker got in and how the hacker did damage to the system, because if they do not, how are they going to know what to fix? So we have to always determine the root cause. Always. So we can fix it. But, do we have to find who the attacker is? That's questionable. And it depends on, sometimes yes, the answer is sometimes no. Now, when we deal with compromised systems, sometimes we have to reconstruct them and re-image them. So if an attacker is going to compromise the system with malware, web application attacks, or other exploits, these systems have been compromised. Now, do you trust a compromised server? No. So you should consider these things untrustworthy. And there should be a real building strategy. We don't want to just patch the system. Maybe we take the system completely down, we reinstall it, and then we'll lock it down and patch it. So we know those systems are clean and they have no remnants of the attack. We want to make sure that when we rebuild the systems, they address the root cause of the attack in the first case, so we're not going to be subject or vulnerable to them in the future. And we want to remediate any known issues so we don't have new and recurring vulnerabilities. So let's talk about recovery. The effort focus. So obviously, we're going to be patching, rebuilding our systems, our applications. We're going to be reviewing the security patch status across our entire enterprise. And we'll do this in sort of a phased approach. The first thing we're going to do is fix directly compromised systems. Then we'll deal with indirectly related systems. And then the last thing we'll patch are the systems that are not having any problems. It's just we want to protect them for the future. Okay, so let's discuss sanitation and secure disposal of, say, the media that could have been compromised during an attack. So we have to either dispose of or repurpose compromised media securely because we don't want further incidents. And there are some guidelines on how to do this. NIST has these SP 800-88 guidelines, and they actually list many of the ways to dispose of data. One way to do it is to just clear the data by using a logical technique for basically simply rewriting the data to a new value, almost to reset it to a factory state. And then that potentially can be clean media that can be reused again for the future. Now, there's other ways we can deal with this. We can potentially purge the data, and purging the data is basically making it really near impossible to actually recover the data. And we're using some advanced methods to potentially destroy or securely destroy our data. Now, the alternative is to just destroy the media. And whether that means melting it or burning it or drilling through it or hitting it with a hammer, if you will, that's another way that we can destroy the media to make sure it can't be reused. Now, as we've taken care of our media, we also have to verify the recovery of the incident, right? So, we had it, but now we need to verify that we're completely better after that incident's occurred. So we need to do a few things. We need to ensure that the accounts that exist on the systems have the right permissions. And normally we can use periodic account reviews to verify authorization levels, and we should. But here, after the attack, we're going to want to do it again. And then we want to restore permissions to whatever they need to be if they were compromised. So if a hacker hacked an account and then elevated the permissions on that, we want to get rid of those and correct permissions to be back to normal. So again, go back to that principle of least privilege. Now, after the recovery, we're going to go check out our system logs, and we want to make sure that they're healthy now. So we're making sure that these logs are all going to a central server, hopefully a good SIEM system or something like that that's going to collect and analyze and correlate these logs. We should be running vulnerability scans to make sure that our systems are now protected, and we should initiate any kind of remediation workflows that we need to that are going to be based on these scan results. Now, after the incident, we need to make sure that we are continuing to follow things the way we actually need to, and our operations are normal, and we're now in that post-incident phase, and we're going to conduct reviews, ensure compliance, and make sure that we've collected any kind of evidence, and that we're dealing with what we need to on the evidence. And then we need to go through a lessons learned review. And here's the key, is to basically figure out what we learned in the problem. So we had an incident. What were the weaknesses? What did we learn? Did we learn that we had good systems? Did we learn that our incident response plan worked well? Did we learn that our incident response plan didn't work well and we needed to tune it? So that's really what we're talking about here. So it needs to be a fairly effective review process. So a couple ways we can do this. One is just a discussion format where we basically hold a meeting either in person or virtually and talk about things and get the perspective of other people. That's a definite possibility. Another way is we can have an independent facilitator. That's going to be an outsider that's not involved with the incident response to guide the discussion productively. So you could use that as well. Now, when it comes to lessons learned, NIST has some recommendations. Some of these are to think about things like what happened and when did it happen? What's the root cause of the incident? How did the staff do? What was their performance? What was the management's performance like in the incident? Did they adhere to the documented procedures? Were the documented procedures adequate? Did they work? Did they work well? Did they not well? Did people need information sooner than they had it? What actions occurred that maybe slowed down the recovery efforts? What are the potential changes the organization make for future or similar incidents? How could the organization improve its information sharing with other organizations? What kind of corrective functions, for example, can we do to prevent similar attacks? These are the kind of things that we need to really think about, and that we need to think about. Maybe there's other things we should be monitoring or other indicators that we learned of an attack that we should look for the future. What additional tools or resources could we have needed? So lots of lessons to be learned here and that we should think about. And then, of course, there should be some follow-up actions. So management needs to ensure that any of the identified changes are actually implemented. We need to reassess the organization's risk, especially after we take any remedial actions. We need to think about evidence retention. So we need to, after the incident is to manage the evidence. So we need to identify internal and external evidence retention requirements. Here we might need to consult attorneys if we're going to have any kind of criminal prosecution or civil litigation against the attacker or the group that attacked us. And we need to follow any kind of organizational retention policies if we're not going to do anything legally anyway, because we might need that information in the future. Now we need to deactivate the incident response team and transition back to normal operations. So that's the next thing. And ultimately, we need to develop a final report. And the report is to create an institutional memory so people don't forget what happened, serve as a legal record if needed, and identify any kind of deficiencies in the incident response so the company knows how to do a better job next time. So some elements in that final report should be the chronology of the events, which is basically the incident response, what happened, when did it happen, and to give you a full timeline to analyze the response. There should be a root cause that's identified, so you know exactly what happened. If you don't know exactly what happened, how do you fix it? There should be some evidence details, which is going to be the location and the description of any evidence that's been collected. There should be a documentation on the response actions, the actions that were taken and why were they taken, including the rationale to make sure it makes sense. There should be an impact evaluation or an estimate and the effect of the incident on the organizations and its stakeholders. And then we need to be making sure that this report talks about validation results, the outcomes of the post-effort recoveries to make sure the organization is protected. And of course, any kind of issues should be documented in a lessons learned review to help that organization do better in the future. Now, the question becomes, is this report will need to be classified to some level and retained? And, classify according to the organization's policy, because that could be considered some fairly risky information. Securely store these reports. And there needs to be some kind of report retention period. How long do we keep these reports and when do we destroy them? And if so, how do we destroy them? So let's talk a little bit about that incident response policy. The purpose of it and the authority of it is to be that foundational element of an organization's incident response program. Written to guide efforts at a high level, it provides the authority for the incident response and the people involved. Now, when we create an incident response policy as an architect trying to help the client with it or as a CISO, it needs to be approved at the highest level, the CEO, typically speaking, because it's going to be impacting the business. And it should be written to be relatively timeless, so things aren't going to change any overnight that's going to make that policy not work. Now, that incident response policy should include an incident response. It should include all the responsibilities of the response members' teams, including user roles and any kind of organizational priorities. It should exclude things like specific technologies because they may change over time. Response procedures or evidence gathering techniques that belong in procedural documents. So we should have a procedure for this, but they'll belong in a procedure document as opposed to the policy. Now, the key elements, the key recommendations from NIST are there should be some kind of management commitment statement, and obviously you want the management to show that they actually are involved. You need a policy purpose and objectives. You should have a policy scope. What are you talking about? Its applicability and its circumstances. There should be some definitions of cybersecurity incidents in and related terms. So if people start using terms, people know what it means. There's no confusion. We don't want confusion with acronyms or proprietary terms. The incident response policy should include the organization's structure, roles, responsibilities, and authority levels of those involved. It should have an incident prioritization or severity and rating scheme so an organization knows how to classify that incident. Otherwise, everything's the worst thing in the world. when it could be a medium tier or medium threat, that kind of thing. And we need to come up with performance measures on the team to make sure everybody does the job when they need it, and some kind of reporting and contact forms. And if we think about it, we understand why. So there should also be some procedures and playbooks in the incident response methodology. And the key is to drive a smooth response. So if we're going to have procedures and playbooks, they should provide detailed technical information for the incident response team's members, so they know what to do during the attack. And these playbooks will describe specific procedures for different types of cybersecurity incidents. If this problem happens, do this. If this problem happens, do this. And that's going to be developed from the collective wisdom of team members and experts. And you want to do that when you're calm, planned ahead of time. Because in an attack, when people get stressed, their acuity levels go down and their capability levels go down. And then when obviously we have to document the incident response plan, and we need to create good tools that the people can use in a checklist. So maybe a checklist in an emergency. Maybe it's a flow chart. Simple emergency instructions that'll make it easy to follow, because people are less good in an emergency than in normal times. Now, when we create an incident response team, let's talk about who needs to be on it. Well, the core team is going to typically be cybersecurity professionals with knowledge and experience or expertise on responding to incidents. In large organizations, we may have full-time people that are just there for incident response, kind of like paramedics in a building that would sit there waiting for an emergency, like in a concert or something like that. So it could be a big team of people that are there just in case of incidents. But in smaller organizations, it might be just the cybersecurity team and others that actually get involved. But it's not going to be enough to just have the cybersecurity team here. You're going to need systems engineers, you're going to need networking people, database people, desktop people, application experts, because there's going to be various components of that system, and you're going to need their collective wisdom. There typically is going to be some IT support staff to go do the things that you need to do during the activity. We're typically going to have some level of legal counsel, especially if we have to ensure compliance with any kind of legal or policy or regulatory requirements, which is most of the time. And we probably have some HR people involved, because they can think about the potential employee challenges, misconduct, how to care for employees during these incidents if needed. And of course, we need public relations and marketing. We need people to communicate to the public and keep the public calm, that sort of thing. And no incident response team would work without leadership. So then the response team needs to have a designated leader with clear authority to drive the incident to be resolved. And that way, there's a chain of command and some structure. Now, that leader needs to be a skilled incident responder, and either full-time or something like that in a cybersecurity role. So it could just be a chief responder that's there for emergencies, that's an expert on that, or it could be, a full-time cybersecurity leader that's going to drive that response. Now, do you do it yourself or do you outsource it? So some companies actually outsource some of their incident response tasks to an external provider. Now, that can provide good expertise, because these are people that just do incident response all day long, but that can get very expensive. So should an organization determine to handle it internally or externally? Well, it kind of depends on how good the organization is. Are they skilled? Do they have the resources? If so, they'll do it themselves. If they don't, go out there and evaluate other incident response providers, evaluate their response times, evaluate their incident response, and determine if it makes sense. So we have to determine what is the scope of getting that critical incident response team launched. So what is the activation trigger? How do we say yes, activate them, or no? So we need to define what initiates, activating that response team. Who has the authority to activate it? Is it anybody? Is it just the leadership? Now, what's the coverage area and the scope of control of this team? Are they responsible for the entire organization? Or do they have a response team for a specific business unit? Is it for an information category or a division? Are there external communication authorities that are involved? Is this group authorized to liaise with law enforcement, regulatory bodies, or other external entities? And if so, specify which ones ahead of time. What's needed on the internal communication side, what's needed to escalate it or do something, so that again should be defined ahead of time. Let's talk about coordination and information sharing. So if we've got a response, we're going to have clear, precision, and smooth communication. And it must be within some kind of a well-established incident communication plan and parameters, because we need to make sure everybody knows what they need to and it's going smooth and people are doing their jobs. So for internal communications, we can use secure, pre-designated, and tested communication channels. More than one, generally speaking, we need to use more than one channel because sometimes in an emergency, one channel goes down. So we can do things like email, instant messaging, message boards, collaboration tools, text, all kinds of things. We should standardize tools in advance, and that way we're not figuring out in an ad hoc environment during an emergency or during an incident. So what's the leader's role of this incident response team? The leader's role is effectively to control and coordinate external communications to meet regulatory requirements and support the response efforts in an effective manner. So that means communicate what needs to be done in a manner that's going to calm things down and show the organization's working on it in an honest and an ethical environment. Now, there may also need to be some external communications. Communications may need to occur with law enforcement, especially if the incident is a criminal activity, and you're advised by legal counsel to actually contact law enforcement. There may be some information sharing partners you need to talk to, especially participation in, say, consortiums and community-based cybersecurity warnings. There may be some vendors you need to speak to, especially if you need patches or troubleshooting advice from the vendor if their devices were compromised. You may need to communicate with other organizations who are victims of the same attack and may be coordinating response efforts. There may be a need, there usually is some communications with the media and the public, and that may be necessary from a legal perspective as well. So how do we classify incidents? So first, we have to classify them because it's going to help people understand the incident's nature and its severity. And it's going to be able to facilitate comparison with past incidents. So you know how we have earthquakes on the Richter scale from, let's say, 0 to 10? And you know that a 7 is much more severe than a 3. Much more. So there's a classification guidance here. So you need to have some form of a defined classification to help the people understand the severity of how bad it is. So NIST has some guidelines on threat classifications. So you can always look at that and keep updated from that. We can need to think about the kind of incidents we're dealing with. So we can have things like removable media incidents, which would be an attack from removable media, maybe infected code from a USB drive. We can have a brute force attack or a DDoS attack, where there's an attempt to really damage our system, some kind of an attrition attack. We can have a web attack coming from a website or a web application, like a cross-site scripting attack. We can have an email attack, which could be attacks via email messages or attachments, and these can be exploits in code or malicious links. We can have impersonation attacks where someone pretends to be someone else, typically a spoofing attack or an on-path attack or a rogue access point, for example. And we can have improper usage as well, which are violations of the organization's expectable usage policies from authorized users. Think like illegal file sharing software inside of an organization's corporate environments. And I found that with protocol analyzers sniffing around to see earlier in my career. Incidents could be loss or theft of equipment. People could steal computers or media or smartphones. There could also be unknown attacks with an unidentified origin. And even other types of attacks that are known origin, but they just don't fit into a category. So there's lots of different types. Now, we do want to talk about advanced persistent threats. And this comes when a highly sophisticated attacker, often a country or a nation state sponsored attacker, breaks into the system and stays into the system. Basically, they're exploiting some type of a zero-day vulnerability unknown to the security community, which is why they're not getting caught by vulnerability scans or patches. They're sneaking in and they're not telling anybody about it. And then they could be collecting data over time. But we have to classify the severity of any kind of attack. and it's going to be essential for handling them. That way it'll communicate the severity to stakeholders, and it's going to aid in prioritizing and scoping incident response efforts. So let's look at some key measures of incident severity. So what is the scope of the incident? And what is it going to take to fix it? Is it complete organizational impairment? And what's the recovery for that? Or is it a functional impairment? How is it functionally affecting one part? Is it affecting a website? Is it affecting one of the systems? So this is going to be looking at the functions of the business that are impacted. We have to consider the criticality of data, the affected systems, the affected processes, and how we keep service up and going on during the incident. We also might classify it by recoverability effort, which is going to be how hard it's going to be for us to fix it, or how much time the systems will be unavailable during the incident. We might also classify it by data types, where we assess the impact on confidentiality or integrity of sensitive information. And we assign a data impact rating based upon the nature that was involved, meaning the secret formula is very serious, but a little information about an email from one employee to another might not be. So we have to understand that as security professionals, there's going to be a lot of security incident investigations we need to think about. Information security professionals will likely encounter a security investigation at some point. Now, many of these investigations will be brief and informal, and they could be there just to determine if further action from law enforcement is going to be necessary. But severe incidents will demand a formal investigation, and that's where adhering to proper procedures is going to be critical. And if we ignore certain protocols, we can be ultimately by accident violating someone's civil rights. And that will lead to that we're not giving the law enforcement people data they can use that's actionable, because it'll be thrown out in court. So we will definitely be involved in these types of investigations. So let's talk about some of these investigations. We have internal administrative investigations. And these focus on operational issues or violations of organizational policies. And these can support, typically speaking, troubleshooting efforts or other internal processes like an HR and disciplinary effort. We can do some operational investigations, and these typically target problems with new organizations' computing infrastructure. The goal here is to obviously resolve them. And these typically have fairly flexible standards, often the most flexible standards in how we collect information, because it's intended only for internal use, not for preserving or producing legal evidence. And operational investigations typically include a root cause analysis to identify what the problem was, so we can also rectify the underlying cause, so we can prevent future problems. And we may also have some non-operational administrative investigations. And they might start moving to a higher level of evidence, especially if they can be involved in some form of a disciplinary action like firing an employee, what have you. And of course, there are criminal investigations which will be conducted by law enforcement to explore alleged violations of criminal law. And these may lead to a suspect being charged and prosecuted in a criminal court. And we also could have what's called the civil investigation. And here's the difference. In a criminal investigation, for someone to be prosecuted, they have to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, by comparison, a civil investigation is much easier to go after someone. And it can be conducted by internal employees, outside of consultants. And the goal of a civil investigation is to look for a remedy. So someone broke into your system and you want to be paid for the downtime, for example. And that's used for civil litigation. But the key to remember is a criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt is the level of evidence required. In civil, it's the predominant amount of evidence. So 51% of the evidence suggests that someone probably did something, and 49% of the evidence suggests they're still liable in that lawsuit. So that's the difference of why many of these things go civil, not criminal, because they don't have enough evidence to actually show someone actually is a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, we can also have what you call regulatory investigations. And these are conducted by government agencies when there is suspicion of maybe administrative law violations by individuals or corporations. Now, again, this standard of proof for these investigations
is back to that judicial setting. So, and so it becomes more substantial. And so there will be a scope and procedures that are vary widely for these, but these are typically performed by government agencies. And the next standard we'll talk about, are basically industry standards. So what's really going on here? So we might be involved in an industry which has its own set of regulations. Like if we work with payment cards, we might be dealing with PCI DSS. And these are not actual laws. They're more kind of contractual obligations within specific industries. So for businesses that are in certain industries, they may actually have to comply with these standards, and they may have to comply with third-party audits and assessments to prove that they're following these industry standards. And if an organization is subjected to one of these industry standards and they don't comply, they can have negative outcomes to their business like fines or sanctions. Okay, so we're going to talk about electronic discovery, otherwise known as e-discovery. But before I do, I want to talk about the concept of discovery in the legal environment, at least in the US. So when it comes to a lawsuit, discovery is the process where both parties or both attorneys on both sides gather evidence to prove their case. They can see the evidence that each side has to basically prove or support their side of the equation. And discovery gives both parties the opportunity to get the real facts and then mount either a defense or a prosecution based upon those facts. So e-discovery is just an electronic version of that. So we have the concept of an electronic discovery because there's going to be a legal obligation to be able to preserve evidence and share evidence that's going to be relevant to the case. And whether it's paper records in normal discovery or e-discovery with digital records, it's really one of the same thing. And electronic discovery is really about a process to handle the organization, identification, preservation, and the disclosure of electronic information. So most electronic discovery follows the electronic discovery reference model. You may hear it called EDRM, which typically outlines a standard process with 9 stages. We want to talk about information governance, which is going to keep the information well organized for future discovery needs. We want to talk about identification, which is finding potential information or important information, especially when litigation is going to seem likely. We want to talk about preserving the evidence, so it's going to protect the information from being altered or deleted, because what good is evidence if it's been altered? It's no longer be admissible. It will discover collecting of evidence. So how do we gather the information that's going to be processed in the first place? And then it involves processing the data, so filtering out irrelevant data when you're doing your review to get to the actual information. And then the review is going to be where we're going to further examine the information that's been collected, the data that's been collected, to try to find something relevant and meaningful out of it. And then, of course, we're going to have to conduct an in-depth analysis of the content that we're dealing with and the context of the information we found. And then at this point, there's a production phase where we need to prepare and deliver the information to a suitable format for other parties, such as, say, the opposing counsel. And of course, there's the presentation of this information, where typically the attorneys display the evidence to witnesses in court or other relevant parties. So let's talk about evidence and what it actually means and the requirements for the prosecution. So if an attorney is going to prove their case, they're going to have to provide sufficient proof. And evidence is going to be proof that supports that person's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So you may hear the term evidence and artifacts, but evidence is going to be maintained for court use. And evidence that's maintained for court use is often called an artifact. And that can be something like a physical device, like a computer, a mobile device, like a phone or a notebook, networking gear, as well as the logs and the data of the devices generate, especially these devices, among other forms of evidence. Now, we have to talk about the admissibility of evidence, because not all evidence is admissible. So we have to make sure that the evidence is admissible, and there's some criteria for that too. So first, the evidence must be relevant. For example, if a bank was broken into, somebody's home pet cat is probably not relevant evidence. So it'll be thrown out. The materiality of the evidence is the next thing. So the fact that the evidence exists, but the evidence must prove or be significantly related to the case. So if it's evidence of something,
Even if it's but not related to the case, again, you can't use it or it can't be used by lawyers. And the next is the competence of the evidence or how it was obtained. For example, if someone illegally broke into your home, searched your home, and found something, that evidence would not be admissible because it wasn't legally obtained. However, if a lawyer had say a prosecuting attorney, like a district attorney, went to a judge and got a search warrant, and then they searched someone's home and they found something illegal in that person's home, that would be evidence that's competent because it was obtained legally, not illegally. Now, when we get to court, we have a couple types of evidence, and it can be categorized in various ways. And specifically, the source that you use can actually have different classification measures for here as well. So one thing we want to talk about is real evidence, and that's known as object evidence. It's tangible. That's something that can be brought into a court. So real evidence would include things like a keyboard with a fingerprint on it or the hacker's hard drives. That's real. You can put your fingers on it. It's tangible. It could also be certain things like DNA, because DNA is relatively conclusive. It's pretty scientifically accurate, so it's not going to be disputed in court. Now, we also have something that's called documentary evidence, and that's basically written evidence that's used to prove facts in court. Now, that means it needs to be authenticated or proven real, because otherwise people would just make up their own evidence at their own houses, so we need to make sure that evidence is actually real. Now, when there are rules that are going to be governing documentary evidence, one is what's called the best evidence rule. And that means that it requires presenting the original document in court. The original, meaning copies are generally inadmissible. Now, we have the parole evidence rule, which establishes that a written agreement is assumed to encompass all terms of the agreement, and that bars any kind of verbal modifications of the agreement. Now, documentary evidence must meet certain standards of materiality, competency, relevance, and comply with the best of parole evidence rules to be used in court, as well as the best evidence rule. Now, let's talk about the chain of evidence. So, if we have real evidence, the chain of the evidence of where it's been is going to be absolutely critical. And of course, real evidence still must satisfy relevancy, materiality, and competency in order to be admitted in court. But typically, the chain of custody typically involves discussing where the object of the evidence was collected, by whom, and where it's been all the time. So imagine collecting evidence from a crime, and the police officer takes it home to their house. While it's in their house, their kids decide to play with the evidence, say it's a baseball bat that was used in a crime. And then after the kids play with the bat and get their fingerprints on the bat, then it rolls around on the ground, and then that officer takes it back to the court. Now, that evidence has been tainted. Unintentionally, but it's been tainted. There's new fingerprints on the thing. Things could be wiped off, so that evidence would be considered no good. And that's why we need to know where the evidence has been, who touched it along the way, where was it stored. Now, let's talk about witness identification as a type of identification. Well, a witness needs to be able to identify something and saying, this is it, this is that person, this is that device. That's often challenging in court, especially if it's a hard drive that the witness potentially never saw or can't identify. So we always have to think about things. If we don't have a true witness identification, then we need a lot of care with regards to our chain of evidence. So we're going to need a document that's going to track all handlers of the evidence, from the police who collected it, to the technicians that processed it, to the lawyers that are going to present that evidence in court. The evidence's location must be meticulously recorded. Otherwise, the evidence will be thrown out because there will be no chain of evidence. Now, we could have something called testimonial evidence, and this involves a witness testimony, which can be verbal during a court trial or written. Now, witnesses are required to take an oath and testify truthfully, and they must possess knowledge. And they can typically, the witness, if they answer untruthfully, be prosecuted for perjury, which is a crime of basically being dishonest when you're sworn to provide truthful testimony. Now, the witnesses need to have a clear memory of the events they're describing. They may have written notes or records that we're going to use to refresh their mind. That's totally fine. But a witness needs to have some memory of the events. And typically, a witness's testimonial evidence is going to be restricted to direct evidence. Oral testimony is going to be based upon the person's own observations that'll either directly prove or disprove a claim. Now, we have to get away from something called hearsay. And hearsay is not admissible in court. So when things are prosecuted, and evidence is prosecuted, you got to make sure you avoid the hearsay rule, which basically means that someone can't testify about something someone else told them. Because if I try to tell you what my wife told me about, that's me telling you about someone else and what they said. That's not considered accurate under normal circumstances. There are certain specifics, workarounds where the answer is yes, but typically that's not admissible. So here's an exception to that rule. So if there is a business record that actually proves something, then it's not hearsay. And business records could be computer systems logs, which could be admitted in court because they were actually created at the time of the event by an entity with direct actual knowledge. They were maintained during regular business activities, and it is the standard practice of organizations to keep such records. So therefore, records admitted under this exemption are going to have to be verified by a qualified individual who can confirm these criteria, that they were created at the time of the incident from someone who knew had direct knowledge, they were maintained, and then the organization typically keeps records of those. We can also give what's called demonstrative evidence or provide demonstrative evidence that can be used in court. And demonstrative evidence supports a testimonial evidence and includes items that may be admitted to help explain things, to help explain concepts or clarify issues. So a demonstrative evidence can include like a network diagram showing people what's going on. It could be a packet capture used that shows the cyber attack and who's committing it. But the admissibility of demonstrated evidence is going to be determined by the trial court, which means that the lawyers must prove that that demonstrative evidence is going to help with the jury's understanding in these cases. So let's talk about artifacts, evidence collection, and forensic procedures here. So the collection of digital evidence needs to be undertaken by forensics people because they know how to handle evidence. If the evidence is handled improperly, it's no longer valuable to us. So collection of evidence needs to be done by skilled people. It will be absolutely essential to preserve the integrity of the original evidence during any type of forensic investigation. We will have to analyze copies of the evidence to make sure that it has not been altered. So there is an International Organization for Computer Evidence, IOCE, and they outline 6 key principles for managing digital evidence. One is that it must adhere to all established forensic and procedural principles when handling digital evidence. Makes sense, follow the right principles. 2 is to avoid altering the evidence during its seizure. Well, yeah, and you changed it, so it's not good evidence. 3 is to assess the original digital evidence on the access. It should be limited to those with specialized training, of course, because if you have someone that doesn't know how to handle evidence and they handle evidence, they're going to break something. The next thing is to fully document every action, including the seizure, access, storage, or transfer of digital evidence, to be able to ensure that these records are preserved and accessible for review. Now, individuals in possession of digital evidence are going to be responsible for their actions and regarding its evidence handling, and agencies will be responsible for the seizure, access, storage, or transfer of digital evidence. And these agencies that are going to be involved also must adhere to these principles. So we can talk about media analysis. Now, media analysis is a subset of computer forensics, and it's going to be focused on identifying and extracting information from storage media. Hard drives, USB drives, DVDs, what have you. Now, we may have some techniques in media analysis, and that could be recovering deleted files from unallocated sectors on a disk, conducting a live analysis of the storage media connected to a system, which can often be useful for examining cryptographically encrypted media. We might be performing a static analysis on a forensic image of storage media. So we might want to create an image, a bit-by-bit copy of that, and provide that. But we've got to have some good procedures for handling storage devices. Because typically speaking, we don't want to access the storage in a live system. So we want to have good, proper procedures. Power off the system. After collecting any necessary evidence, remove the storage media. Typically speaking, you connect it to a forensic workstation, which uses something called a write blocker, and that's going to prevent data from being written to the device, and it's going to reduce data tampering risks. Now, the next thing that needs to occur, typically speaking, is someone should calculate a cryptographic hash of the device contents upon its collection. And that way, with that cryptographic hash, you'll be able to see that nothing has changed. And then typically a forensic image is going to be made, which is going to be a bitwise copy of the device data using a specialized forensic tool. And typically we will verify the forensic image by recalculating the cryptographic hash to make sure that it matches the original hash contents, and then when we know the data is exactly the same. And of course, if we've got an original forensic image, we should preserve that, because that's the evidence, the original, and we should work off of copies, which means analysts should create copies of this, verify the copy's integrity with a hashing algorithm, and then work off of the copy, not the original. Now, there are also times where we want to analyze what's going on in the system's memory itself. And the system's memory is going to give us a lot of information that we want to look at too. So we're talking now about an in-memory analysis, which is going to be collecting the data directly from the system's memory and operating systems. And that can be fairly complex because we don't want to modify the memory's content. So this specifically is when we deal with in-memory analysis. It's going to be crucial for analysts that are good at what they do here to utilize dependable tools for generating a memory dump file that can actually calculate and capture the system's memory contents. And analysts are going to take this dump file and they need to store it on a device that's been forensically prepared, potentially a USB drive, for example, to facilitate a subsequent analysis. And then to verify the authenticity of the data, the analyst must immediately calculate a cryptographic hash of the memory dump. So you've got the memory dump, you've got the hash, and you can prove that, therefore, if you make copies of that hash and work off of a copy, they're identical. But that original dump file should be kept intact, and the analysis should always be performed on duplicates. We also may want to check the network, too, or analyze the network. And this is going to be tough because networks themselves typically don't store data. But if you can catch that attacker in real time, you can capture the data maybe with the protocol analyzer. Sometimes you can look at logs from your firewalls, or you can also get things like VPC flow logs on AWS, or Cisco has NetFlow, which gives you a lot of information as to what's going on your network. And of course, we may have logs coming out of our IDS, IPS systems as well. Now, software analysis. We may have to have forensic analysis perform assessments on the software we have, or within the operations of even an active application. Now, here, if we're going to analyze this, often these are cases of suspicious malicious insiders, and the analysts are often going to be required to examine the software's code for security vulnerabilities like a backdoor or a logic bomb. Now, software analysis also encompasses a validation of the file's hash values against the recognized ones. So there's a national software reference library that contains cryptographic hash values for 130 million known applications. So you really want to always check, is the application what it's supposed to be? Now, of course, we've got a hardware analysis, and the hardware itself may also need to be analyzed. Maybe it's a PC, maybe it's a smartphone, and a hardware analysis should be performed with someone that has real hardware expertise and knowledge of media and software. So it's all about getting the right people for these jobs. Now let's talk about collecting evidence. So at some point, there may be some seizing of equipment that we're dealing with, or seizing of software, or seizing of data. And this going on here, if there's going to be, we need to secure, or the evidence needs to be secured properly. Now, there's lots of different types of surrendering evidence when required. One is called the voluntary surrender, where the owner may say, here's my servers. Go check them. Usually do a search on them. Now, if the owner's not a suspect, often they're willing to voluntarily say, here, examine my systems. Now, a criminal is probably not going to be likely to say, here, just look at my systems, because they don't want to provide evidence of a crime they've already committed. Often you'll find that an inexperienced criminal might surrender their data, their systems, because they think they've hidden their tracks. But if we're dealing with a good forensic expert, they can find the hidden information. So directly requesting evidence from subnets from a suspect, if you think about it, it might tip them off that you're actually trying to go after them with illegal action, and then maybe they start shredding and deleting evidence. So let's talk about the next way that evidence could be connected with a legal order. So basically, we've got a subpoena or a court order that's going to compel someone to surrender their evidence, and that's going to be typically coming from law enforcement. This method will notify individuals beforehand. Now, again, I'm going to be coming in to collect your evidence. I need you to give it to me. If you're a criminal, you might try to destroy it. So typically understand this. When people are notified, there is that risk that evidence is destroyed. Now, let's talk about the plain view doctrine with regards to evidence. So law enforcement typically can seize evidence if it's in plain sight during a lawful duty. So what do I mean by this? So if a police officer were to pull you over for speeding, and while they pulled you over for speeding, they noticed something that was illegal in the passenger seat in the car, they can seize evidence like that because they pulled you over for speeding, which is a reasonable reason for them to pull you over, and then they saw it in plain view. Now let's talk about a search warrant. So if you need to access evidence from someone, they don't have to necessarily give it to you if they don't want to. So, and people that they're protected from the right to just search their environment. So therefore, if law enforcement needs to go into someone's facility or home or business, they need a search warrant, which is legal proof that says I am allowed to search here, and it's given by a judge. Now let's talk about a time where a law enforcement officer can conduct a warrantless search. Now, there are times where law enforcement can actually immediately search without a warrant, and that's typically what you consider exigent circumstances. And this only occurs if a law enforcement officer and a reasonable person would assume that they have to take an immediate action, either to protect life, to protect an individual from harm, or to preserve the loss of evidence. So there are times where law enforcement can actually search. And those are when there's typically fear of, or they see and are doing it to protect others from danger, or potentially to protect evidence. Now let's talk about testing and plans, right? So we talked about all kinds of ways to create incident response plans. We talked about evidence and documenting evidence and everything related to dealing with it politically, legally, regulatory environments, so what have you. But now let's talk a little bit more about the plan. Let's talk about training on the plan, testing and evaluating. So if we can create any kind of plan we want, but if people don't know how to use the plan, nothing's going to happen. So we want to institute training programs. Ideally, some form of universal training where we can make sure that every team member knows their role in an incident response. For example, PR people know they go speak to the press, and we can provide role-specific training, and there's going to be detailed training for the incident response team and their team members. We probably should test plans because we don't know if they're going to work if we're not actually testing them. So just like a fire drill, to test if a fire response works, you're going to need to test your incident response plans, because we need to make sure that our incident response plans align with our security objectives and work. And we need to identify areas of improvement, and we find that by testing, seeing what worked and what didn't work. So let's talk about the kind of reviews we can do. We can do something called a checklist review, where team members review their incident response checklist to basically promote understanding of the roles in a checklist response. We can do a tabletop exercise, which is more of a team discussion on how they would respond. We can do an incident simulation where we simulate the environment and we do a practical execution of the incident response. And we can look at the scenario efforts. Whatever choice you use, just make sure that testing is part of it. Testing is very important. We have to validate the functionality of the incident response plan. We need to use it as critical training exercises for real-world incident responses. And we probably should even come up with some key metrics. for our incident response program. And NIST, again, National Institute of Standard Technologies, the U.S. government, has some recommendations. We should calculate incidents. How many incidents has the team canceled or handled? What is the labor effort? How much time does it take to respond to an incident? How long, discovery time, how long did it take to discover an incident? Many organizations don't notice things for 9 months or more. And what was the initial impact assessment time? How long did it take from incident discovery to figuring out what the impact was? We typically want to determine how long each phase took. So process stages, for example. How long did it take to contain the incident? How long did it take to eradicate the incident? And how long did it take to recover the systems? We might check the response times of the critical incident response team. So we might want to see how fast they work. Now, what if we needed to escalate? How long did it take to escalate? So again, we're really looking into how well the team performed in the incident response. We typically want to look for see if the incident cause was identified. Do we know what the incident's cause was? Will the incident reoccur? So we have to assess if the incident is going to be a repeat of a previous one, meaning it wasn't fixed in the past, or is it a new kind of incident? We also want to think about the damages of these incidents, the financial damage, and we want to calculate the financial impact. And then we want to typically perform an impact assessment and verify the accuracy of that, comparing our initial findings with the final impact assessment to gauge how good we are. But all of this is done to get better and better and better. Okay, so now we're really going to talk about some business continuity planning. And what is business continuity planning? Well, business continuity planning is about creating a strategy and a set of procedures to make sure that a business can function during a critical incident, a critical disaster, or some form of major disruption. So business continuity planning involves identifying any type of potential risks and threats that are going to exist to a business, and they can be things like a natural disaster, a cyber attack, or even a power outage if it wasn't mitigated, for example, with say things like a generator and a backup generator. So that's why we have to develop a plan so we know how to respond to these risks, whether that be getting emergency paramedics and firefighters and law enforcement if we needed to, or whether it be relocating the business for a short period of time if we needed to. But that's really what we're talking about, is making sure that essential resources, whether it be data, equipment, personnel, are going to be protected, and that the business's operations can be restored and restored quickly. So business continuity planning and developing a business continuity plan really takes a robust and proven methodology to do it right. And organizations should focus on several things. There's lots of goals, but they really need to focus on understanding and reviewing the business and the organization, and be able to think about it with a crisis perspective and a crisis planning perspective in mind. The key here is to establish a planning team that would be approved by senior management, that they agree has the right information to build a plan for the business, to assess any kind of resources that are out there for business continuity activities. What can you do to keep that business up and operational even during challenging times? And analyze whatever legal and regulatory frameworks are going to exist relating to responding to these disasters. So if we start thinking about project scoping and project planning, we have to be very specific to the organization, because the organization's type, its size, its business, and its needs are going to be different based upon every organization. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach to guide business continuity planning. Now, it will be essential to involve project planning experts in building our plan. That way we can make it a better plan. The organization needs to determine what is the best approach to use. And a lot of that is going to be based upon the organization's culture. But the key here is to plan and document any activities that need to occur now when things are calm, as opposed to during an emergency. So let's talk about the first phase of planning. Now, in the first phase of planning, realistically speaking, we have to analyze the business. What is the business doing? What is its needs? Because we have to understand that. Otherwise, what kind of solution can we create? So we need to focus on the operational departments, meaning the departments for which the main client services are delivered, for example. We need to understand, say, critical support services and functions, whether they be IT or facilities or maintenance team that are going to maintain these systems and the operational requirements of the business and the operational requirements of the organization. We typically need some good corporate security teams because they typically help with physical security and facility safeguarding. And they're going to be very involved in a disaster or an environment where we need business continuity help. Now, that first phase of planning, after we understand the business goals, now we've got to identify the key executives and the key stakeholders that are going to be responsible. We need to know these key executives for a lot of reasons because we're going to need help from the planning team. We're going to need to make sure that the executives and the stakeholders buy in to the architecture or the plan for planning purposes, because if not, it won't work when you need it in reality. So if we involve the stakeholders, identify them from the beginning, it'll make it much more likely to get executive buy-in on the recommendations inside of the plan. Now, of course, you're going to have to pick the team members, the people that are going to help build the business continuity plan. And it can't just be IT and security that builds a plan for the entire business, because that's only a segment of the business. The team's going to need people with expert knowledge of the organizations, its operations. The team will need representatives across departments to make sure the plan's going to work for all of the critical teams in the organization. So if you think about it, we'll want some IT subject matter experts with technical expertise that'll be relevant to the plan. We'll want cybersecurity team members to be knowledgeable about the plan's details. Physical security and facility management teams will be overseeing the physical facility, so we'll need there. But we'll also need attorneys that are going to be well-versed in corporate law, regulatory law, and contractual responsibilities. We generally need some HR, human resource team members, because we'll have staffing challenges and potential employee impacts that will need to be addressed. We'll typically need a public relations team to be dealing with communication with stakeholders and the public and the press. We often will need some senior management representatives to set the vision, define priorities, and allocate resources. So you can see we're going to need a pretty substantial team. So once the team we're talking more about the planning phases. So once the team's going to figure out who the team is, it's going to need to assess the resources needed for the business continuity plan. And these resources will need it to not only develop the plan, but to test the plan and even implement the plan. So a lot of that needs to be developed. Now, the business continuity team will require resources for project scoping and planning. They will need resources to calculate the business impact analysis of various outages and look at the organization's assets, what have you. The business continuity planning team will be responsible for continuity planning, potentially offices, where people are going to work, how they're going to work, that kind of thing. And of course, the plan will need resources to even approve and implement things. So they're going to need a lot of people on this team. Now, but the main resource is going to be needed is going to be the effort from the business continuity planning team members and the support staff that'll be there developing the plan. Now, we can have the perfect plan, but we're going to also need to have resources to test the plan and make sure it works, to train others on the plan, because if not, how good will the plan work if people don't understand how to follow the plan, and of course, maintaining the plan. And of course, we will need testing, training, and maintenance of the business continuity plan, and potentially investments in hardware and software as well. But the most significant effort in this phase is going to be on the employees that are involved in all these business continuity planning, testing, and maintenance phases. Now, when do we actually implement the plan? Well, when a disaster strikes, that's when the business continuity planning team members initiate the implementation of the plan and say it's a go. And that will take significant resources. It will take substantial effort from the organization, potentially making the business continuity planning the primary focus, getting it up and running, getting the business in operations. And at this point, the plan, when it's implemented, will have some financial expense as well. Maybe we need to bring people in. Maybe we need to bring fuel in. Who knows what we need to bring in, but there's going to be some expenses. So if we think about implementing the plan, an effective business continuity plan will have various resources, potentially redundant computing facilities or redundant clouds. People will be obviously a critical resource in getting the business up and operational, as well as all planning phases. And many people, when they're actually building the plan, really don't talk a lot about the impact of labor, but I promise you, management will. So keep that in the back of your mind. Leaders will be closely scrutinizing your planning, so be prepared to defend everything in your plan with a clear, logical, and a financial reasoning. With a business case, okay, we're doing this. What's the business impact? How will this help the business? What is the business R? All of it needs to be done. Now, we also need to think about legal and regulatory requirements. Various industries must implement different levels of planning because of federal, state, and local levels. So, for example, officers and directors of publicly traded companies have to fulfill their fiduciary responsibility by executing the plan. Because if the CEO, for example, is responsible for increasing shareholder value, and that's their primary job legally, and fiduciary, the responsibility is to the shareholders, and the business is down, that business is being damaged. So even the C-suite needs to be involved in getting this plan implemented. And in some cases, the consequences can be severe if the business goes down. Imagine a hospital with patients in it. And what could happen during a disaster? Someone could die. So that's a problem. Think about the loss of life and legal consequences. Or in emergency services, people want to dial 911 or 999 for police, paramedics, firefighters, what have you to come. And they can't call and no one's there. So there may be a lot of legal and regulatory requirements. Some organizations have to function during disasters, like police, fire, and medical. They can't just stop and say it's bad weather, we're closing for the day. So anytime where the service is going to be vital for public safety or during emergencies, there often are legal requirements that means that business must be up. So failing to implement an effective business continuity plan could ultimately result in loss of life, loss of property, or a bankruptcy of a business. So the team will have to do some form of business impact analysis, which is where that business will identify critical business processes, critical tasks for the organization's survival, and a plan to get those up and running, at least the most critical ones. The business impact analysis will talk about how to quantify the likelihood of each threat. It'll provide some quantitative measures to prioritize the allocation of our business continuity resources for local, regional, or global risks. Now, understand that will be two sides of this business impact analysis, and some of it will be a quantitative assessment. Now, this is going to provide the financial impact to assist in decision making. Data will be looking at what is the impact of downtime, for example, to that business. And what is the maximum amount of downtime the business can handle, for example. We will also be dealing with quantitative impact analysis as well. What would an organization think if a business ceased to function because of an error? How will that actually hurt the business? Will that affect the business's reputation, consumer confidence, brand, all that stuff? Now, because these qualitative things are harder to judge, you typically might, instead of a quantitative number, you might use high, medium, or low. With regards to prioritization, organizations will have to prioritize because they don't have unlimited resources. And we talked a bit about this earlier in the discussion, earlier in the program. So businesses will have to determine what is the biggest thing they need to do, when they do it, what can be done, what doesn't have to be done. Now, the organization will definitely need to determine the maximum amount of downtime it can tolerate. Now, what is this? It's the maximum time that a business can be down before major damage occurs to that business. So some businesses can be down for a while. Maybe there are some businesses that are small businesses that just close where people go on vacation. That's possible. But there'll be other businesses that we work with where, literally speaking, an hour or 2 or 3 hours of downtime is enough to bankrupt them. So if that's the case, we need to be up and operational before those times. We need to really understand how long that business can be there. And that's where we're going to get our recovery time objective. It has to be less than the maximum tolerable downtime. If the business can tolerate 3 hours and then after that is bankrupt, We better get that business up and running in less than 3 hours because we can't let the business be destroyed. Maybe that business can tolerate an hour of downtime, and that's where we get our recovery time objective based upon the maximum tolerable downtime, because it has to always be less than the maximum tolerable downtime. Now, you'll hear us talk about recovery point of data, but that's just the amount of data that an organization can tolerate. Can a business tolerate 5 minutes of data loss, 1 hour of data loss? I want you to think about two businesses. One is an e-commerce website that sells cat t-shirts that does $100,000 of business a month. 1 hour, not terrible if they lost the orders. Now, let's talk about a business that is a bank that has 100 million customers that are trying to process trades on a market. Imagine how much loss and downtime and challenges that will occur if 2 hours of trades were lost at a bank. So, they'll obviously have a much lower recovery point objective in terms of time. So we have to determine where our risks are coming from. They can be coming from people. They can be coming from nature. And lots of events can hurt us. A severe thunderstorm, lightning event, earthquake, mudslide, pandemic, any of this kind of stuff can affect a business and its operations. And you can see during COVID, that was a pandemic, all kinds of operations needed to change. People were shut down. They didn't go to work. They had to deal with remote access environments and try to secure those environments very quickly and get people up and running and get voice delivered to people's houses and video delivered to people's houses. So you could see that all that went into that. But terrorist attacks, war, fires and explosions, extended power failures, transportation breakdowns, service provider failures. Imagine if you're in an environment and a train brings people in, 1,000 employees in each day, and the train goes down. That could impact the business. So lots of things can do this. So the business will also need to do what's called a likelihood assessment. And what are we talking about here? The likelihood of something happening. So imagine you're in California. The likelihood of a wildfire or an earthquake is there. It just is. So a business would have to build plans based around those type of things. If you're in New York, you might get a blizzard, and that might affect things. If you're in Miami, you might get a hurricane. And there's a pretty good likelihood that those of us that live in South Florida, we can get hurricanes. So the businesses need to know what's likely and plan around it. In New York, I'm planning a snow removal budget. Where I live, there's no snow removal budget, but you better have a budget to remove things after hurricanes, high winds, tornadoes, that kind of thing. So that's really what we're talking about creating this business impact analysis to understand everything that we're dealing, whether it be quantitative losses, brand, etc. Now, we previously talked about some calculations like exposure factor, which was the percentage of loss that an organization would occur if an asset was damaged or lost. We talked about the exposure factor being called loss potential. We talked about how this was calculated earlier in the program. We also talked about single loss expectancy, which is the potential loss associated with a single threat against an asset. And we calculated that single loss expectancy by the asset value in dollars, let's say $1 billion, with an exposure factor of 10%, meaning it's 10% likely that we would lose that. And we calculated that out as $100 million would be the single loss expectancy. We also earlier talked a little bit about the annualized rate of occurrence, which is the number of times each year a threat would materialize. So if a threat's expected to happen every 10 years, this would be 0.110. If the threat is is going to occur, statistically speaking, 10 times a year, then the annualized rate of occurrence is a 10. It's a positive number there, or integer. And we also even talked about and calculated the annual loss expectancy before, which would be what happens is which was where we take our single loss expectancy in dollars and we multiply that by the annualized rate of occurrence, and we can figure out our exposures. And with that, we understand what our mitigation budget is, whether we transfer the risk with insurance, for example, whether we mitigate the risk with, say, firewalls and new cybersecurity people. But this gives us an environment where we can quantify, where we can list and analyze everything from the business impact analysis.
Obviously, we start with the highest risk issues and we work our way down. But now that we've thought about it, now we have to ultimately get into continuity planning. So now that we have scoped and planned the business impact analysis, now we can build the plan because we know what we're planning around. And after that plan is built, it's time to implement that plan. And as far as building that plan and the strategy, we've talked a little bit about it. Okay, let's talk about strategy development. So we're going to have a strategy development phase. And that's kind of going to be that bridge between that business impact analysis, which we just talked about, and then our continuity planning stages. And during this phase, the team is going to use all those prioritized concerns that we found from our past resource prioritization planning. And that way we can decide really which risks we're going to address. Because when we're building these plans, it's not possible to address every potential risk in most cases, just like it's near impossible to guarantee zero downtime. Now, we may, with careful planning, the right technology selections, get somebody to 99.999% available, which is about 5 minutes and 15 seconds of downtime per year. But even that takes extraordinary care and careful planning. So we're really going to be planning much more around the maximum tolerable downtime as opposed to trying to get to perfection. And that's really what we're going to be talking about here to determine which risks are acceptable and which ones we have to actually mitigate. So at the core of what we're doing is going to be our provisions and our process phase. And this is where our planning team will develop specific procedures and mechanisms to address any of the unacceptable risks we've identified earlier. Now, plans will be put in place to protect things like the people, which come first, the property, which is also critically important, and the actual infrastructure, whether that be the IT infrastructure or the infrastructure of the business and other components we're dealing with. Now, people, we have to make sure they are safe. Now, that doesn't just mean keeping the people safe. Maybe we need to keep food like ready-to-eat dry food like MREs. Maybe we need to stockpile water. Maybe we need to stockpile first aid supplies or even deeper medical supplies. Property. We've got to build a plan to protect our property, and that could be our plant, our warehouses, our office buildings, and think about the things that go into protecting property. Fire suppression, weather protection, for example. How about the infrastructure? So plans must be made to protect the infrastructure, whether that be routers, switches, servers, storage, infrastructure. But there also needs to be plans in place for backup generators, fire suppression. Infrastructure needs to have redundancies, multiple power companies, multiple generators, multiple data centers, redundant cloud providers, multiple cloud providers. And of course, we build this plan, and now we've got to get it approved. What goes into getting a plan approved? Well, you've got to have the right plan. Typically speaking, you needed senior management input in the first place. Now you've got to go sell that plan to senior management. So this means presentations. That means collateral documentation. It means showing the business the financial impacts of acting versus non-action, as well as the qualitative non-financial impacts as well. And then it's time to implement the plan. So we build the team that will implement the plan, and then if in the emergency, we'll implement that plan. And obviously, once it's fully implemented, the plan, and we go back to normal, we may have to change the plan, or after implementing the plan, we may need a new change, or the business changes and we need a new plan. Now, nothing is going to work well if we don't provide training and education for the employees so they know what to do in a plan. If they don't, what's going to happen in an emergency? People are just going to panic and the plan will be meaningless. So we're going to have good documentation of the plan. The plan needs to be available, easy to use, easy to find, easy to reference during emergencies. Should be fireproof, waterproof, so that if there's water going on, for example, it didn't damage it. We should have lots of copies of the plan, typically in one or more locations. And we want to keep historical records of the plan, because it will help future planners create new plans and change the plan as needed. But it will show the entire history of the business, identify errors that were there. So we're going to need a lot of documenting the plan. And when we document it, we may also find errors. Now, there'll be lots of important things related to planning. We'll need a statement of importance, typically speaking, which will underscore the importance of the plan to the organization's survival.
Now, that statement of importance typically has to be from the C-suite. It's sent to the C-suite. So an executive can support it and say, yes, this is really important. And yes, all of my team needs to follow the plan. There's usually some form or flavor of a statement of priorities that has also been listed, which is going to list critical functions for the business's ongoing operations and survival in order of priority, because maybe these three functions need to occur. Maybe sales needs to occur. Maybe operations needs to occur. But maybe testing and future product development could go down for a week or two or a month. Now, obviously, we'll need a statement of organizational responsibility that will talk about which will be a letter from senior management, convinces everybody why they need to follow this, and usually some form of statement of urgency and timing, which is going to outline the urgency as well as the implementation of the business continuity plan. And this document is going to set the timing for various actions during a disaster. It'll typically recognize and talk about the need for swift action, and even provide guidelines on what to do when specific tasks, procedures, etc. can't be carried out. We'll typically have some flavor of a risk assessment. And again, that will be looking at the risks. These will include exposure to financial, non-financial risk. And of course, we're going to put that in the document so we can show it to management so they understand why we're spending for what we are the resources. And then, of course, there's going to be some kind of risk mitigation acceptance document that says, yes, these are the risks we've chosen to mitigate. These are the risks we maybe transferred to somebody else. Maybe these are the risks that we've chose to reject. We just can't do anything about them, and we have to accept the risk. So we need to understand why. It needs to be documented, and it explain the decision of what risks were deemed acceptable, what risks were not deemed. And if we found a risk to be acceptable, why is that? We should also have some very strong emergency guidelines that's going to say who's going to do what in terms of a disaster. And this document will guide, the employees who first notice the problem, first responders, and everywhere in between. So we need to have documents that explain our security measures, safety protocols, who needs to be notified, and a list of people to inform about the incident. Okay, in this section, we're going to discuss disaster recovery planning. And what is the purpose? What is the point of disaster recovery planning? Well, we want to introduce some structure that we can use during the disruption or an emergency to make sure that we can take care of that business and its operations. The key here, why the plan, is because we know that when people are under stress, they're not going to be as good as they are when they're relaxed. So when times are good, we want to understand the problems that can occur and then build the plan to deal with those problems when they occur in a thoughtful planning perspective, so we're not hit with an emergency and then panicking and figuring out what to do. We're taking these high stress scenarios and we're making it very simple for people to follow to maintain their composure. So what is a disaster? Well, honestly, a disaster is going to be anything that's going to stop, hinder, or threaten an organization's ability to perform their functions. So if you are a fire department and all of a sudden you couldn't put out fires, that would be considered a disaster. Now, whether that disaster came from a hurricane, which made it impossible to get on the road, for example, or whether that disaster was a fire in the fire station, it's still a disaster that would affect that building. So at some point, we're going to have to activate our disaster recovery plan. And when do we do that? Well, we do that when something fails. We've got a big failure, and now we've hit that the emergency, and now it's time to go fix it. So when we look at disaster recovery planning, we have some objectives, some things that we're trying to do. The first is to make sure that we can oversee the restoration and recovery efforts. We want to operate with minimal oversight for efficiency, and we want to basically make it easy or simplify decision-making during a crisis. So let's talk about some things that go into this. Obviously, some training and preparedness. Because we can have the best plan, but if people are not trained on the plan or skilled, they're not going to be able to execute it. So the staff will need to understand how to restore normal operations if and when a disaster were to occur. So there's lots of kinds of disasters. Let's talk about some natural disasters. These are occasional, violent weather things that typically come from weather. They are related from changes in the Earth's surface, its atmosphere. It's way outside of human control. So things like a hurricane. Now, the good news, a hurricane is somewhat predictable. You've got an advance warning. You know when it's going to hit you within 24 hours or so. Now, by comparison, an earthquake's a little different. You don't get to know that an earthquake's coming on Wednesday, for example. It's sudden with no warning, and it occurs typically more frequently near fault lines. Now, disaster recovery planning is going to have to deal with disasters that come onset rapidly, as well as things that are slower. And we need to make sure that we provide a mechanism for both gradual responses and immediate crisis responses in our planning. So floods, for example, it's a type of natural disaster. They can happen anywhere in the world. They typically from a river overflow or a severe storm. There could be a flash flood, for example, caused by severe storms that just basically overwhelm the ground's ability to absorb it. And all of a sudden there's a big flood. We can have a tsunami, for example, which is basically some seismic activity like an earthquake, but in this case, it's going to result in massive waves and flooding. And you can think about that nasty 2001 tsunami in Japan. That was just horrible and so devastating. We can also think of storms, another form of natural disaster. Hurricane, tornado. I see them all the time where I live. I've been through a lot of hurricanes in my life. Now, we get one of these natural big storms. Now we get flash floods. We don't typically get hail, but you could have hail. You get lightning, and the lightning can damage your electronics, cause power outages, for example. And my last hurricane we had here, it was this year. I had to use my generator to generate power because we didn't have power for 24 hours. It's just kind of normal. Now, fires, again, can be natural. Lightning could strike something, for example, or it could be man-made. But in either case, fires can be highly destructive. So we need to think about that. Now, wildfires are typically seasonal and somewhat predictable in how they spread based upon wind, for example, based upon the way the forests are maintained, based upon the dryness of the conditions and the temperature, for example. Pandemics. Now, this could be a major health risk, which really disrupts operations by limiting physical gatherings. COVID was a perfect example. We were not allowed to go certain places for periods of time, and you can think of how that impacted so many businesses and their operations. So whatever we do, this is going to be a risk management and planning thing. We need to be constantly looking for things. Now, we can actually look, FEMA in the U.S. gives us flood risk assessments, which can help us think if we're in a floodplain and we're likely to have a flood or not. But whatever we do, whether it's a business continuity plan, a disaster recovery plan, there needs to be risks and strategies to manage risk from disasters, whether they be structure, whether they be financial, whether it be disasters like a fire, whether it be disaster like an earthquake, what have you. So that means we need to provide structural protection potentially for people, businesses, electronic safeguards potentially against lightning, contingency methods for power and equipment. All of it needs to be planned. Now, we can also have human-made disasters, and our world is fairly complex, and there's lots of technology, logistical, and natural interactions running around as part of our world. And any of these could create a vulnerability that either someone can intentionally exploit or unintentionally exploit. There could be an act of terrorism. So a terrorist could attack a building or something or a facility or a business. And in many cases, small businesses are not really prepared for these types of things in business continuity plans. But, these acts of terrorism are typically unpredictable. They can bring massive challenges to a business. And there's lots of threats that can occur here, especially with large businesses and big losses that can occur. Now, let's talk about a power outage. Now, thankfully, this is easy to mitigate. Good disaster recovery planning, good business continuity planning, make sure businesses have power. They typically have generators, at minimum UPS batteries, uninterruptible power supplies to power the system for a little while. Now, what else can go wrong? Well, we can have a network utility or infrastructure failure. So think about the impact of a utility company failing, like no water, or no sewer, or no gas, or no electric. Think about what would happen if an infrastructure element like a highway, airport, or railroad was shut down. Internet connectivity. Think about how the world would work without intranet and internet activity. Again, your businesses could be there. So Businesses will need multiple internet connections through multiple providers and multiple wide area network connections as well, typically speaking for more than one provider. Another man-made disaster. Somebody goes on strike. We are not working unless you pay us this. Well, obviously that can have an impact on the business. And of course, the business can't allow that. So the business needs to have a plan to do what happens if people just walk out and strike. How do they get people to do the job? Can they use tech? Can they use drones? Can they use robots? Or do they just bring in people to cross the picket line? Again, business has to plan for it. How about theft or vandalism? Now, this can be small scale, but it occurs a lot, much more frequently than terrorism, and this can severely disrupt a business function. So we need to make sure that we've got good, strong preventative measures and contingency plans to make sure that we can mitigate the effect of theft and vandalism. Now, we need to talk about the concept of systems resilience, high availability, and fault tolerance, and they're all interrelated, but technically slightly different. System resistance is going to refer to the ability of an organization to sustain a service level during a disruptive event. So you got a disruptive event, a resilient business is able to maintain a certain level of service. Now, fault tolerance describes the system's ability to continue functioning despite a fault. So if something breaks, can the system still be operational? That's fault tolerance. And high availability is really the system being available when needed. And that's based upon a lot of systems resilience, a lot of fault tolerance, no single points of failure, very good strategic planning, and of course, control on how you make changes and assessing the impact of these changes. So a lot goes into these things. They're related, but they're slightly different. So if we enhance system resilience and fault tolerance, we can, typically speaking, enhance availability. And that's going to be one of the fundamental aspects of that CII Triad we talked about: confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems. Now, in order to create high availability, we have to remove any single point of failure. So I've got routers that need to plug into 2 different outlets on 2 different power distribution units on 2 different circuit breakers. The router itself might need 2 brains on it, or 2 control modules, for example. On the router itself, we might split the cables across multiple cards on that single router. So we're going to do a lot, or we use multiple devices, but we can't have single points of failure. If we have 2 connections to the cloud provider, we need them on 2 different wide area network providers. Can't use the same company. Or we might use the internet from one company and a private line from another company, but we can't have single points of failure. Single points of failure include single cloud provider, single wide area network provider, any kind of location where you don't have power redundancy, lots of things, single points of failure. And you can define a single point of failure as any single component that can fail and cause the entire system. So we often get ourselves into coming up with different levels of redundancy. And we're dealing with different levels of redundancy. That can get us into storage redundancy. And because of that, what I want to do is I'm going to talk about RAID very briefly. So when we're dealing with RAID, we're going to be talking about something called redundant array of inexpensive disks. And why are we talking it here? Because it goes into redundancy. And what we're dealing with RAID is we can take 2, 3, 4, 5 hard drives, string them together, and make them look like a single hard drive. Now, typically speaking, we have a couple types of RAID that are widely used: RAID 0, RAID 1, RAID 5, RAID 6, and RAID 10. And I'm going to actually show you what they are and see how they could be used. So RAID 0 is what we call disk striping. And with RAID 0, what we're actually realistically doing is we're taking the information and we're splitting it on 2 disks. So if I were to walk you through this example over here with RAID 2, what you can see that we're doing here is we're taking the data and we're load sharing it from disk 1 to disk 2. So effectively, the RAID card that usually does this, or the RAID system that does this, it's kind of functioning like a load balancer. Put half of your load on drive 1, half of your load on drive 2. And you can see block 1 is written to the first drive, block 2 is written to the second drive, block 3 is written to the first drive, block 4. So by doing this, what are we gaining? We have 2 disks. We have twice the speed here. So if each disk could do 500 megabit per second, now I've got 2 of them, I've got 1,000 megabit a second. If hard drive 1 was 2 terabytes and hard drive 2 was 2 terabytes, now I've got 2 plus 2, which equals 4. So I've got a lot of speed here, and I've got a lot of data with RAID 0. Here's the problem with RAID 0. If by comparison this drive died, now I lost everything. So RAID 0 gives us great performance, but it provides for no redundancy. So now we can get into another type of RAID called RAID 1. And RAID 1 is going to be very fast. And RAID 1 is going to provide us a lot of redundancy and system resilience. And I'll show you how RAID 1 works. Now, with RAID 1, for our storage infrastructure, we're actually mirroring. So what happens is we write the data to drive 1, and it's immediately copied to drive 2. Write the data to drive 1, immediately copied. And if you note, you get block 1 on hard drive 1, block 1 on hard drive 2, block 2 on hard drive 1, block 2 here. So basically, data comes in, written to the first one, and copied to the second drive all at the same time. Now, if each drive is 500 megabit a second, the max speed I get is 500 megabit a second, because I'm writing here at 500 megabit a second, and then I'm copying to the other drive at 500 megabit a second. So there's that. So no enhancements in speed. And if this drive is 2 terabytes and the hard drive 1 is 2 and hard drive 2 is 2 terabytes, I still only have 2 terabytes of capacity, unlike RAID 0 where I wrote to both drives and had double the capacity. Now, organizations use this for lots of redundancy. Now, in most cases, the concept of RAID 0 is ridiculous, no redundancy. The concept of RAID 1 is slow and expensive. So we typically find ourselves in some flavor of RAID 5 or RAID 6 in most enterprises. And when it comes to cloud computing, we're going to be using RAID 10 and RAID 0, and I'll explain that to you in a minute. But I just want you to understand these main functions here. So now if we go to RAID 5, what are we doing? We're going into this environment of something called disk striping with parity, and I'll explain what that actually means. So let's assume we have four drives here, and each drive is 2 terabytes of data. While we technically have 8 terabytes of unused capacity, we're going to get 3/4 because one of these drives is going to be used for backup data. So if each one of these 4 drives is 2 terabytes, in RAID 5, I'm going to use 1 drive for backup. So I'll have a total of 6. Now, if I had 10 drives and they were each 2 terabytes each in RAID 5, I'd have a total of 20, and I'd remove a 2 terabyte drive, and I'd have that. So you can see the amount of overhead based upon how much redundancy versus how many drive. But the way RAID 5 works is we're going to take the data as it comes in, and we're going to load share and backup all at the same time. So in this particular case, we're taking our data, writing it to drive 1. That's why you can see block 1. We're taking our data and putting it on drive 2, block 2. We're taking our data and putting it on drive 3, block 3. So now we've got speed and capacity enhancement. And now we're adding this backup data called parity data to hard drive 4. Now, if you look carefully the next time, we're writing our data to the first drive. We're writing our data to the second drive, and that's why it's a block. Now we're writing backup data to the third drive, and now we're going to write data to the fourth drive. Next time comes around, write data to the first drive, backup data to the second drive, data, and then the last time the first drive gets backup data, and then the next drives get data. And this cycle will repeat itself and repeat itself. So why are we doing that? Because we're getting the speed out of 3 of these drives. So we've got, if each one can do 500 megabit per second, this RAID 5 array should do close to 1500 megabit a second. Good performance. Now I also have the capacity of all these inexpensive cheap disks here. So now I've got a lot of capacity. So RAID 5 is typically used in the environment. RAID 4 is basically the same thing, but it's designed to work with SSD drives. RAID 6 is when you use 2 of these drives for backup as opposed to 1, but the concept all the same. Now, why on cloud computing do we not typically use RAID 5, even though we use RAID 5 in the data center, and we've been using it for decades in the data center? Well, the process of writing parity data or that backup data adds a little latency to our RAID environments. And when we're dealing with cloud computing, we're dealing with block storage, which is horribly, horribly slow. For example, I can get a 19 million IOPS RAID card for my data center, but I can get a 250,000 IOPS with the fastest IO2 device in AWS. So cloud computing storage is typically very slow compared to what we have inside the servers in the data center. So we can't afford to use RAID 5 and have that additional latency. So what do we use in the cloud if we need high performance and we still need high availability? Well, that's going to bring us into the world of RAID 10, which is a combination of RAID 1 and RAID 0 at the same time. Now, RAID 10, I'm going to tell you right now, gives us the best speed and the best redundancy, but it gets expensive. So let's walk through and see why that is. Here's what we do in RAID 10. Note, what we're doing is we're building two RAID 0 arrays. So if you notice, this RAID 0 has two drives over here, and we're creating another RAID 0 that has two drives. So RAID 0 and RAID 0. So if this device itself was 2 terabytes and this device itself was 2 terabytes, the capacity of these two is going to be 4. If hard drive 1 and hard drive 2 can write at 500 megabit per second each, in RAID 0, I'm going to get 1,000 basically megabit per second, which is great. So what I'm doing here is I'm writing to this first RAID array, and then immediately as the data is being written to that first array, it's being mirrored or copied onto the second RAID 0. So you can see here we've got RAID 0, and we're copying our RAID 0 to another RAID 0. That's why it's RAID 10. It's RAID 1 plus 0. So what's so cool about this? If I just lose this RAID 0 array, don't worry about it, because all we have to do is called break the mirror on the server, and all of a sudden we're running on the second drive, which has got identical data. So that's RAID 10. RAID 10 is two RAID 0s arrays that are brought together with RAID 1. Now, compute redundancy. How do we deal with that? We use more than one. Single server, single point of failure. Multiple servers, less single points of failure. So what do we typically do? How do we use more than one server? Well, typically we do one of something. Either we use some form of server clustering technology that enables us to cluster our servers, or we use something like a load balancer. So if we were to work into this environment, what we're really dealing with is, let's say we've got a load balancer. We can call it could be a network load balancer, an application load balancer. It doesn't necessarily matter. But we'll have to pick that based upon our performance needs, for example. And this could be a virtual machine. So by using especially logical load balancers that don't crash, and spreading the load from one virtual machine, one big one, to 3 small ones, now we can lose any one of these virtual machines and still be up and operational. So that's why we want to use more than one server. Now, power redundancy. If we plug the server into an outlet and that outlet were to close down, obviously the server's down. So typically speaking, an important server will have 2 power supplies where each one can fail and they're both plugged into a different power strip or power distribution unit. But since power is critical and you can't let power take a business down, what does that mean? It means you need to have generators, and that means the generators need to have fuel. And ideally, you've got a natural gas generator and you've got an electric building, or you've got an electric building, your electric goes, and your natural gas comes into your generator that powers it and keeps powering it, and your systems are up and running. If you don't have natural gas, you're going to need to store diesel or whatever the generator uses, and you're going to need to make sure that you've got supply chains and contracts to fill up that diesel when needed. Now, when it comes to recovering a system, we can do something called a trusted recovery. And that means that after a power failure or crash, the system will stay secure, just like it was previously. So we need to think about the recovery mode of bringing our systems back, and that could be automated, or it can require manual intervention by an administrator. But we always want to think about the design principles. Can we configure our systems to support a trusted recovery? Can we safeguard them post failures? So when it comes down to it, we have the opportunity of how do we fail? Now, we can fail secure. So here's an example of failing secure. The security guards at the front desk are no longer in the building, so you don't let anybody in. That's fail secure. Your firewall crashes and nobody can come into your website because it's not protected. That's fail secure. And there's good reasons to do this for security systems. Now, there's also fail open. Now, what's this? Your security people are not there, so you just let anybody in the building. I don't know. Is it good? Is it bad? It depends on the security of what you have. Your firewall is down. You just let people access your web systems unprotected. I don't know. If security matters, you don't do that. If you're a light security risks, you might do that. So you have to understand the business and how much downtime, and you have to weigh these things carefully. But the choice is going to be determined, and it's really a decision of, do we fail with security or do we keep our systems up and operational? So what goes into a trusted recovery? Well, we have to prepare for the failure in the first place. That means incorporating system resilience, fault tolerance, reliable backup solutions. It means that we've got a good recovery process where we basically do a system reboot into a single user, non-privileged state to prevent any kind of unauthorized access. We make sure we restore any files and services at the time of the failure. Then we check all of our security settings. We may want to manually recover. And it's a common criteria for trusted recovery, for example, where the administrator will do an action to set it up. We may want an automated recovery where the systems automatically recover themselves for certain types of failure. But we need to think about what we're planning. But if we're going to do an automated recovery, it should come back without undue loss. It should prevent any kind of loss of any of the thing. And we should think about a function recovery, which is going to enable the automatic restoration of specific functions or roll back to a secure state if a recovery is partial or incomplete. Another thing we can talk about with it relates to security and availability is something called quality of service. And what is quality of service and queuing? So basically speaking, if the network doesn't work, nothing will work. I'm going to say it again. If the network doesn't work, nothing will work. So we might need to make sure that certain traffic can get through prior to other traffic. So this is where we get into quality of service. Can we prioritize some traffic versus another? So here's an example of quality of service in action. Let's say we've got this big, fat network pipe, because, an organization has this. And let's say we've got some critical voice traffic, because voice traffic is typically pretty important, and doesn't tolerate latency, jitter, or packet loss. So let's say this is voice. And our voice traffic, we prioritized it that said, no matter what, let voice be first. Now, what if we knew that this was critical business traffic over here, and we knew that critical business traffic needs to go second? And if we know that, and I'll show you why we're doing this, CRI, critical business traffic. And then let's say we have everything else, and that's the remaining part of our traffic. This is the unknown or everything else. And the key is the stuff that we don't know. So let's change the color of this one to make it pretty obvious. Let's change it to this, let's call it that blue. So what we can do is, imagine that a worm on the network is going to send 10 gigs, and this is a 10 gig link. Well, we got a problem, because the worm will take down our voice systems, it'll take down our critical business traffic, and it'll probably take down everything else. So with QoS, we can set a policy on our wide area network links, our routers, and it says prioritize voice. And voice goes first. If there's any leftover traffic, then critical business traffic goes. And if anything else, then allow this maybe 20% of the link or what have you. And that way, if a worm were to come, the voice and the business traffic will always get through. So we can think about using quality of service to prevent attacks taking down our networks. But whatever we're dealing with, we need to think about what other business units we're working with, what are the financial or the functional priorities for those business units, and what is it going to take. So we have to prioritize recovery during a disaster. But part of that means finding the right and most critical business units, because if we prioritize things that are most critical, the business will stay up and operational. But if we prioritize non-critical things, we may miss critical functions. So that means we need to identify critical functions and know what needs to be running at all times. And how are we going to get a lot of that information on essential tasks and essential functions? Well, we did a lot of a business impact analysis before, and that's why I covered that section to some degree twice.
to make sure that we all understand that it's the business and the business impact analysis and then how do we get there that's driving us to what we actually built. That means when it comes to implementing the plan, the team will have to figure out what are the critical units that need to be identified, meaning key business units. They have to establish a recovery order, and you're going to need to gain consensus from the team. Which do you prioritize to recover first? Now, we need to, typically speaking, use some form of a broad analysis here. We need to understand the critical functions that might reside in critical units, but also the broader list of priorities for that business. We need to think about outcomes. We need to align the disaster recovery efforts with our organizational priorities to make sure we've got some good and streamlined and even an effective restoration of what we're doing. So let's talk a little bit about crisis management and disaster preparedness. A disaster, if it's going to be organized, is going to be much easier than when there's panic. And we want to have this plan to combat panic. Security guards and technical staff are going to be often the first people to notice the emergencies. So they should be well trained in disaster recovery protocols, including proper notification and response actions. We also have to train our employees, though. And it is going to be absolutely essential to regularly train our employees, even on basic responses, even things like calling on emergency services. I can tell you from experience after working in the emergency services that people actually have a hard time calling emergency services during an issue. We used to have people in the US where people dial 911 for emergency, unplug their phones and practice dialing 911 on their phones because they had to build the muscle memory because in an emergency they'd try to dial 911 and couldn't. So practice it. And that's why we're doing these practices. We're going to consistently educate our employees on disaster recovery responsibilities. And we're going to have to think about all the scope that we deal with in crisis because we're going to have to address various crises. Things could be a facility fire or they could be a pandemic. We could be dealing with almost anything. So we need to scope what we're dealing with, the type of crises, and build plans accordingly for each one. And then we need to think, when do we actually implement? When do we activate one of our plans? So what are the scenarios that we can activate it? What are the technological impacts of activating the disaster recovery plan? What are the public relations issues of activating the disaster recovery plan? Now let's talk about emergency communications. During a disaster, there will need to be some communications. Someone will need to speak to internal stakeholders, many people actually. Somebody will have to speak to the public. Potentially the PR team speaks to the press because everyday employees should not be. And maybe we have lawyers that speak with regulators. So lots of communications. And that brings us into disaster recovery sites. So there's a couple ways we can actually deal with disaster recovery sites. One of them is with a cold site. And basically what goes on here is the company buys a facility or they rent a facility and they often put some things inside there, maybe some lightweight systems that are there. They're just there waiting to be used if and when necessary. You maybe have servers that are backed up and you've got some backups and it's stored in this building. Likewise, a hot site is a completely active other building. So if your main site fails, everything gets sent and there's full data. And then we have the concept of a warm disaster recovery site, which is a system that can be brought up in a reasonable period of time. So 12 hours for a normal site, a site like this, a warm site. In the cloud, we can knock it down to 45 minutes. And then you may also have mobile disaster recovery sites. And they may be like a tractor trailer filled with computers and they can be brought when needed. And there's lots of ways we can do this. We can also do what I call cloud disaster recovery. And in this particular cases, the cloud disaster recovery is in most cases going to be the best option. And I'll show you the cloud disaster recovery options. So for example, let's say we've got a data center here. The cheapest of the cloud disaster options is going to be this. Let's say this is the cloud provider. And what would we keep in this cloud provider? What we would keep here is we would keep our data. So we would have our backups. In addition to our data, we would have virtual machine images, so images of our virtual machines. We would typically have an infrastructure as code script, like a Terraform script. And what would happen would be if there was an emergency and our data center was taken down, someone would launch the infrastructure as code script. They would launch these virtual machines that you've got images for and rely on the backup data. And you're up and operational somewhat quickly. This is what you call a backup disaster recovery environment on the cloud. Very inexpensive to do because there's no hardware that's there. It's just our data and some images and an infrastructure as code script. Now, this can get a lot better, and I'll show you how this could get a lot better. Let me just change the color of this so we don't lose the data center to red because I'm going to get rid of the fill here. So now what if we have all those things, but now we keep our databases? And this is going to make it a little faster. I like to call this backup plus. But now what we're doing is we're keeping this database synchronized in between our data center and our cloud provider. So this stuff is synced. So the reason I like to call this backup plus is what do? Now your databases are synchronized, which is great. Now all you got to do is launch the infrastructure as code script, and these systems are up and operational very quickly, but the data in the databases is good. So this is going to be a little faster. Now, that's what I like to call backup plus. Now, the next alternative, which is one of the best options that cloud computing offers us, is what you could almost consider warm. You could call it a pilot light. I don't like to get into these terms. I like to call it a warm standby, which is much more, and that's cloud optimized. So let's say you've got some VMs over here, and let's say you got 10 of them. And let's say you've got another type of virtual machines for another application, and let's say there's 5 of them. Now, what you're doing really in here in the cloud now in this type of environment is we're keeping our data, our database is synchronized. We're keeping our data synchronized. Let's just add a little data over here. And now what we're doing is we're running small versions of this. So instead of having 10 virtual machines, we have 1. Instead of having 5 virtual machines, we have 1 of them. Now, if our data is synchronized between our data center and our cloud, guess what? We've got everything that's going to be good, good, good. So our data is synchronized. Our database is synchronized. Now, if and when, if this data center were to fail, what'll happen is the cloud, the data will be shifted over to the cloud provider. And if these virtual machines are in an auto-scaling group and we need 10, it'll just grow to about 10 virtual machines. If we need 5, this will just grow. So that's really a warm standby. And why is this so cool? Because we don't need to have that many of these virtual machines. It's not that much, typically speaking, cost-wise, to keep our databases and our data synchronized. And now, all we need to use is this is going to, if there's a failure, it'll be detected. Everything switches over completely to the cloud. The cloud's auto-scaling comes up, and within 45 minutes, we're 100% operational. And that's perfect. And that's kind of your warm site on the cloud. It is so beautiful and optimized. Now, here's your last option. It's a hot, hot site, and that's very simple. We just run identical in the cloud that we'd be running in the data center or multiple data centers, what have you, it doesn't matter. And by doing so, now we're running an exactly standard data environment. The cloud goes down, 100% of the traffic goes to the data center goes down, 100% of the traffic goes to the cloud. It's up and running. So now you can see we've got a lot of options on how we do this, and the cloud gives us many new backup options. I wanted to give you that in addition to just what's covered in the course, because I think that cloud disaster recovery changes a lot of things. Okay, let's talk about database recovery in a disaster recovery environment. So many businesses are highly dependent upon databases for their operations, and things like sales, logistics, and these databases are just critical for business. So that means that as part of our team, in addition to having security people and networking people and compute people, we probably should have some database people, and they should be involved in our database planning, our database testing, and they should be there and as part of the recovery. Now, with other things we might do with regards to database recovery is things like electronic vaulting. We may transfer data to a third party or a remote site, doing bulk transfers periodically to keep our data and our databases secure. We could use some kind of recovery site where it could be one of our own locations where we copy our database to, like I had showed you, or it could be something managed by someone else. There often is an activation delay, and we need to think about the time that it takes to declare an emergency until the time we actually get the backup site up and ready. So there's another things that we often might do, and that's something called remote journaling. And that's more related to taking information and transferring it. So if we're going to deal with remote journaling, it typically transfers data more frequently than electronic vaulting. Often like once an hour, you ship your data to someone or else. And the database, or the type of data we're dealing with remote journaling, often involves copying the database transactions and not necessarily the entire database itself, but something that we can go back to the database fairly easily. And if there's a post-disaster, the technicians can take the transaction logs to the production database, update it, and get it to the current state. We might also do something called remote mirroring. And that's going to be the most advanced and also the most costly database backup strategy. And that's maintaining a live database at the backup site, just like I showed you with some of these cloud disaster recovery models, keeping a live database and keeping it synchronized. Now, if you do that, there's lots of benefits. The mirrored server has all of the accurate information in real time. So that backup server can instantly resume duties if the architecture of the backup and the recovery is such. So when we consider these things, whether it's remote mirroring, remote journaling, the cost is the infrastructure we need to think about, the people that we need to think about. What is the processing overhead on mirrored servers, or even to do remote mirroring? So we're always thinking about the entire plan and everything that goes into it. So let's talk about the essentials of disaster recovery and planning. First, we need the concept of immediate instructions. We need to make sure that we have very simple, clear objectives for people to follow in an emergency, when a disaster occurred, or when it's occurring, or when it's imminent. How about adaptability? So we really want to customize the plan based upon the nature of the disaster and the roles of the people, as well as whatever kind of urgency we need to evacuate a facility or shutting down equipment. So often we want to come up with a policy-based checklist. And we organize our checklist tasks by priority, starting with the most critical. And checklists are great because they prevent you from making mistakes. That's why they use checklists. And flying an airplane, a pilot gets in an airplane, check, this works, this works, this works, this works, this works. Because checklists do really protect against those kind of gross mistakes people might easily make, especially when under stress. So let's think of the considerations of a policy-based checklist. In a crisis, completing a full checklist might not even be possible, especially during a sudden disaster. So we have to make sure that we place vital tasks, like activate a building alarm, for example, at the top of the list, in case people can't make it through the entire list, or it's too time-consuming, or it's too much of an emergency to deal with it. Now, we need to have some form of communication. So typically, you'll have to have a contact list that will list the key contacts and the key members of the disaster recovery planning team, and all others that will be involved in a crisis. Who do you call? Now, we typically we're going to need to communicate this. So now, how do you communicate this? Well, multiple methods. So text, email, phone trees, anything you need. Don't assume the first message is going to get there. Let's think about contacts and backups and personnel. We might want to include alternate contacts for each role in case the primary contact is ill, injured, or unavailable. And by doing so, we've got a structured approach that ensures we know what to do during the disaster. The essential actions are going to be done, and they're going to be done promptly and effectively. The critical tasks have been prioritized to enhance the overall response. and the recovery process and the safety of the people involved. So that's why we need to do it. Let's talk about backups and their role in disaster recovery. Backups are going to be critical because if we lose our data, the business can have irreparable damage. So backing ups on tape or disk or cloud, they're going to help a lot with the recovery, especially the data. So the disaster recovery plan should comprehensively detail the organization, its backup strategy, and emphasize the importance of both business continuity as well as disaster recovery plan. There should be some technical guidance in there as well. So we want to involve systems administrators and other key personnel with knowledge of the backup strategies, because we want there to be some expert guidance on the business continuity or disaster recovery team. Let's talk a little bit about backups to understand them. So there's a couple ways organizations can do backup. They can do what's called the full backup. A full backup is I back up 100% of everything. It's a full backup. A incremental backup is a little different. So organizations can do an incremental backup. And basically what happens is it's going to back up only the data that changed from the last backup. So if you did an incremental backup one each day, now what you're dealing with is in order to restore it, you might need 60 backups that you have to restore. And if one of those 60 backups is bad, you got a problem. Which brings us into the differential backup, which is kind of a hybrid of the two. Basically what happens is you back it up, full backup, and then each day you back up everything that's changed since the last backup. So basically you only need 2 backup files to deal with. But each one of these has a different efficacy and a simplicity in terms of at least restoring the data. So we need to think about it. If we use a full backup, recovery is simple. We only need one. If we use a differential backup, well, now we may have one big full backup and another big other backup, so it's still relatively easy. But what does that mean? It means our backup time is going to be really heavy because that full backup might take a long time, and these differential backups may take a while, especially if a lot of data has changed since the last full backup. Now, by comparison, if we do incremental and each day we're only backing up the changes of that day, or every hour we're only backing up the changes of that hour, that backup is fast, but it's going to be a lot harder to restore. So backup time versus restoration. Now, regarding our backup media, where do we store it? If we store it on site, and then on site have a problem with that site, we don't have much of anything. Do we ship that backup media off site? And if we do, we have to make sure that backup media is secured because it's not our organization's data. So that's one option. So how do we back it up? We can do a disk-to-disk backup. And at this point, most organizations do so. We used to use these backup takes, and they were slow and they were painful. But now we've reached a point where hard drive space got very cheap compared for the capacity that it is. So many organizations now just back up to hard drives. And that gives them the ability to manage large volumes of data much more effectively than a tape media or an optical media. Let's talk about some best practices for backups. Scheduling them. When do you schedule them? You schedule them during off-peak hours. Why? You don't want to be backing up when the network and the systems are mostly utilized because you'll have an impact on their performance. So back them up when possible at a time where it's least impactful on your system's performance. Now, capacity planning, we have to anticipate growth in our data volume over time, which means backups are going to be more complicated. They're going to take longer and take more storage space. So we need to think about the business environment we're dealing with and what's reasonable capacity and what's a reasonable time to be able to restore our data. So we have to think about it all in the context of that organization, that's business needs. Now, let's talk about backup time. So what about periodic backup? So if we did regular backups like those every 24 hours, the maximum amount of data loss that we'll have is 24 hours. What if business can't tolerate 24 hours of lost data? Then maybe they need a continuous backup solution. Or maybe they're using things like RAID or server clustering or server mirroring, where that way they're up and available in real time. What are the business needs? What's the cost of downtime? It all goes down into these kind of calculations. Now, how about testing the recovery? So we have to verify that the disaster recovery worked, right? And that our processes are effective, and then we can actually execute them during a disaster. And, George Patton, I think, has said that no battle plan survives contact with the enemy. And let me tell you, any fire drill, any disaster recovery plan, you need to make sure that it's going to work. So you're going to actually need to test this plan periodically, test the recovery process. Now, when it comes to business continuity and disaster recovery planning, let's talk about software ESCO agreements. So where does an organization keep their critical applications? So software escrow agreements are going to be an essential component of risk management, especially when a business is going to rely on software that's critical to their business that's developed by an external vendor, meaning the company didn't make it themselves. And software escrow agreements really specify that the source code of this application itself, typically speaking, will be maintained in an escrow provider's systems, and that source code will never get out unless the company that creates the software went bankrupt and is no longer there, and that way the company can get access to the source code and then tune that application to their needs. The company themselves doesn't maintain the software like they're supposed to, or the business gets some kind of major interruption. So software escrow agreements are a way that organizations can hedge themselves against application risk by getting access to the source code if an emergency were to occur. And that's the primary purpose of the software escrow, giving a business access to the software source code if the software vendor did not meet their obligations in some way that are set forth in the original agreements. So it's a way to protect the organization. It provides what you can consider like a continuity assurance. So it means that licensee that has a license to that business will be able to maintain, update, and even troubleshoot the software if the software vendor that made it is no longer in business or fails to support their software. So with the software escrow agreement, who are the parties involved? Typically the licensor or the software vendor that you buy the license from. They're the people that own the software rights and agree to deposit the code in the source code in an escrow. You typically have the licensee, which is the client that actually buys the actual software escrow. And then you typically have the escrow agent, which is typically a neutral third party that's going to be responsible for holding the source code and releasing it based upon the terms of the escrow agreement, should the software provider fail to fulfill their duties. So what kind of a trigger event is going to open up this software escrow? Well, there's usually going to be some specific conditions that the escrow agent is going to be permitted to give the source code to the licensee. Common triggers would include a vendor going out of business, the vendor failing to meet their support obligations, or the vendor breaching the terms of the software license agreement. So if the vendor does their job, the source code is never going to be visible. So what will be the contents of the escrow? The escrow will typically be not only the source code, but also any relevant documentation, build instructions, and even data that might be necessary for the licensee to effectively use and maintain the software. So let's differentiate between disaster recovery and disaster restoration. So disaster recovery are going to be the immediate actions that are going to be taken to maintain operations at a site or a secondary site if the primary site is unavailable. And that's going to be managed by the disaster recovery team. Now, disaster restoration is a little different. It involves building and repairing the primary site to full operational capacity, and it's typically managed by a salvage team. And there may be some contracts contracts are constructing new IT systems here. Now, obviously, there's roles and responsibilities. The salvage team will initiate the work on the original site when it's deemed safe. They will be tasked with restoring or rebuilding the IT infrastructure. And restoration typically takes more time than recovery. But transitioning operations back to the original site is still going to be risky
Because we've got the business, we've got it running back on another place, and it's a little bit of a risk to go back to the original thing. So it needs to be timed right. All the risks need to be planned for and analyzed, etc. Now let's talk about testing. So there should be testing and transitioning. There should be some flavor of reliability testing. The restored site that's supporting these critical processes needs to ultimately go back to the main site. So we need to test and make sure that everything's going to work in the main site before we bring it back over. And maybe, just maybe, we don't do a big bang, move it all over switch. Maybe we use some approach where we send 20% of the traffic to the main restored data center, 80% to the disaster recovery environment. It all works good, and then we transition accordingly back to the main site. Now, whenever we're dealing with any kind of restoration, we want to make sure that we do the changeover at an appropriate time. Typically speaking, it's going to cause a disruption on the business when you go from data centers or backup sites to main sites. So we need to figure that out and plan that and plan a good time for it. Now, when is the disaster closed? When the operations are completely running and fully running at the restored site. That's when the disaster is over. Now, obviously, we need good documentation and training of the plan. Everybody needs to understand the plan. They need to read the plan. It needs to be documented. And of course, we have to train users on the plan so they know what they can do and they can do it accordingly. So what are the components of the training plan? Maybe in the orientation of all new hires, maybe in the initial training of those taking on the disaster recovery role for the first time. We may want some in-depth refreshers for the disaster recovery team members. We might want some awareness updates for the employees, which can be included in, say, regular meetings or email newsletters. We need the entire plan documented and well documented. Now, the disaster recovery plan is an important plan. It's going to have a lot of important information in it. It includes business risk, and in the wrong hands, this could be dangerous. So, the disaster recovery plan is a highly confidential document. It should be shared on a need-to-know basis, and we need to make sure that the participants know how to do their roles at all times, and ideally without accessing the plan as well, too, if they're well-trained. So we need to do regular testing of the plan to make sure that it works, and we can use various test types like a checklist test or a structured walkthrough or a simulation test or a parallel test or a full interruption test. So we can do a read-through test where we give the plans to planning team members. They review it and say, okay, I think we need to fix this or this. Simple, right? When we do these kind of read-through tests, but it's still essential. We could do a structured walkthrough. You may hear it called a tabletop exercise, where people role-play in a conference room their role in a disaster. We could also be doing a simulation test, which is like a structured walkthrough, but now the team members will have to actually develop a response to various disaster scenarios that were presented in the simulation. We could be doing a parallel test where we operate as if a real disaster actually occurred and test the activating the plan. Or we could even do a full implementation test where we shut down the primary site and see if everything works. But, this is a bit of a risky approach because you never know if things are going to work. But it's a full interruption test. And obviously, we're going to need to do a lot to adapt the plan. And disaster recovery plan is a living document. A business is a living entity. And that means as business needs change, the disaster recovery plan will change. So we need to constantly maintain it, optimize, tune it, and adapt it. We need to make sure that we've got some good form of change management. And the change management also occurs for the disaster recovery planning to make sure that the impact analysis of everything has been planned through and thought through, which is typically what you're doing in change management, assessing the impact of a change and its effect on a business. Now, when changes need to occur, we need to test them. Make a change, conduct a regular drill or an exercise, just like you would a fire drill. You're basically doing a dry run to see what's going to happen. And obviously, this is going to be an opportune time to implement any new changes, especially because you can test them. Or changes because you can realize something didn't work and you have to fix it. Now, of
course, it's an important plan, so it needs to be regularly improved, tuned, optimized. It needs to be kept track of, and we need to make sure people stay ready. And really, that's about it. We build this great plan, we train people, we make sure people are prepared, and if and when there's an emergency, we are actually prepared to help that organization get to their goals. This will be it. We're going to be finished. So congratulate yourself. Make sure you've downloaded that free CISM guide so you can use this. Maybe watch this course a second time. Go through that guide and easily go through this exam. You should do well, although I do recommend the practice test from the ISACA, as well as any of their materials. Like I would for anything, always go to the official publication. We've got lots of free guides in the description of this video, free things to assist you in your architecture career, free things to assist you on the interviews, certification for AWS, certification for Azure, certification for the CCSB, certification for the CCNA. There's lots of free training on this YouTube channel. Please check it out while you're here. Please tell a friend. And have a wonderful weekend. And give me a hashtag CISM. And I'm so happy that you were here.